Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you are watching. Thank you so much for choosing Mtembei TV tonight, even as we look at the latest on our political front and what you feel and think about the same. Well, this is another night when we dive deep into understanding the latest in our politics. Raila Odinga leads in all the three opinion polls in relation to the August 9th general elections. What do you feel and think about the same? Let us know. And of course, the home stretch is on. Raila Odinga reaffirms KISII as William Ruto returns to NYERI to hunt for votes, and more convincing, more persuading of many people to vote in whatever direction they would wish them to vote. Well, another development is that William Ruto now resorts to spirituality in his desperation to convince Kenyans that he's the best that there is in this race. What do you think about the whole choreograph, tearful video running around of one William Ruto crying out for divine intervention in these elections? Where is the place of spirituality in our politics? 6 days to go. Let's get talking. Thank you, everyone. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it, allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, and you will be in this space for us to get talking. Interesting times to be alive and kicking in this great nation. We urge every Kenyan around the world, let us all gang up tonight and make a difference by airing and think all we think and feel about our politics of late. Well, I want to salute Eunice Ombogo, karibu kwa show. Kuna Dahia Abdi, karibu kwa show. Kuna Jandai Lu Madi. Hello to you. Thank you so much. Ombuya Collins, welcome. Thank you, Alex Wekesa. Asante sana. Join Joki, karibu kwa show. Otomax Yego, we salute you. Dominic Yego, karibu kwa show. Kungulu Kwangala, karibu kwa show. Kevin Nyamari, karibu kwa show. Where is this? Fatuma Nasimiyu, you're welcome. Joyce Nafula, Robert Opilu, Mary Wainaina, kuna Morgan Sifuna, alafu kuna Nyabwanzu Fred, karibu kwa show. Mato Makandet, you're welcome. Official Slim, karibu kwa show. Patel Saboka Manyi, you're most welcome. Cherono Chebo Kipsach Ingor, I tell you the truth, this is serious. Morina Dega, karibu kwa show. Kuna Nyam Sosi, alafu nani Mike Boy, karibu kwa show. Pamela Kagemi, you're welcome. Kuna Jojo Tieno Nyandete, karibu kwa show. Kuna Eric Coles, Makona, Makto, karibu kwa show. Alafu kuna Isaac Wafula, Alvin Omondi, Eunice Skonfelder, majina makali leo. Oliver Oli, karibu kwa show. Elvis Kidine, alafu Bashir Muhsin, karibu kwa show. Kuna Tony Ezra, alafu nani huyu Elvis, tumekuwa na yeye. Nani huyu anasema nani? Okay, Elvis anasema Tifa Paul, Raila 47, Ruto 49, ISOPS, Raila 47, Ruto 41, and then Infotrack, Paul, Raila 49, Ruto 41. It's wrap. Well, thank you for the information. We appreciate it, and it's a great night as we get into talking. Alum, asante sana. Nani huyu? Ayubu Nyongesa, Baraza Nyongesa, karibu. Alafu kuna Jandai Lu, huyo tumeongana yeye. Nani huyo? Abza someone, thank you. Patrick Mogire, nani Emmanuel Moses, Kingmaker, Super Maker, nani huyu Alan Simiyu, kuna Collins Kisero, alafu Willy Mwadilo. Tukimalizia na nani huyu Philemon Kemboi Tuwai, alafu Samia Yega, Esther Kwamboka Nyaundi, Lydia Sitati, nani mwingine? Thank you. Hilary Sigei, Nelly, Diana, sitaki kuacha yote nje, Catherine Akinyi, Peter Mwariri, Esther, ndio huyo Esther, kuna Lydia, kuna Johnny, kuna Caris Official, Phyllis Machuma, Augustine Okuku, Hilary Kimani, alafu Kabarus Njuguna. Line ni mrefu sana. Nashukuru kila mmoja. Tafadhali ukitupata, naomba ukaribisha wawili watatu ili wote tukajumuike katika kipindi cha leo tunapoangazia siasa zetu na jinsi tunavyojiandaa kuchagua viongozi wapya katika uchaguzi wa tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8. Na tumai ushafika katika polling station. Kama hujafika, huko njiani kufika, ili usikose kuwa katika sehemu ya wale ambao wanafanya uamuzi wa nchi hii. Licha ya kuwa baridi imezidi Nairobi, sijui wapi ulipo na unatupata kwa njia ipi. Ningependa kuona hiyo kwa comment kama unatupata, na kama unatufuata Facebook tunakukaribisha. Tafadhali subscribe kwa YouTube, hapo ndipo kila kitu kitakuwepo, hata aswa tukianza maneno na uchaguzi. We have unlimited time on YouTube, unlike Facebook where we only have 8 hours. So if you're not a subscriber on YouTube, you will definitely miss out on a lot of what will be happening. So make haste and subscribe before it is late in the day. Thank you very much. I would like us to start out. Sijui Mama Selina kama uko ready ama tusonge mbele, utarudi kwako.
Jana nilimiss, nilikuwa nasikia kuingia na nilikuwa job. Bernard. Wow. Wapi Alex? Nataka Alex. Muita Alex akuja atuambie Kisii imepamba moto.
Alex atakuja baadaye. Karibu mami.
Alex alikuwa nasema baba tu akuja ashike mkono Simba Arati. Bernard. Tunashukuru Mungu. Baba uko Kisii. Wow. Yaani hiyo na baba amelead kwa hiyo opinion polls. Lakini pia Bernard, what is going on in Nairobi? Wanasema baba na chama ya baba ndio inaongoza kwa Nairobi. Alafu tena baba ako na makaribu 58 Esther Passaris. Nini mbaya na gavana yetu ya Nairobi? Lazima watu waelewe ya kwamba baba hawezi kuwa rais na gavana ya Nairobi ni opposition. Lazima tuombe kura ya ukweli, because watu wenye wanataka kupunish gavana ya Nairobi wanapunish baba. Can you imagine? Watu wanacheza. Baba hawezi, Esther Passaris hawezi ongoza, senator anaongoza. Alafu ikifika ya gavana ati kweli akona 42 ama sijui ngapi. Lazima sisi watu ya Azimio tuone ya kwamba baba anawauliza, munanifinya. Sitaki kusema kwa sababu mimi ni mama, lakini I wish hiyo kura ya Azimio ya watu ya baba, vijana ya baba yote, sitaki kusema baba ana watoto yake Bernard. So wapatie kura gavana ya Nairobi tafadhali. Hatutaki kuipisha baba. Otherwise nimefurahia na opinion polls kama 3 sote anaona baba anaongoza. Ingine sasa pia, ngawa najua kanisa tunalianga, lakini sijaiona malilio kama sasa. Wewe Pena, hii kanisa yenyu yani sasa ni siku ile mtu alipatiwa kura na Uhuru, aliinama akalia akasema asante kwa kunichagua kukuwa deputy president. Sasa tena leo analia amekosa kuwa rais, ama analia anaenda nyumbani? Kwa sababu hata Uhuru sijaona akilia. Na desturi sana wanaume yetu ya wakale nchini, vile Mandakwa anasema we are not supposed to do that. Hii crocodile tears ni yani kura imeteleza mpaka lazima ulie mpaka utoe makamasi ndio Wakenya wakuchakue. Hakuna kura penalty. Ndiye siku ingine nyinyi wanaume mkioa kaa kwa poma yenu, waacha kwenda kukua baba mkate. Sasa watoto ya wenyewe wameenda na bibi, hata kama alikuwa sasa unajua mama akisema maneno mengine mtasema hii mama ni mbaya. Unajua ukienda kuonja kwa wenyewe Pena, tengeneza yako akue tamu kama hiyo. Acha kwenda ya wenyewe ukinyang'anywa unalia. Acha wababa. Lakini nashukuru baba amekuwa kijana, anacheza hata hiyo hiyo ya primbi, anatuambia vile anajua kuruka, anaenda speed. Hapo sisi tuko hapo penalty. So mimi kwa sababu umenipatia nafasi nitangulia, najua ni karibu 5 days, leo ni tarehe 2, na ni siku 4 kwa sababu Saturday ndiye tunafunga campaign. So pongezi, najua sasa wasiwasi yetu ilikuwa Kisii, na hata wenye walikuwa nasimama kava na walijionea hakuna hiyo kiti ni asimbarati vile Alex anatuambianga. Na baba amesema huyu ni kijana yangu, nilianza naye akiwa councillor nominated, akakuwa councillor, akaenda kwa baba akamwambia baba nataka kuwa MP. Being an MP in Takoreti is not kukua MP kwa constituency moja ya Kisii hapo ama ya Nandi hapo. But other good news, nilikuwa naongea na nyumbani leo, nimeambiwa Ketera anaenda bila kupingwa, Misra anakuja, tumehesabiwa independent na wanakuja kufanya kazi na baba. So hiyo ndio furaha yangu moja ya kwamba Keteri is coming na atakuja kufanya kazi na baba. Lazima nitetee, unajua hata nikitetea wa Kenya lazima nikumbuke nyumbani. Nakuru mimi sina shida, Lee Kinyanjui anakuja, Azimio wanapigiwa kura. Mwisho nilifurahia vile kuna mtu jana alisema Central, vile Uhuru alikuwa Central jana, wamepake na 3 days. I think mnakuja kuconfirm mambo yangu nilikuwa nimewaambia. Kura ya Central aiamuliwangi 4 years, aiamuliwangi January, aiamuliwangi June. Kura ya Central ni the last day, the last 3 days tunafunga hoteli. So tumefunga hoteli, baba mkati wameenda, hata waliwacha longi, hawakuweza hata kuchukua viatu. Tai naona mama amerusha nje, naona viatu pia msijui gani iko nje, malongi ingine ilikuwa that is why wanaume wanalia. Thank you so much Penat, nitaruti tena, but tunaomba. Kuna kitu nasahau. Walikuja Eldoret na wakataka kutangaza ya kwamba kuna vijana ya Moi University Penat wamestakiwa kwa ile leaflet walikuwa ya kuchochea na wameshikwa. So pia nataka kuambia watoto yetu msikubali kutumiwa. Sahi mko kwa cell, mko kwa police peke yenu, mumeenda kotini peke yenu. Haya, mambo ni hayo Penat. Asante, nisichukue nafasi mingi. Leo niko nyumbani, kesho niko nyumbani. Alafu sasa tuendelee. Yes Penat. Alafu kuna nini yangu kutangaza. No Penat, niko na kesi na wewe. Yeah. Sasa ile nini
Endelea.
yangu ya t-shirt ya na Kenya baba, si ungeniwekea tu hata mara moja. Si Bernard, mimi ni supporter yako. Kwani sasa we unakasia mama kwa nini Bernard?
Hapana, sijakazia wewe mama. Nilingoja wewe jana. Nilikuwa nataka nikiweka wewe unatilia msumari. Sasa huku kwa na Kip naye akakuja kuchelewa. Sasa nitaweka leo.
Utaniwekea leo?
Yes.
Asante.
Leo subiri tu, acha tusonge kidogo alafu nitaweka. Thank you mami. Thank you so much Mama Selina, tunashukuru kwa utangulizi huo. Tunashukuru wote ambao mnajumuika nasi katika Mtembei TV tunapochambua siasa zetu na kujiandaa kuchagua viongozi tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8. Naomba kila mmoja tumakinike, tuhakikishe kwamba tunachagua viongozi wanaofaa. Si bora kiongozi, lakini kiongozi bora. So everybody, let's be armed and dangerous, ready for that particular noble exercise. And like I've always said, everybody should begin to move near their polling stations. Don't move away from your polling station. If you vote in the village, begin to go to the village. If you are voting in a particular state and you stay in another state, begin to move towards that particular state. This is the critical hour, even as the candidates crisscross the country, galvanizing their final support. You should begin to move closer to your polling station. And then there is another aspect I'll be talking about later on, that when you go to the polling station, make sure that the vote you are casting has been stamped by the IEBC official. There is a syndicate of people going to the polling station, given the voters wherever material to vote, but there are some people who are twisted, who would want to give you an whatever voters paper that is not stamped. If it's not stamped, it will be invalid even if you have voted. So we'll be also dealing with that even as we continue with the conversation. Thank you everybody on the comment section. Please let us know you're watching from where, and follow us closely. Subscribe on YouTube to Songe Mbele. Steven Onyango, habari ya leo?
Salama sana Bena, mnaendeleaje?
Tuko wazima, tunashukuru.
Nafurahi kuwaona tena jioni ya leo. Tangu last Friday sijaonekana. Saturday nilitamani lakini nikawa na uchovu, sikuweza. Well, Bena, naweza sema saizi kitu naweza emphasize nayo sana ni hiyo jambo umesema ya mwisho ya voter education. Ni muhimu sana kwa sababu kwa sahihi vile tumeona mambo inaenda vizuri na dalili iko pande yetu. Kwa hivyo saizi kile tunaweza sema ni ku advise watu wetu wawe wanaelewa namna ya kuvote, na pia hiyo mambo na stamping ni muhimu sana kwa sababu hatutaki spoil votes ziwe kwa wingi. Tunataka watu wapige kura kwa njia mzuri, ndio zihesabiwe vizuri na ifanye baba aweze kuingia mapema na tuweze kusherekea pamoja kama Wakenya. Inanifurahisha sana ninapoona Wakenya wanajitolea kama kule Kisii. Nimeona hata ingawa kwamba magovernors wale wamesimama ni wengi, lakini niliona leo walikuwa na at least utulivu, hawajaleta shida. Hiyo imefanya sherehe ya leo ikakuwa mzuri sana pande ya Kisii. Na pia last Saturday nilifuatilia kampeni ya Eldoret. Ilinifurahisha sana. Yule mzee wa sijui anaitwa nani, jina lake inanipotelea kidogo. Niliona anajua sifa sana ya deputy president, na ikanishangaza sana yale aliongea hiyo siku. Nikasema kweli huyu ndugu sifa yake inajulikana kila mahali. But now another thing yenye pia ningependa niguzie Bena, hii mambo ya churches. Pia churches zingine kidogo ninaona kama wanatuangusha, kwa sababu hakuna haja makanisa zikusanyike wachache alafu waende wajikusanye kwa kwa nyumba ya deputy president kwamba wanaomba, na maombi hata kule Kasarani kulikuwepo na maombi. Mbona hawakuenda kuomba kule Kasarani? Mbona ni maombi tu yenye wanachagua selective bishops na pastors na nini, alafu wanajifunga mahali pamoja na kuomba na kusema kwamba hiyo ndio voice of God. I think makanisa wanafaa pia wa come out clear na waache kumislead Kenyans. Voice of God, by the way, kama ni kusema ukweli, voice of God ni mahali watu wako wengi, na mahali watu wako wengi ni mahali watu wote wanaona. Hata ukiuliza mtoto wa primary atakwambia ni wapi ameona watu wakiwa wengi. Kwa hivyo mi naona hiyo kind of attitude ni mbaya, na haifai kanisa ijichanganye kwa kiwango kama hiyo. That is wrong. Church inafaa at least iwe inaweza guide watu, inaweza elekeza watu, na inaweza sema if something is wrong, wanaweza come out na waseme this is wrong. Lakini kama wanafanya hivi, then it shows that hata wao pia kuna vile wameingizwa kwa hiyo rot which is not safe with society. Kwa hivyo mi ningependa tu watu wa Kenya wafunguke macho na waweze kuona nchi inaenda pande gani. Hakuna vile kiongozi wa nchi anaweza elekeza watu mahali anajua nchi inaenda vibaya. Amelilia wa Kenya akiwaambia kwamba anajua mahali anapeleka nchi na nchi itakuwa safe mahali pale. Kwa hivyo Wakenya wale baada wako wamebadilisha mind zao, wachukue hii I think around 6 days yenye imebaki, wabadilishe akili yao, ili watu wakienda kuvote wavote the right person ambaye watu wamesha kubali, ambaye ni baba, wampee kura zote na ashinde, na zaidi ya hata ikiwezekana iwe ni 60%, kwa sababu nimeona opinion poll nyingi zinachezea 47 50 nini. Tunataka iwe zaidi ya 55 kwenda juu, ili kusikue na hizo time wasting ya kuenda kotini na wapi na wapi. Na pia nimefurahia sana, nimeona kiongozi wa nchi amechukua hatua nyingine pia mzuri yenye inaweza fanya votes zile zime idle na zile pengine watu hawaja decide in their mind, wanaweza decide kwa ile mkakati yenye nimeona, kwa sababu kama for the last 2 days amekuwa Kisumu, na pia nimesikia anafaa aende some parts of western, na zile move naona ana make ni move muhimu sana kwetu, kwa sababu ni zile anaenda kufungua zile projects zile pia ni muhimu kwa wananchi. Kwa hivyo ninaona ni kitu ambayo itasaidia sana on our side, na zaidi ya yote sana watu watoke, watu wajitokeze sana, especially I'm talking to my native brothers. Sasa wale tunatoka pande ya Lakeside watoke sana, kwa sababu hata rais amesema tuko na weakness ya kutotoka na kuvote. Ninaomba sana watoke kwa wingi. That percentage should be over 90%. Haifai iwe vile naiona ikiwa sijui 78 sijui nini. So ningependa sana watoke wengi, ili angalau tusiaibishe viongozi wetu, na ukweli ni kwamba tumepewa kwa wakati huu, so tusiaibishe wale wamefanya hii kazi yote. Ningependa niruhusu wengine pia waendelee, na tutaweza kusonga mbele tukijadiliana pamoja. Thank you, Bena.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. We appreciate that, and we look forward for a great night together as we continue looking at our politics and how we must arm ourselves, get set for 9th August to go and make an informed decision. Don't be part of the problem, be part of the solution, and let the solution be a lasting one, not a temporal one. Don't let anybody appeal to you by him whipping your emotions at the expense of engaging your minds. We say in the church that when affection deepens, sense weakens. This is an election you must get in with all your senses working. Don't allow emotions to get the best of you until you don't make a serious well-informed decision. Kwa hivyo kila mmoja ajitahidi. Usione mtu analia unafikiria analia kwa sababu ni kama ninyi watu mmekuwa Nigeria ama mmekuwa sehemu gani, kuna ile chakula inaitwa pepe soup. Wakati unakula unalia, lakini si eti unalia kwa sababu ni uchungu. Ni chakula ni tamu, lakini iko na uchungu wake. So si kila machozi ambayo ni ya kuhurumiwa. Lazima uangalie mambo vizuri na ujue kwamba tumesimama sehemu gani tunapofanya uamuzi wetu kama wapiga kura. Viki, habari ya leo? Nasike. Naseki. I'm calling your woman's name. Unmute, Bwana Viki. Hey, unmute. Your mic is beside your name on the screen.
Yes. Habari ya Wakenya wenzangu.
Salama, vipi lakini?
Niko mzima kabisa, nashukuru Mungu. Mimi ni fan sugu sana wa Mtembei TV, natoka Turkana. Napenda kazi yako Bwana Bernard, endelea hivyo, Mungu atakubariki sana.
Amina, karibu.
Asante. So mimi sina mambo mingi ya kuongea. I just want to urge Kenyans tupige kura kwa amani, tutoe ukabila, na kiongozi ambaye anaweza kupeleka hii nchi ya Kenya mahali tunataka ni Baba Raila Amolo Odinga. So yangu ni hayo, muwe na usiku mwema.
Asante sana Viki, tunashukuru. Wewe ubarikiwe sana. Shikilia huko, hakikisha kwamba kuna kura inapotea.
Bernard, atuambie Turkana wanasema nini?
Okay, kabla sijatoka, right now Turkana hatujui what is happening. Yesterday watu walichoma in some of our sub county Turkana East. 7 people were burned to death. And the same bandits who did the same thing leo pia wameua tena watu karibu 3. This our neighboring colleagues, the Pokots. So we don't know what is up with this government. Like some of the areas, like sisi kama Waturkana tunasemanga hatuhesabiwi kama wa Kenya, kwa sababu there is no way such an event ina happen. People wanachomwa kama nyama choma na serikali hakuna kitu inafanya.
Bwana Viki, ni sehemu gani ya Turkana umesema? Turkana East?
Turkana East huko side Salokori huko. Turkana East.
Okay.
So I wish hata ningekuwa na namba yako ya WhatsApp. I have those images, ningekutumia. Hauwezi ona hata mara mbili. Ni unyama ile mbaya sana.
Okay.
I think Bernard, chukua namba yake alafu we need to publicize some things like this. Things like that should not happen in Kenya.
Okay, wacha na kuinbox namba yangu hapa kwa private chat, on the side, private chat. In fact, the number is scrolling, but wacha nikupatie directly hapa. You can get.
Pole.
Yeah, the rest, let me give it. Yeah, let's keep talking. Nikipa mama.
What tunasema pole, na wanajua nyinyi ni watu ya baba na ndio wanataka kuwakonganisha. Muambie watu yetu tunasema pole, na ninajua serikali vile umepatia namba Bernard, watajaribu kupeana kwa maofisi husika lakini Turkana tunajua wanasimama na baba. Hizo ni incitement kama ile tumeona kuna watoto ya university wamepelekwa kotini. Tunasema pole sana kama Wakenya, tuko pamoja, na uambie watu asante kwa kukua kwa Mtembei TV, na umwambie watu yote wale wana support baba wako kwa Azimio wanasema pole, na tunajua kwa hii Mtembei TV watu wengi wanasikia, na najua kuna kitendo itatendeka. Poleni Turkana, Pokot, nyinyi ni watoto ya tumbo moja, lakini tunaomba tu, baba alisema akiingia hiyo mambo kuna incitement, lakini asante kwa kutuambia pole.
Okay. Okay, Bwana Vicky, I've already given the number. Let's interact outside the wherever they show, but all is going to get better. All is going to get better. The bad elements in our midst, in this country, are already marked. They will be taken care of. We are looking out for a better Kenya, which is the reason why we are doing what we are doing. And we intend to make this country a hub of peace and prosperity. We don't want any part of this country remaining behind. We want every part of this country to be happy. They belong to Kenya and they are proud of being Kenyans. And I believe with the Azimio government, that's going to be achieved. That's going to be achieved in the shortest time possible. I can bet we will have a new Kenya altogether after August 9th, 2022. Nashukuru kila mmoja, tafadhali mahala popote ulipo tuendelee kujumuika pamoja. Karibisha wawili watatu ili wote tukakusanyike katika Mtembei TV. Na ukitupata kwa Facebook, tafadhali hakikisha kwamba umesubscribe kwa YouTube. Naendelea kuwahimiza kwa sababu YouTube inatupatia muda usiokuwa na vikwazo kutangaza. Facebook inatupatia masaa 8 tu. So kama tutakuwa tunatangaza my election results, tutaanza na tutakuwa live for 5 straight days. That is not possible on Facebook. So if you are a subscriber on Facebook, you are follow on Facebook and you are not a subscriber on YouTube, utaachwa nyuma. Please make sure that you do that. Let's hear from tusikilize Elizabeth kwanza, gender sensitivity, alafu ndio kipu atakuja baadaye. Elizabeth sasa. Karibu, unmute mic.
Amjambo.
Hatujambo, namna gani lakini?
Sijambo, nashukuru. Mama Selina, ujambo?
Sijambo.
Mi pia niko mzima, nashukuru, na nina furaha pia kuunganika pamoja nanyi. Langu mimi leo bado tu roho yangu ina furaha. Nikiwaona hivi na nikiona huo msimamo, wallahi nasikia raha tu. Alafu nikifuatilizia pia ninaona vile kunavyoenda, nasikia tu raha. Na ni maombi tunazidi kuomba ya kwamba Mungu aneemishe nchi yetu. This time we want to see a very different election in our country, a very peaceful election. No harm, no tears. Wacha wenye kulia walie, manake wanajua wameshindwa, but for us we want to celebrate until the end. So for me today at least nitaongelea tu, yani kuna watu nina feel for them as nimeona Sonko aliposte after 2 days I think akisema amerudi nyumbani. So nyumbani kwenye amerudi ndo sijui ni wapi, na yeye ni mzaliwa wa ODM. Na ODM ndo Azimio sasa. Akasema amerudi nyumbani. Kwa hivyo tunamhesabu kama amepotea. Ni mtoto mpotevu bado tu. Ukiona kama Mombasa, mimi nimekaa Mombasa muda mwingi sana. Mombasa ni ngome ya baba. Mombasa ni ngome ya baba. Hakuna mtu ambaye anaweza babaisha baba in Mombasa. Hata wanavyosema ati sijui nani. Alafu ukiangalia Hassan Joho ni mwanaume. Angalia vile amesimama, licha ya hayo yote hatujaisikia Hassan Joho akiongea upuzi wala nini. Hassan Joho yuko tu vile vile ametulia na suto, lakini yeye amfanya nini? Ametulia. So Mombasa tunajua tuna ushindi vile vile, na tunashukuru pia Sonko, manake alikuwa ameenda kutatiza kura za Mombasa, na kuondoka kwake pia ni afueni kwa wanaazimio, manake ametupatia hiyo nafasi, na tuna imani pia mwaniaji wa ugavana Mombasa kwa tikiti ya Azimio inshallah atapita na yeye. Kirudi nyumbani, mimi ni mzaliwa wa Busia in Western. I feel for my two brothers Wetangula and anaitwa nani, Mudavadi. Mudavadi amesahau kwamba wakati alisimama, kuna wakati Mudavadi alisimamishwa kuwa president, Raila alikuwa nyuma yake, hakuwa anampinga, lakini yeye mwenyewe akafanya nini? Akajiondoa, akaona kwamba hawezi. So hao ni wale bado wamepotea, na saa hizi wanashindwa vile watarudi, maana muda umeisha, lakini ndani ya mioyo zao wanajuta. Naam, wanatamani wafanya nini? Warudi, lakini hawawezi rudi. Wetangula vile vile hana lolote, hata speech peke yake hawana, wamekosa la kusema. Nikirudi nyumbani kabisa, my county Busia, the person that we were supposed to give like a governor in our Busia county was Ababu Namwamba. That was my vision. In 2022, the governor mwenye tulikuwa tunaona atakuwa ni governor wetu wa Busia, na governor ambaye angesaidia na mchapakazi, alikuwa awe Namwamba. Na unaona vile Namwamba alikuwa na baba, alikuwa amepewa nafasi tena mzuri, amefunguliwa milango, lakini Namwamba akadanganywa. Na tukiona Ruto anaiba hao watu na pesa, akiona kuna mahali mtu amesimama anamtoa. Na vile vile kawaida, juzi sijui ni mama Selina alisema pesa kweli, yani hata wako nazo na hawatosheki. Yani hizo pesa Namwamba wako nazo, bado aliibwa na pesa. Alikuwa amekalia pesa, bado aliibwa tu na pesa kidogo, na ameacha, na hivyo ndo ameanguka kipolitikisha. So saa hizi in Busia tumeamua ni 6 pieces. Ingawa yeye ametoa mtu huko Bunyala ati Bunyasi asimama achukue ugavana, of which that one is not possible. Mtu mwenye hajai hata anything, we cannot. Now in Busia we are going to give Paul Otuoma. Tukiendelea like mimi natoka Funyula constituency, tupeane 6 pieces. Na Funyula ni ODM, ni Azimio, Busia ni Azimio. Na hata tulikuwa na wasiwasi tukisema maybe ugavana tutanyang'anywa irudi tena Teso, lakini ugavana saa hizi tuko na imani ya kwamba inarudi huku chini na inachukuliwa na tikiti ya Azimio. So nikiona hata leo nimefurahi sana jinsi mtukufu rais wetu amekuwa hayo maeneo ya Kisumu, Muhoroni, Kisii. Walai ni furaha tu. Yani sisi tunahesabu ushindi, tunaona mioyo zetu zinametameta tu mafuta, na matarajio yetu na malengo yetu tunaona kwamba Mungu anaenda kufanya nini? Kuyatimiza. Watu ambao wanajificha katika Mungu na hawafanyi ya Mungu, ole wao. Maana mtu kisimama mbele za watu na ulie machozi ya kwamba umenyenyekea, mimi ni mtakatifu, Mungu unaniona kabisa kutoka ndani, ninataka kuhudumia, mpaka unalia machozi, lakini si machozi, ni hasira. Na si hasira ya haki, ni hasira ya kudhulumu. Mungu hatendi hivyo. Tunaamini kwamba Biblia inasema machozi ya mwenye haki inalipa, lakini yale si machozi ya kulipa. Mimi paka nimecomment nikasema ni wale watu uliua Kiambali wanakufanya unalia na bado hujalia, utalia bado. Manake pale ataonja jela, aende Kamiti, hajalia, atalia. Uhuru ametusiwa, lakini hakuna siku tumeona president akilia. Raila ametusiwa mpaka ameitwa sijui anaenda kutairiwa na nani sijui nini, hatujai muona akilia. Vice president mzima kulialia kama mtoto, na bibi yake akawapo kando, wameinua mikono, wamenyenyekea, ati hao ni watakatifu. Afadhali hata wenye hawaendi kanisani, lakini siku zao tunajua haziko mbali, ziko karibu. So mimi ninaambia wenzangu Wakenya wote ambao wanatazama Mtembei TV ya kwamba vile Rais Uhuru Kenyatta anavyosema, si mimi ninayesema. Yule ni rais ambaye amebeba hii nchi, amekubeba wewe na mimi, anajua mahali gani pazuri anataka kutuacha. Ingelikuwa sio hivyo, hangezindua hizi miradi zote anazindua. Na ingelikuwa sio hivyo, hangetuweka hapa anataka kutuweka. Tumeona jinsi anajaribu kuacha serikali na hataki kuacha mzigo hata kwenye huyu mzee. Anajaribu kurahisisha maisha ya wananchi na kazi pia ya huyu mzee. So, mimi nashukuru sana kwa rais wetu, na ndio maana ninaomba Wakenya wote tarehe 9, hata ni afadhali kama wewe ni Mkristo ama Muislamu na una roho ya kuvoti kwa Azimio, chukua hatua ya maombi na mwambie Mungu, ninapoondoka katika hii nyumba kwenda kupiga kura, nitenge na visirani. Unifumbue macho, nisikutane na watu wa kunishawishi na vipesa na mimi nimelala njaa, lakini imani yangu ni ya kuvoti kwa Azimio, niende nivoti kwingine. Hii ni tabia inafanyika sana kwa hizi polling station. Mtu anaenda kuvote, alafu anakutana na pesa. Mtu anakufinya pesa. Tafadhali watu ambao watakaa kwa hizo polling station, hilo mtu angalilie sana. Watu wa aina hiyo mara hiyo washiku, hata kama atakuwa ni mtu wa Azimio, anavuta mtu kutoka Azimio mpeleke UDA vote, wote wafanyiwe same. Kura zipigwe tu za kihalali, mtu apige kura yake kwa nia yake, awe ni mama mzee, awe ni kipofu, muelekeze kwa njia nzuri tafadhalini. Na pia mimi tumejitokeza, pia sisi tutapiga kura. Tuko na group fulani hapa, I know ana watch, anaambia watu kuhusu UDA, and I want to tell sisi hapa wale watavote UDA watavote, but we are going to vote for Qatar. Anaitwa Njau wa Qatar. I know Njau, you are watching this, and I want to tell you, you are always posting to ask people, you want to know where people they are in Qatar. Ruto, he's not our president here, he's not our ambassador. Ingelikuwa ni ambassador tungesema ni ambassador, anatuambia, na hata atatuambia kama nani, hajatuleta huku. So, mtu aenda vote venye anataka. Nikienda kuvote UDA, nikienda kuvote Azimio, that is my opinion. So, mimi ninawashukuru nyinyi wote, ni furaha yangu. Mostly napenda kuingia late hours, but sasa kwa vile kuna wenzangu wamelala, kuwasha hata ni shida, siwezi kaa na nyinyi. So that is why nimesema leo niingie mapema, at least tuonane, tuongeleshane. Then no, they didn't see you. No, for Kenya politics, yeah. And then tutaongea. Kwa hivyo nashukuru na mlale muwe na usiku mwema. Asanteni sana.
Yeah, thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you so much. That is a serious one. We really appreciate it. Wakenya, wakati ni huu, uamuzi ni wako. Usichague kupeana nchi kwa mikono ambayo sio salama. Lazima tuhakikishe usalama wa kila Mkenya. Usalama wa kila Mkenya unatokana na uongozi ambao unafaa. Na uongozi unaonekana katika uaminifu. Kama mtu hajawahi kujitoa kufanya chochote maisha yake yote, hawezi kujitolea saa hii. Kama mtu kukitokea shida, anajiokoa kwanza ndio afikirie nchi, huyu hafai katika uongozi. Tunataka kiongozi ambaye atajitoa mhanga kutetea nchi, kulinda nchi na kuhakikisha kwamba nchi inasonga mbele. Asante sana kwa watu ambao mnatoa comments zenu. Tafadhali tuendelee hivyo. Tuambie unatazama ukiwa wapi na unatupata kivipi, na kama huja subscribe kwa YouTube tafadhali fanya hivyo. Na nikimleta Kipa atoe maoni yake, ni mama amenichapa fimbo hapa akasema sija angazia kuna site moja ambayo ina bidhaa za mama wetu, the Deputy President Designate Mother Karua, na ningependa tu I'll be sharing it in the section. You visit the place, buy one thing or two in support of mama. Kama wewe ni mtu una support mama na uko na unaheshimu wa mama, basi tunataka kuona action from your side, even as you visit that site where there are some wares in support of Mother Karua. Thank you very much. Keep welcome.
Asante sana. First of all, I'd like to shame KTN, Citizen, and all these other media conglomerates. I've only seen only one video about Turkana, and that was actually yesterday. This should have been headlines. Turkana, those are my brothers and sisters up there. That should be breaking news. Village being burnt should be breaking news. Those news outlets, I need to shame them. That is very poor. Things like that should not happen in Kenya. It's hard. Pole sana for the people in Turkana, and I hope God rests the souls of the people who had passed. We are a peaceful nation. That should not happen. And the animals that did that, because those are not human beings, the animals that did that, those 7 people, just devils, evil people. Anyway, the next thing is nyinyi watu wa Luo Nyanza. I have a bone to pick with you, Luo Nyanza people. I do not want to hear 70% voting for voter turnout. Staki. Nataka ukitoka kwa nyumba unatoka na bibi yako, ama ni kama ni bwana yako unatoka na bwana yako, na vijana watoto wenye kwa nyumba wanaweza vote, mwende. You all leave the house voting. Mtoke asubuhi mvote. This is it. The country feels it. Unaona hata Uhuru amewatengenezea barabara mzuri kwa nyumba ya all the way to Raila's house, inaitwanga Simba. Raila's first house inaitwanga Simba. Imetengenezwa barabara, and at the speed as to that, the way that road is being built in Kisumu, he's going to be president. But it rests in your hands, people in Luo Nyanza. Mkuje mvote wote. Don't just get excited alafu msahau kuvote. Mwende wote, muamke asubuhi. Hata kama Kisumu inaweza fungwa, like nobody is going to work, tuenda kuvote, we'll be very happy. Mabasi zote Kisumu zifungwe, hakuna bar itafunguliwa. You have to go and vote. This is it. Raila is coming in. Tukikuja the events today in Nyanza, hapa kwa KISII, I think Raila was indirectly has endorsed Simba Arati. Sasa hizo maafisi zingine just let it go. Chana nayo. Akasema hii ni kijana yangu. That's already an endorsement. What are we talking about here? Simba Arati is the next governor. Simba Arati is a young man. He's in his early 40s, but he has the authority to say, nitaachia mtu hapa, one of us, Matiang apate kiti huko juu. He said that with authority, like he's going to be the kingpin of his clan in KISII. Ashasema na there's nothing these old people are going to do. Simba Arati is KISII and KISII is Simba Arati, na muanze kuzoea kumuita governor. Wacheni mchezo. As for again, another tribe has endorsed Uhuru with not Uhuru, Raila with traditional regalia. Wazee Mampatia. Yeah, so the KISII is giving his elderly clothes. And the final one alipata alivaa ile yake mzee ya Kisumu when he went to his home. So this guy is our, what do you call it? He's our leader. I'll start using the metaphors for. I'll use the metaphors like Mama Selina, and this goes to all the firstborns like me. Yes, these are my firstborns. Unajua saa zingine you always think that you're going to head the family. You assume you're the head of the family. Ati umeenda shule, sijui, you're doing so well, you've done work well, alafu na assume you're going to be the head of the family. Unatukana baba yako, you embarrass your dad, you do all those things, and that's what Ruto is doing. He's the firstborn of Jubilee, and he was going to be given the seat to take over from the father Uhuru. But unajua sasa zingine ukitukana baba yako sana mpaka anasema this one is not going to lead my clan or my people. Sasa hata kama ana watoto kwa hiyo nyumba, hata kama ana watoto wengine like last bonds, mzee anaweza patiana the neighbors, the neighbors children or the neighboring family to inherit his wealth, and that is what Uhuru has done. His firstborn has been misbehaving for the last 10 years. Kasema I'd rather give it to somebody that is not my blood. So Ruto, I can tell you, amefungiwa sahi. Unajua kwa nini alikuwa analia? Chenga amenichekesha sana. You know why? Nelvin will tell you, Kalenjin men don't cry like that. Huyo ni mtu wa Uganda. We don't cry. Kiona honestly, Kalenjin, Nelvin, hiyo ni watu wetu kweli?
Hata kwa matanga sijawahi ona mwanaume Mkalenjin akilia. Hakuna. Hata mwanaume mwizi Mkalenjin huwezi ona akitoa machozi yake.
Hiyo that is not us. We don't cry. Hata nilikuwa nangoja mama Selina aseme hiyo si mtu yetu huyo kweli. Ule mzee Mnandi alisema hii hatujui imetoka wapi hii kitu. Inalialia ovyo ovyo. Seriously, I looked at that video. I was like, yani mpaka natoa makamasi bana. It's just so embarrassing. Grown man crying na analia mbele ya bibi yake. How do you cry in front of your wife? Jesus Christ. And the funniest thing is, your video ilitengenezwa it was meant to be for viral effect. Kwa sababu unajua Ruto is an important person. So ataka mbele, alafu the guys who sit in front. The way the camera was facing, it seems as if that person was in front. So that person was not random. Yeye alipiga hiyo picha. Sijua alifikiria hii mambo yote, akafikiria I'm going to prison man. Nimeibiwa pesa. Central imekula pesa yangu yote na wachui. So I think that hiyo ndio uchungu alikuwa nayo, alilia bana. I think those ilikuwa real tears bana. Mjamaa aliona nimekulwa pesa bana huko. Na watu wa Central endelea kula. It's your money. Kwa sababu unajua kwa wakale hatujapewa hiyo pesa. So nyinyi enjoy alafu mvotie Jubilee, mvotie na Kenya. Kwanza vote na Kenya alafu votie Jubilee. Aendelee kulia. Unajua kwa nini analia pia? Hakuna security chief yoyote anashika simu yake. Ndio analia, hakuna chief, hakuna DCs, hakuna police heads, hakuna mtu anashika simu yake. These are the people he needs to know what's going on. What polling station umepatia bribe huko? No, hapana. Matiang'i amefanya kazi. Ni tu nitamkosoa hiyo kitu ya Turkana, nafaa kwenda kuangalia hiyo kitu. Lakini huyo mtu hakuna mtu kwa
alisema Kip 2017 alisema Matiang'i afanye kazi. So wacha Matiang'i afanye kazi yake. Sorry kwa kukukata, lakini nataka kukukumbusha Matiang'i ako kazi vile alikuwa 2017 na 2013.
Na ni kweli sana. Hii unajua this last minute cards, unajua hii chess master anaitwa Uhuru. Aliacha mlango ya government ifunguke. Ruto thought mlango bado inafunguka, anachungulia kidogo, anasema ni sawa. Fanya hii. Sasa mlango zote zimefungwa, mjamaa alialia huko Karen. There's no door for him. He cannot talk to a minister. IBC ndio hii imefungwa, hawezi ongea na mtu huko, hakuna mtu anashika simu yake. Acha wewe mjinga alie. It's done for him. Rigging. Uganda imeblokiwa. Uganda walimblock huko. Hawezi leta makaratasi kutoka Uganda. Watu wa airport security wameshika watu yake huko. The man is done for. Ile kitu watafute tu na ma-MP. Na ma-MP pole. Out of the government. Unasikia some central MPs wanakuja kusneak back to Jubilee. Chana na hiyo. Unajua vile my chairman anasemanga shenzi sana hiyo. Bure. Ruto. Acha tu nitaongezea baadaye, nimekasirika sana. And buy some Martha Karua t-shirts if you're in the US and UK or anywhere in Europe. Muvae mkiwa kwa election bana. Unajua when you're in the TV unaweza piga mapicha hivi. Support Martha the 6th. Asante sana.
Okay, thank you Kip, we appreciate that. Na itabidi sasa tufanye uchunguzi. There is a high demand for DNA test. Kuna mtu anakataliwa na lazima uchunguzi ufanywe. Kwa hivyo baada ya baba kuingia ofisi, a call commission of inquiry into the disappearance of a child that disappeared 55 years ago and seems to have been picked somewhere in Wazingishu, but the Wazingishu people are saying it doesn't look like them. So let that office be in effect. As soon as the transition committee finishes the transferring of power, next assignment is let people's DNA be tested. Watu warudi watu watafute baba yao wale wamekuwa baba mkate. Mundu wa nyumba, what is it? How are you today?
I'm fine. It's not that I want to present. I just want to say hi to you, all of you, and so special to keep for that narrative. And thirdly, niulize keep kama miti huko Sugoi, miti inaendeleaje, because this could be preparation for that, whatever is happening. And finally, either one of you, Bernard or Keep, please send me that clip. Hiyo ya analialia. I would like to see it also, please. Thank you.
Takutumia nyumba hata sahi immediately.
I thought nyumba anataka kusema anataka t-shirt. Sasa wewe.
T-shirt haina shida, hiyo ni automatic. Salina, hiyo ni automatic. Keep akiuliza hivyo I respond appropriately straight away.
Okay, thank you. We appreciate that. Na
ngoja Bernard, ile miti nimekata huko Sugoi ndio inatengeneza ile barabara ya kwenda kwa nyumba ya Raila. Unajua lamps tunataka stima. Sasa hiyo ni miti ya lamp, tunakata miti bado. It's being used to light up the streets for Raila when he's going home. Msijali, tutaendelea kukata miti.
Asante sana. Na hiyo miti pia tutarudisha sasa, watu wa concrete wachukue concrete yao. Wametuuzia concrete imeanguka na stima tutarudi kwa miti tu. Asante. Kwa hivyo tukate miti, tufanye treatment. Watu wa concrete wakienda nyumbani tutawapatia concrete, waone kama watasimama na hiyo concrete yao iwasaidie. Otherwise, thank you everybody. Let's keep inviting. Thank you for the number that is rising there. Please, let's keep it up. And then hiyo site ya t-shirts, tafadhali hakikisha kwamba unanunua t-shirt ya mama, the deputy president designate, waiting for the swearing in. Usiende kwa voting line ukiwa kama kawaida. Vaa kijeshi. Vaa jesi ambayo inaonyesha kwamba uko na solidarity na wale watu ambao wanaenda kuleta ukombozi Kenya. Ukombozi ambao unaeleweka. Si ukombozi ya uongo, ya machozi ya nini. Hiyo nayo ni kali sana. Nimekuwa church miaka mingi, lakini kuna mambo ingine haiwezekanangi. Na hata kama ni kulia, unaambia watu wa kamera waende mbali. Biblia inasema wakati Yusufu alikuwa anajionyesha kwa ndugu zake na ikawa emotional, alifukuza maservants watoke wa Egypt, watoke kwanza, ndio yeye akiwa na ndugu zake. Lakini hii ingine ni hatari sana. Mungu atatusaidia. Sitaki kuingia kwa vita ya wale watu wanataka kunipanga huko kwa comments. Wachana tu nayo sahi. Naomba tumsikilize Anderson atupatie watu Buhungu wanaingia ama waingii, kuna nini?
Na mambo.
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm good. Keep. Unajua Keep unataka kuspoil. Ati hapo juu unajua urafiki yetu by the way. Nilisema hapa mwanzo huyu jamaa atarudi Mount Kenya mpaka dakika ya mwisho. Na tunaona anarudi huko. Amekaa huko akafikiria magunia zilikuwa zimejaza pesa, sasa ziko empty. Sasa lazima alie tu. Tuachie huyo jamaa alie tu. Alafu ni siku 6 zimebakia. Alafu anaona magunia ziko empty, alafu ni 6 days na ni 6 am anaenda Sugoi. Huyu jamaa tumwache tu. Yeye atalia tu. Bena nimekuwa Kajiado, hata nimetoka huko leo. Nimekuwa Kajiado, nimeona Kajiado. Mambo si mabaya Kajiado. Kajiado kuko sawa, ni Azimio. Unajua mimi nimekuwa voter huko 2017 hapo Kajiado North. Hapo kuna jamaa wa Jubilee ndiye atakuwa mbunge. Unajua last alikuwa wa ODM lakini aliongea vibaya kwa baba. Sasa unajua ukiongea vibaya kwa baba unakuwa umejifungia mambo yako. So huyu jamaa wa ni pilot by the way, huyu jamaa wa Jubilee. Hiyo ndio watu wanasema watampatia kura mbunge wa Kajiado North. Mwenye wako karibu na yeye sana ni huyu jamaa tulikuwa tumempatia kura 2017, alikuwa MCA hapo Olkeri Ward. Anaitwa Kokoyo. Unajua Kokoyo hakufanya kazi yote. Sasa amekimbilia anataka ubunge. Pesa wanakula Bena. Pesa yake inakula vibaya sana. Pesa inakula hadi nimekuwa huko nimekula kidogo. Lakini kura haoni. So nimetoka Kajiado. Mambo si mabaya huko. Buhungu nasikia Buhungu hatuingii. Buhungu watu hawaingii Buhungu. So watu wajipange. Kuna stadium 6 in 6 months walikuwa wamemaliza. Achukue moja hapo tu. Asitusumbue wa Kenya. Yeye alituambianga tu in 3 months, in 6 months, sijui nini. Stadium 6 achague moja hapa achane na wa Kenya. Sio tutaki mtu wa kusumbua kila wakati. Stadiums ni mingi. Amejenga, amemaliza. Tumejenga mabarabara, tumejenga stadium, achukue moja. Mambo ya stadiums Buhungu achane na Buhungu. Oparanya hawezi kubali hiyo. Akae huko. So hapa Vihiga tuko sawa, mambo yanaenda sawa. Tumejaribu sana kuangalia hawa watu wenye wako kwa UDA. Tunafanya kila hizi siku zimebakia. Hawa watu wa UDA wenye wamesimama UDA tutake mambo yao. Tunataka tumalizane nao mapema. Alafu tumemaliza majamaa wamemaliza kukata majani chai. Ndio jamaa yetu Mudavadi asijifiche huko akikunywa sumu. Akikunywa sumu tumuone ndio tumuokoe. Unajua Kibu wewe unakata miti na unasahau kukuja tu hapa tu Vihiga utusaidia majani chai. Unajua hata hiyo bado anaweza jificha huko akunywa sumu. So majamaa wamejaribu, imeishaisha. Nikiongea mambo ya Raila huko Kisii, Azimio wanafanya kazi mzuri. Waendelee hivyo. Sasa sijui kama in 6 months ataenda tena Kisii. Juu anashinda kufuata baba. Baba akitoka huko ameingia huko. Sijui kama ataenda huko kesho. Sisi tunataka afuate baba hivyo mpaka dakika ya mwisho. Alafu siku ya mwisho atakuwa anaenda Sugoi. Hizo wilibaro zake ni mzuri sana. Tutasukuma mbio sana. So sina mengi Bena, nitarudi baadaye. Asanteni sana.
Thank you Anderson, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako na mchango wako. Tunasonga mbele. Nashukuru kila mmoja, tafadhali hakikisha kwamba respect inadumu. Tuheshimiane tukiwa hapa. No profiling of community. Nimeona mwingine hapa amesema moderator ni Mjaluo. Hakuna shida. Sisi ni watoto wa baba na baba ni Mjaluo Mluya. So sisi hatujakana, hatuwezi kana. Wale watu ambao baba yao hajulikani hao sasa ndio wako na shida. Sasa hata hiyo ID tunaenda kurevoke kwa sababu tunahitaji kujua mtu alitoka wapi. Imposters wote lazima wafanyie uchunguzi afresh tujue
mimi ni Mjaluo
migrants ama ni indigenous. Kama ni migrants hawapaswi kutawala Kenya. Kenya inatawaliwa na Wakenya. So if you are a migrant, tunafanya, ulipatikanaje hapa, naturalization ama application ama by birth? Na kama ni by birth, was it an accident or was it by design?
Penat.
Yes.
Mbona jamaa anatuimbia nyimbo sa wale wanakufa, wanaenda safarini, ukue pamoja nami, anajaribu kuongoza the music hata aelewe. Ebu ona hiyo video Penat. That is not, hiyo ni ya usuni, ni ile nyimbo sa wakati sa hey, watu wamekufa. Kwani kulikuwa kunalia watu wamekufa? Uniongoze safarini hata kama nimetarauliwa what is going on Penat? I think somebody is very sick. Hiyo video ukiona sahi hata utaokopa. Kwa hiyo nyimbo si ya kawaida. Hiyo ni ile tunaimba wakati tuko kwa mashishi. What is wrong? Oh my God. Pole Penat, but nimeona hiyo nini nimeokopa. Alafu anataka kuongoza, anapotea chuachui.
Mami, unajua amekuwa kanisani, aliacha CU kitambo sana. Hii kanisa anaendanga tu fundraising, ajui kile kinaendeleanga huko. So hata nyimbo zile hymns anajaribu kumemorize zile zilikuwa za Sunday school. Miaka imepita mingi. Msimlaumu sana. Ni vile tu kukaa mbali na hymn book. Hajaimba muda mrefu, so asamehewe. Naomba tusonge mbele. I think we need to bring in a video this time around. Ile link ya Martha Karua, tafadhali hakikisha unachukua t-shirt, kofia. Niliona mpaka kuna wood nzuri. Tafadhali hakikisha kwamba unanunua kitu hapo kusupport mom, our presidential, our deputy president disconnect. Yule mtu ambaye atatuonyesha jinsi ya kuwa deputy president. Huyu tumekuwa na yeye, huyu alikuwa fake. Alikuwa fake, alikuwa mwenyewe ajui president ni nini, deputy ni nini.
Runinga ya Mtembei imebobea mtandaoni kwa taarifa na uchanganuzi sahihi. Kumbuka tuko live pia kwenye Mtembei TV.
Once again, congratulations to all concerned. Thank you Mitsubishi for your trust and confidence in Kenya.
Wengi wameipokea na kuienzi. Wakati wa kihistoria umewadia tena tunapojisatiti kuingia maeneo tofauti jijini, mijini na hata vijijini. Tunaomba msaada wako, ufadhili na uwegezaji. Katika safari hii tuvute pamoja kuingia digital TV broadcasting space. Give us wings to reach every home locally as we do internationally. Mtembei TV, bold and truth. Mtembei TV, bold and truth.
Okay, thank you everyone for your commitment and continued support from Mtembei TV. We continue to reach out to you to be part and parcel of our history making by ensuring that we get onto the normal digital broadcasting space by your support. The details are scrolling on the screen on how you can be part of this, and we'll be sharing in the comment section later on. I want us to continue with the discourse. Let's bring Nelvin to continue with his submission. Carry on.
Bernard, habari yenu?
Tuko wazima tunashukuru. Namna gani huko?
pia sisi huku tuko salama.
Mm.
Chepkonya alituambia walikula walikula Bernard walikula. Sasa saa hizi
Nakwambia.
walikula sana, walikula wakakula, mpaka Chepkonya akatuambia walikula kabisa. Sasa Central wamekula, wamemaliza. Haya, kitu ya pili Bernard, kwa maisha yangu yote kuanzia nizaliwe, nikaenda TUM, nikarudi, nikaenda Chandoni na nikarudi, sijawahi ona mwanaume Mkalenjin akilia hata kwa matanga. Sijawahi ona. Hata kwa matanga peke yake sijawahi ona. Sijawahi kabisa ona mwanaume Mkalenjin akilia. Kuna kitu kimoja William Kenya anataka kujaribu kufanya nini? Anatafuta sympathy. Sasa hata vile watu wanauawa Turkana ni sympathy votes wanatafuta. Hiyo ni siasa. Watu wanakufa kwa sababu ya siasa. Hakuna vile unaweza niambia watu wamekaa kwa hiyo amani hiyo muda yote, alafu saa hizi wakati wa mwisho watu wameanza kuuawa. Sasa wanataka waseme Uhuru wafanyi kazi, na Uhuru anafanya kazi yake. Tumeshajua ukora yao na ujanja yao. Hakuna mambo ya sympathy votes sahi. Sahi William aombe kura kwa amani. Aombe hiyo kura yake venye anaomba. Alafu kitu kingine Bernard, unajua mimi nikiungama dhambi zangu saa hizi. Mimi ungama dhambi zangu. Nikipiga magoti niungame dhambi zangu. Siwezi toka hapo na niende nifanye makosa nikijua ya kwamba ndarudi kuungama tena. Wametoka maombi, wajemaliza dakika 5, na kuna sijui ni women rep anasimama Nyeri anatukana na matusi ambaye ati heri wachague mwizi kuliko wachague mchawi na mtu ambaye hajitahiriwa. That is nonsense. Hiyo ni ujinga wa akili, sijui hata na wanini. Hiyo unachagua mwizi ati, kwani wewe umezaliwa wapi? Sisi tuna haja na wizi. Sisi hatuna haja na wizi. Sisi tuko na haja na watumishi wa serikali. Tumewaandika kazi, watufanyie kazi, si mambo na wizi. Hatutaki kujua kama umetahiriwa ama hujatahiriwa. Sisi tunataka mtumishi wa serikali, kwa sababu wewe uliomba kazi. Usikuje kutuambia kwani wewe alilala na Raila ndiye akajua hajatahiriwa. Wewe ni mwenda wa simu. Raila ni kama baba yake, hata ni kama babu yake. Yeye anakuja kusema mzee hajatahiriwa. Wewe unafaa kulaaniwa na ukakufe kifo mbaya sana, ushindwe pepo mbaya. Hiyo ni matamshi ambayo haisaidii kabisa. Mjifunze kuwa na adabu. Si ukichukua mic hivi ni kuongea vitu ambaye ikusaidii. Chukua mic, uza agenda, wacha kuuza vitu ya upusi. Kitu kingine Bernard, nimekuja kuangalia Rift Valley. William anaangalia ule mtu mwenye anaweza mpiga. Mwenye anaweza mpiga kwa wizi. Akiiba huyu anaweza nisaliti. Wacha nimtume nyumbani. Na ndio ukiangalia mahali, hata mahali kutakuwa na hizo mahali wamesema kutakuwa na ghasia. Hawajataja mahali kama Kericho na Bomet hizi. Hazijaguziwa sana kwa sababu ya nini? Wale wanajua chama ya UDA ni chama ya Wanandi. Kwa sababu huwezi toka all the way kutoka Uasin Gishu unakuja kugawanisha watu ukiwaambia mnichagulie huyu governor, muachane na huyu. Ati huyu ni wa chama yangu, huyu si wa chama yangu. Baya fanya kazi. Bernard, ile kitu yenye ningeomba na watu waache hiyo mambo ya kuwa na hiyo mambo ya nini? Waache mambo ya kuuza sera ambazo hazifai. Kitu yenye ningeomba William afanye. Amezunguka miaka 4. Amefanya mpaka Wakalenjin wakaonekana si viongozi tena. Sasa hata ukienda mahali unaogopa kusema wewe ni Mkalenjin. Wacha wengine hapa wenye wanatusiana ati kwa comments ati huyo si Mkalenjin, wewe si Mkalenjin, sijui ni ati umekuwa against William. Wewe umefanya Wakalenjin wakachukiwa kwa sababu ya wizi yako. Na ukiangalia mzee kama Chepkonyi si rika hata ya William, hata si rika ya baba ya William, na anasema kijana ni mwizi, alianza kuiba kalamu kwa shule na raba. Wanafunzi kwa hivyo hawakuwa nakaa na amani kwa hiyo miaka. Sasa sisi na ndio tunaweza itwa watoto wake wa William. Sasa tutafuata hii mambo ya wizi kweli? Bernard, mimi nimefuga kuku kwa miaka mingi, hata saa hii bado huwa nafuga kuku. Lakini huwezi niambia ati kuku umefuga ukakuwa bilionea. Hiyo ni uongo. Hata milionea. Uongo. Hiyo ni uongo. Uongo kabisa. Hata haijasikika hii dunia. So huwezi kuja na hizo vitu kidogo kidogo unakuja kuonesha. Unajua sasa ameingia Central, amejua watu wa Central wanapenda pesa. Kitu ya kwanza, wanapenda biashara. Na ameamua kuwe broker kwa maisha yao. Awauzie uongo, awatengenezee kazi bandia. Alitengeneza pesa bandia. Wewe unafikiria tutakuwa na hii serikali itakuwa ya cartels? Hii itakuwa worse than cartel. Ikiwa mtu ametengeneza pesa bandia na amepatiwa yeye ndio amri mkuu wa jeshi, anatengeneza nini? Utakuwa ukienda kununua mkate hivi unakuta umebeba karatasi, ndugu yangu. Ati nyuma ni Gachagua, mbele ni William. Alafu wewe sasa unasema ati umeenda kununua mkate, unatolewa mbio tena, unashtukia umepigwa, umenyang'anywa kila kitu. Na wewe ni Mkenya na huna makosa yoyote, ni pesa umeenda kutoa mahali, kumbe ni bandia. Ile kitu yenye ningependa kuomba watu. Na vijana juzi nimetoka tu kutangaza hapa, nafikiri walikuwa wanaangalia hapa. Hao wenye wameshikwa university. Mtembei kila mahali inaangaliwa, hata Turkana wanaangalia kila mahali. Nikawaambia wasitumike na wanasiasa kufuruga amani. Sasa saa hii hata kura labda watapiga, wako jela. Hiyo ukafiri ambayo wanaleta waachane naye kabisa, kwa sababu kitu kimoja, wewe uko na mama yako. William si baba yako, Rachel si mama yako. Haujai muona hiyo mambo ya kuleta mambo ati wewe lazima upiganie William, ukufe na William. Utapigwa risasi, utakufa bure. Leo angalia venye security imemwagwa Rift Valley. Leo wamemwaga ile gari yenye nilikuwa naongea hapa juzi, Bernard, imepelekwa huko kupelekwa, zimepelekwa huko roli leo zaidi ya 6. Nimeona zimeenda kabisa, zimeenda kufanya kazi. Waache kuingilia mambo ya waache kuleta hiyo furugu. Tunataka watu wakuwe na adabu, watu waheshimiane, watu wajue huyu ni Mkalenjin, si mwizi, si mfisadi, naweza mpatia kazi. Huyu ni Mkalenjin, anaweza ongoza miaka ya kesho. Lakini si ati tuonesha juu sisi ni Wakalenjin lazima tuongoze. Unaweza ongoza hata kwako kwa nyumba. William wako na familia kubwa, aende achukue watoto wake, achukue Rachel, awaongoze, achukue bibi ya Gachagua, aseme yeye ni president kwa hiyo nyumba. Itawezekana? Kwa sababu ni kwao. President wa wizi na wa corruption na wa matusi. Waende wachukue kijiji kimoja huko ajifanye president huko. Saa hii kama William ni mwanaume na anasema yeye ni mwanaume, aseme kesho kuna maandamano, watu wasiende kazi. Aone kama tutafanya kazi. Tutaenda kazi mbaya sana. Kama yeye ni mwanaume, kesho aseme kesho kuna maandamano. Kenya mzima hakuna kuenda kazi. Wale wenye wataenda kazi shida yao, lakini sisi tutaenda kazi. Kiwanja ya kufanyia nini? Aende Kamarich. Kamarich iko huko. Akumalizia Kamarich iko, aende aweke mkutano yake Kamarich. Aita wafuasi tuone sasa watenda wangapi, juu Kamarich si hapa. Hiyo Kamarich yake akutengeneza. Apeleke mkutano Kamarich. Si anataka kiwanja na ajetengeneza hata mmoja. Apeleke mkutano yake ya mwisho Kamarich. Hiyo ndio ningependa kuongea kwa siku ya leo Bernard, na nizidi sana na Wakenya kwa ujumla. Muache mambo ya furugu, mtauawa. Bado Uhuru ndio president, mkumbuke hivyo. Uhuru ni president mpaka wakati ambapo atapeana upanga. Uache kujipiga kifua kwa sababu ati wewe ni Mkalenjin, lazima upiganie William aingie. Uache kupigania Raila kwa sababu wewe ni Mkenya, utakufa bure. piga kura na amani, enda kwa nyumba, ngojea matokeo. Lakini wakiibia baba, tunaenda barabara sisi. Wakiiba barabara, sasa saa hii tunaenda kutoa mpaka Chebukati kwa ofisi, tumuweke pale Uhuru Park, tumalizane na yeye, tuchukue huyo mwingine mdogo wake huyo marijuana, tuweke hapo Uhuru Park, tumalizane na yeye. Wasiibe kura ya baba, tunawaomba. Saa hii William milango yake yote imefungwa, hakuna mahali penye anaweza weza kuibia kura. Ndio unaona anawika wika hivi na matusi. William, enda nyumbani polepole, enda na Uhuru polepole. Ni hayo tu kwa leo Bernard.
Okay, asante sana Nelvin, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na maoni yako. Wasia ndio huo umeenda. Kama unatupata kwa njia safi, tuambie uko sehemu gani. Na Mtembei TV inasikika kila mahali, inafika kila mahali, popote kule uko na internet unaweza tupata katika matangazo yetu tofauti. Kile tunachotimiza ni
Bernard, niko nimesahau ndakuongelesha Friday, ndakuongelesha Friday upande nyingine. Upande ya contribution ndakuongelesha Friday.
Sawa sawa, thank you very much. So kila mtu hakikisha kwamba auingii korokoroni. Wacha ile kujidanganya ile Gachagua anasema wa polisi waachilie watu wako kwa seli waende kupiga kura. Hakuna kupiga kura ukiingia kwa seli. Kwa hivyo hakikisha kwamba unalinda uhuru wako, unalinda kura yako na uko karibu na polling station. Usijiingize kwa mambo ambayo itakupeleka korokoroni. Zimesalia siku ngapi hizo? 5 tu tuko kwa polling station. Kwa hivyo story ya kwenda kukaa kijiweni mkianza kufanya mazoezi ya Wajakoya na group, hapana tafadhali. Tunataka kura yako na uwezi kutupigia kura ukiwa sel. Hakikisha unakaa nje ya sel, fika nyumbani mapema, kagua kitambulisho chako, hakikisha ni halali, weka mambo yako tayari, siku ya kupiga kura wewe uko wa kwanza. Kuna watu washaanza kusema wanataka wale ambao wamejiandikisha karibu na huku wanataka kutafuta mahali pa kulala ili siku ya kupiga kura wakuwe wa kwanza. Tunahitaji watu kama hao. Usikae mbali na polling station na usiassume kwamba ID yako iko, enda ukague, uhakikishe iko na inafanya kazi vizuri. Enda kwa IEBC port, angalia kama kura yako na jina lako liko, ili siku ya kupiga kura kusikue na matatizo. Thank you everybody. Let's do what we are required to do because it is right, and we move forward. Let's play this video before Mundua Nyumba comes to give us his view of our politics and how we need to respond to the same. Let's get this rolling.
Tena mtazamaji, matokeo ya hivi punde ya kura ya maoni yameonyesha kuwa 52% ya wapiga kura hapa nchini katika kaunti ya Nairobi wangemchagua mgombea wa kiti cha urais kwa tiketi ya chama cha muungano wa Azimio la Umoja, yani Raila Odinga. Kura hiyo kadhalika imeonyesha kuwa mgombea wa kiti cha urais kwa tiketi ya chama cha UDA William Ruto angepata 34% endapo uchaguzi huo ungefanyika hii leo. Wakati huo huo, mgombea wa kiti cha ugavana kaunti ya Nairobi kwa tiketi ya chama cha UDA Johnson Sakaja angeibuka mshindi kwa kujizolea 53% ya kura dhidi ya mpinzani wake mkuu Polycarp Igathe ambaye angepata 36% ya kura hizo. Haya ni kwa mujibu wa utafiti wa shirika la TIFA. David Mudhoka anaarifu zaidi.
Hiyo ya hivi punde iliyochapishwa na shirika la utafiti la Trends and Insights for Africa TIFA inaashiria dalili za ushindani mkali kati ya wanasiasa wa muungano wa Azimio One Kenya na wenzao wa muungano wa Kenya Kwanza unaoongozwa na naibu rais William Ruto. Siku 6 tu kabla ya Wakenya kuelekea debeni, majibu kutoka kwa Wakenya waliohojiwa na shirika la TIFA siku ya Jumatatu yanaonesha kuwa mpeperushaji wa bendera ya Azimio kwenye kinyang'anyiro cha Ikulu Raila Odinga angejizolea 52% ya kura katika kaunti ya Nairobi, huku 38% ya wapiga kura hao wangemchagua mpinzani wake mkuu William Ruto wa UDA. Kwenye kipute cha ugavana kaunti ya Nairobi inayojivunia idadi ya wapiga kura milioni 2.4, mgombea wa chama cha UDA Johnson Sakaja angemlisha kivumbi mpinzani wake Polycarp Igathe endapo uchaguzi ungefanyika leo. Kura ya maoni imeonyesha Sakaja angepata 53% ya kura hizo, huku Igathe akifuata kwa umbali kwa kujizolea 36% ya kura hizo. Katika kinyang'anyiro cha kiti cha useneta kaunti ya Nairobi, Edwin Sifuna wa chama cha ODM anaongoza kwa 47%, akifuatwa na Margaret Wanjiru aliye na 19%. Naye mwakilishi wa kike kaunti ya Nairobi Esther Passaris akionyesha dalili za kuhifadhi kiti chake. Kura ya maoni imeonyesha atajizolea 48% ya kura, huku mpinzani wake wa karibu Millicent Omanga akipata 28% ya kura hizo. Kwenye umaarufu wa miungano, muungano wa Azimio la Umoja una umaarufu wa 50% jijini Nairobi, huku Kenya Kwanza ikiwa na umaarufu wa 28%. Utafiti huo ulijumuisha kuwahoji wapiga kura 520 wanaoishi jijini Nairobi kwa njia ya simu. David Muthoka, KTN News, Nairobi.
Okay, those are the TIFA result. Mundu wa nyumba karibu.
Asante Bwana Bernard, na salam special kwa Bwana Wekesa. Sijai kumuona masaa kama hii. Naona homestretch, tuko homestretch sasa, ukianza kumuona masaa kama hii. Mama Selina salimika. Nelvin, asante sana, I'm very impressed. Nelvin, you are not met before. I'm impressed. Stephen, Wangira, Elizabeth, Jared, and Wangira is appearing twice. Wangira, kama ni twin brother. Wangira, mko wawili huko, waona. Santini. Nafikia nitaongea machache sana, na nimesema kuna wakati mwingine wa kuongea ama kusikiliza. Especially now I've heard Kip and I've heard Nelvin. Na nafikiria Nelvin ameambukizwa hiyo ugonjwa na Kip wa kuongea ukweli. It's okay. It's not a bad disease. Yeah, now Raila Odinga leads in all 3 opinion polls. That's the truth of the matter. But of course, you expect the UDA people to say it's fake again. But that's what on the ground. The only thing I can say here is that the difference in leadership or in that percent is going to increase. It's going to increase every day. And finally, it will end up what I predicted very early, that Raila will get 60%. I predicted that RUTO will get 30%. He won't. He can get even less than 30%. Every day, especially now, can see our President Uhuru Kenyatta is doing a quiet campaign, very quiet, skillful, professional. You don't have to shout and be angry for you to think that you are campaigning. It doesn't work that way. So actually, the president is doing very quiet and professional campaign for Azimio quietly, and that's where to go. You don't have to be so brutal using the physical force. You can use intelligence, use your brain to achieve some targets, and people will not even realize. It's the home stretch. Now, KISII is home ground. That's Azimio proper. And actually now, our president, the 5th, is just going to confirm the position. It can't change. And it has been actually his home ground. And RUTO has been there spending money. He thought he had owned the KISII area. He doesn't. Similarly, he thought he had taken Central in totality. It's not. Actually, I said I was last weekend, I was in Mathira. In fact, I was in Karatina. And of course, because of the sympathy of their son called Gachagua, some will insist, some don't have to reason out. They'll just insist this is our son, and they're saying he's being punished. Even the sentence, the judicial sentence he got, translated to be political. that they want to finish him off. No, but some are still reasonable. So even in Mathira itself, you will see that Ruto and Gachagua will not get 100% to be divided. And that small percentage is what we require. It's more. We actually initially we required 20%. It's no longer 20. It's above that. So the difference between buying people, it doesn't last. In our language, it is very difficult to translate into English. You see, the best. Kamau is not here to translate. The best weapon to use is not force. Use truth to achieve your meaning, and it always prevails. Let's say, for example, even children, small children, you can pinch them for discipline. But when a kid now becomes 18 or 20, is still a kid, your child. But you don't pinch, you don't slap, you don't do that. Use reason. You reason out. And that one actually achieves even more than the physical strength you may use against such a child. So I think Ruto was thinking that using money and brutal force will achieve anything. The only fear I have, lady and gentlemen, is that anger shown by Ruto after I discovered he's losing. It's dangerous, actually. The sort of anger is very dangerous. And I wonder even the people who are following why they are doing it up to now. He's not a leader. A leader doesn't show that. It can come temporarily, but not to that extent. You see, even that cry. Thanks, Skip. I've received the clip, part of the clip. I'm going to the internet to get the whole stuff. That cry of Ruto is a cry of bitterness. Actually, it's a cry of anger. It's not a genuine. And like Nelvin and Kip, they have said, it's not me. I've stayed with the Kalenjin. I've been born in Rift Valley. I've grown with that. In fact, I know Chamga and they're small. Najua naelewa, lakini kuongea sasa inakuwa shida. It is still an extension of the same anger he showed the other day. Every day, anger on a daily basis. I wonder even how he stays in his homestead with Rachel. This is a dangerous man, and he should be contained. We are going to contain him through the vote, and thereafter now keep left. I told them not to cut the trees so he can do the necessary, if so he wishes. So I don't know what will happen, but we should be very careful. Make sure that, of course, automatically we are not going to vote him. But even the few, my fear is that even the few, those percentages getting, I wonder why he's getting that. Kenyans, wake up. Should get 0, not even 20%. What for? Okay, finally, Bernard, I think you are doing okay. You may maybe behind the scenes you tell us how we are doing in terms of the Mutambei issue, because we wanted to be stronger every other day. It's a good program. It's a good channel. It assisted many of us. We have learned from each other, the old and the young, and all of us. Now, finally, Ruto returns to NYERI. I was there over the weekend. It's nonsense. And go there a million times. It's not going to change anything. It's what's been going down. They keep on going down every day. Actually, it's drastic. The drop is drastic now. In the next 6 days, he may even get only 20%, and Raila gets 80% in Central. I think I'll just leave it at that. Today, I even wanted to listen more. That's why I came early. Bwana Wekesa, happy to see you. It's rare we meet, and you have come early. Let me stop there and hear from others also. Thank you, Bernard, for giving that opportunity to give my opinion.
Thank you so much, Mnduwa Nyumba. We appreciate it. Tunashukuru kwa hekima na wasia ambayo unaendelea kushirikisha Wakenya, na tunahimiza kila mmoja, tafadhali jifunze kitu wakati kipindi kinaendelea. Kuna kujirekebishana, kuna kukosoana, kuna kuhimizana, kuna kujengana. katika Mtembei TV. Kwa hivyo usiwe mtu ambaye unatafuta what is wrong. Let's find also what is right and embrace what is right for the welfare of each and every Kenyan. It is our civic duty.
Bernard, I told you to remove one of the Angiras. There are two Angiras there, unless they are twins. Remove one of them.
Okay. They made double application, or one of them is a stranger. Najua saa hii tumeanza kutafuta watu na DNA. So kama vizuri. So Wangira, greet me if you can hear me. Okay. Thank you. Now I know which one is fake, which one is genuine. Hapo ndio mimi nafanyianga DNA. Mi DNA yangu huhitaji kutoa damu. Ukiinua tu hivi mkono najua nani ako fake, nani ako genuine. All the same, thank you everybody. Please let's keep working. Ensure that you are participating into our expansion program. Tuma hela yako, whichever amount you can. We are still looking for the 100 strategic investors. I mean partners with $200. We are not doing very well on that lane. We are doing extensively well, but not very well. By now we are yet even to get those the 100 people to Ajafikisha 20. That's why I'm crying. Ajafikisha 20. I have received about 8 pledges, and the other 8 have paid the $200. So that's how we are going. Yesterday I received from Michael Mwarenge. Michael Mwarenge sent in his $200 to be part of the partnership of Mtembei TV, moving to the digital space. The rest I'll be sharing names later. I understand. Okay, I'm placed in a very awkward position. There are those who tell me strictly I should not mention their name. There are others who are on my neck and say I said you did not mention my name. So niko na ile hali ya kukaa hapo katikati kama Yesu tu, nashindwa nitakosea huyu, nitarekebisha huyu, ama nitafanyaje. Lakini kwa vile tuko pamoja na katika jamii kubwa inaitwa Mtembei TV, tuvumiliane, tusameheane, tukue pamoja na tuhakikishe kwamba Kenya inasonga mbele. Thank you everybody. Let's keep doing the right thing. Let's keep doing the right thing. So I'll be sharing the details on how you can contribute. You can either use the till number or use the M-Pesa number. There is also the option of using PayPal. Those who want to use the PayPal account, I'll be sharing the link later on. But all in all, kila mtu ajitahidi kwamba when Mtembei TV was expanding to the digital space, I also played a role. I was not a spectator, I was a participator. Let your name be put in the books of those that helped Mtembei TV move and expanded from online to offline. And we are retaining both services so that we reach everybody to the best of our capacity. And we are also lining up a media setup for the election results. That is also involving, because you notice we come like this particular show, it begins at 9:30 and runs till morning. Now for us to run that kind of show for 5 days straight, we'll need to have a serious media center where we have at least restrooms, and then we have that, because talking for 5 days non-stop hapo utahitaji neema isiyokuwa ya kawaida. Kwa hivyo for that to happen, we will need some financial boost from your end. So whatever we are sending in as our contribution can also help towards that. Usilegeze sana. Let us just do what we can. And I trust that you are proud of what you are seeing, and you want to be part of the history making. Thank you very much. Naomba sasa tumsikilize nani huyu. Bwana Wekesa, tusalimie kwanza. Unajua ni mkurugenzi wetu, unaweza you can be considering on how to fire us while we are here. So greet us, then you can bring in Jared.
Ya, habari zenu?
Wazima, twashukuru. Vipi huko?
Niko salama. I saw people crying. I thought today was anyway, the shortest verse in the Bible says Jesus wept. So if you are deputy Jesus, you have also to weep, and that is in order. But in the morning, I took issue with a few of some emojis. One of them was Mark Karaoke. 2013, he was on the forefront telling us how Uhuru is God's chosen one. And right now, he's the same one who preached today saying that we don't need a president with red eyes. Then my question was, when he was telling us Uhuru was God's chosen, did he not see that the eyes were red? Or they have become red after a certain consideration? So this taints our men of God, which is not good. And that's why sometimes they are advised not to delve into politics, because when you do politics, you expose yourself so much until after which people will re-examine you and wonder whether everything you say on the pulpit is accurate, because they will observe you through the lens of the things you have pronounced. So it's good to keep to a certain standard. And I also, in that weeping drama, I want to, you see, these are the guys who have come up and told us that some people, the way they were profiling people and blackmailing them, that we need someone who is amekatwa. Bernard will agree with me saizi, this is August and hii ni tarehe mbili, huko Bungoma watu wanakatwa. And one of the things watu wenye wamekatwa huwezi kulialia mbele ya wanawake. So I don't know to them what kukatwa means, but they don't even believe in what they proclaim. And some of these people they undermine, wanasema wajakatwa, are the guys who have gone through serious stuff of life, yet you have never seen even assure that they are almost breaking down. I have watched Papa lose elections unfairly, but he comes out very strong. And that shows how which kind of material he's made of. Yeah, okay. There has been an opinion poll, not one, actually there are 4. Let me share it here. Sijui kama mnaiona. Yeah, there were 4 opinion polls. Kuna TIFA, kuna Ipsos, kuna Infotrack, and NMG. TIFA, Raila was leading with 47, RUTO 39, NMG, Raila 49, RUTO 41, Ipsos, Raila 47, RUTO 39, and the other one was Infotrack, Raila 49, RUTO 42. Now, having come out with this one, I see UDA are disputing. They're also saying that they have they are on around 5 opinion polls, which shows RUTO ranging between 53 and 56. I have no problem with that, but the question then is why do they want to major on clandestine things? Those when we come to issues of degree, wanatuleta degrees zenye haziko recognized, universities that are not accredited, when they come to opinion polls, they want to look for their own domestic farms, which of course even cannot be aired on mainstream media. And that's what they want to measure. So my question then will be, if we are going to have results, are they going to have their own IEBC? Then their own, eventually their own swearing in. I think that if that is the matrix they are using, then that is where we are headed. We will have someone who also declare his own results and have his own swearing in. If you don't agree with the opinion polls that are accredited, then you run your own. Chances are you will also bring us other drama when we go forward the remaining parts of this election. Uhuru Kenyatta was in Bungoma. He was telling my Bungoma Kingsmen, you know, that's where I come from, that don't make a mistake. Don't make a mistake. Ukisikia nasema hii mambo, mjue sio kusuri. So don't make a mistake that we regret later. He was opening one of the farms that had stalled, that is Mumias, not Mumias, Nzoia Sugar Company. But one of the things also that was interesting about Bungoma is in the opinion poll, that majority of the undecided voters come from Bungoma County. And that tells you a lot. And for me, perhaps when Ruto began abusing some of the leaders from Western, it made them to, even those who are warming up for him, to start rethinking their way. So they are thinking like, I think there's a danger in the place where we are going. So that's why majority of them have now reclined to a group of undecided voters. I was happy for what happened in KISII. Not only did Baba say Simba Arati ni kijana yangu, he also had a ride with him on the same vehicle when they were doing campaign. So literally he endorsed without shouting so much. But again, he is confident that Simba Arati is going to win, so he doesn't have to strain other candidates in endorsement. He just have to show that this is the right guy. Uhuru aliuliza Wakikuyu yaani watoto wao wanaenda university kule ng'ambo, alafu hao wenu wanaambiwa watauza kuku na wapewe wheelbarrow. So this person has incited you, but he's not helping you. He's just trying to show you things that don't exist. So don't follow him, but follow what I'm saying. Let me just share that short clip of Uhuru in Bungoma as I wrap up.
Hakuna kitu hatari kama mdomo tamu ikuje ikuambie vile atafanya, na yale anakuambia atafanya wakati alikuwa na uwezo hakufanya. Lakini leo anakuambia mimi nitakuja kufa. Hey. Tunaelewana? Tunaelewana? Na ndipo nasema wenzangu wa Bungoma. Wenzangu wa Bungoma, msicheze na moto. Si mumecheza na moto na mumeumia? Si mumecheza na moto na mumeumia? Munataka kurudi kwa moto ama munataka kuokoka? Mnataka kuokoka? Njia ya kuokoka ni baba. Nawaambia, uzee sio ugo, uzee sio nini?
Okay, then this is what
got this misguided idea that we are selling the same thing. You must have been listening only to yourself. For us, we are selling something completely different. We are selling completely different. We are selling a bottom-up approach of economic development and growth. They are still selling the trickle-down economics or the theory. For us, our idea, we are basing our manifesto on changing on a paradigm shift, changing the model for this country, the way we've done things. For us, the reason why I believe that we are going to be elected, I don't know where Moses got this idea that when I say in the Mount Kenya region we have retained our support, or in the Rift Valley we have retained our support. I don't know. I know where he gets the ethnics, because in Mount Kenya region it's not only one community. In Rift Valley is entirely almost all tribes of the Republic of Kenya. So when I say we are retaining our support in the Rift Valley and the Mount Kenya region, in Nairobi, for example, whatever support we had in Nairobi, we've retained. When we were in Jubilee, we've retained in UDA, is basically has nothing to do with ethnic census, and we don't talk about ethnic.
What's the final tally that you are getting from your polls? He's given us 50% plus one. He actually says he feels.
Well, yeah, but for us, to be very fair, even the latest one I have seen is 53%. It's 53%. Yeah.
When today? Yes.
Yes. Waiga, by the way, Radio Africa does opinion polls. IRS does opinion polls. Mizani does opinion polls. We do our own internal polls. We do it ourselves internally.
You have qualified.
Yes, we have all the qualified pollsters, all the machines and everything. We have also. You saw the other day they were attempting to raid offices because of us carrying our opinion polls and trying and breaking computers and all that. And we have also commissioned an independent opinion pollsters to do for us. About 5 opinion polls that I am privy to rate us between 53 and 56. Why I don't trust the Ipsos, for example?
Okay.
If you ask me, no, I'm just I see them. I see them all the time here, and I'm not here when they are talking here. When you are always calling them every week.
But they're not here talking about Kipchumba.
Absolutely no. But they're talking about us. They're talking about our political formation, and they are passing it as if it is.
They've carried out polls which they've carried out in 2013.
And I am glad, Waiga, you are raising that issue. When you call those people here,
we don't
alone. No, I'm just saying, you call them here alone and challenge, choose only 2 pollsters because it favors one side of the political divide. I would like to challenge you, Waiga, when you call again my friend Tom Wolf, or you call one of those people who is coming here, call me here. Let me come and challenge their statistics. Call someone from Azimio. Call someone from UDA.
Okay.
Let us come here. Let's not just have them coming here to pontificate about figures. No, I'm just saying about figures. Exactly. About figures that we know they are false. Let me challenge you something. You know that Citizen TV on 1st of August 2017 published opinion polls from Ipsos that said Uhuru was 41%, Raila was 52 or 53%. But it was not the truth. We are used to that. Okay. So that's why I'm telling you, we cannot say, because of their longevity and the fact that they have done opinion polls for many years, that they have a credibility that they have never, in any case, they have never predicted any president.
Bernard, I wanted to capture it in the context. So this is what, and these are politics of Trump. Trump, when he was running his campaigns and presidency, he created a culture of segregation. It's us versus them. Our media, their media. Our platform, their platform. And so, if at all we are going to give UDA or Kenya Kwanza leadership of this nation, I'm telling you, we will have media for for the government and the media against the government. And some of those medias that will be against the government may be shut down because they have consistently blackmailed certain media. And then right now they are against all pollsters. They have their own. So everything, they will have their own internal. And that's how Moi ran this country. Everything was about KBC. The rest of the media could not be heard. They could not air anything. If they could get clips, they could get it through KBC. So that is the danger that is befalling us if we allow these people called Ruto and Kashakwa to rule us. So I want to stop there, Bernard, but I have a clip of 30 seconds about Mount Kenya. So Nyumba will interpret for us this one.
Play it.
Haya, imekata.
Ria ageranitie na ithuĩ akahotwo kana akahotana ukarehe thĩna na rĩu tondũ Ngai nĩ amũtuĩte rĩ Ngai tũmwemithie tũmũhe mĩaka ĩrĩa agũikara rĩ atongorie ũhoro ũrĩa tũgũikara. Thank you. Ndacagũra Raila ndaririkana ũrĩa ageranitie na ithuĩ akahotwo kana akahotana ukarehe thĩna na rĩu tondũ Ngai nĩ amũtuĩte rĩ Ngai tũmwemithie tũmũhe mĩaka ĩrĩa agũikara rĩ atongorie ũhoro ũrĩa tũgũikara. Thank you.
Nyumba, tell us, what is that?
Yes, this is an elder, and he says that Raila has won and lost many times. And now, since it is his time, we give him the votes for whatever number of years God is going to give him to be around with us. Him is going to give his vote for Raila, and is requesting others to do similar. The most important thing is that it's like quietly is agreeing. Raila has won other times and is winning stolen from him, but he's pleading with everybody. Now it is Raila's time. He has tried many times, and we give him the Kikuyu. He actually is talking to the Kikuyus. He's talking in Kikuyu Central. The Central people, let him not use Kikuyu. They vote for Raila. It's as simple as that. Thank you, Pana Kesa.
Okay.
Thank you. I think I'm returning now to the chair. Thank you, Bernard, for giving me that chance.
Okay, thank you very much. And remember to take down the videos you played, since they are from your back end, not from my back end. I'm glad that we are making good progress. Thank you those who are inviting others to join into the discourse. I believe we are profiting even as we share on our different views. Tutayamsikiliza Jared kwanza, alafu turudi kwa Mkururo. Jared, vipi? Bwana Jared, adjust your camera so that we see your face. Hapo sawa, endelea.
Now it is okay. Mi shukuru Mtembe nzuri ambao mna kwa muda mrefu era ambao ya Kenya. Hizi reality
Bwana Jared, you're mute, unmute tu mara moja alafu naendelea. You're still mute, Mr. Jared. We can't hear what you're saying. Okay, seems Jared has a challenge with his microphone. Let's yes, Jared.
Microphone.
Chagua.
Bwana Wangira, are you?
Oh, can I make my contribution, Bernard?
I called upon you. I'm almost giving it to someone else.
Okay, thank you very much. How are you? How are you, everybody in the studio? Bernard, let me just make my quick contributions. Bernard, on this issue of opinion polls, sitaki sana kuandikia mate na wino huko Bernard. Wino huko na kwa siku 5 kutokea leo Bernard. Kutumia wino tutajua ni gani mbichi na ni gani mbivu Bernard. Mkoko sasa ndio unaalika maua Bernard. So you know these people who are trying to discredit these opinion polls the way I've just seen Murkomen there discrediting these opinion polls. They should be ready for great surprises, you know. People have done these opinion polls, they even tabulated the numbers, and we have a rough estimate of what margin Raila Odinga will get and what margin William Samoei Ruto will get. For example, there's this margin of Raila Odinga getting 9.5 million votes and William Samoei Ruto getting something like 8 million votes, a difference of around 1.5 million votes between Raila Odinga and William Ruto. So, but because they want to keep us into an argument, ndio nimesema kwa nini tuandikie mate na wino huko. Wino ni kura tutapiga next week. Let us wait for the casting of the vote next week so that we can disapprove them through the ballot. That's all that I can say about the opinion polls. Bernard, I want just to move quick to William Ruto, and today we saw him. Is it weeping or you call it crying? I remember there's a time Bishop Paul, Bernard, you know Bishop Paul. Bishop Paul said that, you know, God is only moved by the genuineness of the heart. God is never moved by tears. That's what Bishop Paul once time told us. Bernard, you know Bishop Paul. So, you know, it does not matter, you know, how many liters of tears William Samoei Ruto will release before the 9th of August 2022. So long as his heart is not genuine, you know, there are chances that God might not listen to him. Because, you know, there are principles, you know, there are set criteria that make God to listen to you. If you don't meet the criteria, God does not listen to you. You know, for example, you cannot be purporting to cry. Then in the afternoon, you are busy insulting other people. You know, you are crying in church, you want God to listen to you, and immediately you leave church, you're out there insulting people. You know, that's not how God works. Waketa has raised an issue here, Bernard, and I want to pick it up. This issue of Pastor Mark Karaoke. You remember, Bernard, in 2010, I don't know, in 2010, were you pro no? Or were you pro yes?
The constitution was against the bishops.
So where did you belong, you yourself, in 2010?
Because I constitution.
Okay, so you remember in 2010, Mark Karaoke was leading the team, the church team that was saying no to the 2010 constitution. And you know, they were giving funny reasons that, you know, the 2010 constitution was promoting abortion, it was promoting same-sex marriages. We are now 12 years after we promulgated the new constitution, and you know they have not apologized to the people of Kenya, because I've not seen anywhere where this constitution has promoted abortion, where it has promoted same-sex marriages. So today I listened to him again, you know, and you know there's a problem with biases. You know, biases are bad. You know, even to church ministers, you know, it's human that people have their own biases. But you know, when you dwell so much on biases, you end up articulating an opinion rather than the word. I'm talking about the church ministers. Church ministers end up giving out what is their opinion, and they purport it to be the word of God. So when I listen to him saying that Kenya itaki watu wenye people with red eyes, see, you know that Kenya does not need people with red eyes. You know, what was he actually saying? Was he saying that Uhuru Kenyatta has red eyes? Or was he saying that we are likely to elect Raila Odinga who has red eyes? You know, I listen to him, and you know, I see every day, and every day I see the church in this country that is sinking. Ministers of the gospel, people that we used to respect, you know, you listen to them every day and you wonder what is actually getting wrong with them. And then I again listened to William Samoei Ruto when he was at Karen, and he said, you know, you remember William Samoei Ruto told us that this election was about the economy, the economy, the economy. Today he was telling us that this election is spiritual, Bernard, that this election is spiritual. Now he has moved from the economy to making the election look spiritual, Bernard. So I see a lot of confusion around the church sector. People who want to please one particular individual called William Samoei Ruto, then ending up with a particular message, you know, that is supposed to pamper him. And at the end of the day, I don't think that they are helping him much. I don't think that they are helping him much, you know. They are not helping him much, you know. I'll compare them even to false prophets, you remember. The false prophets in the Bible, you know, people who could not tell the king that the king you're naked, you know. You know, when the king is naked, you need to tell the king you're naked, you know. But some of the modern pastors I see here who are associating with William Ruto are almost to that level of false prophets. People who don't want to tell William Samoei Ruto the truth. And so long as they are not telling William Samoei Ruto the truth, they are destroying him. And Bernard, there's one thing you said here a few days ago, or I don't know whether it's a week or 2 weeks ago. You said that one mistake that William Ruto did was to try to pocket the church. And you say that, you know, God is not happy with that particular act. And that particular act only could be the one reason why William Samoei Ruto will not be the president of the Republic of Kenya. Oh, let me just finish up by talking about Uhuru Kenyatta. Today he was in Bungoma, and we have heard what he said. Aliwaambia kwamba mmechomeka na bado mnataka kuchomeka. Then people said hawataki kuchomeka. Then akawaambia mnataka kuokoka. Then people said yes. Then he told them njia ya pekee ya kuokoka ni kupigia Raila Amolo Odinga kura. So he's out there campaigning for Raila Odinga, and I understand that tomorrow Raila was today in KISII, and I understand that Uhuru Kenyatta is also going back to KISII tomorrow. Is going to KISII tomorrow. So we are seeing Uhuru Kenyatta who is busy campaigning for Raila Odinga in the next 4 to 5 days. Bernard, I don't think I have much to add. Let me just leave it at that. And because we said tumefika ukingoni, let me just allow somebody else to come in and also contribute. Asante.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wangira. We appreciate that. And watu wa church, especially those compromised bishops, cannot be relied upon to provide leadership. The moment you become twisted, it becomes impossible for you to draw a straight line. And as at now, my senior, a preacher, the most, I would say, should be the oldest preacher, the oldest Pentecostal preacher right now in Kenya, Dr. Kayo. I once told President Kibaki, he said, no prophet eats with the king and does not partake in the sins of the king. The moment the prophet begins to sit on the table and eat alongside the king, he has taken on the sins of the king. And therefore, they are both twisted, compromised. They can't help provide the right required leadership. So watu wote ni brokers from the Mark and the rest. They are brokers. With all due respect, they don't speak for the church. They don't speak for God. They speak for themselves and the profit they get from being hired to anoint and ordain people in trying to deceive the masses to think that they are, pointing the right direction. There's no right direction in a wrong one. There is no straightness in crookedness. We can't use a twisted ruler to draw right lines. William Ruto wants us to throw away everything straight and tell us that what is twisted is right. That's not true. The elections have now become spiritual. Since when? Okay, since they are spiritual, tukae nyumbani basi tufunge macho. Tufunge macho tuangalie ndani ya roho tuone kama rais atapatikana. No voting, no campaign. It is spiritual, isn't it? Let's go to the spirit world and stay there and see whether it will come up with the election results. William Ruto should keep off the church. He needs a sabbatical leave away from church, away from the public. He needs time alone with God to mend his ways with God so that he can begin to find himself. Right now, he's lost, confused, and that's why he's crying when he's supposed to be laughing and laughing when he's supposed to be crying. Wacha nisiende sana. Wacha nilete jirani yake labda anaweza kumsaidia. Eliza, habari ya leo?
Wewe Bernard.
Jirani analia, pelekee towel.
Wastahili kupewa sifa. Unajua Bernard, wacha nisalimie watu wangu kwanza. Mama Selina, Wangira, WG, Joshua, Hilary. Maybe tunatoka na wewe umekaa kwa giza, tunatoka na wewe huko nyumbani. Na Julius, samjambo. Niko mzima, nashukuru Mungu kwa siku ya leo. Nimekuwa nikijaribu kuingia, watu walikuwa wamefahamia hapa mapema sana nikakaa bench kwanza. Okay Bernard. Leo nimekuwa nikiangalia hiyo maneno ya Ruto akiongea hiyo kanisa yake hiyo. Mimi najuanga Ruto tangu kitambo anakuanga mtu wa AIC. Sasa hii kanisa yake niko Karen ni kanisa inaitwa nini? Because anakuanga mtu wa AIC. Sijaiona mapasta wa AIC hapo. Hii kanisa yake inaitwa nini? Kitu ya kwanza, kuna maneno nimesikia ya WhatsApp group hiyo ya hao watu wa UDA. Hii maneno yote yenye inafanyika yenye mnaona mpaka inakuja kwa social media, wanaongea kwa campaigns, ni kitu yenye wamepanga watafute sympathy for. Na hiyo WhatsApp group nimeona mahali watu wamekuwa wakichati Tumbi, Cherargei na Kositani. Wakisema hiyo vile walianzia Kapsabet, vile walienda kurusha hiyo maneno, wakatoka hapo naye tena huko Murang'a huko kina Ndindi Nyoro pia nao kina Kachako wakaleta hiyo. Na hii video leo hii yenye Ruto inaonekana alikuwa analia. So ni kuonesha yani ni sympathy vote wanatafuta, but Mungu amekataa, hiyo haiwezekani. There is no sympathy vote at this time. Hii kitu tuwezi chukua kwa nguvu, hata kama mimi natoka huko Tarbo ama natoka wapi. Mimi nimeona hakuna haja ati kuona ati ni mtu wa kutoka kwetu ati lazima nikufe na no. Mtu mahindi viazi moja ikiosa usiache yote iose tafadhali. Si ati kwa sababu mtu anatoka kwetu anikufe tu na yeye. Ama unaona anaenda kukanyaga kwa moto, wewe umemfuata. Tukisema sasa shetani anakuja anataka kuchukua Ruto anampeleka kwa moto, utamfuata? Si kila mtu atakataa hiyo moto. Hakuna mwenye atakubali kwenda kuchomeka. Sasa waseme tu Mungu anakuja na anatoa hukumu. Anasema sasa hii ndio njia ya kwenda kwa Mungu na hii ndio njia ya kwenda kwa shetani. Na ameshika Ruto, shetani ameshika Ruto mkono, tunaenda na yeye. Watu watamfuata ama watu watatoroka, wataenda kwa usimu. So watu wakae chini wakijiangalia, wajue ya kwamba hata kama ni wenu, jua ya kwamba Hata mtoto wako kwa nyumba ukikuwa na yeye, unajua huyu mtoto kama ni mbaya, usimfiche. Toa huyu mtoto nje, ambia watu huyu mtoto ni mbaya. Lakini sisi tunataka kuficha mtoto wetu kwa sababu tutaki tuseme mtoto wetu ni mbaya. Hapana, kama kitu ni mbaya, wacha ikuwe ni mbaya. Wacha arudi kukaa chini huku kwanza, aone amekosea wapi. Ndio watu wajue, akuje siku moja asema na kweli mimi nilikosea mahali hapa na mahali hapa. Nimeomba msamaha. Lakini hii kitu ati wewe tu umekuwa deputy kwa miaka 10, after miaka 10 unataka ati kwa sababu ulikuwa deputy unataka uko president, yani ndio uambie watu unaona nilikuwa deputy at this time nimekuwa president. No. Kuna watu wenye walisoma na RUTO. Kuna audio nimesikia kijana alisoma na RUTO. Huyo kijana anasema vizuri sana. RUTO atafuti kura ati kwa sababu president ati kwa sababu anatafuta kwa sababu ya mimi na wewe na nani. Anajitafutia yeye mwenyewe. Atafuti mtu mwingine walisoma naye shule moja. Kapsabet Boys. Na anamjua RUTO wakikuwa kama ana jino ya mbele, anajua yeye. Hii jino alinunua akaweka. So wanamjua vile alikuwa. Anasema hii kura anatafuta kwa sababu akiipata tu watu ndio watajua yeye ni nani. Mtamjua yeye ni nani. So sisi tupige kura kwa mali tunajua tutaenda kukaa. Itatusaidia pamoja na watoto wetu. Mtu usiangalie hii maneno yenye watu kila saa wanatupa mdomo, wanaorusha maneno mabaya kuhusu Raila. Ule mzee mimi nikikuwa mdogo akianza maneno nimekuwa tu nikimsikia mpaka nimekuwa mkubwa. Mpaka tumepiga makura, tumetembea kwa barabara. Tumetembea tukitafuta vile tunaweza kujificha kwa sababu moto imewaka kule. Watu wakae chini wapige kura, wacha tujaribu Raila Amolo Odinga. Kwa hii miaka yenye ataingia ndani, miaka 5 kuisha sio ati itaishi, itakaa kwa muda, itaisha tu. Hata tu kwa najua ya Jubilee itafika mahali iishe. So wacha sisi tupeane kura, watu wasingishu, tushikane na wale wasee wetu wale wa 81 years old, tupigie baba kura. Na nitaongelea maneno ya Uhuru. Uhuru anafanya kazi vizuri. Kufungua huko Kisumu leo nimeona Kisumu imekuwa city vizuri kabisa. At least ajira itapatikana kwa vijana. At least wanajua mahali wanaweza pata kazi. Pia tena akaenda mpaka Western huko, ameongelea maneno ya maneno ya degree, akiuliza watu maneno ya degree, akakuzia hii maneno ya degree fake. Akasema saa hizi wananchi inafaa muangalie mtu unajuaje wewe umesoma. Kama umesoma unakubali unaenda kotini kuchallenge degree yako namna gani na unasema umesoma? Kwa nini unaenda kotini? Kama umesoma mbona unaenda kotini? So amejaribu kuambia watu mtu ambaye ako na degree amesoma na akapata degree yake kwa ukweli, na ule mtu amenunua degree yake. Ule mwenye amenunua degree anafungia ule mtu mwenye ako na degree. Sasa imekuwa ni kama mtu saizi kama sisi wa Kenya, ukitoka uende nje, uenda tunatafuta kazi. Ukifika huko unasikia wanakuuliza wewe ni Mkenya, hawezi kutrust your degree. So hiyo maneno ya Sakaja nafikiri aliongea huko akikusia hiyo maneno ya Sakaja. So na watu wa Nairobi pia wenye waka hapa na wenye wanatusikiza, msiangalie tu mtu kwa sababu eti ya jina, muangalie mtu mwenye atawaletea maendeleo. Hiyo opinion pool yenye nimeona pale, ikuwe ni hiyo opinion pool, lakini mkifika kwa debe msipigie Sakaja kura. Pigieni Igade kura afanye kazi yake. Mkipigia Sakaja kura mjue mmepigia mwizi kura. Hakuna kitu itaendelea Nairobi. Hakuna kitu itaendelea Nairobi. Watu wa Nairobi kama mko pale chini kwa comment, kura yenu mpatiane kwa Azimio. Azimio ndio tunataka mpigie kura. Naye nitaongelea kidogo kampeni ya Kenya Kwanza. Kenya Kwanza leo niliona walikuwa Murang'a. Walitoka kanisa yao hiyo wakaenda matusi yao huko Central huko akasunguka, lakini nayo ni kama hiyo maombi wa kuomba vizuri. Murang'a iko wakalie vizuri leo. Murang'a wanajaribu kuongea kwanza Gachagua alijaribu kuongea, kuna mtu alibeba mikono juu mpaka nikacheka kabisa, nikasema mambo ni mbaya. Huko kwa hiyo kanisa walienda kuomba, lakini shetani bado alikuwa tunao. Murang'a wamejaribu, Gachagua akajaribu kuongea, awajaribu watu waseme UDA mbebe mikono, hakuna mtu alibeba mikono kabisa. Bernard, hiyo video weka hapo, mimi nataka kuangalia hiyo maneno. Gachagua leo ameonyeshwa kuonyeshwa, sasa ndio watu sasa wa Central sasa wako wanaonyesha hii ni kipindi ya lala salama. Ile pesa walikuwa wanapeleka wananunua ma-t-shirt za yellow vile Mama Salina anasemanga ati ilikuanga kila mahali yani ilikuwa kila mahali ukiona ni yellow t-shirt, kofia. Pesa ilikuliwa, pesa watu wamekula, naonekana wameishiwa sasa. Sasa hii hakuna kubeba watu na mabasi. So Bernard, kama uko na hiyo clip utatuonesha. Nasimamia hapo.
Okay, thank you Eliza, we appreciate that. Good analysis, good observation. Ni muhimu kuhakikisha kwamba tunafanya ile yanapaswa kufanyika. Sakaja aendelee kwenda kotini kutetea degree yake. Hajamaliza shule, kwa hivyo hawezi kuwa governor wa Nairobi. Hiyo iwezekani, hata apate kura milioni ngapi. Sakaja hawezi kuwa governor wa Nairobi. Na hiyo sio unabii, hiyo ni ukweli. Kwa hivyo mwaje kujichocha hapa. Naona kina Black wanasema hapa 53, which 53% from where? The way Sifuna anaongoza, Pasaris anaongoza, Baba anaongoza, ndio Igathe ataongoza. Hakuna kura mbili hapa Nairobi. So forget it. Hakuna UDA inaweza kupata MCA wawili watatu hapa. Lakini eti governor hata kwa dirisha hakuna. Endeni Kibira tuone. By the way, mko na candidate wa Kibra? Nani alienda wapi? Mariga alienda wapi? Simuli tu promise 2022 mtakuja kutuonyesha kivumbi Kibra. Katiti Maasi ajarudi Kibra. Okay, acha nicheze video ndio tulete WG. Atuambie kama Mariga lerudi Kibra ama kofia ya Titi Maasi. Okay. Let's listen to this.
Elections ahead of next week's general election. But moving on, I just want us to take a look at what Interior CS Dr. Fred Matiang'i had to say in terms of security.
Teams are now under firm instructions to ensure that we document, and I repeat, we document accurately and effectively every action, we record the utterances and everything else, so that should there be need for prosecution in the future as we go along on some of these things. And I can tell from some of the utterances that are being made around that it's going to be almost impossible to avoid prosecution on some of the claims that are being made by political leaders. We will be ready as a security sector to provide evidence to sustain prosecution for crimes that are being conducted by leaders. So people need to be very careful about some of the things they're saying, because we will be recordings we have and whatever information we gather in relation to some of these utterances and activities. We've done so well so far. We are just days away from polling day. I want to ask our leaders, please exercise a sense of restraint, think about the country, think about the language and the words that you're using before you speak out to the public. We do not want to ban our country just because there's an election next week. That's all I can say at the moment. But again, to assure every Mwananchi who lives in Rift Valley, we are ready. We have staffed up. We have sufficient resources. We're moving around. you will see between now and Tuesday next week increased patrol and increased presence of our security officers, especially the GSU. Don't worry, they are just there to look after you. They are there to make sure that you are fine, that you can exercise your democratic right without a problem. And we have opened these command centers in all counties so that you can report any incident or you can raise any particular issue you need to raise. You can also even speak directly to the regional command center in Nakuru, and we'll be able to answer whatever questions you ask or come to you if you need us to.
You're watching Newsline. We take over.
Okay, thank you. That is Matiang'i giving his beat on the aspect of the security, beefing up. I want to appreciate these ones that have sent their contribution on the till number, on the pay bill number. There is Bernard Nyangeri, 2,000 Kenya shillings. Kuna Michael Mugo, 200. Frederick Obori, 1K. Kuna Fiongo Kagai Nyumba, 2050. Kuna Everine Ayo, 400. Iregi Boniface Ngatia, 1K. Then Collins Thomas Omondi, 1K. Then Jane Omaroro, 500. Thank you. Please, as we continue with our contribution, we are making a difference. No amount is too small, no amount is too big. Let's do our very best as we trust God to do for us the rest. God bless you. Let's listen to WG. VP.
Salama Bernard, mmeshindaje?
Tuko salama, naona blue.
Yeah, kabisa. So this evening, it is the evening when inaitwa and RUTO wept. And RUTO wept.
But Lazarus wasn't dead, so I don't know.
Tumeishi kwingi. Kiswahili kinasema kuishi kwingi ni kuona mengi. Who knew ya kwamba mtu people would even go to the extent of weeping, just to quote sympathy. Because I've been analyzing that photo. There was no tears, Bernard. The face is as dry as Sahara Desert. So whichever the vitimbi was trying to bring around, hey, RUTO night, atatuonyesha mambo. Now, the opinion poll that the other side is contesting, I don't know how to help them, but take it this way. If you are a marathon runner and your competitor was like a kilometer away from you, then you are moving towards, just like you are just about to enter the stadium, the guy has reached. And once you are inside the stadium, you have to go one lap that is remaining before you now hit the rope. And you see this guy has closed in on you from a distance of 1 kilometer. And now he is now on your side, my friend. You will just be a fool to not to think that this guy is going to take this thing. Because at one point, RUTO was at 68. Raila was very far away, and by then, nobody was bargaining about the opinion polls. We were all in unison. Yes, RUTO is ahead. And that is how he earned his name, the Tanga Tanga guy, because he was campaigning throughout for the 4 years. So now, just about to be the end, then the competitor is there, is ahead of you. My friend, you need prayers to even be encouraged that you can beat this man. Baba was in KISII, and I saw a lot of competition among the the parties, among the competitors. The competition there, to me, isn't very healthy. It is full of chest thumping, is full of witch hunting, is full of undermining. Those people are undermining each other, and bitterness. So to some extent that I was a little bit worried that if it goes like that, then the UDA guy might just go and pass and pitia katikati yao. Number two, it has the highest numbers of governors competing. It was even hard. You would just see it's very hard to sit them down and convince them to choose on one person to represent the party, Azimio party. That is greediness. Yes, I know everybody is capable among us them, but at a time like this, it calls for sacrifices so that you let one person go. Because eventually there will only be one governor. The seat is just one. So why they are sticking like that, I think most of them comprises of elders and people who've been in politics for long. I think they need to sit down and decide on one individual to support one individual. But they should tell Baba or ask Baba to look for the interest of those other people. That competition is not healthy at all. So Baba was there and promised that he was going to try to do that. Simba Arati was on ground and he's really giving them a sleepless night. But also, like he was advised by Baba, Shima si utumwa. This is just an election, so let us not forget that by the end of the day, we still remain people from the same family. The Bungoma, I would call it a rally because actually it's too late for Uhuru Kenyatta to be visiting and commissioning projects. I think it's a tactical campaign. It's a tactical campaign, and it was so much needed, especially in Bungoma, where we are experiencing those, UDA and Wetangula factor. So the goodies that Uhuru visited with, I saw or heard from people's voice, it meant a lot. I think if opinion polls were to be held after Uhuru's visit, we would see a big change regarding people's response on which side they are to vote. And finally, I would like to urge members, even including members here, the Azimio members, wherever they are. There's this thing that we did in 2017 where we would approach our friends wherever they are by means of SMSs, by means of even phone calls, and urge those people to vote our candidate. You may just find out that it will work a miracle. It may just work a miracle. For those who are still undecided, that is the way to reach them now. For those who are still like, I will not go and vote, I'm not interested, you may just encourage them to make a decision to go and vote. So last time it began early. I think tomorrow will be Wednesday, and I think it will be good enough if if it begins from then, whereby you just get unsolicited SMSs talking to you about the candidates and how and requesting you to vote. Bernard, I can't see you on your seat, and apparently it's like people are sleeping. So that is my take for today. So is there anyone who was waiting to submit?
Joshua
Mark, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. I'm here.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much WG and Eliza. The rest Selina naona ameweka kiti hapo lakini amepotea kidogo. Maybe anapumzika kidogo. Now, today I saw Ruto anatoa machozi, anaitwa machozi ya mamba. Hiyo ni machozi ya mamba machozi ambaye unatoa na lakini haitoki. Una squeeze lakini haitoki. I saw it today. The real tears ambazo huko kwetu Kujaluni saa zingine huwa kuna wale wanaitwa monas wale wa international monas wananunuliwa, wanaambia njini nataka muje msaidie kwa kuomboleza.
Professional mourners.
Yes, professional mourners. They always come there. They want to pretend that they're crying. That's what Ruto was doing today. He was pretending, and then imagining that was, I don't know, it was a selfie photo, because ukiangalia hiyo clip alichukua kivyake tu, not from the congregation that everybody was taken. That it was just taken, ni kama mtu alikuwa karibu na yeye tu.
Mark, hiyo photo ilikuwa inachukuliwa cause hiyo kitu nimeona mahali pengine mtu kama hao watu wake kina Itumbi waliichukua ndio waweke kwa viral, so watu waone Ruto was crying the time of prayers. Now Ruto yani ako na uchungu, so it's like he's just looking for sympathy votes. So hiyo nini saizi iko kwa mtu ako na analysis fulani anaiangalia kwa WhatsApp vile wamekuwa kichat. So hiyo video walikuwa wanaichukua tu, wanamchukua purposely yeye peke yake, cause huko Karen si watu waendangi na masimu. Sasa hao ni watu wake, those likes of Itumbi ndio walikuwa nafanya hiyo.
Yes, thank you very much. And I think walikuwa nataka kuonyesha the world kuwa Ruto is a spiritual leader, kwa yeye ni mtu anapenda Mungu, ametubu dhambi zake. And I was wondering, if you are winning an election, why should you cry? You know, sometimes you cry maybe if you are a sinner, unatubu dhambi. The issue of we are left with only 6 days. Unatubu dhambi ya nini? You need to celebrate that you've already won this election. You celebrate. I was expecting nione hiyo kareni yake hiyo, they were jumping, celebrating, wanamshtukuza Mungu because wameshinda hii election. But contrary, naona watu wanalia. Na mtu mmoja pia naona analia. I only saw Ruto trying to pretend analia, na huyu secretary general wake huyu Veronica huyu mama Veronica secretary general huyu wake. Pia sura yake pia alikunya kidogo ili tuone kuwa they are serious with their prayers.
Ile Mark,
ni bibi yake
mambo ya Atuoli kateni miti sugoi
ili tuone kuwa
hiyo tu ndio sasa uchungu yenye unaona. The reality of what Atuoli talks about, that there could be a suicide in the upcoming days.
Yes, leo niliona kweli Ruto anajua hii kitu imeenda. Na analia kwa sababu ameona Uhuru amemwosha. Ameoshwa na Uhuru. Akiangalia huku Raila anachukua hii kitu anaenda nayo. So Ruto is just beat about the election. Hii kitu inaenda.
Okay.
Akiangalia huku Raila anachukua hii kitu anaenda nayo. So Ruto is just beat about the election. Hii kitu inaenda. Okay. Akiangalia huku Raila anachukua hii kitu anaenda nayo.
Order everybody. I think there is some that is
Mora, can you mute? Mora, can you mute?
Okay. Okay, thank you. Joshua, you are making a submission or?
Yes, I was making a submission.
Please
Yes, I was just trying to say that Ruto already has seen a defeat on this election. There's nothing that Ruto should be crying at this time of an hour. He needs to celebrate that already election has been won by him, and he should be jumping. But instead, he's crying because anajua kuwa hii kitu imeenda, and especially this time Uhuru anaona kuwa tomorrow Uhuru ata repeat the same thing say today in Western. He will tell people in KISII that this man is not a right person to lead this country. And then I'm sure kuwa on Thursday pia kuna mali anaelekea. So already this thing is going. And then what surprised me, baada ya hii kilio wakaenda Nyeri. And then women rep wa Nyeri anauliza watu wa Nyeri kuwa kati ya mwizi na mganga nani afadhali mchague mwizi kuliko mganga. So the women was trying to, alikuwa anajaribu kuambia watu kuwa indeed kuwa Ruto ni mwizi. And if you can analyze that point very well, somebody anakuambia kuwa kati ya mwizi na mganga afadhali umchague mwizi kuliko mganga. So it shows very well that even this women rep know very well kuwa Ruto ni mwizi. And I'm sure kuwa yeye ajui Raila ni mganga, kwa sababu I'm sure Raila hajawahi kutembea na Raila, but ashatembea na Ruto all this time, and he knows Ruto very well that Ruto is a thief. So today the women rep Nyeri ameconfirm kuwa Ruto ni mwizi, because he said very well, he was asking the resident kuwa can you it's better umchague mwizi kuliko mganga mrogi, because he tried to talk with the native language, telling them that is better uchague mwizi kuliko mrogi. He was referring Raila as mrogi. So already we have been confirmed kuwa Ruto ni mwizi, and we cannot accept to be led with a thief in this country. Now wachana mama Ruto na hiyo propaganda yake na machozi ya paka na sungura. Now let's move to politics. Today I saw we have the four opinion polls, and all the opinion polls are rating Raila to be up. All of them, Raila is high, and I was hearing Uhuru comment citizens anasema kuwa those things are just been doctored. Can they bring the opinion poll to one opinion poll, even if they should bring the opinion poll so that we can see the opinion poll? Because wanasema kuwa they have their private opinion poll each and every time they step thumb there, that one opinion poll zao, it shows that Ruto sio na ngapi. Can they bring the opinion poll hii ambao wanasema hiyo? Because alisema kuwa we almost have like five companies ambaye conducting opinion poll, and he tried to dispute Ipso, Infotrack akadispute kuwa those companies are fake. Can they bring the opinion poll so that we can see this opinion poll ambao wana claim kuwa Ruto is ahead? Because me, what I know, I have a match wanaeka Raila at 47. I know that the Raila is above 47. Raila is above, almost above 50. But I'm sure that wanajaribu kuambia wekeni hiyo figure Raila chini so that they should give the confidence, they should mobilize the wafuasi wa Raila kuwa they should go and vote, because wakika Raila juu kutakuwa na ile voter hyper wanasema for all Raila is ahead. So me, I know that Raila is more far than those percent mnaona hapo kwa opinion poll. Raila is more than 50%. But now they cannot put 50% because the wakika 50%, more than 50%, kutakuwa na ile vote apathy ambaye the supporters wa Azimio wanasema kwa after all, mimi like me, I'm supposed to traveling home. You can say that no, there's no need of going home to go and cast a vote, because already Raila has already won this election. So to me, I know that Raila is far ahead, that whatever is seeing this 47%, this 49% is more than 50 plus. So the most important thing that let's come out in a large number. The way Eliza amesema, sisi wafuasi wa Azimio hapa Nairobi, tujitokeze tupige kura, tumweke Baba, tumweke Gadhe, tuweke Senator Sifuna, MPs wote wawe wa Azimio, MCS wote wawe wa Azimio. So I'm just appealing to residents of Nairobi that can Nairobi be blue? kuanzia juu mpaka chini. You want a blue everything to be Azimio so that you can lock Uhuru, I mean you can lock Ruto na hiyo kura yake yote ambaye anajipiga nayo down so that Nairobi can be remain Azimio for the rest 5 years. Thank you very much, Bernard.
Okay, thank you for the appeal, and I believe it's falling into right ears and right minds for there to be a credible decision. We appreciate those that are sending their contribution. There is Asha Omari, 2,000, and then I've received Evelyn Wangila, 500. Let's keep up with the contribution even as we debate, ili tusonge mbele kwa vyovyote vile. Hii nchi ni yetu na jukumu letu ni kuhakikisha kwamba inapata uongozi unaofaa. Sio bora kiongozi, lakini kiongozi bora. And it is our right to get right leadership. Mtu asituhadai hapa. Machozi kulikuanga na machozi, ilikuanga machozi Monday. Tulipiga hapa miezi kadhaa. So machozi hii sio kitu ya kawaida. I mean, isitutishe. Sisi tuna demand right leadership at all levels. Kuanzia kwa MCA, kwa member of parliament, kwa women rep, kwa senator, kwa governor, watu ambao wanafaa. Sio mtu anayejipendekeza, na sio yule mtu ambaye anakuja kutuhadaa. Mtu amedanganya for 10 years, ametuzungusha akili hivi, ametua bottom up, middle up, bottom down. Tumezungushwa, sasa ni machozi. No. Kenya deserves better, and we must get that right leadership by going out there and vote. So tukishapiga mdomo hapa, tarehe 9 amka mapema. Usilale mbali na polling station. Lala karibu na polling station. Hata kama utaenda kusquat mahali, be closest to the polling station as early as possible. Vote mapema. Saa 5 umemaliza kuvote, sasa tuanza kuandaa sherehe. Okay? Nitakuwa na sherehe hapa 5 days continuously. Every day will be live connected completely. So ni kuongea, tukirudi, tukienda, naenda kuchoma nyama, tukikula. It will be live celebration until the swearing in ceremony. After that, baba tupatie 10 days of holiday. Then tukishamaliza hiyo, tunarudi kujenga nchi. There are 100 days. This country will be green from the north to the south, from the west to the east. So let's be psyched up to do the honorable thing, and that is go and vote for the right team. Don't vote for people with questionable character. It is required for a steward that a man be found faithful. Hiyo ndio maandiko. A man be found faithful. So before you ask to be a steward, you must prove your faithfulness. If your faithfulness is not present, you cannot be a steward. And to be a president is to be a steward. To be a governor is to be a steward. To be a senator is to be a steward. To be an MP is to be a steward. To be an MCA is to be a steward. So before your stewardship is faithfulness. Where have you been 10 years? Where have you been 5 years? Where have you been 20 years? What have you done to prove that you are faithful enough to be entrusted with the lives of 50 million Kenyans? If there is no sign for the same, tafadhali tuondoke. Sisi tunahitaji uongozi ambao unafaa kusaidia kila Mkenya ili nchi isonge mbele. Maneno ya mark timing 60 years after independence, we reject, we resist, we refuse, we bind, we will use everything in our power. We must get a better country run in a better way. Thank you everybody. Now we are moving forward. Hapa sasa mtanisaidia kwa sababu hesabu iliniruka. Wapi huyu? WG amedrop. Huyo ndio nilikuwa nimeachia. Has Miss Mora spoken? We give ladies the preference, alafu majamasi mnajua vile tu tunavumilia. Sisi ndio tulide. Kuna mhubiri mmoja napenda sana anaitwa Apostle Maboya, mwalimu wangu huyo. Anasema wanaume walitengeneza from rough material. Hao ndio walitoka kwa udongo original. Alafu mama akatengenezwa kutoka kwa ubavu wa mzee. Yeye ni smooth material. Kwa hivyo ndio kina mama wanakaanga bora, lakini sisi tunakaa rough kwa sababu tulitengenezwa kwa ile rough material. All the same, so lazima tupatie kina dada wale wa smooth material kwanza, alafu tutarudi kwa rough material baadaye. Mbarikiwe sana mahala pote ulipo, na kama unatutazama tafadhali karibisha wawili watatu ili wote tukajumuike, na kama hujasubscribe kwa YouTube unakosea. 5 days non-stop seamless broadcast haitawezekana kwa Facebook, inawezekana tu kwa YouTube. Jitahidi tafadhali. Thank you very much. Nani Mora, check it please.
Hey guys, nawasalimu nyote. How are you doing today?
Great. You're welcome.
Yeah, I'm good too. I don't know where to begin. I mean, DP Ruto aki alikuwa analia kama mtoto, ni kama mtu amekufa. Even when people die from where I come from, men can grieve, but they don't really want to be seen like shedding tears in public. I don't know, Alex. Can you correct me if I'm wrong? Like for a man to cry the way he did, and he knows actually is in the glare of cameras, it just beats a lot of logic. I don't know if he's losing it. Like I said yesterday, I think that guy is mentally ill. You know, when people have some mental illnesses, awajitambui, they don't even know like what their behavior, they can't control their behavior. Let me say that. It just comes out. I mean, like this minute is crying, the next minute they're talking to you, they're laughing. So that's some mental illness that we call bipolar. But I'm not saying he has it, but I think after all this is said and done, he needs to get a psych evaluation. He needs to see a psychiatrist. For crying out loud, that guy is going to lose it. He is going to lose it really bad. And then I watched the KISII rally. That was actually very good. Those wazes, they have to come to a realization that it's time for them to take their hats off and just go home and support Simba. Simba is our guy. I mean, from the get-go, I said Simba is the guy to watch. And yeah, Simba is going to be the governor. Like you saw the crowd, every time someone else came to talk, they were just shouting, Simba, 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 even if it wasn't his time to talk. He is very popular. And I think people believe that the change that can really happen in KISII cannot happen with any of those wazes. Obure has been in parliament, I think, since I was born. Or with the other guy, what's his name? NYERI. I mean, since I started realizing what politics is, NYERI has been there. So I'm not sure anything new that they're gonna bring to KISII. I'm privy of anything new that they can bring to us. So Simba is the guy to watch. Simba is going to be our governor, and I believe with all the opposition that he has gotten, he will deliver. He'll be a good governor. Well, we can't really say, like, people appear like they're really genuine before they get in office. When they get in office, we know their true colors. But in my heart, I believe Simba is the most capable candidate right now to be governor of KISII. And I didn't even know Ruto has a church in the DPs that's a government office. I mean, a government house. I didn't know he had a church in there. Why did they let him like build a church? How about if the person that came next what are they gonna do with the church? Some of these things that he does with impunity, they'll come back to bite him. So I don't think Ruto is crying to God for forgiveness or anything like that. Ruto is crying because he doesn't know how he's going to live his life now that he's going to lose the elections. Ruto is for himself. Ruto does not support anybody. Ruto is in this presidency because of the evils that he has done, because of all the money that he has stolen. Ruto doesn't know how to live if he doesn't become the president. He doesn't see the life he will live unless he's the president of Kenya, unless he can oversee everything, unless he can protect himself from all the corruption allegations, from all the killings that's perpetrated. Ruto is in this thing for himself. I listened to the guy who lives in Germany that said he was Ruto's classmate. That's exactly what he said. Ruto does not care about anybody. Ruto is for himself, nobody else. So if he doesn't, and I believe he's trying everything, like to make sure that maybe these elections don't go smoothly. Like whatever is happening in Rift Valley, I don't see, because why would someone say like Uhuru has things to hide? That's why he went to Nyanza and is going to Western Kenya, like to cause problems. What problems can Baba cause when the candidate is supporting is winning? I don't see why Baba can cause any problems, like to make the elections not run smoothly, and yet Azimio is winning. The person that can make things not run smoothly is Ruto, because everybody, even himself, he knows is losing. And then I don't know what is running on the screen today. Oh, let me see. Oh, and then I watched that. I don't know who watched the UDA rally in Central today. That crowd was, I felt like those guys were forced to be there. They didn't have any reaction. It was just flat. You know how the UDA supporters are always very, very excited. And then I saw like there was a lot of red, which means most of those people are Jubilee. I didn't see a lot of yellow. But let's wait and see. Our people, please get out and vote. What opinion polls do, they actually make people get overconfident, and some people stay back. They're like, oh, okay, Baba is winning, so even if I don't vote, he's winning. No, each and every vote counts. When we're electing Biden over here, my son had turned 18 years, like 3 days before the elections, which means he was not a registered voter. But I was a big supporter of Obama, a big supporter of Biden. So what I did on election day, I told my son, wake up, we are going to vote. He's like, Mommy, I'm not registered. I'm like, let's go. You are going to vote. You are 18. You didn't apply to be born 3 days before the election day. I mean, before you hit 18 will be election day. You are going to vote. So I took him to the polling station, and you know what? They registered him on the spot, and my son voted 3 days after he turned 18. So I'm huge on each vote counts. So you guys, let's all tell our people, your relatives, grandma, grandpa, let's take them to the polling stations. If we have to, Bernard, if we have to jazia watu like borders gas ndio wapeleke watu to the polling stations, let us know. We are willing to do anything and everything so that everybody that is able to vote goes to the polling station and votes. Okay, I'll hang in here. I'm off today. I'm home today.
Okay, thank you so much, Maura. We appreciate it, and we are in to ensure that that happens to everybody that is eligible to vote. Every vote counts, and somebody sent me an article last night that there is a conspiracy for some of IEBC officials to give people in Azimio strongholds the voters' material that are not stamped. So when you go to the booth, make sure your material is stamped by the IBC stamp. That's what makes it official. If it doesn't matter who you voted for, if it doesn't bear that rubber stamp, it's an invalid vote. So don't just pick the paper and then go and tick. Make sure it is valid, it's stamped, and each of the paper, they should not stamp one. The presidential must be stamped, the governor one must be stamped, the senator must be stamped, the women rep must be stamped, the MCA must be stamped, the one for the MP must be stamped. So don't be in a hurry. We will work within the time limit, but tread carefully, do everything right so that no vote is lost. We need to have a government in power that we placed in power, not a government that somebody else placed in power and claimed we are the one who did it. Now for that to happen, keep sober. Wale watu wako kwa dini ya Alex, I mean ile dini ingine, Alex atawapatia ushauri, okay? Jinsi ya kuamka mapema, ukafanya hiyo kazi umalize kwanza, ndio saa 5 ikifika hivi ndio nyama inaanza kuchomeka, na alafu hiyo mambo inaendelea. Mimi najua, mimi nilikuwa mtoto wa kukaa na baba hapo tu, nilikuwa nasaidia kuleta kuni tu, sikukuwa kwa hiyo kwa hiyo mkururo sana. Nilikuwa naleta tu kuni, alafu hiyo vitu zinachemshwa, alafu zitapeleka, lakini tulikuwa tunawanja kidogo. Ndio walisema ukitaka kuwa mwanaume ukunywa hii kwanza. Thank you everybody. Wale watu mnakaribishana, tafadhali tuendelee kukaribishana. Nategea hapa Mtembei TV. Subscribe kwa YouTube. Usikae tu hapa tafadhali. Kama wewe sio subscriber, utapitwa na mambo mengi. Because you're going to camp somewhere where we're going to ensure that the broadcast is on full length. 5 days non-stop. That's not possible on Facebook. It's only possible on YouTube. So kama uja subscribe YouTube, tafadhali jitahidi ufanye hivyo. Naomba sasa tumlete na Alex.
Yeah, Bena, nashukuru. I will have a very quick comments because niko na vitu nyingi nataka go through. Rafiki yangu PK unisaidia sana kufikiria maneno ya siasa. Bernard, unajua kwa nini Mungu alikatasha Daudi asijenge nyumba yake? Kwa nini?
Kana mikono yake ilikuwa na damu.
Okay, nani ako na damu? Nani mikono yake iko na damu Kenya? Sio lazima mtaje. So wakati karaoke you see, hiyo ndio laana tunapata. Unajua Bernard, katika Biblia punda iliongea. Na kwa nini punda iliongea? Kwa sababu nabii alinunuliwa. Nabii akanunuliwa, akapanda kwa punda aende kufanya nini? Punda ikakataa, punda ikachoka. Bernard, punda imechoka. So sijui wanasoma Biblia gani Bernard. Sisi tuko, hata wewe mwenyewe umeniambia sisi tuko na dini yetu.
1 minute Alex, just hold on. Kikwetu, the video will soon be ready and I will play it. I've seen it. Thank you very much.
So Bernard, tuko na ile dini yetu, lakini wakati tuko kwa hiyo dini pia tunasoma Biblia, na hiyo Biblia tunasoma inatuambia punda ilikataa kuenda kwa sababu nabii alinunuliwa. Nabii alikuwa anaenda kudanganya, Mungu akamzuia. Sasa unaona nabii amenunuliwa, anaanza kuongea juu ya red eyes, unashangaa. You are respected. Karaoke is somebody who has started a church from bootstrap. Imefika mahala ambapo hatakani kununuliwa. Afadhali ingekuwa, unajua, unaweza sema tu ni mimi nimeanza dini yangu ninunuliwe. Unasema Alex afadhali, lakini mtu kama I think inaonyesha kuwa hii wakati wote Kariuki amekuwa akidanganya. Sitaki hata kutumia hiyo jina, lakini punda itaongea na utaona Bernard. Manabii wanaponunuliwa na wana force vitu, punda itaongea, kwa sababu Mungu mwenyewe amesema, sio sisi. Kitu kingine juu ya Kisii, watu wamekataa. Baba alikuwa na shida kubwa sana. I really watched Baba's tapes. I wanted to know what Baba will do, because I knew if kuna mahala ambapo ilisumbua Baba has endorsed na ametatua shida zake zote za Azimio, lakini ya Kisii ilikuwa ngumu. Ya Kisii ilikuwa ni ngumu zaidi kuliko, na sijui ni kwa nini. Kwa sababu Baba has endorsed everyone he thought he should, lakini he has come short of. But leo alifanya in a very wise way, na wale wazee kama hawakuona, that is their problem, because Baba anaheshimu wazee, anapenda hao wazee, wamekuwa naye katika hii safari, lakini Baba pia anaangalia mbele. We mwenyewe PK anatuambia you can't castrate. Kama wewe ni mkulima, you don't castrate the only bull you have. Huwezi fanya hivi. You can circumcise your bull, but you can't castrate it. So our wazee wanataka we castrate the only bull we have remaining. Bernard, how is that sustainable? That is not right. So that is what I will say about Kisii politics. Now I will come to Ruto and his crying. I think it's because we have not understood the politics of the world. Ruto is copying what has been done in the world. And what has been done in the world is very simple. The politics of crying in the podium when election is near is not a new politics. The politics of crying started with Lincoln, Abraham Lincoln, when he was reading his famous speech about Oxenban, and he cried. And it has gone several times until recently you saw even Hillary Clinton cry after losing Iowa and then winning the next one, because tears work emotions for your supporters. For us, we don't see it. But him crying, he wants to make sure kama support yake ni 40% of Kenyans, kwa hiyo 40% anapata 100% of that 40%. So I think Ruto understands how to whip emotions, and he is not stupid as we may think. He knows how to play the emotions of his people. Na nimeuliza watu wachache hivi kuhusu vile Ruto ambao ni diehard wa UDA. They totally believe Ruto crying was real. Wanasema Mungu alimuguza na leo amemuosha na ako ready kuwa president. Can you imagine how they interpret it? So for us, we may be seeing something different, but for them, their optical lenses is totally different. And these are things, those who are psychology, you see, as a presidential candidate, you have all manner of aids. You have spiritual, you have psychological, you have mental, you have anger management, all these. So I think all of them came together, and I think the one thing they told him, you need to cry one more time. And I think he did it. The rehearsal must have been very good, because when you look at it, it was not just a crying, it was rehearsed. The whole choreograph, because first of all, he did his hands like this. Now, koti alikuwa amevaa, and he was told to be symmetrical. Ukibeba unakaa kama mkuhani, unaelewa? Alafu unaangalia juu kidogo tu hivi na unarudi chini hivi kama padri. Alafu unalia pole pole, alafu unafanya hivi. Bernard, he did it right, and he rehearsed it right, and his people heard him. So if you want to know about crying and politics, just go and Google the politics of crying and the politics of the podium. Or Katwe is One thing I want to remind you that one, crying is good, and even the history, I read the history actually, but you see in the African setup, if you look at those guys who those men who decided to cry for the podium, on the podium, chances are that they were not really elected later, because in African setup, crying is a sign of weakness from men. That is why you'll find in any funeral, you'll find the women being the loudest and the men crying deep inside. But in KISI, there's a term that we use that ukiona mwanaume amelia, ametoa machozi, huyo mwanaume amefinywa. Ule mwenye anasema nitalia, huyo hajagongwa. Sisi tunasemanga ukiona mwanaume amelia ukweli ametoa machozi, huyo mwanaume ameshikwa mahali ya Chebukati alishikwa 2017. Kwa hivyo at some point, in as much as it was choreographed, the first tear might have been choreographed, but as time went by, the emotions swept him and he remembered a lot of stuff. Vile ameng'ang'ana for the last 9 years and hajapata hiki, na watu ndio wanataka kumtoa kwa mdomo hivi iende. Ukweli, machozi ya ukweli ilitoka, ile ya ukweli sasa, haki ya Mungu hii, wacha nilie sasa ya ukweli. Machozi yenyewe ilitoka, wacha ile ya uongo, ile ya kwanza. Ya kwanza ilikuwa ya uongo, ile the first tear might have been choreographed, but as time went by, this man remembered what he has gone through and he really cried. Ile kama angeomba leo na ambie Mungu, aki Mungu nisamee dhambi zangu, God will have forgiven that man today, I tell you.
No, Katwe wewe unataka kuwa mtingi mwana anzeki hapa. Ngoja kwanza. Kuna watu hapa wako na masuala yao. Naomba hivi. Hii mikono nikiruhusu ita cause delay. Nataka Alex amalize submission. Kuna video ambayo kwetu amesema nicheze na nimeiona ni kali sana. Nataka kuicheza, alafu ndio niruhusu hiyo mikono ianze kutudefinia
unajua
cry.
And ni kweli, the crying is a process. Crying is not an objective incident, okay? And Katwe, you are right. When you start, hata mtoto ukiona ako tu hivi, hata watoto sengine wanalia bure tu. Umeelewa? Mtoto tu anaanza kama mcheza, anafungua mdomo and the tears come. It's a process. It's an emotional engagement with the brain. Now, let me take you through what it says. There are 4 types of tears. Inaanzanga na kitu inaitwa crocodile tears. Unaelewa? And that is the one that you are talking about. Then we go to basal tears. Then we go now to the emotional tears. Sasa hiyo ndio wewe umeona. Na kuna ile ya mwisho to affect you inaitwa reflex tears. Ile yenye na kuangalia hivi na kale kamoja kanatoka una confirm nimelia. Unaelewa? So you ought to understand the whole process. And Ruto did all of them today. Now, let me read something here and we finish. I don't want to take you to the class of tears because that's not the topic today. Inasema, every president in United States has used tears to his disadvantage or his advantage. Alafu inasema, the most profitable political tears are probably those you shed as a politician when you are confronted with a tragedy and a demise that is not yours. Unasikia? The most profitable ni ile unalia ambayo sio yako. Unaelewa? And I think that is what Ruto was trying to do. So maneno ya kulia ya Ruto was political. It was not emotional. It was not spiritual. It was not for you and me. It was for his personal gain. It was rehearsed. It was well rehearsed. It was well received by his people. But we are debunking it here. That is his own problem. Aende huko. He was not crying for us. Okay? That is his own problem. Go to the nearest dustbin and put your tears. Thank you very much.
Now, that's a little patience, please. Let's watch this. After this, I will give Mama Selina to debunk further.
Kaburi la wazi, sehemu ya pili.
This is very hard, I must say. It is very hurting the way Jack died.
I think time has come when we should call a spade a spade. It is clear those that killed Meshach Yebei also killed Juma.
If not interrogated by us lawyers, probably because of fear and cowardice, Jacob Juma will haunt us. And therefore, Deputy President, I challenge you, katika mtandao ya Jacob Juma, severally, Jacob Juma ameandika kwa mtandao, na wewe umesoma Deputy President, akisema kwamba wewe unahatarisha maisha yake. Please, Deputy President Ruto, break your silence and tell us whether when Juma was writing these things, he was talking about the truth or he was lying.
The late Jacob Juma at 12:34 p.m. on the 10th of December 2015 tweeted, and I quote, "The person who is obsessed with plans to kill me is William Ruto. I know that my assassination was discussed on Tuesday." My question to you is, did you have anything to do with that? As the late Jacob Juma claimed, as Jirongo claimed, and why you?
Well, I think we lost Jacob Juma. That he would be best placed to respond to your question.
Jacob Juma would be best placed to respond to your question.
You shall not murder.
The Bible says, "Blessed are the ones that mourn, for they'll be comforted."
Okay. We start with the...
Bernard.
Yes.
The saddest part, I watched that thing several times, not to watch Ruto. I watched that thing like 20 times. I was driving and I think it came to the group. And the saddest part of that video is that the people who questioned Ruto are today dining with Ruto. The saddest part of that video is not Ruto crying. It's Boni Aluale, it's Wetangula. The only man who distinguished himself and separated himself and continued to be authentic about Ruto has been Jirongo. The saddest part is the people who told us about Ruto and his killing are with him. And it begs the question. Now, it's a psychological question. It's not even a spiritual question. Because you can't explain it to me spiritually. We've gone to college and we have learned critical thinking. And this is where you employ your critical thinking. And again, you are left depleted. Boni Aluale is so eloquent there. So eloquent in questioning Ruto. The journalist looked at him and he had the answer. He said, "Go to the grave and ask Jacob Juma." That was his answer. In short, don't ask me. The height of hypocrisy, not only hypocrisy, rudeness, the impunity is underestimated. In English, you call it kleptocracy. That's the highest form of impunity. It's called kleptocracy. That is what you saw there. go to the grave and ask Jacob Juma. And today that journalist is sitting talking for Ruto. That is the saddest part of that video.
Okay, thank you very much. This is far-fetched, but it's a better place for me to bring it up. There is an allegations to be confirmed. I think it's either propaganda or some information put out there that the reason why Kenya Kwanza is obsessed with somebody wants to kill them, is there is a high probability in their desperation. They want to kill one of them so that they blame it to the government and then in the process gain sympathy from Kenyans. They are looking for how to overturn the elections in their favor through this whatever misguided approach. And so there are people in Kenya Kwanza that need to be protected by both government and every other person, because this desperation is alarming. This desperation is bad news. It's where somebody will kill themselves or kill somebody just to try and overturn the election. We must be very careful with this. We must be very careful with this. So those people around, usually the compromisers, those who usually go there to say there is no hyena. When the hyena begin to eat them, they will be the first victims. So I want Kenyans to sober up and understand. Uhuru has come out clear. He said he had power to do things. He refused to do that. He's not going to shed anybody's blood. But there are people who are hell-bent to take other people's lives just to win the sympathy of Kenyans. Sad, but it's not far-fetched. Let's be careful. Twende kwa Mama Selina, turudi kwa Martin, tukisonga namna hiyo. Quickly, please.
Bernard and Alex. Chamia Kalenjin, we are now the talks of the talks. But nataka kusema hivi. Kwa wanaume ya Wakalenjin, wale walitaeri, including him because najua alitaeri. Wherever aliendea anajua. Hakuna mwanaume anaruhusiwa kulia. Hata machozi anapenduka, anapangusa, ananyamaza. Lakini kuna kitu moja. Kama umelaaniwa pia na wasee, ukiwa na laana, wanakuweka hiyo aibu. Moja, mumeongea kuhusu Jacob Juma. Mumesema haijebei. Mumesema mambo mingi. Na wale wamechapwa. Na msisahau ya muhimu, ukikusa msasi yako na ukakusa Moi mwenye alikushika mkono na akakufa bila kukusamea. Wakanga wale nasikia wanaendanga, unapatikana umepepa ile vitu uliipa kwa kichwa na uwezi shukisha. Hiyo ni Ukambani na watu wengine. Huyu kijana hako na mambo mingi inamuuma kwa roho yake. Moja, alisaidia Uhuru kuipa kura. Uhuru amekuja akasema, mimi nilitaka kwenda nyumbani. Haya, we mwenyewe ukasema ulitaka kuchapa Uhuru kwa sababu ameserenda. Na Alex na mwanaume yote mwenye ako hapa, wacha sisi wa mama, tunapepa mauchungu lakini si rahisi. Kama uko na dhambi, inakuuma. Kuna ila watoto kina Pepi Pendo, kuna watu wengi innocent wako chini penalty. Na itakula kila mtu. Kikalenjin inasema, swara, inaitwa nini ile, swara ile nini, ile mnyama inakimbia. Ukimutoa kwa nyumba yake, anasema kwa Kikale, siulisi mwenye ameniua, lakini mwenye amenitoa kwa nyumba ile nilikuwa nimejificha. Unaona? Inakufuata. Whoever kill him anasema yeye hawezi laani, lakini wewe mwenye ulinitoa mahali nilikuwa nimejificha kwa ile nyumba yangu ya nje nyasi, ukasema hivi na swara akatokea. Ni swara. So kuna mambo Deputy President anajua peke yake, na hata kama umetumia mtu, you may not do it by yourself, unaweza tumana, lakini swara anasema hula aliniua, sifuati huyo, but mwenye amenitoa kwa nyumba yangu. Na ndiye hii kutafuta kiti ya rais, kuna vitu mingi ukiwa rais inafunika, uwezi kutwa. Unajua kama wewe ni chief ama wewe ni king na umenyanyasa watu, umeua watu, katiba inakuchunga. Na kuna some people anasema, ana calculate anasema niko 50 something. If I go for another 10 years, alafu nifike katikati, hata mkitaka kunishika, labda nitakuwa mzee ama nifike mahali nikatalie. Hii si genuine kutafuta kiti. Kuna kitu mtu anataka kumaintain, anataka kuendelea, because ukiwa president hakuna mtu anakuchunguza. And again, we don't forget. I'm sorry to say that. Kwa sababu hata sahi wa Kalenjin, I don't know after how long, wanaume wakale watachiosha, watasimama ndio Wakenya waamini. Tumekuwa na 2 incident. Mpaka leo RUTO akifanya kitu, watu wamesahau hata ile usuri moya alifanya. I know alikuwa na weakness kama binadamu, but sahi Kenyans wakiona 24 years of Moi na RUTO 10 years, Kenyans wanakumbuka mambo mingi sana. So as we are talking here, na pia jamii, na ndio unaona ule mzee aliongea, na mimi nataka niwaulize, si RUTO amekuwa Eldoret, aliwahi chipu hiyo mzee? Hata hakuongea kitu kama hiyo. Hakusema mimi ni ya hii jamii, kwa sababu sisi Wakale tuko na clan na tuko na mahali tumetoka. Aidha tulitoka kwa Watugen, ama tumetoka kwa Elgeyo, ama tumetoka Elkon, ama hata wengine wametoka kwa Pokot. But ajai kanusha kusema, babu, unajua leo ukiniuliza nitakwambia mimi ni mtoto ya fulani, my great grandfather alikuwa anaitwa fulani, na hata ukiniuliza ninajua mahali walisikwa, kwa sababu ni generation. Si baba yako ya leo, si Penat na mtoto yake. Nikitaka kuchunguza Penat, atuendi kwa Penat na atuendi kwa baba yake. We go to the great grandfather. Ukituambia my great grandfather alitoka mahali fulani, hivyo ndio Wanandi wanafuata. Where were you? Your roots. Kumaanisha hakuna. Watu walikuja Washingishu kitambu, hiyo miaka yote walikaa hapo, mama akaolewa. The only thing I know, mama yake ni Mnandi asili. Na niliwaambianga mimi mama Mnandi, ama mimi mama Kikuyu, ama Kisii, ama Muluya, watoto nitasaa si yangu, ni ya kwa mahali nimeolewa. So nataka tu nimalizie niseme, na wase wali machozi ya, oh my God, this man, na wase wanajua. Na ukiona kila mtu amekuosha mkono. Cheruyot ni mtu mkubwa sana, alikuwa kwa serikali ya Moi. Huyo not commandant. Commander ni Kiptum. Lakini sasa ukiona ile watu wote wase unaona wametokea, kutokea 50 years ama 60 wanatoka na wanaongea na wanalia watoto yetu. So please, hii mambo na kanisa hii kina kwani hatuna kanisa ya wakale? Kwani si tuko mnasema Ruto ni IC? Wapi Bishop yako mwenye alikuwa nasimamia Moi mpaka akaenda retire? Bishop yako mpaka today ni reverend ya AIC na bado anaenda Nairobi. Mumaiona Bishop yako akishika mkono Ruto? Tuko na reverends, tuko na watu ya kanisa wakubwa wase wa Kalenjin. Have you seen one apart from Kariuki, sijui Margaret Wanjiro, sijui bibi ya Kirate Gachagua, sijui even Jesus is Lord? Hiyo ni uchinga. Kama wewe Penat ni mwanaume ama Alex na wewe unasimama unaitwa Mkisii, hata kama uchui kilani ya baba yako, wase wa Kisii watasema huyu mtoto ni ya fulani na babu yao alikuwa fulani. Tusijitanganye. Tumewacha kimila, yes, lakini mahali tulitoka, huyo msee kama baba yako ama babu yako Alex, wase wakikaa chini kwa pombe na wase wa Kisii wanamwambia babu yako ama grandfather yako toka nje, hapana kaa na wase, kuna kasoro ilifanyika kwa hiyo boma. So mimi nimemalizia hapo Penat, lakini jamii ya Kalenjin wanapepeshwa msalaba yenye mutaona after tarehe 9 mutaona wa Kalenjin wakitoka wakiongea, na hiyo watu wote wamekufa. Najua wewe ni Mluya. Kumbuka wakati Wanandi walikuwa napigana na Waluya, kitambo moja kuja amalize ile vita ilikuwa ya Chepsonoi. I know you remember that kwa sababu wewe ni mtu ya Kakamega. Vita ilikuwa ya Wanandi. Na uliona kijana moja aliuawa wakati alikimbia kwa nyumba ya Mluya, akaingia mpaka bedroom, akaingia chini ya kitanda na akaserenda, akasema msiniue. Walimuua hiyo kijana na ng'ombe yake na amekufa. Chioni alikuwa anatembea kwa anga huko juu. Wacha niwaambie, Ruto hata malisia poa. Ndio unaona kila mtu amenyamaza. Kitio ni mtuge na amenyamaza. Ni hayo tu. Lakini mtusamee. Sisi wengine tumesimama na nyinyi. Si ati hatusikii uchungu. I'm not happy. Mimi ni Mkale. Niko na watoto. Lakini kiona mwanaume anaenda kulia, deputy president alipatiwa na Uhuru alilia. Leo sasa analia. Poleni.
You are muted, sir.
Sorry.
You are muted.
Sorry. It's I'm saying that it's a revelation moment and a moment of reflection, even as we seek to get right leadership. Some things happen for a reason. We say that nothing happens by itself. Everything happens for a reason. And some of it is usually intended to accomplish something. Then it ends up exposing even what was being hidden by reason of that particular action. Right now, Wakenya mujiadhari na kila kitu ambacho kinaendelea. Don't take anything for granted. Take everything keenly. Be sober. Watch everything. Discern. Judge matters rightly. Don't get clouded with emotions until you lose your ability to judge matters soundly and soberly. Kila kiongozi lazima akaguliwe na tusipatie uongozi kwa mtu ambaye haaminiki. Biblia iko kinyume na kupatia uongozi kwa wale watu hawaaminiki. Kama vile
kuna swali moja pole. Wanasema watu wawili, ulipeleka Alex na mlikuwa wawili. Unamwambia Alex ninakuua leo na hakuna mtu kweli muko forest. Huyo mtu atakwambia lizard ndio umeniua, lakini lizard itakuja kunisema, not a human being. Umepeleka mtu kwa miwa, umemuua huko. Na kweli hakuna mtu alikuona. Hiyo mtu amekwambia lizard. Na huyu mtu ameuana akiona lizard kwa sababu ule mwingine alimwambia lizard itanisema. So lizard imekuja kusema wale walikufa.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's make progress, please. We have been we already on the 4th hour, and there are people who have not said anything. Please, let's now patiently give people permission. I mean, ample time to make their submission. We'll listen from Martin, then Laban, and then Katwe. Let's retain that order, please. Martin,
Katwe came first. Katwe to have been coming in and out, and his net has been here for a long time. His net has been coming in and out. He's been losing net.
The ruling has been given. It stands until it is overruled. As at now, that queue remains until further notice. Martins, go ahead.
I'm willing to oblige to you whether you want to allow me or to allow the other.
It is your turn, please, to make your submission.
All right. So first of all, this is the first time, I'm always in the background. So this is the first time I came out, and I want to take this opportunity to thank whoever started this thing, because it did not make sense to me until I met some Asian man who, I live in London. I met an Asian man that runs a shop near my estate, and we were talking about politics, and I started talking about Mutembe. And I told him, oh, I'm so excited about this group, that most of them are in the diaspora, and we get to talk. And then they are talking about how we can raise money. And I was talking about the Obama thing and this thing that happened I love politics quite a lot. And in Atlanta, Georgia, there's a way this woman, I think she was called Stella or somebody, that was really galvanizing people for the Democrats and all that. And it was really beautiful. And then it struck me, wow, this is really a beautiful avenue. And I remembered that you, Bernard, and the old people here, Mama Selena, LX and Alex and is it Cap or Kip, who are talking about how can we contribute so that we organize for people to be transported and all that. So I just want to register my excitement about that. Now, I do not believe Ruto. Hata kama analia na inatoka damu. This man is a liar. He is a liar par excellence. In fact, when I commented, when Citizen posted it on Instagram, what I said is 1, 2, 3 action. Kama video, kama movie. He's a liar par excellence. I don't believe him. Hata kama anatoka mahindi kwa macho, ama machozi kwa macho, I would not believe him at all. But then I go back to what happened again in what is the name of this place, KISII. I am so proud of my president, Raila Amolo Odinga. I have voted for Raila Amolo Odinga since 1997. And when we got to 2002, he told me who to vote for. I choose him anytime. What we have to really understand, that we have to talk to our children, we have to talk to our relatives, we have to talk to whoever we can talk to, and galvanize everybody to go and vote. Today I joined. There was and most of you that can are on Twitter, you are invited to these when these meetings that people are having on Twitter, and we had everybody that really matters that is supporting ODM, and they were talking about, should we vote or should we not? We need to tell your mothers, your fathers, your grandfathers, your sisters, your aunties, anybody. By the way, Bernard, when anybody asks for money from me, if you are not voting number one, I say, and then I sweet talk you. Who are you voting for? If you tell me you are voting anything than ODM, you are not getting any support from me. I tell you, go and ask Ruto for your help. He has a lot of money. We must tell everybody to go and vote, because there is the research that is being going around is about cynicism. There's a number of young people that are very cynical. They have lost interest. They no longer believe in the leadership that is around. It is our responsibility to tell them that they have to vote. I never liked Uhuru, if I can admit, Bernard. My own elder brother, when in 2013, when Uhuru won, I called him and I told him, I was actually in tears. Because remember, all along, we are the people who have been contributing money, ODM, they asked for money and all that. I was in tears. And then my elder brother told me, well, maybe they will do something that changes they know people don't like them, they have rigged, maybe they will behave better. And they did not. I could not stand His Excellency Uhuru. But when Uhuru started talking, I was looking at him with a side eye. But gradually I've come to realize this man has one vision, that even if he fails in everything, he wants to make sure that he leaves a country that is united. A country that is united. We will not make any progress until we are united. So I want to thank even my leader, Raila Amolo Odinga. After he was crowned in KISII, the first thing I was telling myself, I hope this man tells them my first mission is to bring people together. And guess what? That is what he did. Did you guys watch? And I've been sending you some things, Bernard, and today I apologize if I send you one wrong one, and I told you forgive me, because I didn't realize it had been doctored. But have you guys realized that Martha Karua, in the meeting, was it in Kerugoya or was it in Kiambu, there was a skirmish between a woman with a child and the man that gave that fathered the child, and they had brought their domes there, and the Mother Karua stood up and did what? Tried to solve the only thing. And Baba was saying, vijana tulia. When I posted on my Instagram, I said that is leadership. What we need in Kenya is adults. We don't want children. We want adults that deal with issues. And then today we see Baba deal with the same thing. Now, if there's anybody here that still supports Ruto, if there's anybody here that has supported Raila before, my challenge to them is this: you have to have a reference. The reference is we've seen Uhuru. The reference is we've seen Raila. We've seen what is the name of the other man? Ruto. We've seen Raila. But the truth of the matter is we have seen Raila and Martha Karua. But we also know in the reference we have of Martha Karua and Raila, we have action. I'm imploring any young man, any old man, any woman, any sister, brother, whoever you are, give Raila a chance. It would be foolhardy for you to know these people and whatever they have done, and you still give them. Thank you, Mama Selina. Thank you, every man and woman that has stood for Mutembe and whoever started this thing, including there's a man I always watch, there's a Luya young man in Nairobi. I send blessing to him. I've asked for his number because I want to send him some blessing directly. Sijapata, there's a name for him, najua sura yake lakini simjui. But I bless all of you as an old man. I thank everyone and whoever started this initiative. God bless you. Peace and blessings. Over, over, over.
Amen, amen. Thank you, Martins. I will hunt that number and give it to you. I think I know who you are talking about. Hata ushapewa jina. Anaitwa Nuru Okanga. The name. So I will inbox you his number. Kuna wale watu ambao wako na hiyo number tayari. All the same, thank you very much. Let's redeem time. Tuende mbio kwa Laban.
Yes, asante sana Bernard na other panelists wenzangu na wazalimu sana. Alex, na nataka uchukue hili swala kwa sababu tumeliongelea na ndio hapo rais mtarajiwa amekuwa leo. Nataka hili jambo tulielewe vizuri. In fact, in KISII tuko na 6 clans, I think so. Our politics in KISII mainly zinakuanga based on the clans. What's happening in KISII sio eti Simba Arati yako na upinzani wowote. Ile kitu yenye iko ni watu ambao hawataki kutosheka na mambo ya uongozi. People like Chris Obure, Samongeri, hata nikiwa mtoto mdogo nilikuwa nawasikia mpaka tumekuwa watu wazima. That is the case. Raila alifanya kitu yenye watu wengi hawakutarajiwa kwamba atafanya. But yeye already ako na preferred candidate. But alifanya ile alifanya for the sake of the community. Ipaki ikiwa kitu kimoja. Kwa sababu wakati akiingia kwa stadium walikuwa kwa gari moja na Simba Arati. Why not the 2 guys? So that was a direct endorsement, lakini kwa sababu kuna infighting between wale wazee, ilibidi wasalimiane hapo mbele. Nafikiria ile alifanya kama mzee, lakini nafikiria kwa upande wangu vile ninaweza sema ilikuwa tu just PR. But alifanya hivyo kutoshelesha community kwamba watu wamesalimiana na hiyo maneno imeisha. But Ongwae ambaye ndiye architect wa hii shida yote hakupewa nafasi na wananchi hata kidogo. Hakupewa nafasi hata kidogo. Kwa sababu yeye alianzisha kitu yenye haijafanyika anywhere. Yeye ni mwanachama wa ODM. Simba Arati ni mtu wa ODM, anakosa kumsupport. Mtu mwenye anasupport anasema si chama ni mtu. Why not mtu ambaye mnatoka naye kwa chama kimoja? Hayo yakiwa yamefikia hapo na tukiendelea kuyajadili, mimi nataka nirudi Nairobi. Hiyo opinions bado inaleta taswishi kidogo na inanichanganya kwa sababu sijaielewa vizuri kwa upande wa governor. Kwa sababu inaweka kwamba Sakaja anaweza shinda Igathe. How? Kwa popularity ya miungano ya vyama haiwezi kwamba Azimio wako juu, lakini they are preferred candidate ambaye ni Igathe kwamba ashindwe na mtu mwenye anatoka chama ambacho ni second. Hapo kuna shida kidogo kwa kuangalia kwangu kwamba polling yenye inafanywa inakaa kama watu wa Western Kenya ambao wanaegemea sana upande wa ugavana, wana prefer sana Sakaja na wana assume kwamba wako na candidate, lakini kura za urais hizo hawana shida nazo. Kwa sababu gani? Kwa sababu hiyo ni my own opinion. kwamba mtu ambaye walikuwa wanahitaji alikuwa Tim Wanyonyi. So kwa sababu hakuingia kwa hiyo nafasi, so ni kama wanatoa punishment kidogo. Hiyo ni maoni yangu tu, lakini kama ni hivyo, hata mimi ningehitaji nirekebishwe. Sitaongea mengi kwa leo. Thank you.
Okay. Asante kwa maoni yako. Naomba nisiongee sana kwa hilo. Nataka tuko masaa mengine kama 5 hivi tutaangalia kwa kina. Let's get this video and then we proceed further.
And to give them notice here and now ya kwamba on Saturday tarehe 6 mkutano yetu msipofungua Nyayo Stadium itakuwa at the junction of Moi Avenue and Kenyatta Avenue in Nairobi. Vile tumekuwa Eldoret, tutapea ilani, and the law does not require them to give us permission. It requires to give them notice. Kwa hivyo polisi, mhakikishe mnalinda maduka ya watu. Sisi tutakuwa na mkutano at the junction of Moi Avenue and Kenyatta Avenue. Jambo la mwisho, ninyi ndugu zetu wa Rift Valley, tunawaomba msikubali. Wewe kijana, wewe umekunywa nini? Msikubali hata kidogo kuuziwa uoga. Tumeona wanatoa vijikaratasi. Kweli, wacha niwaulize ndugu zetu wa Ravini. William Ruto ako na 100 support ya jamii ya Kikuyu. William Ruto ako na 100 support ya jamii ya Waluya. Atakuwa ni nani yeye kuanza kufukuza Waluya na Wakikuyu hapa? If you want to lie with some brains, bwana Kibicho na Matiang'i, huwezi kudanganya Wakenya. Sisi tumeamua na kura itakuwa ya William Samoei Ruto. Jambo la mwisho, ndugu zetu wa Rift Valley hapa Ravini, this vote will not be over until it is over. Lazima kila mmoja wenu ajitokeze apige kura. Huyu gavana wenu anaitwa Benjamin.
Yes, Alex, you're saying?
I don't listen to Wetangula. That's like that's a dog barking without teeth. I don't know kama uko kwenu Bernard, kuna hizi umbwa zinawachangwa zinatembea tu bure tu hivi. Zinakanga nje ya mapera, nje ya avocado. Unajua Kisii kila mtu ako na avocado, langwat na mapera nje ya nyumba hivi. Alafu kuna umbwa inatembeanga tu hivi. Wakati unaingia gate unafanya ha ha. Ukikaribia inafanya mkia hivi inatoroka. Hiyo ndio vitisho Wetangula anatuambia hapo. Hakuna kitu Wetangula atafanya. There is nothing he can do that. But I wanted to tell my friend Laban, kama yeye ni mzazi. Laban, are you a father? Laban, are you a father?
A father of 3.
Yeah, sasa unajua iko wakati saa ingine tunapata tuko kwa kijana, sisi wakisi tunapendelea wavulana, sijui ni kwa nini. Lakini unapata kijana amekuwa number 3, msichana amekuwa number 1, mwingine amekuwa number 1, lakini una feel vizuri kijana yangu amefanya vizuri, lakini hujui hiyo kitu itoe aje. Unaenda unapata kijana anacheza nje, unakuja hapa, wewe umefanya hiyo ujinga. Alafu unamleta kwa watu, alafu unamwambia huyu vaa hii nguo, lakini wewe uache ujinga sana, ulikuwa unacheza hivi. Hiyo ndio game baba alicheza Kisii. Baba anaendorse Simba Arati, lakini anasema wacha kutusi wazee. Mbona akamleta peke yake kule mbele? Alafu anakaa naye for 5 minutes. Anamwambia wacha heshimu wazee. Baba was specifically saying unachukua ugavana. Wewe ndio huko, nimekuja na wewe. Lakini sasa staki hao wengine wajue. It's like a coat of many colors. when you are buying your child a coat of many colors, and I like the story because the Bible gives us a clear cut that we have favorites. We have favorites. And when you have a favorite, you have to be cheeky as a father. That's not being wise. Wise doesn't mean sasa utenga. You have to be cheeky on how you distribute. Because mwisho, the coat of many colors, you know, will be seen by others. Baba specifically endorsed Simba in front of us for a very long time. Akamwambia heshimu hawa wazee. And if you could see the body language, Matiang'i was not speaking they were sitting. The sitting arrangement could tell you. Matiang'i was sitting, the other side was Ongeri. But Simba Arati was sitting next to Mama. And Ongwae was not there. And even when they were entering, Ongwae forced himself to come next to Baba. So don't worry about that. That was a clear-cut endorsement that we have been waiting. But unajua wale wazee wetu ni kama wamekataa kabisa kukubali. But I think sisi tumezoea. Nyachae tulimwambia wachana, sisi tumechagua chungwa, sio banana, akakataa. We embarrassed him. And he ended up being removed from an MP by Monda. And unfortunately, all these people again are being sent by Monda again, because Monda is again the deputy governor of KISII. Now, prophecy is repeating itself. So it looks like Monda ndiye amekuwa kifagio yetu sasa. So I think kifagio iko ni Monda, so isikujalishe tafadhali. That's why I said, let's not even dwell on that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I think that now sheds more light, and politics is not always in straight lines. You need to discern it, look at it from far. Okay, here we go. Whether Galisosa is talking the truth or not.
Today is on Tuesday, 2nd of August 2022. You will be presented before this court on Friday. Which date is Friday, Carol? 5th. On 5th.
We are most obliged.
See you on Friday.
Okay, that is the squad behind the leaflets. And one Wetangula says he will conduct a rally in the junction of Moi and Kenyatta. There is no even a roundabout there. So
Bernard, I told you that's a dog barking without teeth. Don't even go there.
At least angesema global roundabout. At least there is some space. That means he's confessing that they don't have people in Nairobi, so they really can fit at the junction of Moi and Jomo Kenyatta. Whichever the case. Thank you. Katwe, you are back.
I'm back. You know, actually, when you decide to come to Mutembe, you have to protect yourself so well, because you don't know how much time you'll take there, because there are so many. Mambo ni mengi, masaa ndio machache. Masaa tu ndio inatusumbua, lakini mambo ni mengi tunafaa kuongelea. Just a quick one. I just want to make this a very quick one before I go to today's issue. That if we allow Sakaja to be if Sakaja is elected in Nairobi, then I think I can agree with Wajakoya that there are some aspects of the constitution that should be suspended. One of them being Chapter 6, because Actually, if again he's going to be elected in Nairobi, then I think we should scrap the EACC. We should scrap out the issue of good conducts from the DCI. We should scrap out this thing called that you're supposed to be tax compliant, because those institutions are not working anymore completely. They are not working for Kenyans, because why would an employer ask you for 5 years experience, but when it comes to politics, we are just, you could see the constituency debate for Langata. It was basically a joke. Some of the people that were there don't even know their responsibilities as MPs in those particular respective constituencies that they are going to vie. And it is very true that in Kenya, once you want to vie, is either scandals in Kenya or in Africa at large put people in office. But in developed countries like in the US and the UK, scandals really put you out of office completely. You remember the case of Bill Clinton and Lewinsky. It almost brought Bill Clinton to be impeached or something. So it was a very huge scandal for him. But in Kenya, you find out that somebody has been sired like years back and he has not been supporting the kid, and that person is still in office. He will question, like the case of the lady that sired with Ruto, and then when the question was brought to the public, the Ruto said that I've been giving 90,000 shillings to this woman, as if it makes it even better. In those points, I feel like this country should be headed to a right direction. Right, coming back to today's events, and I don't want to really talk about KISII because one, James Omaribo Ongwae has really messed up KISII politics to a point that everybody's mad at him. And his legacy will only remembered by the fact that he's messing up the politics of the county, not but by what he has done from before. The first 5 years he worked, but these second 5 years, nothing completely. So let me go for today's whatever that happened. I've not been around for some time, but let me just touch on something called infidelity and lies. And I want really to jargon our minds that when somebody was a very good friend of one person, and that person decided to leave for work, and he left his friend with his family to take care of them, that in the event they need anything, you remember that time when we never used to have direct money transfer, we could entrust our families with certain people. And at that point, anything that they need, but that was just a way of infidelity, because in this particular context, Uhuru took Ruto to his home and told him that while I'm away or while I'm doing my stuff, you can still make yourself comfortable and look after these children of mine, because I'll be busy with government and national politics and working. So he decided to do what? To try and become an infidel to Uhuru's wife. And Uhuru's wife are the people of the Central. One thing we have to understand, that when infidelity is involved, lies have to be involved. And that is why you could see that from 2013 to 2017, even when we have a terrorist attack in Kenya, the person who came out to the public to talk to the public, it is the deputy president, to show the Kenyans that he is not working. I am the one who is working. So guys, kindly just look on that. It is about the way you lie to his wife and tell him that your husband is not working, your husband is busy running after women elsewhere, so that this woman can love you. But when the truth will come out, it is so funny that the way the wife will chase you, he will chase you like a dog, telling you that you've been lying to me so that I can leave my marriage for you. It doesn't work that way. And that is why you'll find out that even in the cases where corruption is involved, for example, the case of Muteshi land, it is alleged that even Ruto himself, the person that he was saying that that land was sold to him fraudulently, that person was in class 6 when that transaction was taking place. He's saying that I am the victim of fraudulence. In the case of even the Western Hotel, it is alleged that he even said that it's a subject of fraudulence. and character that somebody exhibits. And even when it came to the ICC, you could see that at one point Ruto was saying the cases to be taken to the ICC, but again, coming to 2022 is saying that it is Raila Odinga who wanted to take me to the ICC. I just don't understand how somebody can lie and sleep well at night. And in this particular context, I want to challenge all our mamas who are here and women at large. There is no way a husband can be performing those atrocities if you're not supporting that man. If you're not supporting that man, you would have left him a long time ago. And as the nature of men, we can be controlled by women in a certain way we do not know if we've been controlled. If, for example, I'm a thief today and my woman wants to leave me because I'm a thief, their chances are I will live that kind of life for her. That is, now I'm questioning Mama Rachel Ruto. Why is she allowing all this to happen under her watch? Because at the end of the day, even hata bana do unajua leo ukitoka na nguo chafu, si wewe unalaumiwa. It is the wife that is being blamed. Where were you when your husband probably alitoka kama umelala? But people will remember that the husband alitoka mapema kama hujaamka. They will only remember that wewe mbona hukupatia mzee koti safi. My challenge today is on Mama Rachel Ruto. One, Rail Chebet, can you please control your man? Tell him whatever that he's doing in public, like crying a river in public, it is not going to work. It is never going to work with African setup. It is never going to work in the broader picture of politics, because basically, and what Bernard you've mentioned is that I do believe those are rumors because not allowed to confirm those ones right now. If that is what they are planning to do, that is what happened in 1997 in Gatundu South, where somebody was killed, so such that one to get such kind of sympathy votes. It works, but to a certain extent. What they do not understand is that the playbook that they are trying to jot or to give us or to read this in public, this is a playbook that one of the principals is supporting Azimio. So basically they understand the game. Both of them understand the game. And it is so funny that once you are in a certain gang and you decide to defect, to go to another gang, this gang will always feel threatened and they will do everything in their power to make sure that you fall. And that is what William Ruto does not understand. And even in the case of where there will be those stamps that are not being put in the ballot papers, this is the thing. Somebody, and we've said it before here in this forum, that somebody is reading from the judgment of Maraga in 2017, that Maraga told us that an election is not an event, it is a process. And even the process, even after 9th, the process of election will continue up to the time people will be sworn in. It will not end on August 9th. In fact, the presidential votes, all the presidential elections start on that day when the votes are being counted. That is when the election starts completely, to understand that it is now. There's a very nice quote by Pablo Escobar, one of the biggest drug lords. He was saying, he was quoting plata or plomo. It's either you accept what I'm telling you, ama ukule risasi. It has reached that point in these elections that people will do crazy things just to be sworn in office. And why is it that somebody wants to be sworn in office and stay in office? It is basically they want to control the power and their dignity to be restored on the public eye. There is nothing. No, somebody should not tell you that Ruto wants to help you and uplift you from Mama Mboga. You could see Hussein Mohammed pushing that woman away, telling that I happened unafika. So there are limits of how you can interact with this person called William Ruto. He does not care. William Ruto cares about his Western Hotel, to protect Western Hotel, to protect 6080 Hotel, to protect Laikipia ADC, to protect everything that he has acquired. And that is why he's afraid, he was afraid even to resign. That is basically why he wants to come to power. There's nothing new that is going to bring him. You could see from the interview that one, could you please tell us how you're going to do this? He was stammering all over. He didn't know how to do. In fact, Rigathi Gachagua performed very well more than him. And it's on this way that any voter who is in Kenya, place your hands and look at your palms and put Raila Amolo Odinga on this side, put William Ruto on this side, and tell me, which hand will you kiss and say that I am kissing this hand and I will not be infected with anything? Kiss any of your palms, those two palms of yours. Tell me which one is sweeter than the other. But you don't have a chance of kissing them twice. You have only one chance, either to kiss a poison or to kiss an antidote. Thank you.
Okay, there it goes, loud and clear. I believe everybody is following, and let's keep it civil. It's important that we pay close attention. This is the last week to elections. Let us not play games. Don't allow somebody to carry you and deliver you to a wrong place. Keep going where you are going, regardless of the offers you meet on the road. They want to distract you from the same. Let's watch this before we bring in Toroi Teach.
Hey, Bernard, hiyo mfanye fujo muone zinaenda wapi?
Hiyo ni Uganda ama Kenya? Museveni.
Zinaenda Uasin Gishu.
Inaenda UG ya Kenya. Inaenda UG ya Kenya.
Watu wa Taruko, watu wa Sugoi, muko na wageni.
Bernard, wacha nikuambie kitu. Unaona 2007 kofia nyekundu, hiyo red parade sitakangi kuiona. Wale watu walikulisha watu chumvi. Walikuwa kikutana na wewe, unatoka unanunua chumvi, unakaa unakulishwa. Vijana walikulishwa chumvi huko kwetu. Sasa wanapelekewa hiyo, wataona. Walete moto watajua.
Sawa sawa, kama vile nilikuwa nasema, watu wa Sugoi, watu wa Tarubo, watu wa Singishu, mna wageni maalum ambao watakuwa nanyi kama siku 30 hivi. Hakikisha mnawatunza vizuri, au wanakula kuku kwa ugali, hawapendi sana Brenda. Wanapenda chakula ambayo ina haraka na iva na wanakula hapo. Kile hawataki kabisa kukula watakula, kulala watakula, lakini ukifanya fujo hao wageni wanachukua boma, wanatembelei tu boma.
Najua mali hizo gari zinaenda kuwekwa. Najua hiyo mali zinaenda kuweka hotspot, nazijua vizuri mali itakuwa.
Eliza, wacha kumwaga mtama. Tumsikilize Toroi Teach. Tutarudi hapo baadaye. Toroi Teach, karibu.
Habari asubuhi. Asanteni. Anyway, kabla tujaendelea sana, na wasalimu. Alafu hiyo gari inaenda si kwa ubaya by the way, kwa ubaya tu vitisho yenye imekuwa. Nakumbuka juzi before tuongea hiyo maneno ya hiyo pamphlets hizo makaratasi hizo flyers kutupwa, nilikuwa nimeguzia kuhusu hiyo tweet ya huyo Mary Ndungu. Ni kitu ilianza tu kidogo tu kama bushfire na hiyo ime catch up sana. So I think hizo gari zimeenda huko ili kuonyesha watu wote wenye walikuwa wanafikiria hiyo, na ama wenye walikuwa wanajaribu kutumia hiyo ili kupata sympathy juu. Nani ndo anaweza benefit kwa vitu kama hiyo, hizo flyers kutokea? So hiyo imeenda ni kwa uzuri, ni kwa kutuchungia nchi yetu. Otherwise kuna hiyo video yenye mmeweka na Alex ameongelea kwa undani sana hiyo maneno ya Jacob Juma kufa, na ni inahuzunisha sana kukumbuka. Na sasa hiyo ndio nilikuwa nataka niongelee, mpaka najiuliza kama Ruto saizi anasema kuwa huyo Jacob Juma vile amekufa yeye ndo angeelezea, na before akufe alikuwa amesema, amemtaja yeye mwenyewe kuwa yeye ndio ako obsessed kumuua yeye. So meaning the last words za Juma ndio zinatakana zisimame kumconvict yeye kuwa yeye ndo alihusika, yeye ndiyo mwenye hizo umbwa zenye zilienda zikamuuma Jacob Juma. Same statement ndo aliitoa. Ukiangalia ile, kuna video ambayo ina float iko kwa YouTube 17 minutes akiwa anatoa speech yake kwa mazishi ya the late Sergeant Kenei. Alisema hiyo mambo yote ambayo ilifanyika pale kwa ofisi sasa itakuwa ngumu kuelewa, kwa sababu mwenye angetuelezea hii mambo yote ndio huyu amelala hapa. Same statement. Ikifika upande ya mashamba, same statement ni kuwa kuna watu ambao wamegang up, walimdefraud yeye, alinunua shamba kwa watu wenye walikuwa wamemfraud. Lakini sasa mimi najiuliza, hii kitu iko in the open. Mimi nashangaa when church size imekuja ku take sides. Unajua kuna ile neutrality yenye church ilikuwa imechukua kuanzia mwanzo, before watu wote akianza kungangania mambo ya kiti. Lakini imefika towards the end they are now picking sides. Not all of it. Si kanisa yote, lakini at least wale wenye wako na usemi, kina huyo anaitwa nani huyo wa Deliverance. Mimi najiuliza wao waliwahi peleka ama kuna issues gani yenye waliwahi weka kwa Hello?
Mark Karaoke.
Kuna mwenye anaongea? Yeah, Mark Karaoke. Mpaka inakuwa saizi Mungu hataki mtu fulani mwenye yeye aliumba. Na nikiangalia tuko na president wa tuko na viongozi wenye wako na macho nyekundu. Does it mean Mungu amekataa president wetu mwenye yako? Is somebody imagining our president Uhuru not being a president right now that he is still a president? Juu hiyo yenye Mark Karaoke, I make sense. Anyway, yenye mimi nauliza tu ni where were they? Na tuseme basi wao ni watu ama yeye Mark Karaoke ni wa mrengo wa UDA, pamoja na wale wenye wanajiita wale kanyari wengine wote wanajiita ni watu wa UDA. Issues gani ambayo wamezipitisha yenye inasimamisha tuseme, kwa hiyo the plan yao yenye wako nayo yenye tutasema now the church is fronting this and it's only that this candidate is fronting this, so we are backing huyu kwa sababu ako na sisi kwa upande hii. Nothing. Tumemonetize hii mambo ya yani maisha ya Kenya mpaka imekuwa nothing else makes sense. Juzi Rosie, kuna picha ya kuna article ilikuwa kwa ni Kenya. Kitu kama hiyo Kenya.co.ke walikuwa wanaongelea kuhusu Willis Raburu. Mtu anamwingilia akimwambia, kuna mwalimu alimwambia ati awache hiyo kazi ni ya kitoto, lakini Willis Raburu akajibu akasema lakini inalipa kushinda hiyo yako. Sasa nikajiuliza hii 10/10 inatupotezea watoto. It is rubbish. Mimi nasema as me, it is rubbish. Lakini unashangaa watu, kulikuwa na over 5,000 comments watu wakisema wewe unaingilia nini na unalipa shilingi 2-3 tu. So unashangaa, morals aside, it's all about money. Na unashangaa watu media personalities. Leo nani alikuwa anaojiwa akiwa anapeta tumbo yake huyu Kamene Goro, akaulizwa ako upande gani kwa politics, akasema yeye ni of course ni Jalango, no problem. Governor ni anaitwa nani, Sakaja. Reason kwa sababu ako na dimples. And then niko nashangaa huyu Kiss Radio unasikia pale hivyo. By the way, unajua ile ndio kielelezo ya jamii. And then media personality anaenda pale. I was expecting atoe reason nyingine, hata kama ni ya kijinga ama basi ni ya uongo kama za Ruto, but at least alete kitu yenye ina make sense. Mtu anasema ati kwa sababu ya dimples I will give to Sakaja. Hata kama ingekuwa dimples ni ya mtu wetu anaitwa nani, Igathe. It doesn't make sense. So sisi tunatakana tukue tunasikiza nani kama wa Kenya? That's why, by the way, this Mtembe TV is a very good idea. Let's now start our own medium, because even in Bible, when David was there taking care of the sheep of his father, there was no medium. He started his own. That's why we have the largest book of Psalms, ambaye iko na mambo mazuri mengi. Hakukuwa anasikiza hii upuzi yenye imekuwa ikiendelea, vitu ni very very misleading. Watu waangalie. In fact, this media is not even telling us that Kenya is #1 in East and Central Africa. It's not even telling us that IMF has given a report that Kenya is doing best. #3 is doing the best after hii kukua hit na mambo ya war of Ukraine na COVID crisis. Kenya is #3. Is doing. It's coming up. We have a steady economy. Nobody is talking about that. Nobody is saying that. Kila mtu anajaribu kutukumbusha kuwa kuna mahindi ambayo zinatakana ikuwe ni shilingi unga inatakana ikuwe ni shilingi 100. You know, in Kenya actually, really, if we were just to say the truth, if we were to put emotions aside, the options are so clear. It's like day and night. Lakini they are putting us in a space mpaka tunasikia ni kama tumekabwa na maisha mbaya sana. Ni kama hata sijui. Okay, ni kidogo nimechanganisha mambo yangu yenye nilikuwa niko nataka kuongelea, but bottom line is now that tumefika kwa horses ni mbili, ni Ruto na Raila. If we are going to vote Ruto, na uchafu yote yenye tumeambiwa na Mr. Weka, the guy that talked before me, if tutakuja to vote Ruto na hizo uchafu yote, what will you be saying about kila kitu, principles zenye Biblia inatuambia kuhusu hard work ina pay, kuhusu character ya mwanadamu ndio kila kitu, kuhusu kutosongesha the ancient boundaries? What will we be saying about that? Tukikataa Raila, ni nini yenye tutakuwa tunaongelea kuhusu living a selfless life, dedicating your life for the sake of humanity, giving yourself for the sake of humanity? What will we be saying about that? Watoto wetu watakuwa wako na nini kama kielelezo? Because right now yenye tuko tunaendelesha, kanisa imefuata pesa mpaka wamenunuliwa everything, wanatoa inaitwa gospel of convenience. Mpaka nashanga of course nobody mwenye amesikia kutoka kwa Mungu ati Mungu amemwambia ni Ruto ama Raila. But Mungu kama angetaka tufikirie, kichwa yangu ingekuwa kubwa hivi, ingekuwa kadogo, so that ni masikio na mdomo ya kukula na kuishi na kukaa hivyo tu, kwa sababu I'm not supposed to reason. But since God gave us brains and he gave us his book, we are supposed to use this one to prophesy. Sisi wenyewe sisi wacha hii ya kwenda kuambiana hii yenye zenye zimenunuliwa huko hivyo. Anyway, it is remaining only 6 days and we are expecting nothing but peace. Hii yenye imefanyika Turkana kuhusu hao watu kuuliwa, we know this one is not si kitu ya kawaida. And in fact ukiangalia trends za cattle rustling, ukiangalia trends zake, mara nyingi unapata ni wenye wako na njaa, wao ndio huo wanaenda kuiba penye kuna nyasi, kuna zaidi. So just imagine right now there is nothing. Ng'ombe za Turkana huko labda zivalishwe miwani ndio ziweze kuona kule mawe kuna kitu. So you jaribu kuniconvince kuwa either ni Opokot ama Wasamburu ama nani, sasa wanaenda kwa sababu ya kuiba ng'ombe, wameenda kuua watu huko hivyo. It doesn't make sense. Ukiangalia areas zenye ziko green, there is now peace supposedly. That one is very very artificial. It's very manufactured conveniently with the time, in order to sway people to think that somebody is not performing while for real they are performing. Ni kama hii mambo ya flyers hiyo, tunajaribu kutupanishwa. Hata watoto wenye wamewekwa kwa kizimbani saizi wako wanaenda kujibu mashtaka hizo mambo ya flyers, utapata culprits ni watu wengine tofauti sana. It's only that saizi tumeacha Msando ako anapita hivyo tu, mambo yake ameoza, alizikwa. Kama ile kaburi ingekuwa ni ile ya kitambo yenye hakuna kuweka simiti juu, ilikuwa imebondeka, ground imerudi level, haki ijapatikana. Na tukijaribu kuangalia vizuri tunaona Kenei the same. Hawa watoto watafungwa, lakini the real culprits tunaenda kuwapigia kura kesho kutwa. So Wakenya tuchanukeni, tuache kutumika, because at the end of the day, as long as tuko kwa meza, na kutokuwa kwa meza inamaanisha if we are not going to think, they are going to think on how to use us. Let's not allow that. Let's really not allow that one. Tufungueni macho. Asante.
Okay, thank you, Toroitich. Kuna mtu akona feedback fulani hapa. Okay. Thank you for that submission. Let's all be vigilant. Let's do the right thing. The right thing will always stand, no matter how long it is cost not to. And then story ya kutafuta sympathy. People can only sympathize with you this far. They can't sympathize with you forever. That is the politics of deceit. Don't make you a leader. They just make you a con man. And the moment you get discovered, mambo inaisha hivyo. Hii mambo ya dipo.
One thing
Alex.
nilikuwa nimesahau kidogo.
Hebu jana nayo tafadhali. Those are misguided people.
Mr. Bernard.
I just wanted to... Yes.
Kidogo tu nilikuwa nimesahau kuguzia kidogo tu ile yenye ilikuwa iko kwa mada, mambo ya nduru ya Ruto leo kwa kanisa. Na actually sikuru nataka kuongelea ni vile ilinikumbusha kitu moja. Kuna ule classmate wake clip yake jana mwenye alikuwa anaelezea the real reason why Ruto anataka kung'ang'ania hii kiti, anataka kuwa president. Actually nataka tukumbushane kuwa the real reason enye ilimfanya hakuwahi step down. There was no need ya kubaki kuwa kama deputy president. There is that halo of being a president that is making him immune to culpability and immune to punishment ya vitu yote yenye amekuwa akifanya. He knew if he stepped down, ajifanye sasa yeye ni man of character, I stepped down even for a second, everybody kina Jacob Juma pia wangeamuka siku hiyo. He is a coward. That's why he did not resign. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. On the issue of the media personalities who front their pay as the reason why they are doing what they are doing, it's no surprise because this age we have placed what one makes than what one is. We don't value people for who they are. We value people for what they have. And in the process, we are losing out in leading the younger generation in embracing values. They are now fighting for anything, shortcut to become whatever they want. Like somebody said that he asked his younger cousin, what would you want to become when you grow up? He said, he thought for a while and said, well, when I grow up, I want to become a cartel. So his uncle was very shocked and asked, what do you mean cartel? He said, because that is what I hear on television. Cartel is the one that has money. Cartel is the one that has money. Cartel. I want also to become cartel so that I can have this money. And so we are in that confused generation where people think money is everything and the money you make is equivalent to your value. It is not true. It's a lie. You can still be a dignified person with all your organs in one place with nothing in your pocket. That is it. And if you don't have a capacity to be safe in your own skin, when nothing has been put on you, you're not a man. You're not a proper human being. So if what you have makes any difference in your life, then you've been misguided. That's why the Bible says a man's life does not consist in his possession. You own things because you are. Those things don't own you. Those things can go, you will still be. But we have twisted people who think that because you earn so and so, you are on high class. Because you earn less, you are a lower human being. That is not valid. And so we have a greater responsibility of calling the society back to order. whereby we will embrace integrity, embrace faithfulness, embrace value for human life. Value for human life is something that we are fighting so hard to get rid of, that somebody can just take another person's life and doesn't think twice about it. This is bad news. And so it's a great challenge, but I am sure that it can be overturned. So let's do what is required in order to teach this generation that we can still value human life and respect people for who they are, not what they have. This business of small boys going to the village and working on the elders because they are driving V8 and they came, they landed in Kisumu airport and then they were picked and then all that. That doesn't make you an elder. And elders are still elders. You're driving a piece of iron doesn't make you an elder. So please, let's all relax and enjoy being in our position and look up to the elders. Look at the society where eldership has been despised. What is coming from there? Nothing. So let's all get back to our order and do what is required. Hao watu ambao wana misguide the society in the Azimio government, we should arrest them. We should arrest them, but let's pray that that happens. Now, nataka hata masaa yangu imeanza kukatika. Naomba hivi tumsikilize nani. Tunaanza na Alex, iko nini?
You know, the guy just spoke. That is very true. I called a couple of my cousins today just to do my own opinion polls on where we are headed, because now you wonder, just to make sure that most of them are in Nairobi. And it's true. I mean, we can't ignore that anymore. This Sakaja issue, we should now start in the next few days, focus and re-educate our people. It may sound as simple and as foolish as the dimples, but the truth is that among all the girls or the women that I called, who are about 6 or 7, all of them wananiambia uko juu tunajua haina shida, but amwezi ule mwingine ana dimples. You know, that was funny, you know, but now that another person is saying it, I think we need now to be serious in Mtembe and tell our people, as one of our sisters has said here, that dimples will not put food on your table. Dimples are not going to make. You saw Langata last few days. Langata had a debate, and the sorry side of the debate of Langata is we are still talking on in this DNA that water is a problem in Langata. I mean, all of them agreed that the biggest problem in Langata is water. And then you start telling me that you want to elect somebody who has dimples so that those dimples can be your water reservoirs or what? I mean, let's get this out of people's mind that I think in Utoto people are trying to do. The reason we have MNS today is simply because of the Nairobians made a terrible mistake. And if you want us to continue by force to put MNS again, if you are going to elect an INACOM, the truth is that we will force MNS to continue. We will not put it aside. Whether it's constitutional or unconstitutional, we don't care. And you see today, the court said MNS is unconstitutional. But at the same time, the funny part is when you take the polls again, they are happy that it's doing its job. Then you wonder, you have been given a constitutional mandate to vote. You elect NINACOMs. Now, when we choose for you, again, then you are happy. Nairobians needs to stop that behavior. That's a capital city. Langata has 30% of the land masses and the people living in Nairobi, 30%. It has no water. A third of Nairobi has no water. And then you talk about dimples. It is wrong. Nairobians, wake up.
Thank you, Alex. And just for the record, if Sakaja wins the seat, Sakaja will not be sworn in. That's simple and pure. Nairobi is the heart of the entirety of this country. We are not giving it to anybody to come and experiment with it. We have suffered the past 5 years. If NMS never came, we wouldn't have Nairobi. Go to Nairobi right now, in the heart of the city. You're struggling with hawkers. Try to drive in Nairobi, and if you step on one orange and those hawkers land on your car, you will have no car. All that is because somebody was perceived to be popular. There is popularity and there is leadership. Nairobi is not going in the hands of a novice again. So let everybody beware. Let him get million votes. Let him not get million votes. Nairobi will have an MS forever. Let it. In fact, we will do legislation. Is it not all we need is parliament? And parliament to give us a ruling on NMS, legitimize NMS, ratify. The law says that we can ratify, create a law, create a body, call it NMS, and then rename it new NMS. Then the law applies as it continues. So hakuna story na yule mtu hajamaliza shule. Hata mimi kuna shule sijamaliza, okay? Kama sijamaliza hiyo shule, siwezi jiwekea hiyo degree on me. I should go and clear first, then graduate, then bona fide, legitimately in office. The moment Sakaja is declared a winner, we are in court. Amalize story yake na Uganda kwanza, akuje kwanza tumalizana na hiyo. La sivyo hakuna kula naenda. And the Nairobians who are talking about looks and all that madness, shauri yenu na hiyo sitaki kuita ujinga, lakini ni ujinga. Naomba hivi nipatie nani? Nipatie Martin alafu nipatie Jones. Hao watu wajaongea. Hao watu umeongea, tafadhali hold your horses. Hata mimi masaa yangu imeisha. Nataka kumaliza vizuri kama vile nimeanza vizuri na machozi. Martin Teto, how are you?
Vipi?
Wewe ndio supplier wa handkerchiefs za Karen ama mbona nani anajipanguza na mikono?
Kwanza nashukuru sana umecheza video fulani hapo. Unajua kuna ATMs fulani tumekuwa tukiweka hapa Nairobi na Kibera. ATM machines za green. Hiyo video umecheza hapo. Hizo ATM machine wacha ziende. Unajua sisi we are technologically aware of what we are doing. Unajua sisi we cannot, hatuwezi enda kwa unajua mkutano ya kupigana na serikali kama hakuna hiyo ATM machine. We have to know how to withdraw. Sasa wacha watu wafunzwe ku withdraw their money from the ATM machines of the blue truck or of the green truck. Mutajua na muliambiwa Uhuru ameshika usukani mpaka lini? Mpaka apeane sword. Na akisha apeana sword, hakuna nini, ilisemwa vibaya, ni jina sitaki kusema, lakini kwa hiari ilishasemwa, si mimi nilisema, hakuna nyef. Kenya ni yetu wote. Tulisha Mama Mora, I think nilikuwa dhani nilikuwa dhani ni ameinua. Eliza, ushanigonga already. Okay.
Nataka wakati unaendelea ukimalizia, kuna message mahali niliona ya Sonko, watu wa UDA wana prepare vile Sonko yeye ndiye ataweza organize maneno ya kuua mtu. So please tell Sonko kama ameenda UDA watake kuua watoto wa watu, let him forget about that.
Sasa unanisumbua na busybodies. Jamaa kwa raundi zake, wacha apige raundi zake. Kila mtu ako na uhuru ya kutembea kule anataka kutembea. That's a busybody that once used to be a rich guy and Sonko rescue team. Kirudisha ni sawa tu, he's my neighbor. Wacha kaya hapo tu kule yuko. Huyu achana naye. Why you even worried about that guy? Story mingi wacha. Ushesikia tukiongea story ya Sonko hapa. Anza enda malizane na kesi zake. Anyways, so Bernard, yeah, I wanted to start with that. By the way, okay, on a serious note, that hizo ma ATM machines aziendi. Unajua Kenyatta, when Kenyatta, Idi Amin tried to take the land all the way to Naivasha of Kenya, Kenyatta alisimama na akasema, na si mimi nimesema, go to the history books and you will find it there. Alisema tutatuma ndege 3 za kivita, na tukituma hazikuji kusalimia nyanya zenyu. And Idi Amin immediately akarudisha Naivasha, ikarudi Kenya na akawachana nao, akasema wacha akapigane na Migingo. Hiyo ndio bado hadi wa leo hatujaipata tunaenda wapi, you know, because at times there comes a time when a country has to really get itself together. Mkiona hizo lori zinatumwa huko is because there's been a threat about that area. We've been there, and once bitten, twice shy. We have a sitting president, we have an incoming president, whoever is going to be. Nobody is going to be threatened. We're not going to have people wanasimama kwa podium wanasema ati nyinyi wa Kisii, nyinyi sijui Waluya, sijui nini kina nani, hamtatutishia. Hatutawatishia Kenya gani? We live together. We will never have our kids burned in a church again. It will never happen. Not as long as we have the right governments. And Bernard, so to be serious, because you know me anzanga na ucheshi kidogo. To be serious, I wanted to read 2 quotes. And this is from Churchill when they were having problems. Number 1, the first one, Churchill said, this is from his book, Winston, you ask what is our policy. I will say, it is to wage war with all our might, with all the strength that God gives us, to wage war against monstrous tyranny never surpassed in the dark, lamentable catalog on human crime. We will never let another time that human crime happen in Kenya. It will not happen. The other one I wanted to say, this is history. And I want Kenyans to listen to me what I'm about to say, because then you can go read the book and you can go read about it. On the October 5th, 1938, they went and passed the Munich, if I mention it right, agreement that began the dismemberment of Czechoslovakia. And the people that were unhappy about Hitler, which is right there in the book, were eaten one by one 6 months later. It's there. Go Google it, look at it. If you read books, you can read that. I wanted us to understand that where we're going as a country, if we bring people like, you know, Hitler kind of way doing things. Now, Bernard, I wanted to ask you as you when ni mtumishi, time ya kwamba atufungangi macho ama ni nini? Sijui kanisa yako kama mnafunganga macho.
Najua kanisa ni la Yesu. Kwanza hiyo ni kosa. Hii kufunga macho, hakuna mstari wa Biblia inasema mkiomba mfunge macho. Kufumba macho ilikuwa story ya wazee waanzilishi wa kanisa walipoona wakiomba watu wanazunguka wakifanya shopping, akasema hapana, let us put a legislation tufungenge macho tukiomba. Lakini nimesoma Biblia vizuri kuanzia Genesis mpaka Revelation, hakuna mahali Mungu alisema fungeni macho mkiomba. Samahani.
Lakini si kuna heshima ya prayer.
Yes, bowing your head, yes, in reverence, but it's more heart than physical.
Unajua kule naenda, kwa hivyo tumepeleka kipendere na cameras kwa nini kwa kanisa, tukapige mapicha huko watu kwa nini kila siku atuonangi kule anaombeaga? Sasa hii ni nini bwana tunafanyiwa leo? Tunaoneshwa nilikuwa dhani na machozi itoki bwana. Hii wacheni kutufanyia, wacheni hiyo mchezo bwana. Huyu jamaa, and the funny thing is that it's not the first time. 2002, with the last elections, when we had the ICC, If you guys remember, they went through the whole country kuomba mpaka a war. Ule prophet I don't know nasikiaga ni prophet Imbo, lakini ni mtumishi wa Mungu, sitaingilia hapo, nitajaribu kuweka curse away from me. Hata huyu alienda akawaombea mahali Nakuru. Walienda hiyo kitu yote ya kanisa na machozi wakatoa kabisa. Are we doing the same things? I mean, I thought, you can do two things at the same. Lightning doesn't strike the same place at the same time. I mean, twice. I think people just need, and you cannot go show yourself crying na ukiomba umeomba vizuri, alafu kidogo dakika mbili huko umeenda tena kupigana na watu wenye uko nao wako wanatusiana. Sasa hii ni nini tunafanya? That's pole. Mtumishi, mimi, I don't think that's Christianity. I'm so sorry. Uhuru is playing a very good tactical kind of way of doing politics. And I will support one man mwenye ametoka hapa hivi, somebody called Alex. Kwanza alikula everything I wanted to say. This politics of tears has been there since ages. And it's something that people need not to fall for. It has been there. You go read the books, go read and everything. It has been there. And Alex was very right in what he said. Kwanza, unajua sisi watu wa kuja baadaye, we always run the risk of repeating ourselves. And he did a very good job. Amenitoa kila kitu nilikuwa nao kwa mdomo. UDA in KISII, UDA, I think they might go to KISII tena. I think watakat short. Walikuwa wameka siku mbili ya kwenda kuzima moto, where do you call it, Central. I think they might cut one shot and go to KISII again because wamegongwa. And Baba, I saw a very mtu mzima kabisa. I mean, that's a big fight between Simbarati na wao, na ali make wakashikana mkono, because that's what we need. We need to be one Kenya. Yes, we might disagree on many things, even though we are competing and we are here, or we don't compete and we are there, we are all one Kenya. And I think time has come for Ruto to go home. He understands he's going to go home next week. He doesn't know, I think it was Eliza that said that. He doesn't understand how his life is going to be, after Tuesday next week, after 1992 and the YK 92, na hizo nini, he's been in power all this time. Hakuna uhasla iko mahali. And time has come. What is done in darkness shall always come in light. And the truth shall always set you free. Mimi Bernard, the last one tu ile tu niko nayo tu ni kucomplain. Nilikwambia nitacomplain this whole week. Wacheni kutugonga bana, mnatugonga mpaka kila mahali. Sasa hatujui kule tunafaa kuenda. Ni nini mnatusumbua akili? Unaona tumeanza kulia. Kwa nini mnatusumbua bwana?
Kuna kilio cha haki na kuna kilio cha kujifanya. Kilio cha unafiki kimeandikwa katika Biblia. Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, who love praying standing in the corners of the street, so that men can see you. You have already received your reward. When you want to pray, go in a closed place. Pray in secret. And the God who sees in secret will reward you openly. Hiyo ndio maandiko. Hii ingine ya hiyo tempo imejengwa nje ya nyumba ya naibu ni fake.
Alafu mumekuja too much Bernard, mumekuja too much. Unaona hata saizi nasikia ati sasa tuanze kutafuta kule tumetoka. Nasikia hata mtutaki Kenya, ati sisi tuko exile Kenya, ati tulikuwa Waganda.
The river and the source. Why are you forgetting? The river and the source. Let the river find its source. If the source is in question, we look for it. It is our constitutional right. Thank you, Martin, for that one. We appreciate it. Naomba tusonge mbele tafadhali.
Baba Museveni is waiting. Baba Museveni amezaa watoto wengi.
watu wakujie watoto wao. Kenya imelisha Afrika mzima. Tunaenda katika serikali ambayo inapaswa sasa kufikia wa Kenya.
Hata sakati.
So Museveni akujie watoto wake, sisi tunataka kulisha wetu. Asante. Jones, go ahead. Okay, Jones, are you? We can't hear you.
Are you getting me now?
Yes, that's better. Go ahead.
Yes, that's better. Okay, I was just giving kudos to Martin. Amenifanya nicheke after kuamushwa na Manueta. Manueta anakuja kutundanganya Central inampea 100%. Sijui ataenda wapi. Kwenye anaenda, I don't think there is a round about huko. But I think he is going to make one. I think that day he's gonna make one. I want just to make a comment on this politic of RUTO. And I think there is a jama muongo kwa hii Kenya, I think is RUTO. And now all is going against him, and he is now looking for sympathy vote. I want to make it clear to him. Sympathy vote tulizizika kwenye kaburi za sahau. All the harms and all the problems in Kenya, it is all about sympathy vote. And the Rooks vote. Sympathy votes and the Rooks votes. These are the votes that you had people of Nairobi are saying that they are going to vote for Dimples. Go and ask people from Kirinyaga. They voted for Beauty. And now they have all the reason to cry. You go to the hospitals, they don't have
John, it's like umeguza mama minji ukazimiwa network. Pole, ukirudi utaendelea. Hii maneno ya minji ni hatari sana. Lakini tutapona, lakini usijali. Hii Kenya lazima itengenezeke. What? Tetanus. Kuna mtu anajiita tetanus. Your gadget is not well configured. Hebu tengeneza ndio urudi. Tetanus, yes. Mkubwa anaitwa tetanus. Tengeneza hiyo maneno ya tetanus. Kama wewe ndio unapeana sindano ya tetanus. Please, hapa hakuna wagonjwa wa tetanus.
Anataka kutuambukisha Bernard, wanataka kutumaliza. Oh my God.
Bernard, umeshikwa nini leo wewe?
Well, let us continue with the debate. Mr. Kama amefika hapa, nataka confirm kama junction ya Uhuru Highway na Jomo Kenyatta inaweza kuweka rally ya UDA. But before Nani comes in, let me do the deficit of my videos. Deficit of I will do 2-3 videos before come out text.
Congratulations, mami. Hongera sana. Very much. There we go. Asante sana.
Kitale, Eldoret waone ya kwamba kazi kubwa
Bernard, karibu munapatia Uhuru t-shirt ya UDA. Oh my God.
Hapana, hiyo ilikuwa orange. Hiyo ni ya orange.
Hiyo ni ya baba.
Bernard,
Yes.
hiyo factory nilisikia Uhuru akisema ni ya ule msichana ameanzisha biashara yake. Alianza na watu 3, saizi amefikisha 300. Na by next year atafikisha 3000. So ndio alikuwa anasema watu wanaongelea story ya nini ya mitumba. Sasa kama ule anashona t-shirt pale, mbona watu wasinunue hizo hapo?
Thank you. And that is the
Bernard,
Kenya we are going for.
Bernard.
Yes.
Na pole kumisbehave. Venye Liza amesema, kwanza mliona ile mtumba marketing initiative ilikuwa imevaliwa leo?
Martin, wewe tulikuambia, wewe ni mpatanishi. You are the Kofi Annan that is here. Punguza misumari. Lakini nimeiona. I will not confirm. Jones. Endelea na mahali ulikuwa umeachia.
Okay. I'm sorry for inconveniences, but I think saizi mnanisikia poa and I'm fully back. I'm sorry for that. I was saying about the politics of sympathy and beauty. These are politics that had made Kenya where we are. We don't look for manifesto. We don't look for capability. We don't go for all that. We go for the looks and the sympathy. Somebody come in here crying that I was nilifukuzwa kwa serikali, and I never seen you even one day resigning. You are pocketing the salary, doing everything and receiving everything that the government offer for the service of for the office. But at the same time, you cannot tell us the failure of the government, it is for others, but the credit of the government is for you. I don't think we have God in Kenya as far as politics is concerned. I had RUTO in every rally praising himself to hard lift every person. I heard him saying that he lifted Wamarwa. I heard him saying if were not for him, so many things could not happen in Kenya. At the same time, this person, when we go for the failure of the government, is not there. I think here we should open up our mind and open up our eyes. We should count things. I give credit to Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru Kenyatta had sacrificed himself. Anaona hii Kenya ni kubwa kuliko yeye mwenyewe. And go to look for Raila Odinga for the peace of this nation. It is not a must. We have the opposition if Kenya is not moving. I think joining hand and working together is the best solution. But this politics of anger, this politics of chest beating, I think will take Kenya to another level, which I wish every Kenyans will say, I wish I knew. To me, let's comment about the rally today in KISII. Baba did the best. I think Baba is the example of the leaders we want in Kenya. The person who can bring people with differences together without any fear of any contradiction and walk away together. This is the leader we want. The same thing happened. Baba was in Kirinyaga on last Monday, and he said about the unity of NAK Kenya candidate and Jubilee candidate. And today I passed somewhere and I saw a notification that they joined Jubilee candidate without any fear of contradiction or anyone feeling betrayed. I think Kenyans should make a decision, a polite decision, that Baba is the best candidate, is the best leader to rule this nation. And for Mount Kenya, believe you me, we will surprise many. We will surprise many. We do see. You can't come and outshine our president from our area and you think you get away with it. Never. Never. You can't outshine your master and then you think that we craft for you. We will during the campaign, because unajua hiyo ni soko. Ukipita nipate kiunga kigeni ni vizuri. But the day ile uchaguzi, you see the seriousness in Mount Kenya. You come to realize those people are the people who make decision and a firm decision. Because you can't just joke with your future. I don't think that you can play around with a person who is taking or buying on his time, telling the president how he should not kill his children. Another one coming and abusing the president how his father killed JM. I think Uhuru Kenyatta, if he's a bad guy, could done it very long time ago. He had all the powers. But I think Uhuru Kenyatta is not a bad guy. I remember William Ruto has said not once about Raila Odinga being sworn in as a president of the people. I think if Ruto was the president that time, Raila Odinga could be hanged. But Uhuru Kenyatta is not a bad guy. Uhuru Kenyatta is a person who is always interested with peace. I think he should go back to his senses and remember when he was joining with Uhuru Kenyatta, it was all an issue of peace. And the time Uhuru Kenyatta joined hand with Raila Odinga, it was an issue of peace. If you can't crab when we are joining and making peace in our nation, then you're not the best person, you're not the best candidate. We give you time to mature up politically. We give you time to minimize anger. It is not that we hate you, no, but we want you to mature up politically. You realize there is no permanent enmity in politics. You understand there is no hidden agenda in politics. It's only just moving and pulling on your side in a target to win, but there is no permanent enmity. I heard William Ruto saying that this jamaa ya kitendawili ilikuwa inataka mkate nusu na sijui mkeka nusu. I think if there is a person who placed for that, it's William Ruto. William Ruto that time, he was behind Baba. But now you want to put it as if Baba was doing wrong thing, just to look for, yes, kunjionyesha yeye ndiye pastor, yeye ndiye mzuri sana. I think this is the high time people should realize whom William Ruto is. And which capability William Ruto has. And the qualities. Because I don't think he is ripe for ruling Kenya. Let's vote for Ba. Let's give William Ruto time to mature up. Let's give him time. And I think that's all I'll comment. About Foreca Pigade and Sakaja. Sakaja is not the best for Nairobi. And I second Bernard's statement. If Sakaja wins, I think Bible atachukua. Kwanza tutalivisit. Tujue degree ni halali ama si halali. Then all not haitaisha hivyo. Then watu wa Mungu, msiseme tu Azimio, msiseme tu Baba, alafu siku ya uchaguzi ndio nyinyi hao hamtokei. Go out, vote, go home, wait, and peace is all what we want in Kenya. Peace, amani, 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 and don't go for those sympathy. Usiende kwa jamaa anasema alikuwa anataka kuuawa. Alikuwa anataka kuuawa na nani? Mwenye anataka kuuawa amesha kufa. Uhuru Kenyatta hana haja na wao. So go for leadership, go for quality. Raila Amolo Odinga is ripe for this nation. I think that's what I comment for now.
Thank you, Jones. Thank you,
Jones. Thank you.
We appreciate that insight into the whole scenario of our politics, and that is the kind of sober mind we need at this point in time. And let all Kenyans appreciate that we still have got leadership, and that leadership is sound. Nobody should come and stir up emotions to create confusion in a clear-cut race, where it's like day and night to tell who has Kenya at heart, who has his personal agenda at heart. This country, right now, it needs a father who can father us as a nation and navigate us to the place of expectation, bring back all the people together, help out in reconciling different communities. We need to develop this country equally. It is not a welcome issue to go to Moyale and you look like you've crossed the border. You go to Marsabit, it looks like you're asking, where are you? You go to Turkana and you wonder whether the governor is still around or he resigned. Now, all those things can only be changed by people who believe in the new constitution, the people who believe in devolution, the people who know how this country is greatly blessed by God with resources. I keep saying this, Kenya ingekuwa kama nchi zingine, by now ingekuwa imeisha. Corruption tu peke yake. Ile corruption iko Kenya. Ikienda Uganda, that country will not survive. Even if it goes to Tanzania, it will not survive. Imagine 60 years, the country has been milked, but it's still standing. It's still standing. The only reason it's still standing is because it has enough resources for everyone. Let's get rid of the greedy people who want to deny others access to what is rightfully theirs. So as a people, let's wake up early, go and vote. And if you need to, you must facilitate somebody to go and vote, please do. If you will help them book a hotel room so that they are closer to the polling station, please help them out. Don't let any vote go to waste. Don't let anybody miss out in this historic exercise. Martin umenua mkono, ni wakati wa Mr. Kamau. Iko nini? Half a second, half a minute.
First of all, wacha niambie, Sami Kambui, mimi si Mato Mamandets, mimi ni Mato Makandets. But anyway, but no, I like that, but I wanted to say that Mali tuko saizi is the end game. And I like what Jones amesema, because at this point, I think tuko Mali tunafaa kuenda saizi. And I think it's a big thing that we move on to iyo side ingine. Now, as we speak here for the next 3 days, I was talking to someone from back home, and akaniambia they watch this show a lot. Akaniambia Bernard nikuulize that we really start focusing on actually inviting people who can actually resonate with us. So that was something I wanted to tell everybody mwenye ako hapa hivi, that tuanze saizi kuanza kufocus because we only have 4 or 5 days. It's something I forgot when I was doing my contribution, and I thought that it's something that I want to bring it right now before we keep on moving. Ntanyamaza saizi until my time comes back, but let's do that. And Jones, thank you so much for that Mount Kenya side of view. I think we are all together now as a Kenya, together, whether it's Mount Kenya, hakuna sijui 42 minus 1, sijui 41 minus sijui nini, we are all Kenyans and we are going to move it together. Na hatuna hiyo ujinga na hatufanyi ujinga. We're moving together as a country. So Bernard, I wanted to tell you that kuna mtu aliniambia tu nianze niseme is people that watch. Akaniambia ongelesha Bernard because you have a way of talking to them that we value, and we talk more on telling people why we need to vote. Kwa sababu ni kitu ya, I mean, ni kipindi cha lala salama. We start now talking about why we need to vote a certain way. I hate to do that, Pole.
No, it's okay. Thank you. That's a good directive, and we are moving with speed to do that. If you notice, our conversation is changing. That is important. We must rally people to go and vote wisely. And then also drum up support for people to be facilitated to go and vote, those that will need to do that. We are also, we must do road test for our seamless broadcast. So we are doing the setup, and I think from daybreak we'll be having some people discussing that. People from every walk of life. On Friday, I'm booked to go and meet Bishop Adoyo. Will also give insight in it. Tunataka wazee waongeleshe wa vijana wajifunze jinsi ya kuongoza nchi. Sio vijana kuongoza wazee. Hiyo ni out of order. So that it's a good appeal, and we are working towards that. We thank God that we have got the opportunity to do so, and God willing, we'll have everybody on board. And this election is going to be a good one because people are going to make informed decisions. Those who want to whip up emotions and pretend around, the Bible says the wicked run when nobody's chasing them, but the righteous are as bold as a lion. Let nobody run around. Oh, somebody wants to kill me. Oh, somebody wants to kill a child. Who is killing which child? Don't kill your child to claim that somebody has killed your child. Please, relax. The presidency is for election. It's not hereditary. Okay? Nobody's entitled to it except the person who wins by getting the majority of the votes and is able to convince Kenyans that he's the right person. Now, one of it is faithfulness. If you don't show me your faithfulness, you're not good enough for leadership, and therefore we'll discard you until time ile umeprove kwamba unaweza kubeba mizigo ya watu milioni 50 bila kupasuka. Kama ni watu, how many candidates do we have? Si wanne tu. Wanafanya unalia, wanafanya unataka kukimbia kila mahali. Sasa tukigokea mzigo wa 50 million utafanyaje? Unaona vile Uhuru ana enjoy. He's carrying 50 million of us on his shoulder, but he's enjoying himself because he loves the people, he loves the country, he loves the direction the country is taking. Wewe hujapata kitu.
The people love Uhuru Kenyatta. That is why he can walk in the street of Kisumu and every part of Kenya.
Yes, freely. Wewe jikoni imezidi moshi, umeanza kulia, uwezi kwenda kukampeni Nyanza. Nani amekuzuia? Uwezi kwenda huko kwa nini? Uliiba nini ya watu? Rudisha ile kitu uliiba ya wenyewe ili upewe uhuru wa kwenda kila mahali. Hakuna mtu anakutafuta unakimbia bure. Relax. You will grow up one of these fine days. You may mature up, have the mind of a leader, and then we will give you leadership if you so choose. But for now, umekosea. Lastly, on the same, you can't use the same script to win an election. That is your number one greatest mistake. William Ruto thought he can use 2017 script to win 2022 elections. Baba akamuonea kwa 18, akaretreat, akamwambia kimbia, akakimbia. Mzee amekaa tu, yeye anahesabu vidole zake, akamwambia sasa imebaki miaka miwili. Baba akakuja na BBI akakimbia na BBI mbaya, BBI devil, BBI is rege bangi. Mzee amekaa tu anahesabu vidole. Wewe umekimbia na BBI, ukafika kotini unasema tumesimamisha rege, tumesimamisha bangi. Sasa sisi ndio wenyewe, tuko na Mungu, tuko na watu, tuko na Mungu, tuko na watu. Baba amenyamaza tu. Haya, baadaye baba akachukua watu 6. Junet, Uhuru wakaenda Nakuru. Watu 6 tu wakasema Azimio la Umoja. Haya, wewe umekimbia, unafikiria umepata kila kitu. Now look at what happened. Azimio la Umoja has now become the household name. When you have been running around for 4 years, why? Asiyesikia la mkuu uvunjika guu. You can't walk alone without the elders shielding you, and you succeed as a young person. It doesn't work. Ruto is a study that proves that. Sideline wazee, umekwenda, umeisha, hakuna mtu atata kuokota.
Lakini bana, tutafanya nini makaka zako wawili?
Donation. When you donate this coat to a particular organization, does it matter how the organization uses the coat? How tuliwatoa kama sadaka? Wakitaka hata wakiwarudisha tupokee sadaka, kiendacho kwa mganga hakirudi. Kwa hivyo lakini wakitaka kurudi wanajua njia. Okay? Unapitia pale inaitwa Athi River, umuone mzee Atuoli. Na ukikuja unakuja na mbuzi 3, ng'ombe 6 na bahasha nono. Sisi kama maaskofu twende kupokea ndio tukutakaze. Tukuambie mwana mpotevu tutakutakaza, lakini mambo yako taangalia 2032. So
at least sisi mulitucheka, mukatucheka, mukakula wiki 3, mumetucheka hapo, mumenekula hata nikapatwa na stress. Unaona, tulikuwa wajanja kidogo, si tulibaki kule kuzuri. Sasa wenyu wawili
at least ninyi mnajua kuchezea kwa sitting room. Mnasema ati mmeenda kwa wanja, so kumbe mko tu hapa sitting room, mnazunguka mkirudi. Hawa nao walienda ng'ambo. Tukawatoa kwa list ya watoto wetu. So wako na kazi ngumu ya kutafuta air ticket ya kurudi, njia ya kurudi, wazee watakaowasindikisha, because hakuna mzee atakubali kusindikisha kurudisha wife ambaye ulichapa. Hawezi kubali. Mpaka itahitaji ulete police a convince mzee akubali kukurudi. Na kuambia hiyo kesi ni gumu. Please, let's make progress. Let's make progress. Video moja alafu tumlete Mr. Kamau. God have mercy on me.
Miaka mingi Francis Atuoli aongee na sisi.
Ndio vichenjanga silone kumuzi. Bari ya bange.
Hatutishwi kweli. Hamjambo watu wa Manara, mko wazima? Sisi tumefika hapa lakini kwa ajili ya mvua na pia baba na mipango mingi na mikutano mingi, sitachukua muda sana. Kitu nataka tu kuwasihi, najua eneo hili lote ni eneo la baba. Sina mna hivyo? Ni kama kule kwetu Western Kenya huko kwa Adui, sisi ni watu wa baba. Tukiweka Nyanza yote watu wa baba, na tukiamuka usubuhi tarehe 9 mwezi huu saa 10 so tunakuwa tumemaliza kazi. Na pia nimesema mara nyingi, na nyinyi nataka pia mnasikia, na najua mna marafiki zenu huko upande wa Uasin Gishu huko, waambie watu wa Sugoi wakate miti. Kwa ajili huyu kijana mdogo aliiba pesa mingi sana kwa serikali, na hatapata kiti ya urais, na atatafuta pahali pa kujinyonga, na hatutaki miti iwe kule atafute kamba aende ajinyonge. Mwisho, mnasikia yeye saa hii anatumia matusi kwa ajili amepiga hesabu yake haingii, na sisi tunataka kumwambia washauri wake wasio washenzi sana, wanataka wamwambie aheshimu ofisi ya rais, aheshimu baba na timu yake, na pia asitukane watu wengine wazee kama sisi. Hajui kama sisi tulikuwa marafiki za mama yake, si ndio? Wazee saa ingine walikuwa rafiki ya mama yako na kuwatukana sana hivyo. Kwa hivyo tunataka uchaguzi wa amani, uchaguzi usio na bughudha, uchaguzi mzuri, uchaguzi wa nyinyi kupendana, na uchaguzi wa kukubali watu wowote wale ambao wako hapa, mfanye na hao kazi. Wale wako Western pia wafanye kazi, na Wakisii wako huko, Wakisii wako kule Eldoret pia wasitishwe, ama wale wako katika Rift Valley wasitishwe. Hii nchi yetu ni nchi moja, ni nchi ya kila mtu. Pahali mtu yeyote yuko pahali hapo, tunataka ajisikie yuko nyumbani. Sina mna hivyo. Sisi tunaishi na Wakisii, tumewakubali, na hatutaki watu kututoa kwa Wakisii ndugu zetu. Si mnajua hivyo? Hata Wajaluo ni ndugu zetu, Wakikuyu ndugu zetu, Wakalenjin ndugu zetu, Wamasai ndugu zetu. Kenya ni moja, tupendane. Baada ya uchaguzi iko maisha tena. Sina mna hivyo. Tusitishane na msitishwe. Mnasikia? Bas, mmesikia hayo? Asanteni sana.
Asante. Ebu muonyeshe mkono ya Kafif.
Huyo ndio mzee Atuoli ameshasema ya kwake. Kuna huyu Jeremiah the Mundu anasema John Bernard, Mama Selina Martin, repeat the same conversation on 10th of August because I believe nobody can stop Ruto Rigathi from entering State House, God willing. I agree with you. Nobody needs
mwambie Atuoli amesema shenzi sana.
Let me finish. I agree with you. Nobody needs to stop Ruto Rigathi from entering State House because they have already stopped themselves. We don't need to stop them. There is nothing we can do now that can help them enter. They have stopped themselves. They have insulted the house. They have insulted the elders. They have insulted everybody. They stopped themselves. They should not blame anybody. Hata wasisemi ni Raila aliwastopisha, walijistopisha wenyewe. Wamekanyaga kwa break, wanataka accelerator. Wanakanyaga break, wanakanyaga accelerator. How is it going to work? So, Bwana Jeremiah, uko na jina mzuri ya nabii Jeremiah. Jeremiah alikuwa nabii mzuri aliyesikia sauti ya Mungu. Inaonekana nasikia ingine. Ruto Rigathi have stopped themselves from entering State House, and from next week they will not even pass State House Road. Leave alone State House. State House Road, it will be a no-go zone. Mr. Kamau drives the bus every day. Welcome. How are you today?
I'm fantastic. I am happy that you're really telling them the truth, kwa sababu watu kama huyo Jeremiah ni watu ambao wameshikwa na hii kasumba ya kwamba tunachagua bishop kama president, na ndio sababu mimi nashangaanga sana nikiona mtu anatumia jina la Mungu. You misuse the name of God. God is a God of Azimio and a God of UDA and a God of Wajakoya and a God of course of Muslims, and a God of everybody. And therefore, let us not behave as if God is a member of UDA. He's not. God is above that. And you people keep on telling us, God. God is all, even us tunamuomba Mungu. Now we believe that even Raila Odinga believes in God. Na kama mnataka kuchagua president ambaye ameokoka na ni bishop, kuna Bishop More yako kwa list. And then pale huyo ni mtu ya Mungu and you'll be satisfied. We have options. Lakini ndio sababu unaona advisors wa Ruto wanamwambia ukienda mahali kanisani ukitoa shilingi 10 make sure cameraman wameona vizuri ikitoka. If you give 100 bob, 1,000, let people see so that watu waone wewe ni mtu wa Mungu. But it is not biblical. Those are Pharisees and Sadducees ambao walikuwa wanafanya hivyo ndio wajulikane ni watu wa Mungu. When you give in private. Let what you do with your right hand not be seen by by your left hand. And I also say, ukiona mtu ameanza, hii ni wiki ya machozi. It doesn't matter kama Ruto atalia, whether he will cry blood, hata akilia machozi na damu, it is not gonna save him. Because we know, analia asubuhi, jioni, anaanza kusema ule ni waganga, wale wanang'oa reli, ule ni mama, ule ni mzee, ni mjinga, kibicho ni umbwa, nini, all those things haziendeshani na wokovu. Kwa hivyo, those listening to us and in the UDA fraternity, we want to tell you, don't own God. God is for all of us. And this time around, ubebe Biblia na misaraba, ukule Bible, ukarange, ufanye nini, ukae chini, uende uombewe na Pastor Kariuki, arukaruke juu yako ya kifua, akumwagie maji, akupatie anointing oil. That will not confuse Kenyans. What we are looking for is a just president. A president who will be fair, a president who is going to bring change, because I know it is going to be hard, because this is the first time that we are cutting the umbilical cord of KANU kabisa, ile KANU ya ubaya, ile the devilish KANU. It is the first time we are destroying that. It is not going to be easy because they have that kifua, they still feel they are entitled, but I can tell you for the first time in Kenya, we are going to have a ticket of the liberators, the people who want to see fairness, the people who want to see just, and the people who want to see this country progress. The other ticket is a ticket of Rigathi, and despite having married bishops and going to church every day, we know that they are tainted in corruption. And I want to give people the sequence of events. Once Raila is sworn in, we want these people to be arrested because some of these people have been convicted already, like Rigathi. Apelekwe, nimeona mwingine amesema apelekwe Manyani. Manyani is good, Akipelekwa Manyani, that is good, anaweza change character. Naye Ruto apelekwe Kamete, naye Sudi apelekwe ile ingine inaitangwa nini, Kodiaga, so that at least at the end of the day they unajua mi kitu moja napenda, and I am happy because this is what is going to happen. Unlike Uhuru and unlike Kibaki, I will use this word, but it is a word that it's going to encourage everybody. Unlike Uhuru and unlike Kibaki, Raila is ruthless. I am sure Raila anajifanya mpole kwa sababu anataka afike pale, but he knows where the problem of this country is and has always been. The problem of this country has always been nobody has been able to deal with corruption and make sure there is action on corruption. And I'm sure Martha and Raila Odinga will make sure that these people, watu watakuwa nasema, unajua, for many years, Kenyan people know that once you seek a political seat, everything else follows. Corruption follows, money follows, women follows, and therefore we have built a society, like Bernard was saying, even kids want to be cartel, they want to be politicians. Why? That is where money is. You tell me, for example, how can you quantify the wealth of one Samoei Ruto, even Ligathe, and the many politicians we know, even the ones who have been there in Kanu days, people who are rich than even people who have invented Google and YouTube. Yeah, if you ask them, what did you do to become a very serious businessman and a very rich person? I sold eggs, I sold makaa, nikauza sijui nini. You know, it is not easy to sell eggs and buy choppers, because in our place where I come from in Kiambu, there's a guy called Mogoko. He has sold eggs since he was 15 years. He died the other day when 70. He had not even been able to afford a Range Rover Sports. And therefore, my concern is, if you are a dollar billionaire in Kenya, what is this thing that you have invented that actually has made you so rich? Because unless you tell me you invented this app that deals with many people, you invented Sport Pesa, yeah, I'll be anything else is corruption. So it doesn't matter how much you cry in the TV, that will not save you. I'm telling His Excellency the Deputy President, prepare for concession speech. Prepare to concede, because Kenyans are not stupid. The people who are praising you are people who believe, and this was said by Mother Karua today, that there are those people who are shallow-minded. Wanasema ati ya kwamba watafadhali mwizi ndio aibe awaletee kidogo. That is stupidity of the highest order. Mother Karua said, leo hii Bernard, ukiletewa kuku kutoka Malava ama Vihiga, alafu neiba yako ambayo ni mwizi aibe hiyo kuku, alafu achinje na apike, akule kila kitu kizuri, maini, kila kitu, alafu abakisha ile miguu peke yake na supu, alafu akualike jioni, akuambie bwana alikuja sapa. Ni Mother Karua alikuwa anasema hii maneno, si mimi. Hata nitakutumia hiyo video. Alafu ukute umewekewa kale kamguu na ukute umewekewa supu, lakini nyama ya ukweli imekuliwa. Alafu ukiangalia vizuri uone yenyewe kuku yangu sijaiona leo. How would you feel when the person who stole your chicken ate the best part of the chicken? That would be very sad. And that is what Mother Karua was telling you. If you feel bad about that person who steals chicken, somebody who steals taxpayers' money for over 30 years, you should feel bad about it. It is time you have a person who has no court case, who has no issues who has no what we call appetite to steal. And that is why I'm telling you, the few people in Mount Kenya who still believe that Ruto can give them solutions to change their mind. There is no way you can be part of a problem and then be the part of the solution, because you talk about bottom, but the issue is who took us to that bottom to start with. Yeah, who was with the who ate the maize, who was in the pipeline, whatever those corruption cases. Corruption has taken us to the bottom. We are suffering because of corruption, and the most corrupt people, even if you Google, you'll find them lined up in Google. Why? Because they have been stealing, and that is their life. You cannot solve a problem if you are part of the problem. Kuna kitu imewekwa hapo which is also very interesting. And on the opinion poll, I want to say this. The true opinion poll will be now on 9th, and I'm very, very, very much sure, I am 100% sure that Baba is going to get 65% of the votes cast in this country. And over 36 or 35 counties, he is going to lead in this country. Kwa hivyo mimi sina wasiwasi yoyote pahali where I sit. I believe Kenyans are wiser, and wajinga waliisha Kenya, tumeambiwa na Ruto hivyo. Na hiyo story kwa niweza kuhusu pahali wanaenda, ati wataenda kwa barabara kufanya rally, hiyo ni kawaida. 99% of the rallies the Ruto zimefanywa kwa barabara, kwa stage, kwa market, because it was so difficult for people to go to the the stadium. Unlike Baba, who did over 65 in the stadiums. Even today he was in a stadium. Stadium is not easy unless you have real followers. Lakini hawa wanaitaka kwa barabara, they come so that they discuss as if there is a lot of people. So let him do it in the barabara. In fact, I'll tell him go to Githurai. Go to Githurai, watu wataonekana ni wengi, but on the ballot day, do you know Ruto is where Raila was in 1997? He is going to grow, but let him give himself about 15 years. But before he does that, he also has to clean his character and the people around him. You can imagine Rigathi being the deputy president of the most progressive country in Eastern Central Africa. It's a shame to Kenya. It's a shame to Kenya. Yeah, Dende Nyoro, these are the ministers that you want us to lead. Yeah, people who cannot differentiate between a morgue and a mortuary. And then you're telling me they become our leaders. Are we stupid or something? Kwa hivyo kwa hao majaji bwana Bernard, tutokee kila mtu. Let us not think we have won and not go and vote. Let us go and vote Baba and Azimio candidates. Nairobi is gone. The only seat UDA can get in Nairobi is MCS, kidogo, maybe 3 or 5. And they should also see that if 3 farms have affirmed that Baba is ahead, then 3 cannot be wrong. Asante bwana bana.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kamau. We appreciate that. A very good way to look at it and candidly expressed. Before I give to Martin, I just want to look closely to this picture. Yani mkutano wa kina mama, kuna baba mmoja amevaa kitambaa. Yani hawa watu wa UDA, they can't avoid faking until they fake people even in mkutano wa kina mama. Kwani ni nini kinaendelea? Martin, wewe unasema tunawahit. Are we the one who sent this person with that kitambaa? Ebu watetee nisikie.
Wacha kwanza niulize zile nilikuwa na maswali.
Kwani huyu ni Chendra mara mbili ama kulienda aje pena? Huyu ni baba, ule mwingine ni mama, huyu mwingine ni baba.
Yes. Wanataka mkutano ikuwe na wamama wengi wazidi wamama wale wako na madhakarua.
Sasa kufanya makosa kuita wamali wa mama, kumbe anabebanga wanaume wanawaita wa mama.
Tosha mami. Neto, go ahead.
Mi yangu ilikuwa inaenda kwa Mr. K. Mr. K, you know, I really admire your contribution every day when I see you, because you're very genuine in what you say, and I admire that. Jones, I've also admired that. Mr. K, I think the one I want to direct to you, Kabisa, is what percentage do you think is gonna happen this time? And you can do Mount Kenya because you're from there, and Jones is here to back you up. And Mama Selina is here, our dear mother, to even do the Kale side. What percentage do you think is going to happen on that side? Also, on that side, I think something you said, and I think, and I will get, by then tapigwa na utaona watu wakianza kuja hapa hivi tu saizi kunigonga. I have always said, because I'm a very genuine person when it comes to politics, I think we have a problem in Nairobi as Azimio. Sakaja might take it. I've said it here, and I will say it again. Sakaja is endeared in Nairobi more than Polycarp Igathe. But also Polycarp Igathe is endeared by the working class. And, you know, the managers and the, you know, wanitagwaje, human resource people and all those things. I am not sure about Nairobi when it comes to the governor. Nani anazadhani anaweza chukua. I know you spoke about it. I wanted to speak it kuongea before, but it's something you've brought up. Sakaja might just scoop that. That I am not sure. Niko na shida na hiyo. But I wanted you to tell me the percentage of what you think. So I think I've already asked you the questions that I wanted you to actually answer. And maybe I know Jones will want to counter that if Bernard allows. And Mama Selena might want to say something. Our dear mom, we love you.
Okay, Bernard, let me answer. Let me try and answer, but I also want to be very honest and very factual, because let me start with the issue. I think the only thing that is affecting Igada in Nairobi is the demeanor of a politician. Just that. He seems not to do dirty politics. He doesn't know that sometimes the votes are in the mashinani, the slums. That is where the votes are. They are not in the Kileleshwa, because sometimes he goes to the clubs and stuff like that, and that affects him. But I'm not worried about his win, because the two opinions, or the many opinions that have been carried on in Nairobi, he has been of course Sakaja has been ahead with 5 points. But when I look at the combination of Baba vote, I'm sure he is going to get it, though with a slight margin. That is what I know. He might get it with a slight margin, but he doesn't have the demeanor of a politician. When people look at him, they see as if he's just a laid back person. But I'm not worried on the seats in Nairobi. I'm actually so confident that Azimio will sweep all the big seats. That one I'm overconfident, because who votes in Nairobi? The people who vote, and we're going to be with the numbers here. And the numbers is the Kambas. You know, they have Kaloki. Kambas will give a lot of votes. The Luyas in Nairobi also vote with the ODM. They don't vote with the Kenya Kwanza. The KISIIs vote with the ODM. The Kikuyus will vote with, they'll bet to be 50-50s. So for me, Igada will win in the morning. The other issue about the numbers in Mount Kenya, I think as we speak now, unless anything changes, Baba is at 50-50 with RUTO, because RUTO had spent a lot of money in the churches. He confused everybody, and the women particularly, that he is God sent, and that has not changed a lot in the churches. But I think he's at 50-50 because many he is not the best bet for the progress of Mount Kenya. So Kwapo, and Kwapo, that's my own opinion, unless Jones has anything else.
Yeah, yes,
John, quickly.
Are you getting me?
Yes, carry on, please.
Yes, carry on, please. You have a half a minute.
Okay. That's because on my side naona kama nimehang kidogo, but on the other side naona it is well. Okay, let us be sincere to ourselves. For the first thing, let me comment about Polycarp. Polycarp is not a politician. Polycarp is a reader. So that's make the difference between Polycarp and Sakaja, just because Polycarp is so much on a readership than so much in politics. And you know, we need politics in the field, but leadership practically, and that is as date 10 go onward. About Mount Kenya's vote to Azimio, we don't have to be overwhelmed or to be overexcited. When we were starting out we were looking for 25 to 35% from Mount Kenya. That I think if you follow the figures well, that's when Azimio was starting it all, that's also it was looking. As per now, Azimio, it is on 35% to 40%. So at least they have done something. The impact of mother is felt, but also the UDA is felt in Mount Kenya. But I told you, in Mount Kenya, many people made a decision at the morning. Even you can be surprised how it happened, because you get that that's 50-50. It might appear because you get the people, they are there, they are just commenting that I'm in Azimio, but I don't want to show up. You know, wako kule tu wamelalia. wamelalia wanasoma tu ground, but all in all the Azimio will come to that 40%, but to 45%, to 50-50 ngumu kidogo, because of that dirty politics and the politics of church giving, so on, so forth, and also the money. You know, some areas I'm here, I can see many people for money, and also these people, they are there to give out cashes. We have seen them, unless people change and say that we are going for the hotels. Najua kuna wale wa hoteli tunakafunga ka hoteli saa tu, so then from there we shall see either we could get to that 50%, but for now that 5 to 40%, I think it's there.
Thank you, John.
Please mute
your mic.
Okay. Mute,
please.
Okay, as you mute the mic, I wanted to say this on the name before I drop it. Sakaja Igade issue over Nairobi. Martin, I want you to remember 2013, the first governor for Nairobi was Kidero. Kidero was running against Jim Nambaru, was running against big wigs. And the main reason why Kidero won the governorship of Nairobi 2013 was because he was a manager and the rest were either politicians or just businessmen. So Kidero's win was best. He was a manager. He was a manager at Kenya Commercial Bank. He was his history. That's what made him to be a choice. And I see the same thing coming into play in 2022. Sakaja is a good politician. He's played Nairobi politics. But from where I see it, Sakaja doesn't have a constituency in Nairobi. He's an accidental electee of 2017. And most probably, we call Faranga as a computer. He's playing politics. In fact, some of the people were saying they are going to choose Sakaja. They still believe Sakaja is running for senator. They have not internalized that he's going to be governor. But on the day for election, nobody's going to elect Sakaja over Igade when it comes to the management of Nairobi. What Nairobi has suffered so far is enough lesson. They will not play that Sonko madness again. So wait and see. But like I've said, even if Sakaja wins, he's not assuming that office. By the following day, you will see the court injunctions that will be there. We will prosecute that case for 5 years until it expires, if the judges don't want to give the ruling that the Ugandan thing is fake. And I hear that the Ugandans have also issued a warrant of arrest for forgery. So, hiyo kitu ishakwenda, tusumbuane nayo from where I see it. Thank you very much. Mama Selina, una la kusema kabla tucheze video hapa?
Yes. Bernard, mambo ya Central. Kama baba ako 35, ako 40. Na si tulikuwa tunauliza 10%. Ya pili, kura ya Central, matured people. And again, after Uhuru kuongea, hata wacha tuseme hivyo, wacha akuwe na 50% Central. Rift Valley, hawezi pata yote. So, we are okay. Unajua, watu ya Central wenyewe, una kanisa na vile wameamini, and I hope kanisa ile wanaamini ni kanisa ya ukweli. I will remain to see kanisa ya Wakorindo, maybe in Central is the real church. Isi ingine ni biashara, but we don't church. Otherwise, Jones, if the Kalenjins wenyewe wanaona shida, so having 2 criminals, Kashakwa na Ruto. But the good thing, Kenyans wameamua ni baba na mama. So hatuna maneno sana kwa sababu hatuwezi change much. Na Central pia wacha mjaribu kukaa opposition kidogo, kwa sababu nilikuwa naokopa Wakalenjin peke yao kukua kwa baridi. So Martha Karua na baba wacha wataongoza wa Kenya. Let the Central people feel it, kwa sababu wameamini. So tukiwachwa peke yetu ni makosa. Nitajua chama wawili walisaidiana. So for 5 years, then they will be okay. Otherwise, mutupatie hiyo 35-40%, baba will be okay. Na kwa sababu pia uhuru iko, na nyinyi amuchali mtoto wenyu ametusiwa, amuchali hata your grandmother, great grandmother, mama mwenye alifungwa Kabenguria. You guys should tell us you are the sons of Mau. Which Mau na Mama Ngila alifungwa huko Lodwa na munamutusi. So anyway, wacha tu, kwa sababu imefika Chonis, muongeleshe wale wako sopa na wale wanataka kufuata Ruto, then well, sisi wakale pia tusiumie peke yetu. Sisi wachache tutakuja kwa baba, na Wakikuyu wachache wanakuja kwa baba, tutakutana na Wakenya, then bas maneno mzuri hayo tu. Bernard.
So thank you, Mama Selina. Now, I am not from Central, but the Central politics are very interesting. I want to look at the Central province politics with the two personalities. One personality is 2 in 1, okay? I want you to prove to me that the Central people are going to follow Rigathi and leave Uhuru Kenyatta and mother on the voting day. If that is possible, then I'll be concerned about Mount Kenya. But to the best of my knowledge, and the way I've seen Central vote 92, 97, 2002, 2007, 2013, 2017, I don't see Central following Rigathi, even if Rigathi goes to sleep in their house. Wait for the shock of hii kukata miti sio mchezo. People are going to stop breathing.
Hakuna siku Central wamekuwa na candidate moja Bernard. They always have 2 candidates. Alafu wanasema wanapatia mwingine na mwingine anasindikisa. So yes, you are saying the truth. Hakuna siku imekuwa moja.
And they usually don't disappoint. When they go in a particular direction, they don't go few. The direction is always clear where the wind is blowing. And from
allow me comment that.
Yes, George.
Allow me to comment on that, Bernard. Central or Mount Kenya is a very interesting place. And if you go even to the previous election, Central has always been with not more, of course, more than one candidate. For now, we don't have main candidate from Central. We have 2, I think it is 3 running mates from Central. I think Georgina is from Kiambu. They have these 2 known people. And I think this is a very interesting side of Mount Kenya. When it comes to the day of election, they don't lose. They don't go to the losing side. I don't know. This is the very interesting side of Mount Kenya. Wanaamkanga tu wakiiba side moja. I don't know how. That is the way of doing things. So you can be surprised in the day of election that they wake up and say mother. So that is part of it. And I think this is the side of this anatomy, or this is the music that Uhuru Kenyatta have started, that huyu mama ni shujaa ndiye atamulinda. Huyu mama ni shujaa atamulinda. Now we come to weigh things. One day is enough for Mount Kenya to weigh things. Is Rigathi enough, or is Mother enough? And you get that they decide, let's go this side. And they go, all of them. I don't know how they communicate, but that's it happens. So you don't have to be, but remember also, Mother is not losing. Mother is interested with 25% of Mount Kenyan votes. Getting 25% and Baba maintaining the votes he had been getting, it is done deal. So it is not a, this is not a hide and seek. It's all about numbers. It's all about who and where. And I believe you me, you might think that UDA is a music central, but you might be surprised. Jubilee retaining more MPs and governors than UDA. You might be surprised. This is Mount Kenya with a very shocking decision on the day of election. So on Mount Kenya, Mother might win it. Mother might win it. Very, very easy.
Okay, thank you, Jones. I share your point of view. There is a shock coming from Mount Kenya. William Ruto should not be overconfident on that one. You don't bank on that one, I guarantee. And Uhuru Kenyatta, being the chairman of Azimio, is not coming to parliament with a few members of parliament. Jubilee is going to be significant in parliament. So anybody dancing with the yellow jacket thinking that yellow fever will catch people, he will finish his dance and go. Yellow fever is not catching anybody in Mount Kenya. We may have an accident of 1 or 2, but not the majority. So, and the truth is, William Ruto is fully aware of it. That is why he's crying. That is why everything is slipping away. I don't see Mount Kenya trusting William Ruto over Uhuru Kenyatta. It doesn't matter how angry they are with Uhuru Kenyatta. When they enter the booth, the metamorphosis will take place. The surprise is coming. Loading, but it will be a big bang. Now,
Bernard, please, 1 minute. Let me add this before you give to the next person. And I want to remind people about the Mwai Kibaki and how Mwai Kibaki was mistreated by the same people from Mount Kenya, and he was called some names. But the day Mwai Kibaki was going home, he was totally welcomed with all the respect, with all the dignities. So you don't have to predict about Mount Kenya because of what they are saying. You might be surprised. They turn and say that Mudhamaki Darumago, a reader, he is not insulted. And they go back and say sorry, and they give the maximum respect. So you don't have to be overwhelmed. You don't have to make decision and say this is final. No. To Mount Kenya, no.
Thank you very much, Jones. We appreciate that, and appreciate everybody who has been on the cruise since we started. My time is running out. I want to appreciate Sylvester Daudi is very concerned. He says, when are we launching the live wherever Mtembei TV broadcast on the digital set? We are not yet there yet in terms of the cash we are expecting. We need to come in very strongly for that to happen. I was in talks yesterday with our consultant. He gave us the options available. Those options available are valid, workable, but we need to pull up the socks because we are not even at 50% of what we need. And so if we don't work out a miracle between now and Monday, we may not be able to get the digital broadcast before the elections. But the program continues until we are able to do that. So I just want to urge us to keep working and keep, sending in as much as we can. I've received some 11,700 from Sylvester. Thank you so much. Evelyn sent 500. Asha sent 2,000. Michael Mwarenge sent 11,700 last night when I had left, when I was leaving. And so please, let's encourage each other. Let's do this thing. I am too sure that we are able to run this media house excellently and perfectly in ensuring that Kenyans are not deceived, and content that is going to help shape the character of this country. Like we have noted, there is a twisted way of thinking that some politicians are pushing to this country, whereby we have no value for life, we have no value for elders, we have no value for anybody. Everything is about me, I, and myself. That's a wrong framing that they have so much drummed up, which needs to be reversed. And for that to be reversed, we need a platform that we can be addressing this thing on daily basis. And what an opportunity we have had in the last 10 months or so of interacting here every day. We have caused a lot of changes in this country just through this platform. And so let's take it a notch higher. Let's work towards that. If it doesn't offend you and if it doesn't bother you how the country is going, then there is something wrong. But as at now, we want to urge everybody. Let's all come on board. Let's help Mtembei TV move to the next level. I'll be here. I'm not going anywhere. Martin has detained me here purposefully. But if Baba calls me...
Yeah, but Bernard, I'll put a letter of no. Don't let him come in there. You're staying here to build this channel. I don't know where you think you're going. You're not going anywhere. We've been fighting, me and you, about that. You're staying here to build this channel.
I will carry Mtembei TV to Baba's office. We broadcast from there. There's no problem. So just a moment before I leave.
Kwa muda sasa, runinga ya Mtembei imebobea mtandaoni kwa taarifa na uchanganuzi sahihi. Kumbuka tuko live pia kwenye Mtembei TV.
Once again, congratulations to all concerned. Thank you Mitsubishi for your trust and confidence in Kenya.
Wengi wameipokea na kuienzi. Wakati wa kihistoria umewadia tena tunapojisatiti kuingia maeneo tofauti jijini, mijini na hata vijijini. Tunaomba msaada wako, ufadhili na uwegezaji. Katika safari hii tuvute pamoja kuingia digital TV broadcasting space. Give us wings to reach every home locally as we do internationally. Mtembei TV, bold and truth. Mtembei TV, bold and truth.
Bernard, na ulikataa maneno yangu ya t-shirt ya mama, please.
Mama mimi sijakataa. Kwanza nimepigia hiyo debe leo. Unless unataka niache tena. Tulikuwa hapa tukiwa na keep tukafanya hiyo kazi. Kama hujaona response, angalia tena. There must be serious response on that end for that matter. But Mato, wewe unatakanga nikisign out unaniweka hapa another 3 hours. What is
wewe unajua ufai kwenda mahali. Mama Selina, tulipata. Tushaanza kucheza kaa sisi. Hata nanunulia wengine 3. Usijali, hiyo tuko nayo. Alituwekea amemarket vizuri, tuko nayo. Na wewe tulia mami, tunakuchunga mana, si ni watoto wako.
Julia na sijaona kama mmeonyesha Julia.
Julia ndo ana report kwa ofisi.
Ni mama ya Martha Karua. Sasa tutafaaje bila Julia kweli? Na
Mama okay, order Mama Selina, thank you very much. Julia ndio ana report kwa ofisi na waacha na yeye mtasaidiana kwa hiyo maneno. Kile ninacho wahimiza ni kwamba tufanye yote tunayoweza kuhakikisha kwamba tuna provide required leadership na misaada yetu kwa Mtembei TV tuendeleze tafadhali. Na kama una hela umeacha mahali ambayo inaweza kutusaidia ku launch hii kitu kabla ya uchaguzi, talk to us, we can come up with an agreement tupatie hiyo hela, because our consultant has an already set broadcast system that is plug and play. If we just sign that contract, give him that money, we'll be on air in 48 hours. So it's something that is workable. I just want to appeal to everybody, all of us out there. If you are able to help us get that running, it will be a good milestone before the elections. But with or without that, we'll still move on and ensure that we build up and get this working no matter how long it takes. So let's keep the focus. Let's keep moving. More than that, reach to your sphere of influence. Don't be silent, especially those of you in the diaspora. Call home. Make sure that the people are going out to vote. No vote should be lost for carelessness or somebody going to drink until they forget it's Voters' Day. Bars zote zifungwe, especially in Nyanza and Kakamega. Kakamega huko nakuwa na Busatu na Chang'aa, na hiyo inafunguliwanga saa 9. So watu asubuhi waende kuvoti kwanza, alafu Busa na Chang'aa itafunguliwa saa 9 kwa wale ambao wanataka kwenda kwa hiyo dini. Lakini kila mtu kila mahali, make sure you are voted by 11 o'clock. You are voted. I'll be around Nairobi traversing and reporting how things are happening. But more than that, nisikukuta kwa barabara hauna wino unakamatwa. Ile operation Linda Kura itakuwa both purpose, kulinda kura na kulinda wale ambao wajapiga kura. Ukipatikana sokoni unanunua mboga na una wino, unafukuzwa sokoni, uende upige kura kwanza. Hii kura inakuja mara moja kwa miaka 5. Soko wewe unakuwa huko kila siku. Hata ukikosa pesa ya siku moja itakuwa nini? Na tunakuletea system ambayo itakuletea pesa mpaka kwa nyumba. Kuna 6,000. Kuna factory inafunguliwa. Kuna bima inapewa kila mtu. Utakuwa unaenda tu hospitali, unaulizwa jina, miaka yako, unapewa dawa. Sio story mingi ati uko na nini. Hiyo mambo yote tunabadilisha tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8. So usikutwe kwa blanketi hiyo siku haujapiga kura, na saa 5 isifike kama hujapiga kura. Wake up early. Fortunately, me, I vote behind here. So I'll be the first one to vote. And now get on set. I'll be reporting 5 days straight. Ndio nitakuwa hiyo siku ndio nitakuwa nachukua ile red wine. Ile red wine mnasemanga mnataka kuninunulia. Hiyo nitakuwa nachukua after every 1 hour so that I stay sober for 5 days broadcasting. You need also to help us in that hideout where we'll be broadcasting, kwa sababu tutaki watu wa UDA wajue watatuma wako malfire ya kutuzimia network. So hiyo hideout tutakuwa huko tukibroadcast 5 days non-stop. Please don't forget us. Thank you very much. Sasa nawacha kwa mikono ya Julia ambaye ni navigator, na because I must go, I will not even let her make her submission. She will make her submission when the other crew comes in. Makiadi should be on his way here. So Julia, karibu sana. Na yule hajaongea anaitwa Bob Papa Azimio, yeye peke yake. Hao wengine wameongea at least mara moja. Martin sana huyo chunga, anakuanga ile mtu ana in football kunakuwa ile striker ambaye akuangi marked lakini akichomoka tu mara moja goal. Huyo ndio Martin, anakaa ile kona ambaye akuangi marked ile number 11. Thank you very much. Good day. See you later on in the day. But M-Pesa yangu endelee kulia nikilala. Sawa sawa. M-Pesa endelee kulia, haina shida. Thank you very much. See you then. Julia, karibisha, salimia wateja, alafu karibisha we Bob. Thank you.
Asante Bernard. Have a good night. Na wasalimu nyote, watazamaji wapendwa, familia Mtembei, mashabiki wa Mtembei, familia marafiki zetu na wenye mmealika kwa hii show. I want to greet you in the name of the Lord. Leo nimeshukuru sana nimeona Baba is doing well in 3 opinion polls. Bernard, I think that is really good, but I think the rating was rather low. I expect that I think Baba will hit over 60. So still I don't trust that rating. I think it will be low. Now, the other thing I want to comment is about Ruto crime. Ni kama kulikuwa kanisa kwake, kwa nyumbani kwake. Maybe we give him the benefit of doubt. Maybe he was trying to repent, Bernard. Unajua kuna ile unaweza ingia kanisani, yani you try to pray to God na madhambi na you know, the truth is, if you try to seek God in truth and in spirit, you can't do that if you are not feeling right in the presence of God. So maybe he was repenting. Mama Selina, pengine alihuyo jamaa alikuwa natumbu dhambi zake. Maybe he was in anguish because of the kind of life he has led. Maybe he was truly in anguish.
Before I go, John the Baptist said there should be fruit of repentance. How do you repent and 30 minutes later you are insulting? What kind of repentance is that? Okay. That theology is not adding up.
Yani alitoka hapo akaenda matusi tena. I thought alifanya matusi alafu akatumbu. What happened before the other? I really
kushuka kwa chopa kabla ashuka shaanza kutusi watu.
So then we can conclude he was acting, and I think Ruto should be employed in Hollywood. And I think he'll perform very well pale Hollywood because he can. Unajua kama una act kwa Hollywood, you must be able to cry tears. Ile machozi inakaya real. So Ruto can earn a good living in Hollywood. Then we can say that. So I think I want to say this. No amount of pretense or acting will hoodwink Kenyans right now. No amount of pretense to be spiritual will change the minds of Kenyans. Now, the Bible says, I'm going to look, I think it's the book of Galatians. Now, do not be deceived. God cannot be mocked. Whatever you sow is what you reap. Ukipanda dhambi, you'll pay for those sins. Now, some people have been arguing in Mount Kenya that God is loving and God forgives us. That is true. God forgives us a lot, many times when we go before him and repent. But the consequences, malipo ni hapa duniani. Malipo ni hapa duniani too. That is why you meet people who have messed up their lives, even morally. They suffer here on the face of the earth. They can't lie to you, they're not suffering. So malipo Ruto ambiwe malipo ni hapa duniani, and he cannot hoodwink us. No amount of crying, no amount of weeping shall lie to us. We want to see a change in behavior, but we are no longer interested in his change. He can change or he can do without change because we are done. So that's what I wanted to say. I also want to echo what John said about Mount Kenya region. Now, Mount Kenya region is tricky. Actually, people in Mount Kenya do not like to be losers. Mama Selina, hatujuangi hiyo lugha ya kutokuwa kwa serikali. Hiyo kitu hatuelewangi na kuanga aje. Hata hatuelewangi watu wanashindangwa aje kwa uchaguzi. That thing doesn't make sense to us. Hiyo that language is not, it doesn't make, I don't understand how it's to lose in an election. Whether you talk about rigging or vifaranga vya computer or whatever people want to talk about, we don't know how is that language. Ever since I began voting, the people I've been voting for have been winning. So I come from Mount Kenya region, and I don't understand that thing, how people lose and how people stay outside the government. That one I don't know hiyo language inaongelewangwa wapi. So 2 things will happen. People will vote for Baba because they don't understand what to be outside the government. That's a fact. And there will be many people in Mount Kenya region. Lakini kuna Mama Serena wamekasirika sana. They are so mad that people have rejected RUTO, and because they don't know kushindwa, they will not go to vote. So because hawaelewangi hiyo kitu ya kushindwa na kukaa, so they would rather not vote. There are people who have told me point blank they are not voting. For once, hawapendi Baba. Secondly, they cannot vote for a loser, so they are not voting, period. Yani hawataki kuamka 10th ati iwe ati walipanga line ati wakapigia RUTO kura alafu akapata milioni 4 ama 5. They can't bear that, so they are not going to vote. Because Mount Kenya people don't understand what is losing, and they don't know that people stay outside the government. That thing, hiyo kitu hawajui, it is a foreign vocabulary. Mama Sina, you want to say something?
I'm wondering, and it is true, you know, for me, nimekaa na watu ya Mount Kenya sana, and I know them. And you have said the truth. Kumira sahi ni ngumu. So let's wait and see, but sasa wasipotokea kwa RUTO, how can he want? You know, anategemea ndia anakimbia na kurudi. Sasa atatoa wapi kura chulia? Because hata hiyo kulia analia ile pesa imekulwa na ile mlimwaidi.
Sasa maneno ya pesa, Selina, why do you want to tell us we don't eat money? Maneno ya pesa wekendi kando. Sisi hatukuambia mtu atuletee pesa. Hakuna mtu tuliandikianga barua tukamwambia ati akuja ajenge makanisa yetu. Maneno ya pesa tuongeleange kando. Hiyo maneno ya pesa tuongeleange kando. Maneno ya pesa tuongeleange kando. Lakini maneno ya kura usiniambiangi nitoke ati nikapiga kura mtu mwenye anashindwa.
Hatuna biashara ingine na nyinyi. Biashara yetu na nyinyi ni pesa.
Hapana, maneno ya pesa tuongeleange kando. Sisi hatukuitanga mtu atuletee pesa. Sasa tuongee maneno ya mimi kupanga laini. Unajua laini za Mount Kenya zile ziko refu. Alafu nipige mtu kura, alafu akue na milioni 4. That one is a joke. Hiyo maneno hapana, tukwange too serious. So there are people from Mount Kenya region who will simply not vote because they don't understand what is to lose, and they can't vote for someone who is losing. Others will come out to vote for Baba because wameona, hey, mimi siwezi kapiga mtu kura alafu ashindwe. So others will vote for Baba because they are supporting Uhuru. Now, after voting, sikizeni, nyinyi mtashtuka na watu wa Mount Kenya, they are weird. I heard that Waigoro was calling meetings to UDA candidates na alikuwa nawaambia hii kitu tunyamazie tu. Baada ya uchaguzi sisi tunaruka kwa serikali na hii serikali iko tunaiunga mkono. So the next thing that will happen, any UDA MP or governor atakuwa kwa Mount Kenya, they will not oppose Raila. They will vote for every motion his government to take to parliament, because pia wao hata kama wako UDA, they don't understand language ya kwenye ya serikali. In other words, I'm trying to say this. RUTO should be arrested on 9th because he might kill himself after that. Sasa nataka kukaribisha Bob. Bob, karibu.
Thank you very much. I was not intending to come here, but there is one panelist who misbehaved, so I had to come in and at least ni mnyoroshe kidogo. And that panelist is one man called Ndeto. Ndeto has told me that, or he has told us that
I knew you were coming for me. I was waiting for you.
Now, can you please keep quiet? Now, You know, Kenyan politics is tribal. And that is why I don't really, there are instances where I don't really get interested in these polls. And Kenyan politics being tribal, I wouldn't want to mention tribes, but now it has forced me, and that is because of Martin Detto. There are two reasons why Igade will win. One, if you watched today's polls and the explanation behind different categories, is that 18 to 20 to 35, I think 18 to 25 or 18 to 35, majority in Nairobi, 55% go to William Ruto. They appeal to William Ruto. Now, 35 and above appeal to Baba, which is 45% of the voters in Nairobi. Now, if you look at the voting, the 18 to 35, I would want to rule out, and I'm not being biased, and so ladies don't get mad with me. I would want to rule out the ladies category in that 18 to 35. Those ones who will vote will probably be, in my estimation, 30%. And the reason I'm saying this, there is no way you are going to ask a slay queen to go and line up for 4 hours to vote. So that is a lost vote. Those ones who are talking about voting for Sakaja in terms of dimples and what have you is a lost vote. Those are voters who get excited and want to align themselves with other people, but for no apparent reason. So they don't add any value. But you do not expect a 35-year-old gentleman or lady to sit in the house and waste his or her vote. So those votes are going to Baba fully. Then secondly, from the tribal angle, there is one thing that Julia has talked about, and where they in Mount Kenya, they are not used to losing. One thing that Igade Polycarp is assured of is the voting block of Baba. One, I'll go step by step. There is the voting block that comes from Luo Nyanza. 100%, whether it is the youth or the elderly, call it 90%, will vote for Igade. No question about it. They will not even ask questions, because one thing they believe that the people who are aligned to Baba are normally upright people. Go to the Mount Kenya voting block in Nairobi. Do you think they can desert their own for Sakaja? That is no way. My opinion, they will give it at least 70%. Go to the Kamba vote, Lower Eastern vote. Kaloki is there. They will appeal to Kaloki. Go to the Northeastern, the people from Northeastern. They are likely to appeal to to Igade. Reason being, those people are business oriented. They control a sizable chunk of Nairobi from the Isili area, and they would want their businesses to be well protected, as in terms of infrastructure, ABCD. And one thing, if you have ever worked with the people of Northeastern, be it in Nairobi, be it in Mombasa, be it anywhere in Kenya, you realize that in as much as the business community from from northern Kenya, in as much as they themselves might not be, very educated, but they always employ professionals. When it comes to dealing with money, they never gamble. You will find an illiterate fellow from northern Kenya who is very wealthy. several businesses. But if you go to his office, there is always a professional accountant. He will never. So there is no way they can gamble in terms of going for Sakaja, especially in the light of the nominations and the cloud that hung on him about his credibility. And I go to the KISII community. KISIs are very forthright. I'm one of them. They don't mince their words. Once they realize that you refuse to go to school or you're lying about your education, they will dump you like a hot potato. Those are just the few of that tribal angle I've just looked at. And if Martin Deto is listening, I will tell him to withdraw that remark that Igade is losing. Igade is not losing. The mathematics speaks for itself. Okay, let me move on to Tears. Really, I don't want to waste time on Tears because
you forget the Luya community. The Luya community support Papa.
Yes. I had forgotten the Luya community, but the Luya community might split half-half because of they want to align themselves to Sakaja. But that might be a half-half thing. So there are so many other communities who will not resonate with Sakaja. Sakaja's voting bloc is the young, and the young are not. They're not astute. They don't go for integrity. They go for shortcuts, and that is the culture that has been calculated in this society. So let me jump to the Tears. The Tears are hypocritical. I don't want to dwell so much on that. There are previous panelists who have elaborated on that. And with regard to Baba's campaign, the campaign yesterday, that was a very good thing. KISII has been a bit, they're a bit shaky, but from what looked like happened there, it is we are consolidating our vote. The only thing that we need to probably focus ourselves on is to try and gather as many votes that we could have probably lost because of apathy or anything. The focus is we are going for the kill. Let's kill the snake, hit the head. Let them keep on crying. We will not change. We have seen them cry. And those gimmicks are not going to add any value at this particular time. We are on the winning stretch. Nobody should even think that Azimio is losing. Azimio will never lose this election. And the only thing that can make this election not go in Azimio's favor is one, and I don't want to mention it because it is something that it is unimaginable. It can't happen. So let's focus. We are winning this thing. Thank you very much. I'll come back later.
Asante Bob. I don't know whether Martin would like to rebuttal, but wacha tukubali Stone PK. Stone PK, umesikia hiyo maneno. Sisi hatukuitishanga mtu pesa ya mtu. Sisi hatukuambianga mtu atuletee pesa. Maneno ya pesa tuke kando. Alafu sasa tufikirie, where is the government? Ama aje Stone PK. Karibu Stone PK.
Thank you very our moderator, Madam Dilia. Good to see you, Mama Selina. Long time. Madam Mora, huyo ni mamangu, mama mkwe. Madam Mora, my mother-in-law is called Mora. Jones, Bariako, JJ, Bob, Papa, Nyumba, Ohoroaku. Sasa mimi kwanza nimeingia nikakuta Bob Papa anajaribu kunyorosha Martin ameenda wapi? Martin should be here to hear this. I don't want to dwell on what Papa has done. Papa has elaborated about Rigade and Nairobi, unless somebody has not, mtu hajaishi Nairobi, ndiye ataongea about Igade being defeated by Sakaja. Sakaja is not a Luya number one. I don't know why Kenyans keep on. We proved, and it was proved, he's not a Luya. And the Luyas, they know this. Sasa Wakenya Waluya wanakasirika wakisikia mkiwa associate na Sakaja. Sakaja will be voted by some of, and with all due respect, by some of these slay queens, hao wasichana hao hapo mtaani, hiyo ya Ngara because they are saying ni wao, and the girls that he goes to church with Pale Baptist along Valley Road, you know, those ones will vote for him. But I can assure you, Igade, he will win overwhelmingly. He will even get more votes than the Vifaranga their computer. What song forgot? Yeah, because Igade has the Kamba vote, he has the Luya vote, he has the Luo vote, he has the name it, he has the KISII vote, he has almost all, because where it is not him directly, he has a secondary full power. You know, secondary, I mean, like, for example, the Luos, they'll go for him because of Baba. The Mugikuyu will go for him number one because he's from Muranga. Muranga owns 2/3 of Nairobi. Every 5 people you go talking to in Nairobi, utasikia ni mtu wa Muranga. Not only a Kikuyu, but from Muranga. All right, the business community. So wacha tufunge hiyo ya Rigathi, hiyo itaingia wakati Baba anaingia hivi na Rigathi wataingia pamoja. All right, so that is sealed. Let me talk about opinion polls. These opinion polls, they are very nice because they are trying to suppress expectation. You know, that's why you see they are trying to push. And I overheard that people don't want to have those extreme figures because come 9, the overwhelming votes might look fake. You know, saa ingine unaweza shinda na kura mingi mpaka hata unaambiwa hapana, this doesn't look real. Mwalimu Julia can tell you, I think if whatever subject he teaches, if a bright student anakaribia karibu 100 kwa 100, mwalimu ndio huyo anaanza kusema hii nikimpa 100 kwa 100 bwana, sasa atashindwa hata kusoma. So I think they are trying to manage that. What I know is if all things remain constant, Baba will have a voting percentage that has never been received by anybody before. I mean, this has been said by the NIS, all these pollsters. They are getting the real figure. They are getting the real thing. As we are speaking today, Mount Kenya Baba will get more than 50%. And that is just too much, you can imagine. While all the other places he will be playing around 70, 80. In Nyanza, now Uhuru has shown them how to go for voting. You will see what you have never seen in Nyanza because it is Uhuru himself who has told them what it takes for their own to win. They should not sit there and say, Raila anajulikana Kenya mzima. It is kila mtu atokeleze. Your one vote is what will count. So believe you me, the outcome will be heavy. Let me go to the cries of Ruto. For me, I have no iota of sympathy. I can never, in fact, if I dream niamke nikute nilikuwa nasikilia Ruto huruma kwa sababu ati analia, I think I can hang myself. Ruto is crying. His tears are tears of guilt, tears of knowing that he has, tears of hopelessness. He has no way next. Ruto had put a master plan to rig this election. It is all dismantled. You can imagine. Ruto are tears of ICC. Ruto after election is gonna go to ICC. It's a matter of time. It's a matter. I've worked with you and I know how they do it. They can leave you float. Remember this guy of Congo? He was arrested after how many years? He can float around for even another 10 years, but he will end up at the Hague. For those of you who are following this, and that is deadly. You can maneuver the cases in Kenya, but you can't maneuver the UN case. That hiyo ikikushtaki na ikuindict, my friend, wewe unajua tu is a matter of number, years or days, and you are gone. So he cries knowing that these are tears of his end of career. If at all politics was his career, and I wish he had left it. Aende akajaribu kufunza botany, if at all he went to class of plant analysis. Okay, so I can feel him. I can feel why he's crying. Somebody who has enjoyed, amedanganya. Kwa Kiswahili tunasema amehadaa dunia na akahadaa wa Kenya. You can imagine the people who have been roaring in yellow. Wazee wengine, mapasta, watu wa Mungu, wengine wanamwombea na kumumwagilia mafuta fake. All these will eat Ruto. In fact, we don't need even to condemn Ruto. Ruto atakuliwa na kidudu mtu chake tu, kile madhambi. The dhambi he has are overwhelming. The guilt is too much. Whatever prayers people want to say, I don't think that will work. That's why Ruto, akinyamaza hivi, Ruto is seeing nothing else but doom. And we are going to put that last name on the 9th. That is how it's going to be. Okay? And what I'm so happy about is that Kenyans, those wale walikuwa na yumba ati undecided. By the way, there is nothing like undecided as of today. Msidanganywe, those are ni theories zile tunaweka ndio ati politics yetu ionekane ni ya kisasa. Hakuna undecided. I tried to check in my village, which was very much against Ruto. I mean, against Raila. You know, it's only me who talks of Raila there, and they think I'm mad and crazy. I try to check. They are all going to vote Baba. People who have never voted Baba before. So where are these undecided? Undecided wako wapi? In Eldoret ukiangalia, labda Ruto ndio ni kwake one area atapata maybe 60. No, I mean 50. Baba apate hiyo ingine. So these undecided, my fellow Kenyans who are listening, I know the panelists to know they are not undecided. This is intended kwa Wakenya wale wanatusikiza. Msiambue ati kuna watu watadecide tarehe 9. It is decided. Either it's Ruto or Baba. Na wale ambao wamechagua kupigia Ruto already wanajua it's doom. Thanks to people like Waiguru who are normal. Wameanza kutengeneza njia. Only that they cannot defect openly right now. I hear at night they are calling, wametumana emissaries, usitupige sana. Wengine wana confess they will vote for Baba. It is that bad. And for those of us who are upcoming in politics, I think we should learn this, that kuyumba doesn't help. Your conscience should be the guiding principle in terms of the choices that we want to make. You know, sitting down to think between Baba and Ruto, and if you are a Kenyan, at least a Kenyan of 30 years and above, looking at the country, looking at this man, there is no way out of 50 plus million, kila jina ikitajwa ya mwizi ni Stone PK, and then you start saying anaonewa. You know, I mean, unless you are really abnormal, that out of the 50 plus million in Kenya, corruption ikitajwa inatajwa mtu mmoja, wizi ikitajwa, mauaji yakitajwa, wizi wa mashamba, and then you start saying, oh, anaonewa, unajua ni mtu anapenda church sana. Let me say this nikimalizia. Do you know Ruto has made most Kenyans hate church? This I'll leave it to you, my fellow panelists. That's the research. Some people have come to doubt about Christianity, about being saved, about singing Bwana Asifiwe. Do you know today Bwana Asifiwe is a satirical phrase? People use it as a mockery to because it is associated with evil. It is very sad. Lastly, let me say, KISII also, Baba has consolidated. It is true. The KISIs have been having this extreme democracy mixed with a lot of, we call it clanism, which is all over. Every area has its own dynamics. In my area where I come from, we vote in terms of clan. We have 2 major clans. Of course, 39 of them, but they are divided in 2 major ones. These 2 are the ones that really fight each other. Na hiyo vita inakuanga noma, but there is a way to arbitrate it. Okay, so basically, just a minute, I'm coming. Just give me 3 minutes. Okay, Julie, let me attend to something, then I'll come back.
Oh, Santi, PK is saying something. Because of this story, kila mtu anakisimama Bwana asifiwe, Bwana asifiwe. I also am beginning to doubt more of the many clergy, especially in Mount Kenya region. Na I think nikirudi nitakuwa na shida kubwa sana ya kuchagua kanisa. I'll be really struggle to do that. So I don't know how others feel, but really wameharibu kanisa. Nyumba siongee before, or Nyumba, do you allow Bob aseme kitu, Bob sema kitu, then we have Nyumba or PK?
Nimekataa. Bob ameongea mara nyingi sana na nimekataa. Sio kama atakubali kukataa kwangu.
Okay, wacha wazee wakubaliane.
Bob,
ya vita ya wazee.
nimekataa.
Stone PK, are you ready to continue?
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, there was like a small emergency. So I was actually about to conclude, and I was talking about the clanism the tribalism, the whatever. Those are parameters that should not be used to kind of stereotype and, you know, kind of use them negatively, because even in Europe, even in the US where we are, they have their own style, they have their racism, all these factors play in. But what we need to look at is how positively can we utilize that? Because in Kenya, tribalism voting, rather voting on tribal lines, will go on for very many generations, because after we clear ile outright at wewe ni Mkamba, huyu nini, we will go off huyu ni Muluya of Kikuyu origin. We will move to that other level. Ukiulizwa wewe ni nani, ati mimi unajua nilizaliwa Nandi na ulikuwa umetoka wapi? Murang'a. You see, we still pursue those lines, but now what we are hoping that Baba will be able to do is that transition whereby the first point of call will not be which tribe are you from, okay? It will be who are you, Kenyan, and all that. Then tribal can only come, especially when we are exhibiting our good qualities in terms of culture, you know, being kind of unified, but with a lot of diversity, which is richness that we should cherish. So that is one of the things that really puts me so much close to Baba, because he is able to transit that. Otherwise, you know, we should not condemn that people will vote on tribal. If that will continue, hiyo itaendelea tu, na mtu asiwe na aibu. Ukijiita Mwangi, ukijiita Otieno, ukijiita Kipro, we are all Kenyans. It just, you know, matters how you present yourself, and so long as it's not being used to discriminate each other. Let me stop there, Julia. I'll be able to come in as we move along. Thank you, Julia, and everybody else.
Asante PK. Bob, Nyumba amekataa, kwa hivyo wacha Nyumba asalimie watu na tuambie, tuelezee vile nafikiria kuhusiana na mjadala wa leo. Nyumba, karibu.
Asante moderator Julia. Bob, usisikia vibaya. I don't mean anything bad to you, for you. In fact, tunajuana, tutatujiana hapa tu ni Jones. Jones, how are you, sir? Madam Mora, Martin Deto went to sleep. Stone PK, private chat. Umeona nilikuwa nimesema nini juu yako. I like your nini, your talk. I like your talk. Even Bob, although Bob is also very smart, interruptions, specialist. No, don't take anything ill of my talk. I like feeling good about everything else. And Julia, I may not say much. I'm trying to set the record here. I said I appear twice nowadays, and this is the second time I appear. I'd appeared earlier, nimelala, nikaamuka. I want to know that, so I'll be very brief. I'll maintain this to the end, because when you're winning, you don't give up. Our president Uhuru Kenyatta talked of a marathon where RUTO was running too fast, and RAILA was just taking his time, running at a normal pace, and he warned him he'll be overtaken at the last minute. It doesn't matter how much of the 42 kilometers marathon, even if he lead for the 41 kilometers, 41.9, and then the 100 meters, the last somebody overtakes you, doesn't matter, you have lost. So, and he was running against himself. Now, can I say this? Stone, I said I'll be very brief. Stone, you are Kahiga. Kwenye wajui, Stone kwa Kikuyu ni Kahiga. And you are much better than Kahiga ile ya NYERI. You can't compare, you're too far. You should go and displace that Kahiga of NYERI. The governor of NYERI is called Kahiga. Number two, with your permission, hey, Mora is running away. I wanted to comment about something. Now they have two runaways. That's all, Mora. It's okay. They're enough. You have quorum. The only two here, and I know Bob, you can dispute this, is a statement, and I'll stand for it. Hapa vile tulivyo, wale wako Azimio damu kabisa ni mimi na Julia. Think about it, why? Kwa hii panel, wenye wako Azimio ndani sana, hata damu yao ni Azimio, ni mimi na Julia. Naendelea, nikumaliza namaliza. I felt very bad about Bishop Mark Kariuki. Bishop Mark Kariuki is a product of Nakuru. In fact, he started his ministry called Deliverance Church in Nakuru. This is somebody I know. He grew. Deliverance Church ikaendelea kukua. He has let me down and he has let so many people down Nakuru. He started his church in Nakuru.
Nyumba, unaniambia Bishop Mark Kariuki alikuwa kwa hiyo maombi?
Silisemekana.
Oh, that is
I didn't see the clip, but it looks like the one was leading that. Bishop Mark Kariuki of Deliverance Church.
That is very sad. Unakumbuka maneno ya Mwiru? You know, Mwiru was doing very well until akaingia siasa. Do you remember that? That ministry ya Mwiru was good, was doing very well.
You don't play with matters religious. You don't. Matters godly. These are things you don't joke around with. It's serious matter.
That is very sad for Mark Kariuki. Hapo amejiangusha kabisa.
Mark Kariuki is a person I know in person. There's a project I did in Nakuru here, and he presided over the opening of that project. So he's not somebody that I don't know. And as you confirm, he started his Deliverance Church here in Nakuru. Then the church grew. Sasa hiyo ameanguka mbaya sana. You know, as we say, one asifiwe hii ya RUTO. So hata ameingia hiyo sasa, and he's a bishop. He is actually alianza hiyo Deliverance. Ikakuwa at a very high speed. Every point deliverance, villages, towns, Deliverance Church ministry, okay?
Because nyumba for yeye kwenda lazima awe alikuwa amelipwa.
Ni pesa, lakini sasa tunachanganya. Of course, I agree. Most churches in Kenya, or most ministries, they are started for profit, financial gain, actually, most of them. And I know quite a number. Even a relative of mine has opened.
Okay, but if you look at nyumba, ukiangalia ukisikia Bishop Mark Kariuki, vile umesema hivyo ni kama kusikia Bishop Lai. You know Bishop Lai of hiyo kanisa inaitwa aje? Okay, they call it JCC. There's another name.
Ile ya Mombasa.
Ile ya Bamburi. It's one of those old, really churches that me up to date, I really trust Bishop Lai. And I really think that still now he's among the people I believe that they are men of God. Lakini nikisikia Lai ameenda kwa nyumba ya RUTO, I will be a very frustrated Kenyan. I will be very frustrated. So I'm very shocked right now, nyumba.
Moderator is not only them going Bob utampatia chance.
Bob, I think he wants to say something about lies. It's much aseme. Bob.
Wacha niseme alafu umpatie ruhusa. Nasema watu wa church kuingia siasa. Si unaona Margaret Wanjiro. Si unaona Mwiru umesema. You know, these are two different worlds. Kama ni religious, remain religious. Me have been leadership a light at church. So that I see, I've been a leader in church matters, but not religious. We call light. So once the religious get into matters political, then you are lost. Now, Julia, you can allow Bob to countercheck me or anybody else or his statement. Julia, allow him.
Okay, so at least unaona nyumba kuna watu. Okay, there are those upcoming business people wenye akina Kanyari, akina wamekuja hivi karibuni, akina huyu nganga huyu anakanyanga watu na gari. You know, we know them. You know, they are birds of the same feather. But kuna vile penye me and you tulikuwa tumeweka Mark Kariuki. You see, I'm surprised, I'm shocked.
Ameanguka.
Yeah, so I want Bob to comment this. If I hear that Bishop Lai did that, I will be very sad for the Church of Kenya. Bob, unataka kusema namna gani?
Before Bob says that, do you know that when it was discovered that Pastor Kanyari was he was cheating people with potassium permanganate at damu inatoka mikono, the gathering was even more the following Sunday. He gained more people. I don't know what's wrong with human beings. Bob, you have been allowed to talk.
Yes, Bob.
I just want to comment on now that you have decided to detour. Julia, I want you to try and Google why Museveni chased away Pastor Lai. You will know that one of these so-called pastors are so-called the men of God. And I live in Mombasa, and whenever the DP is in Mombasa, he is always going to that JCC church in Bamburi. The last time I remember, if I am not wrong, his Sadaka was 1 million. The last time he was there. So you know where he gives money is what I mean. He calls the
Bob,
what do you call the what is it normally say?
He calls the shots, but Bob giving money.
So
like,
this a bunch
of pastors, of bishops, and all that. Go ahead, Bob. You're saying something.
You see, that's why I'm telling you, these people you cannot trust. And I'm not saying that people should just go to, I mean, the old established churches, but that is what I prefer, because these that have come up called whether deliverance, whether I don't know Jesus what, Jesus there. This unfortunately for me, they've lost it. It is a business, and I even personally, I even have a colleague who was a human resource, a former colleague who was a human resource, very well educated. He was, I think, even his masters, he did it in Britain, and he had all the papers. But you know, he resigned. He resigned. Where he resigned a job that was giving him 400K plus, and he opened a church. So, and he's doing very well. So you can tell that the church has lost it in this country.
Very well financially, but at the expense of other matters in this world. You know, riches, I've said, is not only monetary, Bob. Yeah, you say you are rich because of money. No, it doesn't follow. You may have a lot of money,
Back
and
to
you're a poor man.
Julia.
Yeah. Now it was my Julia. Let me finish. I can see even Jones wants to interrupt.
Okay.
I'll finish within a minute. Yeah. Now back to the topic. I was told there's no harm in going back to the topic, as stated there. Of course, Raila is leading no 3 opinion polls. The Uda people will not believe that. They will say that is fake, as normal as it is. They create theirs where actually Ruto gets 54%. Now, but these the 3 mentioned ones, these are farms with a good reputation. So that's where it's going. The only difference now is going, as stated today, the percentage for our president to be Raila is going to go higher, not lower. Every other day before the remaining 5-6 days, it's going to go higher and higher. And that's why you can see it, like Stone PK said, that crying of Ruto is actually very dangerous. It's not spiritual. It's anger. It's a sign of anger. And, you know, this man is too angry for anybody, actually. It's very dangerous, even for his fight. Anyway, let me stop there. But Raila, the home stretch, okay. Raila, KISII, it's okay. He's doing all right. Ruto returns to NYERI to do what? He's returning to do what in NYERI now? It's too late. Mambo kwisha. Ni hivyo tuwacha hizi siku na zimeenda haraka vile niliomba. Sasa si ni 5 tu. St. Tuesday the other week. Tumalize hii maneno. The only catch now, as I finish, we want peace. We want peace. A desperate person is a very dangerous person. Or a person who reaches a stage of no return can do things. You say, you have nothing to lose. It's already a lost cause. You know, you can do a lot of bad things. So, but you know, he prays to God so much. We also pray to God. God will not hear fake prayers. He knows which side his people are, right people. So just saying hallelujah, saying to in Catholic to say tumsifu Yesu Kristo. That's why I'm saying that. In Ruto's language, they say something else. Tumsifu. They say what? Bwana asifiwe, Bwana asifiwe. Here I say tumsifu Yesu Kristo. So God is for all of us. You should not think that is God will hear him and at our expense. No, he's also hearing us, and the results will be okay, as God wants it to be. Thanks, I'm still around, but in a few minutes I'll leave to go and do something else. PK is still saluting me. I'm saluted. Thanks for saluting me twice. Julia, you can say PK is saluting me again.
Yeah, asante, but PK wacha tupatie Jones. Jones anataka kusema kitu. Jones,
Asante.
karibu. Karibu Jones.
Karibu Jones.
Okay, thank you. I want to comment about two things before I conclude, because tumekaa sana, so that you can allow me to sleep. It is coming cold in Mount Kenya. Mount Kenya tuko mwezi wa 8 baridi. So okay, I want to comment about the church. My pastor on Sunday said, if people could know what happens in church, they could get those to nyumba, they hire pastors and they go for the sadaka jioni, but they'll never get the grace. So the churches will be there, pastors will be there, but the grace is not in whichever place. The grace of God is not in whichever place. It is your duty now to communicate with your maker and to improve your conscience to understand where the grace is. That's what I say for the church. Okay, for the RUTO in Mount Kenya and Tuani in Mount Kenya, RUTO coming again in Mount Kenya. Yesterday was NYERI, today he'll be at Kirugoya. I don't know, he's coming to ni kuzika steps za Raila, lakini it is not, Raila is unstoppable. In Mount Kenya, currently the graph is moving up. We are better off, and so far so good. We are sure of what we are doing. We are sure. Julie said something when she was opening up. She said that Mount Kenya, tukisema we tuletee pesa, lakini decision tutafanya baadaye. That's true. When we open a hotel, we'll come and dine. But the decision, we sit down and make a decision. So a good percentage of mother is there, and everything is set. All we have it is to turn out, cast our vote, preach peace, and wait. Allow me to leave you as you discuss. I'll be on another site. I'll be on a comment site. Do have a reframe, and God be with you.
Thanks, Jones.
Thanks, Jones.
What's happening?
Ni wewe, because mlikuwa mweka mic on nyinyi na Jones.
Bas, wacha hata mimi nataka kutoka. Nasikika? Julia,
Unasikika nyumba.
Oh, nataka tu kutoka, lakini kuna swali nilisema na kuna mtu alijibu. This is now directed to Madam Mora. Nilisema wale hapa wako damu yao ni Azimio zaidi kushinda wengine. Sisemi nyinyi wengine si Azimio. Nikasema ni mimi na Julia, mkanyamaza. Pengine hamkuelewa. Ama Mora, just as I want to go out with Jones, tunaenda pali moja. In fact tuko Kenya tu na wengine hata hamko Kenya. Sasa Mora, why did I say that before I leave? Ati mimi na Julia ndio tuko Azimio ndani sana, tena damu yetu ni Azimio. Hata nyinyi yenu ni Azimio,
lakini yetu ni zaidi.
I don't know why you would say that, because I've been like a Baba follower for I don't know since when. But I don't know why you would say that, because as it were, right now we are talking about Mount Kenya that is divided, and you and Julia come from Mount Kenya, so you're not really.
I'm talking tonight, as we appear on the screen.
No. I like giving people time to talk, and then when it's my chance, I talk. So I have like one or two things to talk about. For the people from the mountain, would you vote for Gachagua or for Martha? That is the big question. And I think that's what people are going to decide on. Most people that can think straight, they wamekula pesa ya RUTO, of course, that's our money, taxpayers' money. But I think the decision is going to be between Gachagua and Martha. Maybe people that are from Madira constituency, like where Gachagua comes from, maybe those ones are his diehard followers, the ones that took him to parliament. But the other people from the other parts of Mount Kenya, would you rather have Gachagua represent you with all the court cases that he has and all the integrity issues that follow him? Or would you rather Martha that is going to protect you and like deal with integrity and corruption issues? So I think that's where most educated people from Mount Kenya are going to base their votes. And I believe because of the comparison, Mount Kenya will lean more towards Martha. And then right now, I was just looking at YouTube. Did Wajakoya just endorse Baba? I just saw something like pop up on YouTube. I think Wajakoya has endorsed Baba, and that would be really nice if he has done that. And in my mind, at the back of my mind, that was coming, because Wajakoya knows, like, whatever votes he has, they just wasted. He's not going to be president, not this time. Maybe next time he will be, but at this point, he needs either to lean towards Baba or UDA. But I think I just saw something like they were in a hall with a lot of his followers, and he said something. It was like mumbled because there was a lot of noise. Of course, how his rallies are noisy, but I think he has endorsed Baba. I just saw something just now on the internet. And then for the churches, I think churches the world over have become a business. So, like, going to church, it's your own faith, it's your heart. It's not the churches have become business. So, like, I used to believe so much on Pastor Lai, like growing up, and I used to go to Mombasa a little bit. But I think churches have become more money oriented, and the pastors have also become, let me say, greedy, because they just want to live well too, like anyone else. So here is RUTO that is coming with millions to them. It's so tempting not to take that money. They're human beings. So churches are becoming more business than like when I grew up. Oh my God, pastors were respected. They were straightforward. They were, I mean, like, I know pastors even here in the US who drink wine, and they're not as strict as the pastors that when we grew up, like back home before we came to the US. So what I'm trying to say is that churches have become a business, and if there's anyone that is going to come to a church and tell the church, oh, I'm gonna give you $1 million shillings or 2 million, you think the pastors are gonna say no? They're not gonna say no, because money corrupts people. Money, like in the Bible says, money is the source of all evils. So human beings are very weak when it comes to money. They are not going to say no to the money. And RUTO took advantage of that. RUTO took advantage of that. He brainwashed many churches in Mount Kenya area. He took advantage of that. And then he also took advantage of the jobless youths. He brainwashed them with, when he comes around, he gives them 100 shillings, 200 shillings. The next time he comes, they know he's bringing money. You know, they're kind of conditioned. He conditioned them, like the buffaloes, the experiment. So when they see him, they expected money. When they see him, they expected money. That's how brainwashing comes around. So, like, So the crime today, I already spoke about it earlier. Ruto is in this for himself. Ruto is not running for president because he wants to save or help Kenyans. Ruto just wants to save himself. Ruto is very individualistic, is very narcissistic. Ruto is not going to improve Kenya. Ruto will not improve corruption in Kenya. Ruto wants to buy time so he doesn't answer for the deaths that is the murders that are on his head, everything that he has done. Ruto is trying to protect himself. So that's why today he was crying, not because the spirit was in him or whatever. I mean, we are charging him. We are not supposed to be charging people. But Ruto, he's crying because he doesn't know how to live unless he's in government. And sometimes in a way you kind of sympathize with him because he knew for sure he was going to be the president. But all his ways, all he tried, like all those Venezuelans and all that, nothing worked. So now he doesn't know how to live in Kenya if he's not in government, if he's not the president. So that's all I can say for now.
So I think it's what PK, Miss Mura, you are saying, PK was saying that Ruto was in anguish. Yani hii pesa yangu yote imeenda. He saw himself as president. But I don't get it. You people, you got to answer me. How did he expect to get there after he had been sabotaging Uhuru? Or I think now I want to take this theory of rigging. He planned to do the campaigns and then he planned to rig.
You know, he made sure, like, he has Mount Kenya. You know, Mount Kenya, you guys have a lot of votes, close to 5 million votes. And Rift Valley has a lot of votes. So he knew for sure if he gets the whole of Mount Kenya and he gets the whole of the Rift Valley, he is going to get at least 8 million votes. And then if he corrupts some of the votes, like with those Venezuelans and all that, Baba would not have stood a chance. So he had calculated it really well, but things fell apart.
Yeah, things fell apart. But my question is, was he really sabotaged the president? He really yani alimdharau. Nyinyi watu, I want you to tell me something. How did he expect to win? Yes, Nyumba.
Julia, let me tell you something. Yeah, Ruto had taken over Central. He had. It's no joke. Through churches, through donations, through giving out money. It's only that things have changed lately because of the aggressive campaign by Uhuru and Raila. He had taken almost 90%, almost 100%, everybody there. I was in Central. I was in Karatina over the weekend. That's where my in-laws are. And I slept in Karatina town, actually. And I confirmed to Madam Mora that some may not change. They are elderly people, even more than me, age-wise. And they are diehard followers of Gachagua. Of course, it was early in the morning after I slept in a certain hotel there. And there was an MC of the area with 2 other people. One of them was taking Tusker. Not a young person. He was very aggressive when he heard me that I'm from Azimio. It was almost actually becoming physical. Okay? When I tried to tell them they are losing, they did not waste their vote. Some will not change because we are so biased, tribe-wise, clanism. I'm from Madera, Gachagua is Madera. So that's true, Mora. Some will not change. But that number is too little to make any change. Finally, as I want to leave now, with your permission, Moderator Julia, you have done well, and all the other panelists. It's only that Mora failed my test. I said the most Azimio in terms that Adamu ni mimi na Julia is because of the blue. I live ni mimi na blue na hiyo ulianguka mtihani. Santini sana.
Okay, I agree. I failed. Yeah. Yesterday I was the only one in blue. Nobody noticed it. Come on, guys.
watu wako na ubaguzi mora.
Wako na ubaguzi.
So asante nyumba. So me, I want, sijui kama PK atachangia alafu tutaita Katwe. I want to ask a question. PK, why Ruto did not see this coming? Unaona vile Uhuru ametokelezea. Yani Uhuru has come, Uhuru was mom, Uhuru akaturaleti chinga yoyote for 5 years. And
Yes,
Ruto,
Julia. That's what I was gonna say. He took it for granted because Uhuru was quiet, and he thought Uhuru was going to remain quiet like to the end, so that all his schemes could work. He underrated the security and the intelligence in Kenya. He didn't think like all those Venezuelan things were going to be discovered. He didn't, and of course, and we know he compromised Chebukati. He had a really good scheme. He had everything.
He had really a good scheme. And I think he also saw Uhuru as a spoiled brat. Me too, I saw Uhuru as a spoiled brat for a long time.
Yes.
So, and I thought Uhuru doesn't care. You people can steal, you can go to wherever you want.
Like, you know how Uhuru one time he came up and said about the corruption, like, mnataka nifanye nini? Like,
yeah,
so
that was really annoying when he was saying that was really annoying coming from the president. Yes, that was so annoying.
For a president to say that, that was so low. I mean, I didn't expect a president to say that.
So, his latest move, he has taken a stance down.
So Ruto kind of took advantage of Uhuru's behaviors. Uhuru was quiet. He was not responding. So Ruto took advantage. Hata alikuja kumwaibisha ati I found him drinking and I almost slapped him. Like, oh, he's not going to say anything. He's just going to swallow it and life goes on. And this is going to make me like look good. Like he was talking to the Kalenjin elders, you know. So he took advantage of Uhuru's quietness. He thought Uhuru once alisema usione Simba melala
ukafikiria ni paka. Wacha tusikie vile Stone, what do you think?
Yes.
Thank you. I was burning. You ladies were really bringing it to box. You know, this I would, Mwalimu Julia, I think as a teacher, I'm a teacher also. My first profession was that. And we like when you learn with good examples. And I would want Kenyans to take this lesson. This huge lesson. The huge lesson is that when people start saying, oh, Stone PK is very intelligent, is very smart, is articulate, all these acronyms, these adjectives, walimu tunazijua, we are very mean with them, truly speaking. Anybody who has ever been a teacher, for you, Mwalimu Julia, kuita mtu smart, honestly, utakuwa umeweka kaviro. Kaviro kwa Kikuyu ni ile. You know, we don't dish out these words. These words are given after a lot of consideration. And I'm not saying this with bias or anything. When people kept on saying, Ruto is very shrewd, then mpaka saa ingine ninaenda kwa dictionary kujikumbusha, because I might think, labda nimesahau kizungu over years. Then I go and find the meaning is different. I try to look at what, then I realize shrewdness means killing, stealing, conning. Is that what shrewdness is? Then somebody comes and tells me, Ruto is very smart in terms of politics. Then I start asking myself, so is being smart in politics going insulting your boss? In politics, you go insulting, unadharau mkubwa wako kisiasa, unaenda kwenye unaongea na kikalenjini ukisema huyu ni mlevi tu, serikali ni mimi nimeshikilia. Then I rated him 0 there. So by the way, I've been rating Ruto. To me, I really cannot, nikiambiwa nilete watu yani nikitafute watu wale wajinga kabisa ambao wamewekwa jina kwa sababu ya pesa, Ruto would be one of my fools to carry. Because how do you go insulting your boss? You go undermining your boss. You go stealing. Then unaenda Kikuyuni unaambiwa you cannot buy Kikuyus politically. You can only rent them. na you are smart na umeambiwa na Mkikuyu. You know, it is very, I think somebody should really ask, should write a play where we will tufanye maisha ya Ruto politically, you know, where you unaambiwa hapa iko hiyo shimo iko na nyoka, usiingize kidole. Unaenda hapo unasema nyoka iwezi uma mtu, unaingiza kidole. Mount Kenya aliambiwa utamwaga pesa. Saa hii kwa hii panel kuna mtu ametuambia, tulisema nani Tony, our brother there, he said wewe ulikuja tukasema fungua duka tutanunua. Alright? Wakati tutakula fungua hoteli we will eat. Because obviously, go to anywhere, open a restaurant and say people are eating pilau for free. Stone Pike will be among the first. Alafu utaniambia unajua unataka ukule hii chakula ndio turudi tupange mipango ya 2022. Nitakwambia wewe wacha tukule, ikifika wakati huo tutaongea. If Ruto had that, he had brains to analyze those statements he was getting from Mount Kenya, that wewe ikifika 2022 tutaonana, tutajua. Hawataki kuambia tumejua saa hii. He thought for every 100 people he has 100, he would only get 2 or 3, because you have wayward people, like we have wayward pastors, you know, who believe in money. Lastly, I was so sad. I kept on crying for Mulima, because I was saying, how can Mulima confirm the stereotype ile Mulima imewekelewa na Wakenya, ati ukienda mochari uangushe shilingi, kama kuna Mkikuyu amekufa ataamuka. You know, those stereotypes of Kenya, which sometimes are sarcastic and all that, you know, and we laugh about them. Ukienda mochari kama kuna Mkamba, uende na kama ni msichana umevaa miniskirt, utasikia Mkamba akiuliza aki nusu. You know, those kind of stereotypes. You know, gari yako ikipasuka tairi ikiwa Ukambani, utakuta rimu zimebaki, taya imeenda. Those are stereotypes which we've been grown with and all that. But the stereotype of Mkikuyu kupenda pesa, then Wakikuyu wengine ama watu wa Mlima wengine, they go directly and oppose that and even start bowing and adoring him. I was saying, God help. That's the prayer I was praying every day. And even during these panel discussions, I kept on saying, there is a day I pray and Mlima will start facing Mount Kenya. I mean, the Mombi people will start facing Mount Kenya. And one time I reminded people of Kenyatta, the Mzee, the book that is called, titled Facing Mount Kenya. And I'm so happy that and it happened slowly and you are never told. But the Firimbi, and I don't know who gave Baba 2 days ago this theory. Watu wa Mlima wanangojeanga Firimbi. Hii yao sasa hata imepigwa mapema. And this tells you, this is the most unique time, Julia, that Mount Kenya has decided a week before election. Normally they do it 24 hours. Okay? But Baba, I think it's God-given. Ni Mungu amemleta. Because can you imagine Ruto being made a fool? Because I tend to think he has some brain. But he cannot think. Ruto does not think. He has been, Mungu amemfunga. He cannot think. He cannot, hata ukimuuliza. Can you imagine if you listen to all his speeches? The day before yesterday, I played 25 speeches of Ruto. I wanted to really get some analysis. 25 speeches I played for 1.5 hours. You will be shocked what you hear. You will really say, oh my God, this man, kama si Mungu ameingia kufunga yeye and to save the country. It's God. I don't want to doubt. It's God who said, I have to save this country.
PK,
Yes.
you realize when Ruto started his campaigns, he was alikuwa na kiburi. Like, he used to be like very, very arrogant. Like, you could say, like, even if Uhuru Odinga is the IBC chairman, I will not lose this election. Alikuwa na kiburi sana because he knew, like, the system being what it was. I mean, status quo, everything, nothing withstanding, everything remaining the same. He already had things ironed out. Then matusi imeanza when Uhuru woke up. If you realize that. he started like being very, very more aggressive, very arrogant, being very abusive, like after Uhuru actually declared he was going to support Baba. That's what I was gonna add.
Thank you. So let me finish, Julia. Thank you, Madam Mora. So now you wonder, this intelligent man, whatever he has been doing from day one, as Mora has said, if you analyze that, it's a curve downward, deterioration. Amekuwa akideteriorate day after day after day, and that's why I'm saying there is a God's hand in it. Ruto believed that with money, and my brothers and sisters, I know we all want to have money. You can have money. You can ask God to give you money, but don't adore money. Don't think that money will give you everything. That is another point where Ruto failed. He felt, and he said, I'm told by some of the people who are very close to him, he said, Abagenya, ntanunua kila kitu, because he was taught by Moi, but he did not pick the book. Then he did not pick the script properly. Once you have money, you will buy people, you will do everything else. He forgot about God. He does not worship the real God. That's why he says, "Bwana asifiwe." I'm sorry to say, I know people here will say that is yes, that's a controversial topic. I don't want us to go into it. This guy is the devil. He does not believe in the real God. Because if you believe in the real God, God will tell you that you don't do this, you don't insult Mama, a president, Mama who is over 90. I don't know Mama Ngina's age properly. You don't call. Really? You cannot do that. God-wise, culture-wise, you are an African. Kalenjins believe in culture. In fact, they are among the top tribes in this country that respect elders. They respect leaders. I worked in Kalenjin land for 5 years. Yeah, I know how. Do you know Kalenjins? If there is a party, a ceremony of, let's say, for example, marriage, the seat an elder is given. That seat nobody can sit on it. What does that tell you? Then who is this Ruto who claims to be a Kalenjin that does not recognize elders? No wonder
Asante PK. I want you to finish. I allow Katwe to speak.
Let me finish this way. That for now, we are just trying to tell the so-called undecided, that people who might be thinking about Ruto. And this pains me because in Mulima, people are saying, Baba atapata 20%, 30%. Yani watu wa Mulima, you want to take your 70, 80% wapi, honestly. Yani watu wa Mulima nitawauliza hivyo, na mimi nawaambia what I've done in my village, and I'm not saying that because I'm A, B, C, D. Me in my village, we have some 3-4 matatus that have agreed they will not work that day. Kazi yao itakuwa ni kuferi watu. So what we have done with a few of my friends, we have decided to pay them for the money they earn the day, and also fuel the vehicles full, and they are at our service to pick people. All the borders in my village have been grounded. They are going to work for that day. We are following what Mulima did during Kumera. So, brothers and sisters, let's make sure. We don't want Baba to win with 50+1. No. We want Baba to win in such a way that if anybody petitions,
thank you, PK. Marizia. Asante. Maoni ni mengi. Katwe, then Bob atakuwa na swali, then tutaenda kwa Joshua na Kuseo. Katwe, 3 minutes please. Sijui kama ulikuwa hapa, nafikiri ulikuwa hapa.
Yeah. Actually, I was in the local time. Nowadays, Mutembe, I've decided to classify 2 sets of groups, that ukiwa kuanzia saa 3 mpaka saa fulani, when ni mtu wa local, and then when you wake up at 5, you are international. So I'm in an international panelist panel. So thank you so much for this time. I really want to start with a quote in Kikuyu that was translated by Ngugi wa Thiong'o in one of these books that I love, The River Between. It says that the oilskin of the house is not to be spread on the backs of strangers. For those Kikuyus who understand so well that term, they can translate it back to Kikuyu. It simply means this, that there is some Kikuyus today, even in their Kikuyu land, they are considered to be strangers and most of the information they cannot be given. And if you see them supporting the other side, it's because they've not been fed with such information. Because I'm just wondering myself, and I was questioning myself in a few minutes ago, do you think Moi was defeated in making Uhuru president in 2002 with his kind of power that he had, the kind of leadership and the bromance of power he exhibited? My answer is no, for the sake of time. I think it's only preceded to the fact that Uhuru wasn't ready to become president, and that is why probably Moi decided, Pana, whatever I'm fighting for is not going to work right now. I think I'm going to give him time. Coming in 2007, still, I think Mount Kenya did not see Uhuru, because people are saying that Kibaki kept quiet, he did not endorse anyone, he did not. So why would an opposition leader decide to join the government and quit running for presidency for the second time? And in the first term, he was considered to have given the president the run of his money. Why would he decide now, I'm not going to run for office and let me just relax? Would it have happened if it was a genuine call to become the president? No. The thing is, Mwai Kibaki, in their own agreement, they decided just relax. I'm going to give this thing to you in 2013. Even if I'm not going to announce in public, people have their own way, the way they think around, the way they resonate to issues. And Kibaki decided to keep quiet, but he secretly endorsed Uhuru Kenyatta. If you understand the politics of Kikuyu, you will understand why he endorsed Uhuru Kenyatta through the famous Michuki, saying that, you see, Michuki was the Minister for Internal Affairs, saying that, if you're going to go against Uhuru Kenyatta in Central, you're going to get it tough. Why would someone come to endorse someone who is strong? Uhuru wasn't strong at that time. So it needed somebody to come and endorse him for him to be seen as a person who is very serious with this thing. So where did the bad manners come from? And another question is, why was Samuel before Saul? They needed an elder to anoint Saul before. Why didn't they choose among the mates and say, hey, come and anoint Saul? It was an elder person anointed by God to come and anoint Saul. So the context around why William Ruto is regretting right now, and the problem why Uhuru Kenyatta was quiet all that time, in my own assumption, is that Uhuru Kenyatta wasn't got that kasumba from William Ruto that they don't need wazee. And if you check on Mount Kenya, the kind of leaders that were elected alongside Uhuru Kenyatta as the presidents, to be honest, were political toddlers. So basically, one, Uhuru lacked the pillars of political goodwill and experience from old experienced politicians. Like the time of Moi Kibaki, we had Mishuki, we had Martha Karua, we had other politicians from Meru, trying to safeguard Kibaki in a sense that even if a word is said that is wrong about Mwai Kibaki, they will come and protect him. Like even right now, if you look at the way Raila Odinga is playing his politics, he has always maintained those wazes. They are Kina Orengos, those are the people who will give you a genuine following, because it is assumed that even right now, if Raila decides, okay, by bad luck farts in public, the wazis will protect him. Someone will take the blame because they believe in this mzee at all the time. But when you're looking at Uhuru Kenyatta, he didn't have these pillars, and that is why this young man, of course, he's older than me, he decided that he's going to take Uhuru by storm, and that is what he did. So when Uhuru realized that, hey, Nikubaya, I think one of the wazes somewhere in Muranga, I do believe it should be Muranga so much, because Muranga has played a lot of politics in all the succession politics in this Kenya. They advised him, the speed at which you guys are going is too fast. And look at even the kind of politics William Ruto is playing. All those political kingpins from the Rift Valley, they are nowhere to be seen. Okay, some of them who died like Makto, that's a natural demise, but those who are still alive like Zipporah Kitoni, Lina Chebiki Limo, those people that really mattered in the Rift Valley were no longer there. So these are the politics that Ruto sambaza to Uhuru Kenyatta just to combat him. He commandeered his presidency in a sense that Uhuru did not realize. When he came to realize, he came to know that, kumeharibika. Can I look for something else? So when Mzee is coming in and is honest, he doesn't want anything in power. He doesn't want anything in politics. This is a genuine friend. Why can't I take him in so that I can be able to govern this country in the correct way? Remember this, the only thing Uhuru Kenyatta wants in his life, and I have never seen him fight for something like the way he has fought for this country, in a sense of continuity in governance, peace, and tranquility. Those are three things that Uhuru Kenyatta has fought for completely. Mpaka hata nimemshangaa, nimesema, is this Uhuru that I used to know, that people used to say that he is a drunkard and all that, the way Rigathi Gachagua is naming? The thing in my last submission will be this: the politics of this country, if you do not watch them keenly, a lot of people are heading to doom. And I was just looking at the mathematics of governors around, because as a president, you love to look for governors who are allied to you. And I'm looking at which seat is Ruto going to win, because I'm looking for like Nyanza, where the strongest candidate he has is in Nyaribari Church, that is Ezekiel Machogu, but Simba Arati is making him to run for his money. If you go to Rift Valley, where he's coming from, Nakuru has already been taken by Liki Nyanjui, Trans Nzoia has been taken by Natembeya. Uasin Gishu, where actually he was coming from, the Eldoret North, where he was an MP, there is a guy called Budotich. Of course, it's a contention that whether is it Budotich who will take the guy called Buzeki, who will be contesting against Kotimoja. There is that issue. But you see, Buzeki is banking on the non-locals too. So I'm not saying maybe Nandi, Elgeyo Marakwet, because West Pokot is not going to get it, in Turkana is not going to get it. So which other counties surrounding William Ruto is he going to? Because Murang'a is the one that he was going to get. But the way Jamne Kamau is really pushing this guy, although it's not something that is easy, but the way he's pushing Kenyatta, it's something to look around again. If you go to Kirinyaga, he has already lost. In NYERI, I think he'll get it. That one, I can be honest, is going to get it. Nyandarua is not going to get it. Laikipia is not going to get it. So where is he going to get? If William Ruto is going to get a lot of governors, should be the maximum I can give him in my own submission. I might be wrong, could be wrong, should maybe 10 in my own thinking, maybe 10. But for a president to get 10 governors, how many MPs is he going to get? How many senators is he going to get? I don't see a scenario where he's going to clinch good power to control the government, because if you do not get this seat of the presidency, at least control the National Assembly, at least control the Council of Governors. The Senate does not matter much. At least in the MCA part, control the county assembly, in a sense that you can be able to control the governor who is not allied to you. So I'm just, and when Uhuru was saying that it's not about speed, direction matters a lot. You might be running a very high speed, alafu unagonga ukuta. And mimi, lastly, I would want to say this: kama nimewahi enda Kisii na wewe hujai enda Kisii, hata ukiwa na Mercedes Maybach na mimi niko na kagari kadogo, at least can be able to run for like 120 kilometers maximum. Believe you me, itakuwa ngumu sana kufika mbele yangu, because I know the shortcuts. I know the shortcuts. And that is why Raila Odinga is looking at this boy and is shaking his head. This boy, surely, I know all the shortcuts. I know how to bring the people, to how many MPs I'm going to get at the end of the day, how many governors I'm going to get, who am I going to throw out and bring who. You remember in the case of 2007, he threw away Balala, not Balala, was it? Yeah, he decided to put Joho so close than Balala because he could see the future of Joho more than Balala. It is just a way of doing politics.
Unaweza summarize so that you give other people.
Julie, I'm done.
Okay, asante. That was a good analysis. So now we understand how we came to have Uhuru and Ruto together. Bob, ulikuwa na kitu ya kusema kabla ya twende kwa Joshua. Bob Papa.
I just want to mention two things. One thing, I just want to urge the Mount Kenya brothers, that there's still time and room to change. The issue on to vote for William Ruto because you think you're punishing Uhuru Kenyatta is null and void. Today, as I was reading, I came across the package that Uhuru Kenyatta will be going with home. And it is really a handsome package. I envy Uhuru Kenyatta. In fact, William Ruto should take up this package, because that package normally is something that is governed by the Presidential Retirement Benefits Act. And if you look at that package, I don't know why William Ruto does not want to take up this package. It is so handsome. You live forever until you die. You're still enjoying some serious benefits. But of course, greed is pushing this gentleman, and insatiable greed.
Papa, I just want to ask you a question there. Just a clarification on that, what you've said. That retirement package, which is meant for Uhuru and Ruto, when you decide not to retire and you decide to vie, or rather maybe by bad luck, or by sheer bad luck, Ruto becomes the presidency, does he still going to enjoy the retirement package? That is one. If he wins, does he maintain the package? And if he loses, now that he decided to run for the office, does he still qualify to maintain the package of retirement, since he did not retire, he wanted to stay in office? Thank you.
Those details, I think I didn't go far in reading that act, as into the conditions of retirement and and about the continuity. But I think maybe we should both relook at it afterwards, and then come back on another day and go through it. Jose has got an answer, but Jose, let me finish and then you'll give us an answer, please. Now, yesterday, if you realized, after the so many blunders of last week of Makasiriko and what have you by the deputy president, the narrative yesterday changed. And anybody who followed their rallies in, I think in central Kenya, because anytime Baba and Mama step there, then the following day or the day after, they must go back there because they always feel like they are losing it. And the narrative has changed. And now they are saying, they are actually pleading with the people, asking them whether they have ever heard them insult Uhuru Kenyatta. And now they are now using Babu Owino, Junet Mohammed, and I don't know, somebody else to try and show that that Uhuru is dining with his enemies. So there is a sense of panic, and that tells you that Azimio has strangled them. So that is a sign that we are doing very well. And I also looked at it from a point of view where why do you think Ruto hates Uhuru Kenyatta so much, and Raila Odinga? Because the bitterness comes from something, and from what we have been reading in the past few years. After the 2017 elections, in his bid to take over this government, even before the 2022, there was the story of him having offered Raila Odinga a deal so that they could get Uhuru out of government, of which Raila refused. On the other hand, there is that bitterness that comes from the fact that he supported Uhuru Kenyatta campaigned for him, and yet he's not reciprocating. So if you look at, if you go back, you'll see that this fellow is with the Mutapeli, the flip-flopper, and wherever he was trying to place his cards, they were not clean cards. He was always trying to make deals. So any right-thinking Kenyan should come to a conclusion that this is not the leader you can trust. This is a leader who can sell you anytime. And if he can sell you at the governance level, there is no doubt. Expect any deals coming from the Chinese, from any willy dealers, the Turkish, they will go through him, and it is for his own benefit and not Kenya. So this is a chance to think about it. Last few days, those fellows who are still on the other side of UDA, make a clever choice, and the only clever choice is one: vote Azimio. Thank you.
Asante Bob. Hiyo maneno ya package kusema, you tell us when it comes to your time for presentation. Na hiyo maneno ya package Bob, we shall revisit. I think I will support you for presidency. Unaweza kafaulu tukagawana hiyo kapesa na wewe. We'll continue talking. So this time naona Themba ameingia. Themba, nataka kukaribisha. Kuna watu wajaongea hapa, Joshua, Useo ama Guru kama walikuwa sijui, lakini for now they have not given us their contribution. So Themba, karibu, toa maneno yako, kwa maoni yako kwa mjadala wa leo. Pia we have been discussing here, asking ourselves why Ruto didn't see this come, why he didn't see that Uhuru was going to throw him under the bus. I mean, why he didn't see, people walikuwa nasema hapa ati Mount Kenya waliletewa pesa, asijui nini. Mimi nikamwambia si maneno ya pesa tuache kuongelelea. Hakuna mtu tuliambianga tuletee pesa. Sasa tuongelelee where we want to be, because seemingly Mount Kenya people hawajui maneno ya kuwa nje ya serikali. So na maneno ya kushindwa, si maneno ya pesa ati mlitupea pesa, hiyo maneno ya tukuongelelea. Kama ulituletea pesa yako, wewe uliambia utuletee pesa na tukakula. Sasa ni wakati wa kuamua. So Themba, karibu na baadaye take over.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon kwa nyinyi wote. I still want to reserve my comments and just focus on one thing: Baba win. I'm beginning to, like I said yesterday, I'm beginning to find me focusing most of my energies in getting out the vote. And I like what is happening. I'm even less concerned of the opinion polls right now. I really don't think they mean a lot right now. The last day of issuing the polls was yesterday, so I don't think they mean a lot right now. We are now on to the next part, that is the real voters' opinion that will be declared on the ballot box. So I'm very positive. I like the steps that Baba is making together with Azimio. The spirituality of the deputy president is not surprising. That's how they started, and that's how they are ending. They started by saying that they are the ones who are the church candidate. So we are not surprised that they want to end like that. So let's, for me, I would want to preach peace and preach that let's get out the vote. Julia, it doesn't matter what people say about Mount Kenya right now. That is my feeling. It doesn't matter whether they had been given money, whether they were. I mean, that is a non-issue right now. Right now, we have a vote to win. We have a presidency that is coming, and we don't want anything that's going to digress us into thinking, oh, walipewa pesa ndio wakakaa sijui wakafanya. I mean, how does that help us get Baba to State House right now? He doesn't. Those who are still haggling about whether they want to step down, they don't want to step down, I think we have reached a point where we should let them decide what they want, you know. Right now the focus is getting Baba to State House and getting the soldiers that he will need. Hiyo ingine mingi, I think we are wasting lots of time in terms of talking to people about the vote, how they are going to make the mark, doing a lot of public engagement in terms of what is spoiled votes, what is a valid vote, how do you have a stray ballot, where do you put your ballot, how do you get people out to vote. That, in my view, 5 days or a week to an election, that is what, in my view, should preoccupy. Who are the candidates? Where? What are they doing? Right now, these other issues that we may want to try and bring across, in my view, is taking away the energy. They say that you need right now to have a razor sharp whatever focus, where we are looking at have we tied all the loose ends in our campaigns? Baba is going around, going to his strongholds, trying to mobilize. Have we tied all the loose ends? Have we gotten people down there to we need to have something like Nyumba Kumi in every polling station. You need to have people that are put there. You need to know everybody, at least those people in Nyumba Kumi, they know at least in every village, they know voters, and they get them out to vote. And every polling station should be having someone, Azimio, looking at it, getting out the vote. No fear, no intimidation, no nothing. So right now, as I said yesterday, I'm focused, so focused. I'm not looking at left, right, or center. I'm looking forward, eyes on the ball, Julia. We don't want to know whether Mount Kenya were paid, whether they were. I mean, it's right now. We are when you are a cow and you want to drink water, you don't care about the cries of a crocodile. Take the water. So that's where I am right now, and I want to stop there. The excitement for me is on 9th. And I would urge all of us right now, you don't need to go too much into looking at, IBC has done this, because it's time now we stop this issue of, IBC has, we need now, IBC will do its job. Kipenga kimepigwa, timu zimesimama uwanjani. You don't need to know whether the refa amesha refa sijui mechi ngapi. Wewe angalia mpira na unaangalia goal ya the other team. Put your strikers in place. Listen to the coach. Don't look at sijui referee, sijui alitoa red card sijui wapi. Right now the filimbi melia, team focus. Ukianza sijui unaanza kuangalia vitu nene, we will lose focus, and we are not going to look at the most important thing. Most important thing is our team prepared. Are our people getting out? Do they have the voting card? Do they know? Because we have already the lists of voters posted. So if you are listening to my voice this evening, I would want to urge you to call or tell someone, go and check if you are if you are a voter in your station. Go and confirm if you are actually, your name is there. Check out what are the ways of voting, which box. Baba is the only one who will be in Azimio 1 Kenya. It will only Baba, and you'll see his picture and mother. The rest, if you go to look for governor, if it is, for example, in Nairobi, the governor will be in Jubilee. The senator will be in ODM. Women rep will be in ODM. We have other people, of course, other candidates who are also there, but you need to check which ones are the ones that the party is pushing, so that you can go there knowing what you are supposed to vote for. And then you check the MP. Kindly do not draw in the ballot paper. Do not mark X to the people you don't like. Just tick one box. Here, ya baba. You don't want stray ballot, no spoiled votes. It's that time. And I want to stop there, Julia, if you allow me, and then I bring in this other gentleman. You told me the people on the ground floor have not spoken. So I want to bring in Kuseo, then Guru, then Joshua Mark, then Lord Adams.
Can someone confirm if Wajakoya has supported Baba, with all due respect, Temba and Julia?
Hello, good evening,
Yeah,
everyone.
I saw the clip. Alikuwa kwa meeting nyingine hapa inakaa something else, but I think he did.
Something else, I like that.
Yeah, the people who are there, vile vikofia walikuwa wamevaa, you know, those are the kind of people, I'm sorry, I will not allow around me, but they were cheering, and he actually endorsed Baba. He was in some hall.
Si you play that clip, watu waone ndio tuone, to analyze Julia.
Wacha nitafute, sijui ni Joshua ama ni Kuseo, who is speaking?
Ni Stone PK. Niandikie your number there, I send it to you, and then I have it.
Okay,
or if you can get it.
I can find it, yeah. Who is speaking them, but ni Joshua ama Kuseo?
Ni Kuseo, nilisema Kuseo.
Oh, good evening, Julia. Julia, you were present when Temba gave me the...
Sorry, Stone interrupted me. Stone interrupted.
Good evening, Adam. You want to say Lord, Lord? Yeah, not everybody who says Lord, Lord. Temba, Martin. Martin is absent. Stony, PK, Katwe, Joshua, and myself. Good evening to all of us. I'll just start by talking a bit on the package. The package is basically at the time, it is, I think in some organizations, it is called NYERI. I don't know whether you know what that means. And it's normally, if you are parting ways to go off, now you see politics, if you are continuing, it is like the job is still going on, so you don't get it. Now, if you decide not to take it at the time it is offered or it is given, what will happen is that it is postponed until the time you make the decision. So it cannot be carried forward for you. The reason being that normally the retirement packages are normally invested and reinvested. So chances are that, who knows, if the investments are good, in future you may even benefit through the investments. But if you continue, it is until the next time when you are exiting, that is when another package will be worked out based on prevailing circumstances, and that's what you carry home. So I think for President Uhuru, if he's going to be going home, then that is the package he's going to get. Now, for Deputy President, if he doesn't go, what it means is that it will be forgone until another time when it is relooked at. Now, my contribution on this opinion polls, Themba is saying we should not focus so much on the same, but not necessarily. So long as you know what can go wrong or what the percentage of truth that opinion polls represent, you can always rely on them. And then you do your mathematics, the do's and the don'ts, and of course there is always the element of to mislead, to sway based on who has done what or who has paid what. So that is also there. But all it means is that you look at the opinion polls with all its other intrigues, and then you get an average of what is really the truth or what is expected. So it's interesting that personally, I thought that by yesterday, all the opinion polls had reached their end, but it looks like they still had one more day. So the ones which were released, is it TIFA, IPSO? There is another one called NMG, and then InfoTrack. Now, if you check all of them, the message you get, if you look at it, assuming that we put aside our issues with the opinion polls aside, is that they want to try to imply that there will be no clear winner. There will be no clear winner. In other words, 50+1. InfoTrack 49 for Raila, RUTO 42, IPSO 47, 41, TIFA 47, 39, and of course NMG 49, 41. Now, if you take the average of all this, what you get is that they are telling us that of all the four, that Raila will be at 48 when RUTO is at 40. Still, the conclusion is that if that be the case, then there'll be no clear winner. But nevertheless, there is an interesting side of these opinion polls which you need to look at. Now, based on, there is still some time left for campaigns, and according to the average number I've seen for the so-called undecided is 18%. Now, this 18%, some opinion pollers went ahead and told us that of those who did not want to, who said when they were asked between Raila and RUTO, who would you vote for? And they had no answer. There are those who say they had no answer, and then they are like 5.1%. And then there are those who said, between the two, I will decide, but so far I've not decided. Those who are 3.8%. Now, then the pollers went ahead and asked the people who are supporting Raila that, okay, you will vote for Raila, but who do you think will win? That was the question. Now, 3% of those who are supporting Raila, according to the opinion pollers, said that they think RUTO will win. Imagine these are 3% of people who are saying they'll vote for Raila, but they think RUTO might win. Similar question was put to those who are supporting RUTO, and 8% of them said, okay, I'm a supporter of RUTO, but I think Raila is going to win. Now, it follows that the undecided voters were asked the same question. The undecided, the 18%, and 62% of them said they think the winner will be Raila. From the way things are, the winner will be Raila. Then that was 62%. In other words, that only 38% said the winner will be RUTO. Then the people who say that have no answer, the 5.1%, 54% of them said Raila would win the election. They think Raila would win, but they are undecided. And then 46% said RUTO will win. Now, if you average that, what you get is now it's like you don't put the other two candidates. Then you realize that Raila would win by 58% and RUTO will get 42%. Now, I don't know whether that sounds a little bit more complicated, but precisely it means that 58% is way ahead of the 50+1, and of course 42% is way below. So if you factor in the so-called undecided, because somehow they have not decided, but they have a thinking as we speak now, and that thinking translates to, if you add it, it translates to that 58% Raila will win the elections first round, 58%, and RUTO 42%. Now, maybe for some of us that may be good news, but or bad news. But nevertheless, what I can say is that, as Themba was saying, that opinion polls, no. You can use them, but you put your disclaimers and have a calculation to the same. then you arrive at what you think is likely to happen. It's still also an opinion anyway. Yes, Tom. I hope I'm not confused anyone.
Yes, Tom PK. Kuna swali?
Thank you Temba. Thank you Kuseo. Nilikuwa nangoja ruhusa kutoka kwa Kiranja. Tulikuwa tunawaita Kiranja. My brothers, all of us in this panel, again, this is an opinion from Stone PK.
Yeah.
I don't believe in opinion polls. I rubbished them. Not now, but can you tell me about opinion polls during the TNA period? CORD TNA, Jubilee TNA, were they valid after we later came to learn about Vifaranga via computer? So learning from that, opinion poll does not seem to work in our context in Africa. Why am I saying this? We are trying to be scientific because opinion pollers are people in business. And people in business, once you open your business, you have to sustain it up to tarehe tisa. After tarehe tisa, if you call these people to come and tell you, Allah, you told us Raila cannot make 50 plus, ako pale kwa chini, bona amepata 60 or 70%, of course they always make sure that it doesn't go that. So what am I trying to say? Bwana Kuseo, I don't think we should dwell on, because we know in Kenya, opinion poll is fake, is doctored. Can you tell me today that Raila cannot, Raila is struggling to hit 50%? My friend, if you live in this country, you will know that this is rubbish. Raila, since he started up to today, is there any politician that can equal Raila? That you want to tell me Raila is struggling with Ruto? Ati wanashindana hapa kwa hapa. Raila is struggling to go to the finishing. My friends, tuseme tu ukweli, ukweli usemwe. Raila na Ruto wanakimbizana kisiasa. It's a lie. It's a lie that has been put forward by Ruto because of the billions he has stolen. He has flooded us with money. He has flogged everybody with money. The Nigerians say, I'll flog you with my money, my brother. I'll flog you with my money, my brother. That is what Ruto has done. He has flogged people with money so that anything, all these opinions, kila kitu. But then it has all failed. That's why he's crying. My question to you, Ndugu Kuseo, anybody, do you believe that Ruto anakuambia as of today, 4 or 5 days to election, that Raila is struggling to reach at 50%? Honestly, thank you very much.
Nani, Stone, what I can tell you right away is, you see, opinion polls, you cannot take them at face value. It's just that what I have done, I've analyzed what has been given by the opinion pollers. That is all I've done. Now, what I've said is what those polls are trying to imply. In fact, I started by telling you that I know how corrupt these opinion pollers are done. Imagine if the person on the two opposite sides pay them. What do you think they will do? They are likely to do what we are seeing here, trying to imply that for the comfort of all the parties, that there will be no clear winner. You know, that is very popular. And you can see all the opinion pollers are trying to drive that agenda. If you look at the figures they have given, that seems to be the agenda they are trying to drive. But to answer you, personally, I don't think that Raila and Ruto are anywhere close. I do not personally think. Yesterday I said, I don't think Raila will get more less than 60%. But
Yes.
nevertheless, what I've done is basically to analyze what has been presented here. And I started by saying that if you know what people would pay just to get a particular perception portrayed by the opinion pollers, you will know that you cannot, it will be a percentage of error. If I think like a particular opinion poller is subject to bias, yeah, I'll put a very big margin of error on the same. So long as you know the agenda they are trying to drive. You see, like The same opinion pollers, they are trying to say that in Central, RUTO will not go less than 66%. Now, you can be rest assured that that may be more or less a fair one, because the Kenya Kwanza opinion pollers themselves are saying that RUTO will be in the 80s as far as they are concerned, and they continue portraying that. But if you have about 5-6 opinion pollers on the platform, and you can see these are four of them are telling you otherwise, then you can then see what's happening. Now, something else that you need to understand is that they are talking about this time around. They are saying that there are 12 counties which are at the battlegrounds. You'll be surprised the counties which are in those counties. They have Nyamira, Nakuru, Lamu, Kiambu, Wajir, Mombasa, Kitui, Samburu, Narok, Bungoma, Tana River, Marsabit, Coast, and Coast. 12 of them. And if you look at the individual ratings for the four, then you realize that they start conflicting here and there. Then you realize you cannot rely on them. You rely on them, but nevertheless, they give a small hint, and they will try to give encouragement to this side, that side, more or less trying to get a kind of balancing middle ground kind of situation. And you can see it in the overall total they have given. They are all talking about nobody will get more than 50%, which is good news to even the loser, by the way, because it is.
Yes, Temba, with all due respect.
Yeah.
Temba, I want to go by your script that we should not waste our energy. But I want us to concentrate in deconstructing this nonsense of opinion poll 4 or 5 days. We deconstruct it with the fact that, one, these guys are in business. Two, when they try to bring those kind of things, we have facts. Raila is not a Kahe that has started his politics leo. And then he woke up, sprang from his mother, akaruka, akasema nataka kusimama kura. That's the local language. It is not true that Raila is struggling in the areas they are calling battlefield. I think I want Mutembei to disassociate itself with those nonsense. And as a Mio team, I received a call today from one of my very close buddies, whom we are within that youth for the author. He told me what they have done. They have rubbished whatever opinion poll it is, because you see, it is intoxicating some easy minds. Let us all, like for us, all of us here, I know we are all Azimio. Let us dump that for now. You just unajua ile rubbish kwa nyumba yako ndio hii unaweka kwa rubbish pit. Ile unahitaji unabeba. Usiseme hii nitasort out kesho. Rubbish sort out saa hii. Garbage number 1 is opinion poll. Weka hapa hata kama ina favor baba. It's favoring baba in a stupid way. At 48, 54. What are we talking about?
PK, do you know what Baba said about the opinion polls?
Yes, what did he say?
No, if you know, then you will be saying what you are saying. Baba actually said he's happy with the opinion polls. Today. I think it was in KISII or where? Yeah, in KISII. Baba said the opinion polls are saying what they are saying, and now KK are against them. Why? Eh? Anyway, as I said earlier, we take the opinion polls with the necessary pinch of salt in them. Do not get overwhelmed by the same. I agree with you. You take them, you treat them only with a very good, well assessed error of margin, which must be big in this case, because you look at the rallies and you see what's happening. Now, I want to conclude by giving you the issue about Nairobi. Why personally I would not believe the opinion polls. And I know people who have in some of the opinion polls, I know the people who have links with Sakaja. And yet the opinion poll is telling you that Sakaja will get 53%. against Igade's 36. Now, if you look at the logistics and the issues around the Nairobi opinion poll, look at the other candidates. They are saying that Baba will be at 52, and that Sifuna will be at 47, and Pasaris will be at 44. Now, in other words, all the other people are going to defeat Igade. Now, ask yourself, where does Sifuna's voters come from? Are they trying to say that Baba has no impact at all on who votes Igade? You see how misleading they are. They don't follow logic. There is no logic at all. There is no way 47 of these people would vote, 47% will vote for Sifuna, and they leave Igade, who is actually leading the Nairobi team. It doesn't make sense at all. And then where have they taken Baba's support in Nairobi? All these years, even the time he got less votes than the governor, it was only by what? About 100, less than 100,000. And I think it was 100 and something, 104 thereabout. Now, that is the Baba support. There is no way Sifuna and Igade will not benefit from the Baba support, Jubilee support. And remember, even if you look at it from a tribal point of view, it can't work. It's so illogical. And then look at the issues surrounding Sakaja's candidature. It can't work. And Nairobi contains the most of the enlightened voters, believe me. They are not people you can flock around with wheelbarrows and those other tokens. Anyway, I think I want to end there now that I see Lord, our Lord, Lord have mercies. Thank you, Stemba.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Joshua Mark.
Yes, how are you, Temba?
I can't complain. How are you?
I'm fine. I just want to start with Kuzeo. Kuzeo, you are warned by Temba, desist and resist from this opinion poll. But we insisted that you want to digest this opinion poll.
What is the topic number one there, Mark? What's the topic on the counter number one scrolling down there?
Yeah, let me just finish. You started well and you gave us analysis of how this is coming. And then now we are finishing. You're finishing by establishing this poll.
I confined myself to the topic.
Relax.
Not members side talk.
Hold on, Joshua Mark.
Let me just finish.
Hold on, Joshua Mark. Kuseo, relax. Joshua Mark is just don't be overly okay, Joshua Mark, good.
Well, what I'm saying that Kuzeo started well by giving us analysis of this poll opinion. But now when it comes to Nairobi, now it's disputing this poll opinion. That's what I'm trying, because it's double speaking. You cannot claim that the other poll opinion are okay. But now when you come to Nairobi, you're saying that no, you cannot believe in Nairobi. So that's why I'm saying that you're double speaking. You ought to desist from this poll opinion, and we say that this poll opinion are fake, and discuss that topic. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Because Temba say very well that let us discuss other things and desist from this poll opinion. Because even me, I wonder where these 17 counties that RUTO is going to win. Because if you look at these 17 counties, they're saying that RUTO has 17 counties that's going to beat RAILA by 55%. And I was asking, why these 55 counties? And there they are saying battleground is like Mombasa, Nyamira. You know, I was wondering, how can Mombasa all along, Raila has been leading Mombasa since. So I was wondering, they're saying that today Mombasa is a battleground. That's why I said that we should not discuss this poll opinion. Let's now reflect our opinion in vote. Taretisa, that's next week. Now let's come to the business of today. You know, I was shocked that today Mr. Sipangwingi, a strong man in Kenya, the second in command, William Samoei Ruto, could shed crocodile tears I was very shocked. Sometimes you wonder the kind of, I just wondering Ruto can cry today. And when we have sense a defeat, there's no need of you crying. In our culture, after we go for a battleground, and then now you have defeat this war, you will only come like you are celebrating, and you laugh. But I was shocked that we are left with only 6 days to election, and Ruto, a strong man, Sipangwingwi, he knows very well that by 10th he'll be the president of Kenya. Why is our president, the deputy president, crying at this time of an hour? But I was shocked also that the tears are not coming out. There were just some sort of crocodile tears. In our culture, we have professional mourners. They're normally being called to come and shed tears during the funeral of somebody, maybe somebody's prominent. You'll find them, they try to struggle to bring out tears, but it's not coming out. So I saw yesterday Ruto he tried his level best to try to bring out tears, but unfortunately, the tears are not coming out. And I wonder that when you look at that video, it was just taken him alone. Somebody was just sitting somewhere taking Ruto and then he's posting in the social media. And these are just the bloggers of Ruto to show Kenya sympathy that Ruto is a Christian, he's a spiritual person. That thing has really touched him. So to me, I think Ruto is a liar. And then after that, they went to NYERI. Immediately they went to NYERI. The first thing, Jama Kitandawili. And then the women rep NYERI confirmed to us that Ruto ni mwizi. Because yesterday he was asking the resident of NYERI that kati ya mwizi na mrogi is better tumchague mwizi kuliko mrogi. He has confirmed to us that Ruto is a thief because we said it and Ruto was just there. That is better tumchague mwizi kuliko mrogi. So this already has confirmed to us that Ruto is a thief. And Uhuru has been saying, and I'm really happy with our president, this is the first time in the history of Kenya that a sitting president is coming out clearly and saying that my right choice, I'm telling you, I'm pleading with you, my right choice is RAILA Odinga. And he was consistent. He told us that there's sometimes so that he's not to talk about mambo ya election. Time yake itafika. But when the time has reached, always coming out clear and is telling us that the right choice who can lead this country. And yesterday he said, afadhali mzee ambaye atachukua mali yenu kuliko yule mtu ambaye ana mdomo mtamu lakini akiingia ataanza chukua hii tano ni yangu. He said it point blank. So Uhuru has come clearly and he has advising Kenyans that I have worked with this young gentleman. I know this gentleman very well. I have worked with him all these 9 years. I know the kind of character this man is. If we elect this person, this country is going to be finished. But sometimes I wonder with some fellow Kenyans, they think that after all they're punishing Ruto. I mean, they're punishing Uhuru. They think that they're punishing Raila. I've been saying that Uhuru is a billionaire. Raila is a billionaire. And you don't have even 50 bob in a shilling. You are crying that hustler. You think that you're punishing these people. These people, after all, today assume Raila ameshindwa today, which I don't know. I don't think that atashindwa. Do you think Raila will sleep angry? Raila is a billionaire. And I want to assure you that Raila will die a billionaire. That my age I don't think that he can lose just from nowhere. He can lose the wealth he already accumulated. But you are being advised by the sitting president. Uhuru worked with Ruto for 9 good years. They were friends, close friends, not just a mere friend. They were close friends. They went to Hague. They were together. But now you're being told that this man is not the right person to lead this country. And Uhuru said yesterday that Ruto alimkimbiza. Mtu ambaye alimsaidia alikuwa ni Raila. Because I understand 2018, after election, Ruto reached Raila before even the handshake. He wanted Raila to come inside so that they can finish Uhuru. But Raila hoped to run to Uhuru. That's why Uhuru trusts Raila more than any other person in this country, because he knows that this person, he has a good heart. He has a clean heart. He knows the history of Raila. He knows the way Raila has been doing his business. And he knows very well the way Ruto has been doing his business. And you are being requested that kindly. And Uhuru, by the way, Uhuru is talking out of his heart. He's pleading in Kenya. Yesterday, and I was very happy that Uhuru confirmed to us yesterday that they did a mistake by electing them. He said yesterday, kuwa mfanya makosa tena, mtaumia. Makosa ilikuwa ni kuwa waliochagua Uhuru na Ruto. And now anawaambia kuwa mkitaka kujiokoa, the right person is Raila. So Uhuru confirmed that by electing them, by giving them the opportunity to be president and vice president, president and deputy president, Kenya did a mistake. And that's the mistake that Uhuru is telling that don't do that mistake again. You gave us opportunity.
He said that in Kakamega, is it?
Yeah, it was in Bungoma. Bungoma. He said it very well. Asema kuwa mkifanya mistake again, mtaumia. Mtu ambaye kumchagua ni Raila Amolo Odinga. Because you gave us opportunity and you have messed up this country. So we are being advised very well that Ruto is not a right choice. Kindly let us desist and resist from Ruto. But I'm wondering the young, especially I'm wondering with the young voters, this age of 18 and 30. I don't know why they're following. They don't even know the history of Ruto. They don't know even the history of Raila. They don't know. They were not even there in 1992. They don't know even where the history started. But now they're being advised that kindly you should not vote for this gentleman. But now I'm wondering that somebody who is just learned can just run after Ruto. And when you look at, even you've been told that not even a single day Ruto has talked about corruption. He knows very well that is a corrupt leader. So to me, I don't want to talk much. I just want to plead to the resident of Nairobi. I come from Nairobi right now. That kindly, we should not look at what we are seeing at Igade 36% and Sakaja is 53%. Let's come out in large number. Let's vote for Raila. Let's vote for Igade. Let's vote for Sifuna, Pasaris, and MP or MCA. Let it come within Azimio paternity. Because this is the only way we can save this country, by voting in Azimio. Thank you very much, Themba.
Did you have a question, Lord Adams? What was it?
Yeah, I did have a question when Mr. Hussein was presenting, but I think it has been watered down. Maybe I'll ask that question when I'm presenting. So let me just.
Okay, let me hear what his name, Guru.
Habari yenu?
Mzuri sana.
I see today the topics are on opinion polls, and I just want to say briefly on that topic is that opinion polls are, when used well, they can give a direction, they can give a general opinion of the thinking of the population. They may not be absolute numbers, but they give a direction in the manner in which people are thinking or where they want to go. They have also been known to be misused, and sometimes even they get it wrong, not just in developing countries like ours, but even in much developed countries where opinion polls don't normally tie with the actual voting. However, we can't run away from opinion polls in the sense that although they may not give absolute outcomes of what the votes will be, they give a general direction of what the population is thinking. I think it would be wrong to say that all the polls that have been done and were released yesterday were paid for purposes of giving a false picture. I think the polls give generally the direction in which most Kenyans want to go politically, and even the undecided, they may be decided, but they don't want to reveal who they will vote for, and that's okay in opinion polls. But we can also be given an opportunity to interrogate these figures in a much deeper sense. Like now, when you look at the Nairobi, polls, if we go by the argument that those polls are being messaged, and then we juxtapose that with the fact that all the polls that have been carried out on Nairobi, Sakaja has always come at the top. It would then mean that Sakaja has infiltrated all the opinion pollsters in the country to give a favorable, score on his part. From where I don't think that could be true. My view is that there are those in Azimio who perhaps see that Sakanja represents them better or is closer to them through other affiliations, including even ethnicity, or that he has been very close to them as a senator to a level where they now understand him better than the other candidate. These are facts. And the final thing that will be here is that when you look at the kind of score that Pasaris is getting, the kind of scores that the other candidates are getting, including the Secretary General of ODM for senator, you'll see that they are hovering in the scores of 40% to 45%. So the issue here is that the Azimio has work to do for Igade. And it is not far-fetched that Nairobi County is not just like any other county. There are very many interests that are there in. It may be even that some senior leaders within Azimio are supporting Sakanja in the background. You can never know because there are interests there in. And therefore, let's not run away from these realities of our politics. They are there. And the score will come out when we go to the polls. You remember what happened in the last elections, the 2017 elections? Sonko was able to get over 200,000 votes above the president, Uhuru Kenyatta. It was simple that his community, according to those who did the analysis, his community, the Kamba community that resigned in Nairobi, voted for him. But Sakanja was not, Sonko was not able to convince his community, the Kamba, to vote for Uhuru. So these are realities we are dealing with. I think on that, let me stop there. Going forward, I think generally is that Raila is doing very well, even in areas that would have been thought to be difficult. It is true, like Kiambu. Kiambu, Raila will get many votes, many. We don't know the exact defined that will be there, but it could be not be far-fetched that it could be half-half in terms of voting. So when when Kiambu is put in that category, I think it's because the population is you don't get a clear picture of saying hapa ni fulani tu peke yake. You know, there are areas that are like that. You will get divided kind of responses where you go to a family of 7, you find 4 are supporting Azimio, 3 are supporting the other side. And this will replicate in quite a number of our counties. Although they are extremist counties within Mount Kenya, like I think parts of them could be classified as Embu, I think, and parts of Baraka, Nibi. Anyway, what it is that they are, even within the Mount Kenya region, there are areas that Raila will score very highly, maybe in the ranges of 40%. The others, it can go as low as 27%, and that is the reality of the matter. So let's not rubbish the opinion polls, because after all, they are not the ones that will vote, but they give a general direction of the thinking of the people in that area. And they can be used also to try to cross in the gaps and the loopholes that may be there, so that you are able to get to the victory that we are looking for. So that, as it may, I think on the good side is that these elections will also be determined by the turnouts. If sections of the country are you know, indicating that they like a certain candidate and they don't come out and vote, it will amount to nothing. So even as we talk here, the final verdict is a turnout. The turnout will make a big difference in who becomes. And that's a fact, and it has been a fact of our politics since we went multi-party. Uhuru, partly why he got the edge is that Mount Kenya came out to a man. In fact, I doubt whether there is any constituency that is called less than 80% in turnout. So that is now the other side of the story. I am doubtful whether one Samuel Ruto will be able to mobilize this kind of turnout in Mount Kenya, and that is a disadvantage on his side, because when you ask some of these people, they'll tell you they like him, but if they will not turn out and vote and turn out maybe 65% or 70%, he's the one who would have lost about 15 to 20% of the votes that Uhuru previously got, and then give an advantage to Raila Odinga. Wacha nisimamie hapo. Asante.
Thank you, Guru. Lord Adams. Stone Pickle alikuwa ameongea sio?
Wacha Lord aongea alafu anipishe bwana.
Haya, Lord Adams. Martin Deto ulikuwa umeongea? Na unafanya nini studio kama uongei?
Remember, go to the answered. Then we tutajua what kitu hiyo ingine
Remember, siku hizi nimekuwa mpole. Unajua siku hizi siongei sana. Kila kama umeniona nikiongea niambie. Mimi nimenyamaza.
Mimi hata ndio nimekuja, sijui nani ameongea nani hajaongea. Kwa hapa
kama kuna mtu
msema ukweli ni Hansard.
Unajua nani bro wangu Martin amepigwa marungu mingi, lakini ndio unaona ametulia hivyo. Wacha Lord Adam taongea. I've been here longer than all the same people here. Lord Adam alafu upatie nani Martin. Asante.
Okay, sawa. Adams.
Very well. Thank you so much, Mr. Stone PK. You're a good man. Yeah, good evening to all of you, and I appreciate your presence here. I acknowledge all of you. Now, let me first of all begin by just answering my senior here, Mr. Kuseo. Mr. Kuseo, I've heard the way you are talking, but from the point of view, I don't know whether you guys are keen. When you lock the doors of IEBC discussion, Mr. Kuseo gets irrelevant. I don't know whether I'm the one who notices that. His politics revolves around IEBC. If you put a stop there, you don't get it. But the other one, he gets so well. His analysis on IEBC, very articulate, almost, this guy is good. But when you stop him there, he's wobbling. Well, I'm saying this because personally, even you, my brother, Mr. PK, I'll disagree with you respectfully on this. Personally, I don't want to lie to you people. I believe in science. I believe in social science. Opinion polling is social science, right? So I don't think it is fair enough just to rubbish it like that. The way, opinion polls has a lot to do with what people think and behavior and everything. Opinion polls has got nothing to do with political inclinations or tribal affiliation, Mr. Kuseo. I want you to hear that point very well, because you based your argument, especially when it comes to the Nairobi, that where will somebody like Sakaja get those votes from? Let me tell you, opinion polls is individual. I have worked with research company. By the way, I've worked for Infotrak. I worked for Stedman, and then it was changed into Ipsos. Back in the day, I did that data in the field. We collected it, analyzed. So, social science, I believe in science. Opinion polls are existing. They exist world over. On the monetary part of it, where you said they're being sponsored, it is business. Yes, it is business. It is business world over. It is business everywhere. Angela Bida explained the other day. For them to do for you or conduct a poll, even for your brand, you have to give out money. Those opinion polls, people pay for them, but it is individual. It's individual. Let's not just rubbish them like that.
Lord Adams, just before you continue, you're confusing issues. Stone PK was very categorical. He talked about opinion polls. You are generalizing it to social research. Opinion poll is just one component of what you're calling social research. So if you are opinion polling, especially political opinion polling, it's just a component. Social research is why And even Angela, when she was talking, she said political opinion poll only comes after 5 years. So if they were to do that for a living, they wouldn't be even having any job. So the social research is wide. I mean, you look at behavior, people behavior, consumptions, and all. It's so wide. So kindly listen to Stone PK in context. He didn't rubbish social research, which you are a social researcher, which you did, and you have explained pretty well on people what they need to buy and stuff like that. Stone's issue was with opinion poll, especially political opinion polling. So if you limit yourself to that, then you'll be addressing the right thing. You don't need to disagree with him. You just need to appreciate the difference.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Pemba. I hear you. Yes. Yeah, you're right. Now, let me limit to the opinion poll. You know, I believe in opinion polls, but I don't deny the fact that politicians and the people in business also have taken advantage of them so that they can get manipulated. That part is also there. But it is so dangerous just to rubbish opinion polls. Actually, when you look at those polls, and Mr. Kusei, you read your maths so well, I think you're good in maths. You came up with an average percentage of 48 for it. That is true. And we have the undecided percentage, which stands at 18%. Even if you take that undecided voters, that percentage of 18, and split it into two, or maybe take a half of it and give it away and split the remaining half. Of course, the 48% candidate for Azimio, who is RAILA, will beat the mark of 50 plus 1%. Simple. When it comes to a place like Nairobi and Sakaja, I am Azimio, but let me tell you, I think what has been going on in Nairobi is that people are really not, the way I see things, people are really not going to vote for the party. They are really not going to vote or not vote for Sakaja because he's a UDA. They're just going to vote for the guy. They're not going to vote for the party. They're not looking at this tribe. It's not a tribal. The tribal mathematics or arithmetics, I don't think it is working there. So maybe that is what is putting the guy above
Adam, I think you should put a weighting. Say the weighting on party, on individual would be like this. Then that will...
No. That is your formula of doing it. I don't say that. That is you. That is you doing it like that, Mr. Kusei, with all the due respect. I don't want to do it like that. I just want to put it simple. I don't want to go into the details that may confuse somebody. I just want to talk in such a manner that even if that old lady in the village is listening to me, she can really digest what I'm talking about. But you go so much into details such that if you're a non-academician, it is very hard, by the way, Mr. Kusei, for non-academicians to understand you. You don't consider...
You see, Adams, if Pemba will allow me, all I was saying is, it is divided into weightings. So in terms of, because people will vote because Raila says so, people will vote because of what you are saying to the individual, then people will vote because of the party, and people will vote for other reasons. Then you will be okay.
Lord Adams, you are the one causing issues on your presentation. If you could only limit yourself to your presentation, so that you're not digressing. You are addressing yourself to the topic on the opinion polling. Do you agree with it? Do you think people will vote for Sakaja, or if they are not going to vote for Sakaja? I mean, do you think there's a? I mean, you need to do yourself a service. And just talk on. Nobody has said that people will not vote for Sakaja, or people. You seem to to prefer from your comments that Sakaja will win.
No. This is my.
But what you are saying is, you can. It's okay to hold that view. But what Kuseo is telling you, appreciate the difference. I mean, perspective. Talk about Sakaja. Talk about if you want to. But if you want to limit yourself to talk about Sakaja alone, that's also okay. You don't have to hit Kuseo. There are people also who listen to Kuseo. So
Mr. Pemba, you miss.
wachana na wengine.
I think you're right, but I think you slightly misunderstood what I'm talking about. You slightly misunderstood what I'm talking about. Just slightly.
Okay, go ahead. Make me understand you.
Chikiti, this is my thing. This is the thing. I was just trying to address the part whereby, because even me, I'm wondering why this guy has just been, falling ahead. So I'm just coming to realize that the opinion polls which they normally conduct are individual. So these people are just doing it based on the personality, not party, not who what and what. That is what I'm saying. I don't want to go much into that. Let me stop at there. Opinion, but personally, I believe in opinion polls. They work worldwide. They are always being disputed everywhere, even in the Britain, in everywhere in the world. They're always being disputed. But it is a social research that happens and it works, not only with politics, but even with other world-leading brands. So, yesterday, today, it is still my today. I watched our deputy president so much frustrated in some church. Religion and Christianity by extension, when you look at how human beings live, you will find that in a population where majority of the people are poor, in the poor neighborhood, we have more churches. While in the leafy suburbs, the number of churches in the leafy suburbs are very, very few. They are scarce. Churches are so many in the poor neighborhood because of hope. People vested their hope in spirituality and such kind of things. So when somebody is so much frustrated and depressed, their only hope is to run to the church and cry there, hoping that the Lord will rescue them. Or all of a sudden, they will just wake up from their agony and they're good. The Lord will rescue them. While in the leafy suburbs, even though they worship, they believe in religion and Christianity, but they're not so much really into it because the hope is alive with them. They don't peg themselves so much in hope. So somebody like Ruto right now behaves like a poor man. He behaves like that poor man in the slums who wakes up in the morning, takes a breakfast, tea without bread, and runs to the church to pray and have some hope, putting some hope that tomorrow he may get nyama choma for lunch, if hopes are well taken care of by Jehovah Lord. So if you see that guy, I don't really believe that is tears. Mr. Joshua, you said it, they were crocodile tears, but to me, those tears were real. That guy is really, really, for real, he's frustrated. And he was crying because he's frustrated.
Given the investment he has made.
That guy has used money, my friend. He has used money, and he started a long time ago. Actually, even me, I would cry too if I were him.
They were genuine tears.
Yeah, that guy he was in pain. He's losing it. This thing was like a piece of meat in his mouth, and Raila just came from nowhere and just grabbing it, and it's like he's grabbing it, and the grip on which he's holding that meat is too strong. It's stronger than DP Ruto's teeth. He's getting it out. This guy's crying because he's depressed. He's so much frustrated. So I think he was really crying.
Joshua, hata hiyo kama ingekuwa wewe Joshua utalia.
Yeah, hoping that maybe tomorrow or any day before election, people will just change all of a sudden, and he's hopeful that people will just change all of a sudden. A miracle will just happen, and it will just make it, and these real ill hopes will come with. So he's depressed, and I'm sorry for him, but he misbehaved. Like Waswahili sema kwamba malipo ni papa hapa duniani, sio mbinguni. So I think the guy is getting paid. Pay time is right here. Lastly, I also watched Raila Odinga in the Azimio team in KISII, and I don't know whether Mr. Temba you did watch it. Raila find it so hard, Mr. Kuseo, when he was parading the governor aspirants. Arati was there, and those old was there, and Onyonka came and said, yeah, Baba, don't let don't let your friends make you despise Arati. Arati is the man of the people. Then he walked away. So it was so hard. He could not, it was so hard for him to just say, okay, Arati is the man. It was not easy because Arati was there, Chris was there, Gary was there. So he just did some.
The friend being Mongwai. Who was the friend?
Who did what?
Who was the friend Onyonka was referring to?
Onyonka was telling Baba not to listen to his friends, that let his friends not misguide him to despise Harati. Harati is the man of the people. So it was a chaotic thing. So Baba just paraded all of them when he was finishing his speech and started telling them, I don't know what, fire, turn right, turn left, march, what, then that thing just over like that. So he just played with it, but it was a very hard thing. So I think even though from the look of things, Arati is going to beat them, but they love to live with the reality. But Arati, I think, is going to beat them. So by and large, I'm finishing by saying that I think we're doing well. We are finishing the race well. I'm not going to complain about anything about our operates from the UDA. That is their business. We have a business. Like I told you guys yesterday, Mr. Themba, I'm not in the business. Personally, I'm not in the business of converting anybody. I'm not here to pressure somebody to cross over. There is no time for crossing over. We are done. We are just heading right there. Let us all rise in one chord, mobilize, and go straight to the ballot and vote. Thank you.
Okay. What is it, Joshua?
Yes, there's something that Lord started, but I don't know why he feared, about issue of Sakaja. I said this thing long time ago, but I was rubbished. I'm telling you that I'm from Nairobi. I'm a resident from Nairobi. If you're not careful, Sakaja is going to take this thing, because people are saying that we are going to vote for Raila if our governor to protect Sakaja, and that's what's happening. And I said this thing some time ago here. I was told, no, why are you fearing? So Lord started saying it, but it seems that Themba came and
I got scared. Themba scared me. Themba scared me.
But the fact remains that
don't use my name. Don't use my name badly. Do not misquote me. I didn't scare you. I said this, and I say here again. That is why I'm saying that when you are at the last time towards the end of your vote, I mean of the journey, the tail end, you don't come in and you start exposing the weaknesses of your team. When you come here and you start saying, oh, we are going to lose this, we are going to lose this, you're exposing the weaknesses. What are you doing to win that particular seat? That should be the focus. Not coming to say, if Sakaja is going to take this, Sakaja is going to take this. First of all, you guys know so well, Sakaja shouldn't win. He shouldn't win. Because the first thing, the guy is a con. The guy is a fraud.
But
you and I know that. So when you come here to start saying, we know people are going, you start becoming so nice. If you guys are not, Sakaja is going to take this thing. You don't need that at this time. Towards the end, you have only 5 days to an election.
The dice.
How many people listen to your voice?
The dice.
Here coming to say that you know Sakaja is going to take this thing. You should be telling us what is it that we need to be doing. You should be talking about, I don't know, you know, sometimes I even look at you guys and I wonder, I mean, if you are Azimio, if you are a true Azimio soldier, if you indeed you are in Azimio, you should be talking about the things that should be. I mean, if for example you come here, you don't start saying, you know, Sakaja is going to take this thing, Sakaja is going to do this. We have a battle to win. Baba needs to control Nairobi. Baba needs to control Mombasa. Baba needs to control the big cities, Nakuru, Mombasa, Kisumu. And now when you are saying that now you are coming, if you guys are not careful, Sakaja is going to take this thing. That is, in my view, you are already playing into the enemy's whatever, you know. You guys should choose which side you are. You need, in fact, I usually say that if you are an enemy, be an enemy. Don't be a friend and an enemy. Don't confuse the thunder. Let the thunder hit you well when you are an enemy.
No, Mr.
Don't come
Temba.
Let me finish.
Wait, I finish, because you guys called me to that. I had kept quiet about all these things. So right now, if you are in Azimio, your focus is what? What is the Azimio focus? Why is Baba going around? Why are we campaigning? We are at the tail end of an election, and you're still taking time to come here to propagate that, you know, this thing Sakaja is going to take because Sakaja is this. Choose which side you are. If you are like black, you are supporting Sakaja. Someone who is a fraud, he has a court case waiting for him. Immediately after we finish this, someone is going to court to bring him down, because he doesn't have documents. You don't know whether he's even that is his name. Now, why should you even be coming to say that, you know, you're agreeing with some, you guys? I mean, I wonder. That's why I'm saying at this time, Ali Tumefika, guys need to be serious and say, okay, fine. If you are in Azimio, be in Azimio. If you are in the UDA, be in UDA. You know, we are going to be electing what we want. Azimio. We want Azimio to win. that is the thing. So anything coming to start telling us, you guys need to think if something is not done. What are you doing? What have you told them to do? What should Igade do? What are the things that you are suggesting to be done? I mean, those are the things you're talking about. If you are guys, you are coming here to start telling us how Sakaja is going to win, you guys are let down to the Azimio, especially 5 days to an election. Let me hear what Stone Pike has to say before I come to the two of you.
Let me finish first, Demba.
Wait, Joshua Mark. Nataka tuambia vile Sakaja atashinda. Yes, Stone Pike.
Let me finish first.
Goja John Mark.
Temba, you are the moderator. You stated it. Ndugu zangu around here, as of now, 5 days to election, anybody thinking that Sakaja should be elected is on the wrong side, because he can, or ever, let's give it to him. He will be elected, yes, but people will go to court. He will be removed immediately. So what do you want to go into that drama? So as Azimio, what we want is to get it right. Na politics aina rehearsal. Na ina number one, number two, it is number one. So number one, Sakaja is a non-starter for Azimio. Is not Luya. Because people are debating, oh, Luyas will vote for Sakaja. By the way, you guys will be shocked. Alafu ya mwisho niongea hapo kwa Nairobi. Anybody dreaming that Sakaja can become a governor is somebody who doesn't understand Nairobi. Utuulize sisi, born and bred in the Eastland, we know how politics go. We will tell you who will win. And I said this earlier. Sakaja atavotiwa na tule tumrembo twa hapo Ngara. Na pale Baptist, pale kwa church, the church he goes where he plays the keyboard. Where they wanamuangalianga, wanaona dimples, wana blow. The rest of Nairobi will go Igade. Okay? It will be Igade and Igade and Igade. Talk tribal, talk numbers, talk umtaani. Do you know, as much as we want to say, Rigathi amekuwa more of mtaani because of the tribal card. Thank you, Temba. Back to you. Yes.
Haya, Joshua Mark, maliza point yako ndio nilete kuseo, alafu nipatie pia Lord Adams alikuwa anataka
My point, I was saying this, and
mimi kama point 5 days
Nyumba ndio umeniamulia leo siongei ama unaningoja mpaka national anthem? Kila mtu ameongea hapa nikiwa tu hapa.
Ulisema hapa tu Mato ati wewe sasa siku hizi umekuwa mzuri na nyamaza.
Nikijaribu kuwa mpole unipatie chance, nikiwa mbaya unanitupa nje. Sasa unataka nikuwe wapi?
Mimi sijakutupa nje Mato.
Hakuna mtu ajongia kama siko hapa. Everybody has spoken other than me. Nimenyamaza.
Ngoja
nani
kuja? Mato tujamaliza
kuongelea sasa, wacheni mchezo bwana. No, I'll come hard. Nikijaribu
nikuulize
mzuri na kuja nimenyamaza hapa, nasikia kila mtu tu round. Mimi sipewi hapana. Shindwe saitan. Na tumebakisha siku 5. Remember, you know I'm not being a bad person.
Nikuulize.
Nice me bwana. Kila mtu hapa kuna mtu hajaongea.
Acha nikuulize. Ngoja usikize swali yangu.
Uliza baba.
Si nilikuuliza a few minutes ago, kaniambia wewe siku hizi umenyamaza, wewe ni pole.
Wewe sikuwa namaanisha hivyo, nilikuwa
hii ndio kunyamaza.
Nzuri.
Haya, Joshua, hebu maliza.
Yes, my point is this. And that's what I was repeating before. That I was requesting and begging people, residents of Nairobi, that if they vote for Raila, can they convert the same vote to Rigathi? That's what I've been preaching all along. And when I said this long time ago, I was told that I'm fearing. So I'm still pleading even up to date that any Azimio supporter, ukicast your vote for Raila, kindly convert the same vote to Rigathi, to Sifuna, to all Azimion's people. That's my plea, and I've been pleading this all along. And when I said this some time ago, you remember at the time, I was told that I fear that my point, and I'm still saying up to date, I've been telling people on the ground that kindly, let's convert votes of Raila to Rigathi what they would mean in this election. But if we don't do that, if we compromise, then Sakari is going to carry the day.
That is what we are doing, my friend. You know, right now, watu wako kwa ground. Unajua, the thing is, you know, I don't know. Rigathi is on the ground. Azimio knows they have to their campaign. These people are campaigning. And right now, we cannot suffer our people telling us how our enemy is going to, our opponent is going to win. Ni kama mtu akuja aseme hapa, you know, Ruto atakuwa president usipofanya kitu. How? Na wewe ni mtu wa Azimio. We should be saying, in fact, if anything, confidence. Unajua Ruto anajua na lose, lakini ile confidence amejaza na anajua anaenda ku lose. Utasikia hata mahali amesema ati unajua Raila atashinda. Hapana. He knows so well that Raila is going to win this thing. But have you heard him anywhere saying that, unajua tusipofanya hivi Raila atashinda? Have you heard him? That is the language of, first of all, you need to win it in the mind. You first of all have to win it. If you concentrate too much on your opponent, you'll forget your strengths. You will forget that you got strengths and your focus should be on the prize, not on what your opponent is doing so much. Yes, it's good. You have already known that you have an opponent.
You're scared
but
of
spending too much time talking about how Sakaja, you forget that you got strength that you need to work on. And that is where you guys are. Umesikia Ruto akisema mahali ati unajua baba nini atashinda. Hakuna, anajijaza tu, yani hapa kwa hapa. Sasa nyinyi mnafaa kujijaza na Rigathi wenyu. You come here and a whole time you are Azimio, but you have not talked about Rigathi. What was Rigathi doing today, for example? Lord Adams, Rigathi alikuwa wapi leo?
Themba, that is Ruto. Don't force us to do things
ngoja.
Ruto does them.
Rigathi alikuwa wapi leo?
He was campaigning. I didn't follow him. I didn't follow him. the truth. I didn't follow
You
it.
see, you don't follow
I
your
didn't follow it.
candidate, but you're busy saying how Sakaja will win.
We have
Yes,
so many people. I have followed so many things.
wacha Lodada msaongea alafu nikulete. Kusema.
Mr. Femba,
Hello. Huh?
yeah.
Who's going first?
Me, I'm on the floor.
Wacha Adam msaongee. He has something that is burning he wants to say.
Yeah, Mr. Femba, you're very right, but no, this is what we are saying. The die is cast. There is nothing to campaign right now to change anybody. Who are you going to change? The minds are set. We are set at the price. We only need to grab it. So, but we have the reality. We have to live with this reality. What I'm addressing and Mr. Joshua is addressing is the reality. But it doesn't mean that we are campaigning for Sakaja. No, we are perplexed. We are perplexed. But, when you tell us, hey, stop, you need to talk like this, my friend, the king is naked. We have to clothe him.
In the Bible, Joshua sent was it 12 spies? Joshua sent 12 spies to spy on, is it Canaan? Now, 10 of them came back and said that those people are too big. That's the reality. Those people are too big. We cannot even conquer Canaan. That is the reality.
Yeah, that's the
But
truth.
now when the other two came, they said, we have seen. They came up with the story of the beautiful land of Canaan. They came up with the story of the nice things that we can be able to acknowledge, the nice valleys, the fruits. So reality depends on what you are looking at. You can choose to look at the giants, and you can choose to look at how you can be able to conquer that land. So if you come back with the 10 spies, then you are coming with that reality. But there's also another reality. The same thing to David and Goliath. When he came, the brothers were saying, are you going to actually bring that person down? The reality is Goliath was huge, according to the biblical reference. He was huge. And what was the reality? The reality was you cannot. They even tried to give him he was a young boy, give him their armor and all. He could not, they were too heavy for him. But for him, according to some writer, he says he looked at Goliath, he says that he was too big to be missed. So you can speak reality depending on your focus. If your focus is on Sakaja and opinion polls and what they are saying, then, but if your reality is there's campaign going on, I want to bring Ndeto, but before I bring Ndeto, Kuseo usikae sana. Ndeto nataka nimtete pia aongee hapa, na najua akianza ataanza na salamu kama kawaida. Haya, Kuseo.
What I wanted to say is this, Adams, I tried to inject into what you are saying a bit, but you didn't want to agree with me. But as from an analysis point of view, it is the way to go. There are very many factors contributing to somebody winning here. In this Nairobi, Baba is going to control karibu 65% of what happens there. That's why when people say Baba says left, it is left. You don't ask jump, you don't ask how high, you just ask how high. And that is the truth of the matter. Baba has got such traditional support in the entire country. Nairobi is where Baba has his best. Now, I know that the supporters are more or less traditional, the way I'm telling you. That's why when the demonstrations are called in Nairobi, you just ask when is it? You get. So Mark says he stays in Nairobi and he knows that and that. Now the opinion polls which have been rating Sakaja high, you imagine they did a poll of 1,500 people, the entire country. Now try to apportion that. So how many people, according to you, are for example, polled in Nairobi? Chances are that they are less than 50. And chances are that they could all be Sakaja supporters. Do you know that? Nairobi is 2.1 million voters. Did you get? But traditionally, we know that Baba controls the entire place. In other words, you are rest assured, by just hanging on Baba's coat is enough to give you anything you want in Nairobi. That is the way I look at it. So anything which can only go to Sakaja and I vote for Sakaja, but okay, I vote for Baba, but when I vote, you vote where Baba said. It is almost law. That's why they say if they says your wife is pregnant.
The same people saying that Sonko came through with Faranga computer are now saying that Sakaja will win. Even new people, sometimes I wonder how you look at your politics. Anyway, Ndeto.
Let me conclude by saying that look at it from a tribal side of view. Where will Sakaja's votes come from? It doesn't make sense.
Ndeto.
It will be a very big surprise anyway. It can happen, but it will be a very big surprise.
Jose will never finish. Jose will talk forever.
This tribal thing is confusing you, Mr. Kusel.
Where were Lord Adams?
To add.
Kusel is helping you understand how voting is organized in Nairobi.
Nairobi.
Martin Ndeto, wacha Martin Ndeto aongee, asiniambia hapa mara ilienda kaenda. Martin Ndeto, habari gani?
Leo mumeamua kucheza kaa nyinyi, na unajua ukipatia Jose hiyo mpaka mtu aende achukue nap kwanza ikiwa ni kitu inakaribiana na IBC, lazima mtu aende achukue nap kabla arudi. Jose, but no, I love you, man. Pole. But no, I want us to be serious. We have 5 more days. I wanted to read Article 33 before I say what I want to say, and I know because I will rub some, some shoulders here. Article 33(1) says it's the freedom of expression about it. When we used to do the Constitution, remember, I don't know if we got to this one. But it says, 1, every person has the right to freedom of expression, which includes A, freedom to seek, receive, or impart information or ideas. B, freedom of artistic creativity. And C, academic freedom and freedom of scientific research. 2, the right freedom of expression does not extend to A, propaganda for war, incitement of violence, hate speech, or D, advocacy of hatred that 1 or I constitutes ethnic incitement, vilification of others, or incitement to cause harm, or 2, on Romans, is based on any ground of discrimination specified or contemplated in Article 27, Chapter 4. Number 3, in the exercise of the right to freedom of expression, every person shall respect the rights and reputation of others. Why did I read that chapter? The reason I read that chapter is because of some things that have been happening around our country. People are running away from our constitution and talking a lot and not understanding what is happening. And that also comes to what Simba Arati was told by Baba today. Respect your elders, respect what you're doing. Yes, you might have difference of opinions, but everybody respect each other. Also, it's also some things that I see happening in Kenya. People don't read our constitution and don't understand what is happening. This is our Kenya. Biggest part of the reason I read that chapter 33 was what RUTO said when he was in Uasin Gishu. And I think we've already spoken so much about it right now over here, and we've said it about what really happened when he was talking about huku ni kwetu, sisi ndio tunafaa kufanya nini, and people, and sometimes the reason I even went so far again to talk about it was the propaganda war. That was the section 2, propaganda of war, incitement of violence, hate speech or advocacy of hatred. It's because every time we come to elections, and now we have less than a week to go, our elections are so toxic that it can easily trigger something. And I can see as even though today we can understand, I had never read the Constitution by the time we were going to war the other time. And I was not in a section, a place of a social media where I can actually have people listening to us that can actually understand what the Constitution says. Because most of the people actually, even in Kenya, have never read our Constitution. They don't know what the Constitution is. So it can easily go, especially that we have a toxic people wenye wanajificha wakienda kulia kwa makanisa na nini, we can easily go into a fighting business like we did last time, the time that we fought. And I'm hoping we never go back there. The reason today, Mungu ametusaidia saizi tuko hapa hivi, we can have a channel like this, and thank you Themba. Nilikuwa najua utadhani nitaanza tu na unajua kama mi uanza. Sasa ndio nafika hapo. We thank you so much. We thank everybody here. It's a good thing because we get to educate people and people get to understand something. Kama leo naweza omba kuna mtu Mkenya ameelewa, hiyo ni constitutional right yake, anaweza enda kwa koti na hiyo ni iko kwa constitution and you're protected from that. You can actually go to the judge and say that we need to educate people. It's something, especially these last days that we have. Now, Igade and Sakaja. Remember, I have been here for a long time, and kila mtu mwenye ananijua hapa hivi amejua that was a touchy situation between Sakaja and Igade. I know Igade very personally, kabisa, personally. But there's a problem in Nairobi, my brothers, whether you want to take it or leave it. I know them, but you don't want to hear it. There's a problem. Igade is endeared by Nairobians. Not Igade, Sakaja. He's endeared. And we have a problem there. But my solace comes into where there's this other club of voters, and especially in Kenya, Mombasa, Nakuru, and the metropolitan community. There's this other club of voters that really are the, what do you call them? The tule tumtu wale watu wanafanyanga kazi, how do I say this? The two CEOs, the human resource managers, the
corporate guys.
Yeah. The people are pigangi siasa yenye tuko nao na waendangi kupiga masiasa za sijui rally and all those, the quiet kind of voters. And these are the voters that you'll find in the morning, early in the morning, washamaliza, and by the way, ataki kuona rally zenyu, they just want to go to work. And I think that's the part that we're gonna get Igade in. Tukiachia Igade, the regular person to go vote, there's a problem in Nairobi. I hope Igade can get it because he's the right person to. I have nothing against Sakaja personally. The only thing I have against him is because he's not in my party, and he's also, we don't know if he has his legally acquired documents and academic documents that he needed to be running for that seat, because we need to be genuine and righteous what we are doing according to our constitution that I just read. So that's the only part I have against Sakaja. But other than that, I have seen good things about Sakaja, but I've also seen bad things after Ikitu ilikuja yote. I don't know. I thought he was a Nairobi University guy. Then he went to Teams University, which doesn't exist. There's Team University, not Teams University. So hiyo ndio shida yangu. Igathe is a manager, can do a good job. I'm vouching for him, but we do as Azimio within the next 5 days. I think we do have a problem in Nairobi. I hope we get over it. But that's a problem that personally, I think I don't know what to say about it. He's endeared. I've spoken to people who are even in ODM. They say yes. And I'm an ODM member, say that Sakaja, but we do want Igathe because we need to be serious with what we are doing with our city and how we manage our things. Themba is gone, so I guess I don't know nani atachukua usukani. I think he's gone. Ameenda kufanya nini? Maybe Lord. Naona Guru, ongea kabla Themba kuje basi.
Yes, I wanted to add on that issue of Igathe. We have in the past touched on it due to the polls that have been coming in, whether you believe in them or not, but they consistently show that Sakanja has been on the upper side. But the most shocking about the most recent is that the gap has widened. Was there before, maybe it was 6-point difference. But I also do believe in the capacity of the personality of Raila Odinga, in the sense that he has a big sway on his voters. Even those who may be thinking of voting for Sakaja today, if he was to use his political muscle, he would easily get them back to think otherwise. When you look at the way the situation is right now, there is no one better time than this for Raila in Nairobi, because there before, if you look at the statistics between him and Uhuru, they have almost been going at half, maybe 46, the other one 51 or something like that. But today, I think Jacom is hovering in over 60% of the votes in Nairobi. So that then means it might have to boil down to him. He might have to use his big influence to sway the voters in the last 5 days. Because the truth is, we can't bury our hand in the sand. It seems Sakaja used his years to entrench himself, and these are things you can't change just by sentimental. They require a stronger political force
Let me ask you,
change.
Guru, let me ask you a question.
Yes.
What has Sakaja done to entrench himself?
One, I think the way politics is framed in Nairobi is likely that most, at least of those who are standing as MCAs, he knows them personally, whether whichever political party that they may be in. And you know, politics in Nairobi is... Pardon?
How do you know that?
But that's how politics is framed in Nairobi. No, you can't pray politics.
The thing is, you guys come here and you say, and I ask, okay, fine.
No,
how do you know he has entrenched himself?
Let me explain first. In Nairobi, you don't play politics alone. In fact, you do what is called block building, and this is done through grassroots leaders. You must have somebody who is briefed in Kasarani, in those places, deep down in the ones. And most of the times, these people...
And do you think, according to you, Guru, Sakaja knows Nairobi politics more than Commander?
No, he may not. he may not. But
Do you think Sakaja knows? That's what I'm asking you. Do you think Sakaja knows more politics? Let's say, for example, Kibra politics more than Raila.
That is precisely the point. That's why I was saying,
do you think
if you
he knows Westlands politics more than my friend?
Then maybe
Because
you
when
did
you
not
come here
get
and
my.
say, it seems Sakaja has a
Maybe you did
let's-
not get my
Let's
statement
be
first.
very careful with Nairobi. Wacha kwenda hizo vitu za
Hakuna kitu mnasema nyinyi hapa. You
Let-
guys
let
are
me-
just,
let-
are just
maybe-
splitting,
na
you're
hii
splitting
inakuwaga
hairs
noma.
for nothing.
Na hii inakuwaga noma buda. Kuwa
Maybe-
mpole na hii.
I'm quoting Nairobi. I can tell you for free. Hakuna kitu Sakaja amefanya Nairobi. Hakuna.
Maybe okay, Themba, you are
Hakuna kitu
entitled to
Sakaja
your
amefanya Nairobi.
you are entitled to your
alikuwa
view.
amefanya kazi gani?
What has Igabe done in Nairobi? What has
Who?
Igabe done in Nairobi?
No, I'm looking at Sakaja. What has he done in Nairobi that you can say
Bro, Igathe amekuwa corporate hiyo time yote.
Sakaja anavutiwa na
Hajakuwa
watu wa
wasee.
social media kama
Umse
nyinyi.
amekuwa na wasee.
Sakaja anavutiwa na watu wa social media kama nyinyi.
You are wrong.
Chungeni mazee, chungeni na Nairobi.
Achani zenyu bana. Hii kwanza 5 days to an election mnakuja hapa Nairobi might be going to Sakaja. You guys get out of here. Let's move on to yani watu wa Azimio mnakuja hapa 5 days to an election. Nairobi.
The reality is
I want to say this, that if Igathe loses Nairobi, we, the people who are in Azimio, we hold Raila Amolo Odinga responsible because he has a sway on the voters. He is hovering in 60%, and we would not believe that he cannot use that political muscle to bring the result that is required in Nairobi. I rest my case.
Thank you. Yes.
Can I say something, Pemba? Let me say something. This is really, it's a challenge. These guys are not Nairobian. Lord, my brother, you are not Nairobian. Joshua, you are not Nairobian. Guru,
Yeah, I'm Nairobian.
Maybe Nairobian, wale wanaitwa mature entrance.
No.
Let's not argue about that.
Huyu anavote Nairobi kwa social media, anaangalia manilio sijui nini huyu.
To tell you the truth.
PK,
Tell you the truth.
wase wanayo na
Let me finish. Take this to any bank. Sakaja is nothing in Nairobi. Take that to the bank and we will meet here on the 10th. Hakuna kitu Sakaja akonayo Nairobi. Wacha social media ati mademu wanatoka kwa TikTok ati wana. But that's garbage. Nairobi ina wenyewe. Nairobi ina wenyewe, and wenyewe si vijana wa miaka 25 kurudi chini. Ndugu yangu, I'm a Nairobian born and bred in Eastland. Nairobi is a totally different game. Munatumia vote ya 2017. That was nonsense. Sonko did not win. It was vifaranga. Nairobi ina wenyewe, talk to akina Aladwa. Yani Nairobi, chemistry ya Nairobi ni noma, ni mbovu. And I'm telling you, as of now, Nairobi has it. Sakaja atalia kama Ruto. Sakaja is nothing in Nairobi. Even the Senate is absolutely zero. Take that to the bank.
Stone, my brother. Bro, unajua hata shule zenye wacha nikwambie kitu moja yenye
malize. Wewe unapotia Nairobi social media.
Let me finish, bro. You know, today
Nemba kuwa mpole bwana.
Ndugu zangu, today Nairobi, even if you try to maze, Nairobi ni noma. Saa hii Nairobi is controlled by 3 forces, which you guys don't know. It's not about academics. Nairobi ni ghetto ya ajabu when it comes to politics. Ghetto in the name of, number 1, there are those who control the economy of Nairobi. Number 2, kuna wale wana control ugondi ya Nairobi. Juu Nairobi kuna ugondi, kuna economy na kuna hawa watu wa sasa hawa wa Matai. Tunasema ngawa Masongo wa Matai wacha tu wabonge, tunawasikiza, lakini
kuna Wasagwenya pia, kuna Wasagwenya pia.
Yeah. So by the way, Nairobi huwezi kukaa kwa meza tunachora hiyo draft ya Nairobi, achana na hiyo. Draft ya Nairobi sasa vile imeenda ina wenyewe na Igathe. By the way, there is no way Igathe can be pronounced a loser in Nairobi. Period. Hata ungeweka nguruwe saa hii iwe inasapotiwa na Azimio ingeshinda. Thank you.
Alafu acha nikwambie, unajua kitu moja Lodada msinyi amuelewi. Nairobi is controlled like 80% of Nairobi economy inakontroliwa na businessmen wa kutoka Murang'a.
Tosha gari.
Businessmen wa kutoka Murang'a. The whole, yani hiyo Nairobi economy.
That's true. I agree.
Do you think in your wildest sense they can allow yani mtu ambaye yani hata nyinyi bana.
Okay, let me answer you.
Yani wacheni zenyu bana. Even when you are going to war, the last time when mmefika sasa karibu mnashinda mnaanza kuja
tulia nikujibu basi.
Haya jibu.
Yes, inakuwa control na watu wa Murang'a 80% economy. Hiyo ni ukweli. There are businessmen there. Kwani Kidero alipita waje? By the time Kidero was becoming a governor,
Kidero alisapotiwa. Do you know the people who supported Kidero? Do you know, understand, nakwambia wewe hauelewi kabisa siasa ya Nairobi, hauelewi kabisa. Kidero alisapotiwa na businessmen wa Murang'a, and if you can go back and see even the personal assistant, ilikuwa personal assistant, he was a certain guy Mkikuyu anaitwa nini, they were the ones who are with him. Nakwambia there's yani you people.
What I know, Igathe atashinda Nairobi, but let me tell you, they will rig him. They will rig votes for him. If
hao watu wanapiga kelele kwa social media ni hawa young people walikataa kuregister the other day. When the IBC was releasing the nini, walikuwa release ngoja. Let's be realistic. Mnasema ati Sakaja anakuwa supported na young people. When IBC was releasing it, wale watu wameregister. How many youths had registered in Nairobi? How many? Si hao ndio wanapiga kelele kwa social media hapa ati nani anatosha. Hapa mtu anapiga kelele kwa social media ati Sakaja anatosha na yuko sijui Cambodia huko hata hana vote. Hao ndio na saa zingine hata watu unaona hapo ni mtu kama huyu Lord Adams amepewa handles kama 20,500. Sasa huyu amekuja, huyu akiongea hivi anajijibu lakini ako na handles 10, kila mtu hapo 10. Sasa mnakuja mnapiga, unaona huyu jamaa ndiye anafaa. You cannot. Na hata hivyo hao watu walisema ati samples walio collect, they didn't go to the ground, they were either phone calls or either they went to writing mails, and those are the things they relied on. You can't come here and start saying at sijui Nairobi this Sakaja amebeba watu, Nairobi kuna shida. Nikauliza, okay, vitu 5 Sakaja amefanya Nairobi that can make him. Sakaja alikuwa nominated. He was nominated first of all as an MP. What did he do to Nairobians? When it was time for him to stand with Nairobians wakati wa Sonko, he stood on the fence. Alisimama kwa fence. Saizi the guy is even fighting. Amenda corrupt, amenda kagnidi mpaka papers zake. Sasa you guys, instead of even talking about that, unakuja kutuambia vile Sakaja ameingia kwa watu. Bure kabisa.
All those things you are saying
5 days to an election.
Hizo vitu unasema ni ukweli Themba, but those are facts.
Like Themba tuko open session ama ni aje?
Tuko open session, ukitaka kuongea wewe ongea.
Sikuwa najua tuko open session. Uoni venye hata mkono hapa ninapata so cool. Anyways, what I was trying to do and what I really appreciate about that is that cheki, mimi napigia Polycarp Igathe na Polycarp Igathe ndio unasukuma, lakini hiyo ni kitu nilikuwa nataka wase wa Nairobi waelewe tuko mahali kwa noma kwa hiyo story yote, because huyu jamaa ni mse anaelewa, Sakaja ni mse anaelewa mtaa, ni mse anaelewa kila kitu. Lakini kuliko Polycarp Igathe huwezi compare kimtaa.
No, which evidence? Hata hiyo tu nasema
Hakuna
anaelewa. Which
mtaa,
evidence
hakuna
ndio
mtaa
anaelewa?
No, kimtaa, nisikizeni.
Anaelewa aje nini? Yaani
Which
Sakaja
mtaa?
akikuja akipiga nini
The
kidogo
boy of
ataelewa
yesterday.
mtaa.
No, tuko
Which
kwa
one?
noma. Nisikizeni kwanza kabla mwache mwanze kelele mingi. Ubaya ni kelele.
No, give evidence to your assertion.
Okay, huu jamani ule msi mwenye anaelewa, si ati kuelewa nai venye mnataka kuichukulia kisiasa. Yes, ule mtu tunahitaji ni Polycarp Igathe. Lakini mazee wasewa nai, mimi kama mlelewa wa nai, nililelewa nai, Jerry, Marish, kila kitu, nimeenda doctor na everything. Ile tunaweza waambia mazee, tukue careful, cause nai tukilose kwa
hujatujibu swali. Hujajibu swali yangu. Unasema Sakaja anaelewa nai. How?
Huwezi compare. Yes, Sakaja ni mse, Polycarp ni mse mwenye ameenda amedu Vivo Energy, amedu Equity.
That is what they tell you.
Huo ni
nimekwambia leo. Sikiza Mato, unajua shida yenu ni moja. Mna focus kwa Sakaja, mnasahau kufocus kwa Igathe candidate wenyu. Sakaja Igathe amelelewa Ngumba. Leo ukienda kwa YouTube utapata nini yake, alikuwa Ngumba akisalimia wasee huko. Mpaka mahali alikuwa amekaa huko. Huyu ni mse wa mtaa. Huyu ni mse kwanza amefanya kwa hizo ngoja nikushow, kwa sababu wewe sasa mnashinda umesema Sakaja anaelewa sijui mtaa, na hata kuna kitu nasema niambie anaelewaje mtaa, ni nini amefanya na kuonyesha anaelewa mtaa? Hakuna kitu. Wewe mwenyewe nimekuuliza, Sakaja anakuambia alizaliwa ati sijui aliishi sijui wapi. Umesikia? Umeona mahali kuna sasa aligrow na Sakaja?
Lakini Themba si amekuwa senator, hata kama ndivyo amekuwa senator for 5 years.
Senator hiyo ni kusaidiwa juu ya ile
ile kitu uelewi.
Alifanya nini as a senator? Alifanya nini watu wanai?
Themba unaruka. We are talking about, umesema amejuaje mtaa. Uchali amekuwa senator for 5 years na amekuwa
senator for 5 years.
Amefanya nini?
Sikiza, vile
amefanya nini?
Sikiza, Igathe ni bonai.
Angoja. Sakaja amefanya nini? Amefanya nini watu wa Nairobi?
Kitu amefanya ya maana naye apart from legislation naye
sasa unataka kuja kusema hapa nini?
Hakuna. Hata ile kuintermingle
na nikitukuwa tunadu. Nikitukuwa tunadiscuss because eventually
Sakaja ni kizungu mingi na forgery. Hiyo ndio nasema ati sasa hiyo ndio kujua na hii. Wacheni zenyu bana.
Nikitukuwa tunadu nani, ngoja Adams. Nikitukuwa sana tunadu the reason Stone, the reason actually nasema nikitupua tunadu because at the end of the day stand ya Themba, stand yako na sisi kuletei hii ni yote wasonyo tusikiza wasewanai pia wanaona hiki tuenye tunaongea. So nikitupua tuna kampeni ya mtu wetu mwenye ni Polycarp Igathe. Mimi ni mtu wa Polycarp Igathe. Na ni ile mimi hata nikisema Manze Sakaja ni mtu tunafaa kuangalia on the side, tukue careful na nini tunadu. Sisemi ati twende tupigie Sakaja sijui ati kura. Mimi ile tunasema ni tukue careful Manze sikuje ikatuchapa kiboko. Unajua? Because
exactly my point.
Tukue careful. Na hata tukipiga history yote, hii history yote yenye tunapiga hapa hivi, hatusemi ati kuna mtu hapa hivi anasimama na Sakaja. Tunasema Manze tukue tu careful, tusihate hiyo city because huo jamaa kuna possibility tusipokuwa wajanja na tuambie waseki tu wenye tunawaambia saizi, na hiyo discussion yote tuko nayo hapa hivi between sisi wote. Manze hiyo ndio discussion italeta Polycarp ndani, ndio hata
nikwambie kitu na siasa ya Nairobi is organized mainly in two things. One, economy of Nairobi. Two, tribes. Which one does Sakaja have? Wewe niambie gani yako nayo? Hakuna voters in Nairobi County wanaitwa youths.
Kuna Sakaja ni Mluya. Wacha let's not ni Mluya.
Mtu siyeki Mluya ndani. Siko limuona.
No.
Acha ninyamaze, acha niwaachie hiyo. Mimi nimeanza the discussion, tuendelee.
Kalenjin.
Achana na hiyo siasa PK, hiyo ilikuwa propaganda. Atuone alikwambia uje.
Lord.
Sakaja ni mkale bana.
Enda uulize, enda Ngara Flats ndugu yangu. Enda Ngara Flats. Kwanza his parenthood is doubtful. Asemi hiyo na tutaki.
Sakaja kwanza, Sakaja ujui kama ni mkale ama ni mluya. Sasa hiyo doubt, ujui kama ana degree ama ana. Hizo ni vitu mbili. Yeye mwenyewe kwanza economy ya Nairobi, watu wa tribes. Nakwambia nini, wacheni zenyu bana. Alafu nimekuuliza wewe Lord Adams, niambie vitu 5 Sakaja amefanyia watu wa Nairobi. 5.
No, hapo naye sitaki kudanganya. Hapo kitu amefanya ya maana naye no.
You know why? Kwa sababu senators according to the constitution saizi, senators hawakuwa na kazi yoyote other than kwenda pale kusema sijui nini. Nilienda nikasema when it was time to stand with the people of Nairobi when Sonko was being impeached, he abstained the fence. Ali abstain, alikaa kwa fence. If he cared about Nairobi people, Nairobi was going down and Sonko alikuwa ameletwa, he didn't want to stand in the right side of history. Sasa hizi ndiye anataka kusimama na watu wa Nairobi. Sasa hizi ndiye anataka kutengeza Nairobi.
And he does not believe in Sonko.
PK, kitu mimi najua Nairobi mzima, the only guy mwenye huwezi beat Nairobi ni Raila Odinga. Hao wengine wote can be shuffled. Hata huyo jamaa wa Starehe we mentioned Mathemba, Maina Commander. You're only praising Maina Commander right now because he is in the right side of history. Huku unapenda huyo jamaa. Umempenda tu because he is in Azimio. Maina Commander amekuwa hapo hivyo, amefanya nini? Nothing. Kuna time alitupwa nje, amekamba, amekuwa nominated. Unacheka, let me tell you, msee kama nani George Ladwa ni mchali wa mtaa. PK nimekwambia story zake. Unaona? Hao ni wase wanai, sikatai. Unaona? Lakini the only person who is not compromised in Nairobi Raila Odinga. Any other person wanakuwa ni back and forth man. We cannot say ati huyu ndio wewe kusema no. Raila peke yake.
Lord, wacha niwasaidie kidogo Temba if you allow me. In Nairobi, when you own a business where you employ over 1,000 human beings, wewe ni Lord wa city. 1,000 human beings wako kwa payroll yako. Yani whatever company kama ni ya kubeba mavi, I'm using that bad language, kubeba takataka, lakini uko na employees kwa payroll 1,000 in Nairobi. Each individual multiplied by 5, hiyo ni families you may support. You are the Lord. What I'm trying to tell you is that you can Commander, uende useme Commander is bure, anywhere in Nairobi utamezwa asubuhi. Useme Aladwa ni nonsense, utamezwa asubuhi na mapema, kwanza umezwe kabisa na uambiwe hata usirudi hapo. Atoli, huyu unaona, Atoli born and bred in Makongeni area hiyo. The things, you know, in Nairobi politics is very different. Si kama ya mtaani huko Bukongo, sijui Luya, Ujaluoni, Ukikuyuni. Nairobi is different. Nairobi is who really made me have bread on my table. Nairobi Wakikuyu wanasemanga ni mugunda ya mahiga, yani ni shamba ya mawe. So anybody who gives you food is your God. There are people who are adored in Nairobi, and Sakaja is not one of them. Sonko, you know, Sonko is not an Nairobian. But do you know why he tried to win people's heart? Because Sonko has a serious drug net. Peddlers were drugs. And you know drugs, you empower one person and another drug, and anakupatia yako and keep commission. He or she finds food for the day. That is how Sonko became popular. People have been lied that, Sonko supported people. Alikuwa na peddlers. Wakupeddle madawa zake. And he recruit every stage, every corner in Nairobi. That's how he became popular. But he is not a Nairobian. He only came in Nairobi with some few trees at Pale 58. Okay, kwa hiyo stage ndiye alianza kufanya hiyo, kuuza hiyo madawa. but he's not a Nairobian. He was only picked by Jubilee. He was never voted for. People should never be lied. Alikuwa vifaranga, top of the vifaranga. Sonko cannot be elected today if you went for an election.
Mr. PK, Sonko, sikiza PK. Sonko alikuwa product of vifaranga vya computer ELAS, lakini si mimi nilikuwa Makadara constituency vile Sonko alikuja first. Unaona? Alikuwa na hizo magari za 58 hapo na hiyo sio ni hiyo rukia hapo Buru alikuwa makanga, alafu akanunua hizo magari zake nini anazipimp hizo pesa zikakuja nazo. Si alikuja kuondoka hiyo by election vile Wadhika alidai, si ndio? Si hapo hivyo akakuja
alianza na bike za maziwa ndio akakuja Matheni.
Ngoja. Si alikuja hapo hivyo alafu akakuja kwa chama ya wakina Raila, lakini akaambiwa aanze na kwa councillor. Alafu akaenda party ya Martha Karua. Si Sonko aliwin, si alibit Ndolo, hands down. Si alafu
alirig.
Hiyo ndio
unaona. He bought people, he rigged.
Hiyo ndio Nairobi kuko. Kulikuwa na mwalalo finga kutoka UECL, unakumbuka John? Yule alikufa juzi, John.
Wacha nikwambie, honors of Nairobi
na win Kamkunji, lakini hakuwahi kuwa mbunge. You know Johnny very well.
Yes.
Yeah, it was rigging all the time, lakini Johnny was the guy. Hata Simon Mbugwa, Simon mmoja huyu, kuna time alishindwa lakini alirig. So that's rigging is part of Nairobi politics.
Nairobi iko na watu wa kutoka Murang'a wana own businesses. Hizo manyumba unaonanga ziko hapo. Kuna watu wanatoka makwao kule Murang'a na nini, wanakuja kutembelea biashara zao town. Na wanakuja yani wako wamevaa unafikiria ni kamzee tu kamekuja tu kutembea, kamevaa makoti manini, na ni watu wana own hiyo Nairobi. So those people are the ones who decide. Si ati utakuja hapo sema ati Nairobi tutakuja tunini. Nairobi kuna hiyo my economy. Huyu Igathe, he worked for Chris Kirubi, right?
Yeah.
Hako Industries. Do you know how many people those people employ, Nairobians?
Ni wengi, we know that.
Na Hako Industry, do you know how many people he works with, sales reps? Wala wanatoka kwa ground. In fact, huyu Igathe has done more for Nairobians than even huyo unasema Sakaja. He knows Nairobi places more than huyo Sakaja unaongea juu yake. Ameuza Vivo, ameuza energy ina deal, hiyo oil na nini, ina deal na petrol stations kwa very local places.
Kuna yote wa Somali ni ya Igathe.
So wewe mnapokuja kusema hapa Sakaja sijui amefanya nini, it shows maybe we rely so much on the things ambazo mnaenda tu kwa social media, tunasoma, tunakuja tunasema Sakaja ameingia kwa watu. Na one of the things ambazo mnafanya ndio ninasema watu wako, unajua wewe na mimi Adams, wewe na mimi tunajua you can have 10 accounts on Facebook, si ndio?
Very possible, even 10, 20.
And you can have 10 accounts za Twitter na nini. Ndio maana when Elon Musk wanted to buy Twitter, aliwaambia kwamba nionyesheni kwanza zile fake ziko hapo. Msiponionyesha, I'm not buying it. Because he's aware. Now, if you have employed wanawaita bloggers. There was a time when there was a campaign last time. Kuna mtu alikuja anasema hao ni bloggers, kazi yao ni kublog. One person comes anakuambia hako na over 500 accounts. Sasa nakwambia the moment ukinipatia mimi nitakuwa your social media blogger, nitakuwa na social media whatever strategies, what they do, they sit in a room. Ni watu kama 50 ama hata 100 ama hata 10 people. Kila mtu wako hapo na accounts kama 50. Now when you put something up, you see like several people have commented. Kumbe ni watu 10 wamekaa kwa karumu. Someone is calling them bots. Now if you're going to use those ones to come and say that, you see so and so is very popular.
If you want to test kuona kwamba hao ni watu hata mtu mmoja, wewe enda ambaye you don't know what is going on, weka ka post kako hapo, nobody will comment, nothing will happen, hiyo yako itazimu. That's how social media works. Then you come say unajua amecapture vijana. You need to get out of this, and then we start saying okay fine, realistically nimekwambia mention 5 things that Sakaja has done for Nairobians. He cannot, even him, he cannot say anything. He comes and says, oh, you know, nilikuwa kwa Senate. The same Senate, jamaa amewekwa yeye ndio in charge of sijui COVID committee. People are not supposed to get, yeye anavunja hiyo amri, anaenda kukunywa.
No, in terms of
the second thing, behavior wise. Ngoja tuseme so that you guys don't come here and you're saying unajua Sakaja is taking this thing. Behavior kwanza, that was bad example. Second example, mtu ameenda ameforge, we cannot know whether he has a degree or not. Bad example to vijana. Bad example, failure. Jamaa, the time that Nairobians needed someone to stand with him, hata angevote against the thing, ndio tujue okay, yeye anasimama na Sonko. He was wishy-washy. Sasa saizi anakuja kutuambia kwamba now I can change Nairobi. You can change Nairobi to what? With fake papers. You can change Nairobi to what? What example are you going to be showing young people? You guys need to be serious. If you're going to be having a Nairobi run professionally, Sakaja is not the professional. Angalia all the places ambazo ameenda. Akikuja hapa mara nimeshamaliza degree university, nimemaliza actuarial science, nimefanya hivi. Alafu anakuja anatuambia we have papers. No, we cannot allow Nairobi to go to the dogs. We cannot.
Yes, Temba, the only thing I agree with you, which is very true. Ni vile tu wewe unaiongelea na emotion sana.
Lazima mimi naona nimebaki siku 5 na mnakuja hapa kwanza kutuambia vile ati we need to release Sakaja wewe na Ndeto.
We are together, Tomba, relax. The only thing I know that the so-called owners of Nairobi, these people will not and cannot allow Sakaja to take it. They will not allow him to take it. The government has got all the intelligence telling them what it is really is on the ground. Kama ni kubaya, I'm telling you, they will even rig votes for Igabe. Kukiumana. They will make sure the guy wins. Lakini kukiumana, they will still vote for him. That's what I know. They will not let this guy go like that. Because Nairobi is the epitome of Kenyan economy. That I know. So, and plus, Sakaja hakuwa nini siasa ya RUTO, ni party ya RUTO. No. Labda angekuwa independent afadhali. They will not allow him. That is the only thing I know. Lakini kuna watu wengi sana Temba, wazee wengi mtaani. You know, I speak with them. Tunaongea all the time. Hata kuna some discussions kama hizi. Those guys are assimilated. But wanakwambia, oh, you see, like they are kind of, you know, they are being done. They are being, wanaegemea upande wa Sakaja in a way, even though they don't want to say it live. Lakini you just hear vile mtu anaongea, unasema kwani mtu. But their vote is with Raila Odinga and the rest. So that is, but maybe they're the minority. You never know. Lakini Sakaja, Igabe will win. Lakini Sakaja will not just be beaten landslide. Atashindwa tu hivi.
Temba, can I say something here? Ambaye watu waliuziwa, which is let me use this top word, is a stupid narrative, which was sold quickly earlier by Kenya Kwanza, ati kwamba Rigathi alitoroka kazi. You know, that was sold very early. And then, of course, as Mio, we are weak in deconstructing nonsense. Now, aliuzwa ati kwamba yeye alitoroka kazi, aliresign. That is a point of weakness. Yet, it's not a point of weakness. Now, he has struggled to deconstruct that, although he is managing, but initially it should have been hit very hard. Why did he run away? And he explained, He said, I did not want to go down in history as a contributor of a failed administration in Nairobi. And what proved that? The president had to bring NMS. But as I always say, Kenyans, we are so learned, yet so illiterate. That fact that Nairobi now is praising the fact, the activities that are happening is after Sonko was chased away and NMS took over, which proves, regardless point, that he would not have been able to work with Sakaja. I mean, with the Sonko, because he means well and he has principles. Bado unaona wa Kenya akina my friends wanayumbayumba. He says, yes, I've been redeemed. I've been nimeproviwa that my stepping aside was genuine. Okay? Because that's why now Nairobi, after mwizi amefukuzwa, ule nilisema mimi siwezi fanya kazi na yeye, is this what you call my weakness? And that now has dawned on people this 1 week before. And that's why I believe Rigathi has no competition at all. Now that is on the technical part of it. But on the usual pattern, tribal and everything, Sakaja cannot even go 10, 30 or 40% at Ikwanani. He cannot. By the way, let me tell you, Nairobi, Mulima, Sakaja atapi. You know, you guys, it looks like you don't understand Mulima, which occupies a bigger percentage in voting there. Wote kura zote za Mount Kenya zinaingia kwa Igade, kura zote za baba zinaingia kwa Igade. Sasa nani Sakaja atatokea wapi? Sakaja is an non-starter. In fact, he will cry like a baby. Atalia kama huyu mtu wake wa UDA. There is no way. Hata itakuwa competition, you guys will see. We'll talk here on the 10th. Tutaongea na nyinyi. Kidero was favored. Kidero was favored. And that's how Nairobi is.
Favored by who?
So, favored by the owners of Nairobi. Nairobi na wenyewe, bro.
What about second term?
Si alipewa tu.
No, second term will I lose. What happened?
No, second term sasa silileta hiyo mavifaranga na all the rubbish that came
So
out.
did you okay? Are you trying to say that without Vifaranga, Kidero would still win?
Without Vifaranga, Kidero would have won. Take that to the bank.
From whose support?
It doesn't matter who support from
Are you not
Nairobi.
saying? Are you not saying that the same people who supported Kidero won are the same people who orchestrated and came up with the Vifaranga thing?
Kidero would have won without Vifaranga. I'm telling you, it was rigged out.
Skiza.
Yes.
See, wale watu walimsupport unasema those the system that supported him first time akawin, okay? Alipokuja the second one will I lose. The same people who supported him changed the tact wakakuja na Vifaranga for computer.
No.
Right?
No, this was RUTO. No. It was RUTO. It was RUTO.
Okay, that is where I was coming back.
Yes.
PK, so you mean that Vifaranga vya computer, Uhuru Kenyatta has got nothing to do with it? Ni RUTO tu.
Ni RUTO ndiye alikuwa engineer. I tell you the truth. It is RUTO who engineered this rubbish.
Thank you, Adams. Thank you, Adams, for bringing that taking it to that route. Thank you, Adams, for taking it to that route.
Uhuru hayuko hapo kwa hiyo mess.
Uhuru alibebwa kama trailer. Mastermind ni RUTO. Take that to another bank.
So you are validating PK. Wewe unajaribu kuvalidate zile vitu Ruto amekuwa akisema kwamba ati Uhuru alikuwa anakunywa pombe, analala tu, wewe alikuwa anaendesha country. That's what you're saying.
Get me right. You can have your deputy who is the mastermind of all the rubbish, so long as mumepita and mutasikia hii baadaye.
You know, PK, what Adams is now admitting is that he doesn't know the Machiavellian rule. Huh?
Yeah.
Now, this is what Machiavellian, you don't do the dirty work. You let someone else do the dirty work, and they get the blame for it, and you celebrate. Right now, who is the villain?
RUTO.
Who is the villain? Who is the bad person?
is Ruto. That's my point.
Exactly. And you know, it's not the first time it's happening in Machiavellian rule. You don't do the dirty work.
Yeah,
Let
but
someone else do the
my
dirty work.
friend,
You
Mr. PK is
celebrate
denying that.
because this is what happened. This is what happened. You know,
PK, you are denying that fact.
no, Ruto. This is what was happening when they came and they met together. You remember the Jubilee nomination was bungled.
Yeah. Then Ruto.
Now, when it was bungled, who took charge?
Ruto.
He went, he threw away everybody and for him, because they had already come and they'd said that, you know, yangu kumi na yako kumi. So what he did, he started placing his people, whom he knew he will go with up to 2022.
Yes.
Okay?
Correct.
Now, his assumption at that point was that they will still be together. And so he was placing his people. Like right now, I can tell you for free, the election of 2027 is already put in place. Actually, 2022 is already done.
It's done.
So they are
And Ruto
placing
will never be president.
people strategically for 2027. You don't think, you don't plan elections for 5 years. You plan elections ahead. So the mathematics has already been put. Now Ruto came in and decided to put his people. That's when he threw away Kinakabogo. He put in Waititu. In Nairobi, he put in Sonko. He tried to put people, you know, everywhere strategically for himself. He put in Akina
Watu wajinga.
Waititu.
Yeah, Akina Waititu, Akina, you know, the people that he wanted.
Themba, you're wrong on that one.
Akina Kigeugeu.
Very wrong.
Yeah, and then now,
for the first time,
no, I mean,
I am disagreeing with you.
I don't care. I can be wrong, but
no, you're not wrong on the past elections.
Let me finish.
You're wrong on these elections. These ones, you're very wrong on these ones.
Which one?
Very
Which
right.
one, Deto?
This
Which one,
next Tuesday. You're very wrong on them.
Which one?
Next Tuesday.
Which election?
Will be based on what?
What do you mean I'm wrong?
These elections is not going to
be
those games that you know, those games that have been done, the Machiavellian and all that.
It's the same game. It's the same.
No, these elections that are coming. These elections.
Unafikiria siasa ni kanisa?
No. Remember, I've been into this thing for a long time. It's not that
But
this
you are
is
losing it, Mato.
And you know, if you've been in this thing for too long, I'm wondering why you're even thinking I'm wrong. So
that's why I'm telling you. You're very right
corner.
in the other ones. On these ones that are coming next weekend, it's not going to happen.
Mato, this one, me, I agree with him in this because e-politics is the same script.
It's the same
Wanna
script.
change
Thank you, Lord.
Characters ndio wanna change. Script ni ile ile.
This
But
one,
it's a drama. It's like a play, you know. Only act zile play. Drama ni ile ile, lakini characters
destroying the city. Characters ndio
bro,
tunachange mulili.
this is inakuja, bro. My brother Adams, my big brother Adams. Let me tell you, hizi zenye zinakuja, these are not regular elections. And I think I said it once, hapa hivi, twice or something. Nikasema, this is the 1963 elections. And I believe Raila akisema it's a 1960. This is not elections like any other. This is the time that we move from black colonialism to white. Actually, we moved from white colonialism to black colonialism. We never got independence. This is the time that we're getting independence. And I can bet you 100%, Raila is not even going to do 2 terms. He's going to do 1 term.
No, you do 2.
No.
You see, Mato, you're missing a lot of
things. That's where people are going wrong. What will make him not do 2 terms?
Let me tell you.
No, Stone PK, wacha kusumbua Mato na vitu mingi za kufikiria. Wacha tumwache hapo ndio abaki hapo so that
it's a change of generational kind of politics because we are moving from a third world country to a first world country. Is the beginning of it. Is the
It doesn't
economic.
work like that. The
I
economy,
like how you're thinking. Now, sometimes you allow someone
There
to
is no
think the way
generation
they are.
change in politics.
Mr.
Yeah,
Read the book.
We're not going to do the same politics. We are done doing the same politics we've been doing since
Sawa.
independence.
Read the book. Read the book.
Yeah, we can read all the books, but we can make
Sawa.
our own book.
Okay,
Show us the book.
Stone PK.
I have
Let's
a
agree
question.
with Mato. Let's
I have a
agree with
question.
Mato because I think
Okay.
that's what he wants us to do.
No, yangu
No,
ni
we can
maswali.
make our own book. We can keep on reading books
Mato,
so that we
Mato,
decide our lives the way it is.
Mato,
We are making our own African book.
Ndeto. Mato, niko na swali moja, very simple.
Yes, sir.
Raila, as it stands right now, is winning on Tuesday, right?
Of course, he's the next
Now,
president.
yes. Now, if he wins, he's going to get sworn in, and he's going to start ruling for the next 5 years. Now, tell me, according to your wisdom, if God gives him life, what is going to stop Raila for running for the second term? Tell me what is going to stop him and how.
Nothing is going to stop him from doing it, but he, with his self-will of what he's been in the statement that he is, he's not going to go for a second
I
term.
thought
Take
self-will.
that to the bank,
is personal.
keep it. Huh?
How do you know somebody's self-will?
I am telling you, he's not going for a second term. And take it to the bank. I'm telling you, in 5
No,
years.
you can't take that to the bank because when you are not sure.
He will not be there. He will not
No,
go
because
for
when you are not sure.
No, I am sure.
You're not sure.
I am sure. You can take it to the bank, save it, and
you can't be sure. You can't be sure on a
The only
personal
thing,
decision.
Mato, the only
He's
thing I know
going
Raila
for one
Odinga cannot
term.
do, the only thing I think, in my opinion, he cannot do, which some of the African leaders have done, I don't think Raila can go ahead and start manipulating constitution to fit his personal ego, like the rest of people like Mugabe and Museveni did, and Kagame. That is the only thing I know he cannot do. But Raila going for the second term, if he wins this one, likelihood, not unless he gets sick to the point that he cannot rule, then he will
No,
hold.
Mato, what will stop him?
Will
He
not
didn't
happen.
answer me. He didn't answer me.
I told you, it will not happen. The guy will not allow it to happen. It's
Why?
You've
And
been
how?
told it's a Nelson Mandela moment. He is not
Who
going
said
for
that?
a second term.
Were you in Kenya when during the MOUs, Memorandum of Understanding? Those
Yes,
kind of
I
stuff?
was in Kenya.
Who honored them? Who honored them?
Nobody.
So what makes you this Mandela thing is honored? Why is it written? Is it
I'm telling you,
constitution?
Raila is not going to go for another one.
Okay. Do you believe that Raila is not Mandela and Mandela is not Raila?
Yes.
No,
So why do you
Mato,
think
you are talking about an ideal situation, which is what I mean, we don't know. We don't know what will happen. And in politics, they say you cross the bridge when you get there. All right. That's what we say in politics. Politics, you don't like you're saying, oh, Raila will do this. The only thing that guides you is the constitution. That is the only thing that you can say, okay, fine, the constitution says that you don't do. But if it is not constitutional, just gentleman's agreement, RUTO aliambiwa yangu kumi yake kumi, what is happening right now? It was a gentleman's agreement. There was nowhere it was written. Kibaki agreed with Raila and MOU. What happened? Wait, let me finish. Let me finish.
Yes, sir.
They agreed. They said, okay, MOU, wakasign. What happened with Kibaki? It went. So some of these things, political statements are political statements. But constitution is supreme. So the constitution can say, and Raila is a respecter of the constitution. Now, if the constitution says that you go for 2 terms, if he has written anywhere, if you go for 1 term, I haven't heard him saying he's going for 1 term. Have you heard him saying that?
No, he has not said that.
He has not said
And why
anywhere.
should he go for 1 term?
And
Why
you
should
see,
he?
if he chooses to go for 1 term, that will be a personal choice. We will celebrate him when it gets there.
No, but
we
Temba, I have a
cannot come
question.
and start
Temba.
saying that, okay, oh, Raila is going for 1 term and then he goes. Even that discussion has not appeared anywhere.
Temba, I have
And
a
we want
question.
to discourage that.
Mato,
Yes, sir.
why would Raila go for 1 term, by the way?
Wow.
Because listen, and you really have to go down and do your psychology 101. Listen, and not even that, actually really study great leaders of the world that are celebrated after the
Raila is already celebrated. Who tells you he wants to be celebrated?
No, it's okay, Demba. I understand where you come from. But sometimes there are people who, in their psychology and in their mind, they are not about the fights of what happens in life. They are just about making changes. For me, I think Raila is somebody who's all about making changes in his life. I have some, I've heard things. I won't say that I'm privy to some things or not.
Is 5 years enough to make a change in Kenya? 5 years?
Yes, a lot. Actually, it's not 5 years. Actually, let me answer you.
5 years.
It's not 5 years. It's not 5 years. Next week, at the end of next week, is enough to make every change.
What change are you talking about, Mato? I'm confused.
No, I'm telling you, the change that is going to happen when he goes and holds Mimi, Raila, Amolo, Odinga is a new dawn of Kenya. Why? Ask me why, and I will tell you why.
Yes. Now let me tell you something.
Ask me why. I'll tell you why.
Hold on. Let's talk of even industrialization. Industrialization, Mato, even going by its definition alone, industrialization is the total sum of radical changes in all sectors of economy. That one cannot happen next week.
Yeah.
But I told you to ask me why I'm saying next week will be a change of our Kenyan political way of looking at things. I told you to ask me why, if you want that answer.
Why?
Mato, you're a very bad teacher. And he asked me why. This is why.
I'll tell you why.
Why use 5 minutes on something that you can answer in 2 minutes?
Okay, no, I don't even need 2 minutes. I'll tell Adams why. It's a change. Next week is the biggest change after independence that we're going to get in our country for a very long time, that we will see and will change the whole dynamics of politics and dynamics of the way we look at our economical kind of way of social life and industrial life of Africa and Kenya in general. Here's why I'm telling you that. And I'll be very discreet about it. Listen, since independence, we've had 2 tribes lead our country. This time, we get that chair being taken to a different place. That time, it tells us that now we can open up. These 2 tribes have been what has been Kenyan since independence, the Mau Maus and the Olds. That's what it is. Now it opens up that, even like Joho says, maybe next time he will hold up for even a Muslim to be a Kenyan president. It's an opening thing. Also, it's also something that we're doing, a historical thing that has never happened in Kenya, going to have a female president, a vice president in Kenya. And let me tell you guys, that is going to open up people's minds. Even the Calais and the reason we are sending Ukos ATMs are green, and all that, that we don't have to fight because a Luo sits somewhere and, a Luya sits somewhere, that we are opening up.
Mato,
you know, matter what you are saying, I don't know if that is gonna bring a change. For me, the only thing, okay,
Imagine
now that
having
is
a
for
Luo
you.
president.
A tribal thing
But
is
there's nothing unique about that, man.
there's nothing unique about that.
We've never
For
heard
me,
it.
I
They've
hope
always
you
said
will
we
say
can't.
one thing. I hope you'll say one thing, and in my view, I think that is the most important thing. The fight against corruption. That is the ticket that Baba and Martha are going to bring. And let me tell you, in our country, that ticket is a sure bet in terms of the fight against corruption. Period.
That's it.
You just need a country that knows that corruption is bad.
And the rule of law.
And the rule of law.
Yeah. It's not about which tribe is leading.
That's the sure bet about the ticket of Baba and Martha. And the big change will happen that as soon as Baba is sworn in, wale watu wamezoea corruption na nini na kunikoya utaona wakianza sasa kutoroka. And that is a change we need in Kenya. Every Kenyan getting
I totally
out
agree with you,
mind.
Themba. I have no questions
That
about
is the biggest
I agree
change.
with you.
For the longest time, and you hear Mato for the longest time in our ears. I mean, corruption imekuja watu, yani Moi akakuja akagula akamaliza. Hao wengine wamekuja waligula mpaka akagula mpaka mahindi yote akagula mpaka nini. Sasa saizi wanakuja. We need a team that is going to come and assure us and give us that. And you see, they have Martha and Baba have said it in no uncertain terms. No corruption.
And I totally agree with you, Themba. By
if
the way,
you talk about that as you are going to the DNA change, and for me that even if that the two of them can only give us that for 5 years, that we are sure that the monies that are being collected as tax is going to do what it is supposed to do.
Yes.
That people will fear even to take the money proceeds of corruption. And I like what is happening right now. Guys, mali yao wala amekuja, the judges are, I mean, the anti-corruption is coming up so strongly. Unaulizwa hii ndio mshahara yako, hii pesa ingine yote umetoa wapi? That money is being surrendered to the government. I think that's the trajectory we want our country to take. What else do you need after that? We have governors. We have 47 countries, small states. Governors are not supposed to steal. That money is supposed to work for Mwananchi. What
And
else
to make
do you
matters
need?
worse,
Lakini alafu Themba, on top of that,
and nothing happened to them.
servants, tusikuwe na waheshimiwa, tukuwe na civil servants, si waheshimiwa.
Well, Themba na Lord na Bato, what do we know? What do we want, most of us? We want a presidential terror. Tunataka Raila akuwe terrorist. Yes. Yeah, we want that if you are a thief, you live in fear. We want to cherish, that's the legacy we want Raila Baba to live with. That the day he came in, all thieves were shaking, they were taking off, they were being arrested, they were being crucified. Hiyo ndio legacy tunataka. Alafu sasa ule ataachia anyoroshe. That we want him to
Akiendelea.
Unajua ile unashake maovu.
Bas.
Kuoza imwagike hivi. Otherwise, if he goes mellowing, then he will have no legacy. Baba's legacy is what Themba has said. Corruption fighting. And that is a terror war. It's a terror war, like Obama used to say. Ataingia pale hakuna kucheka na watu. And I like Martha Karua. Martha Karua anasema hatutacheka na wewe wakati wa, by the way,
Sheria ni sheria.
And that is what the UDA fear. Stone, that is what the UDA fear.
We want that to happen. Even if it's 5 terms hiyo unasema 5 years Mato. Lakini sasa watu wote wakuwa wanasheki. Waizi wamehama Kenya.
Waende exile. Waende exile. La tutaki ujinga.
We want people to take exile to where Ecuador, sijui Mexico, tujue waizi wa madawa wameenda, wametoroka wote.
Tunataka kuanzia Baba wakiingia hivi, Obado ile pesa liba na familia yake yote warudishe kwa county government ya Migori. Yani mtu yote ambaye ameiba pesa ya county government, huyu kwanza huyu nani, can you imagine, wacha nikwambie Ndeto. Ile hasira unasikia ni kwamba
this guy huyu alikuwa Senate Speaker Lusaka sold alinunua some non-carcinogenic wheelbarrow from Gachagua.
Yeah, 1.9.
150,000 wheelbarrow.
And then the guy is coming right now anataka kuwa tena governor wa Bungoma County surely.
Lakini hiyo ni ujinga. Pia baba anafanyia ujinga anaacha watu kuingia huko.
What kind of nini? Mtu kama huyo Lusaka should not even be vying anywhere kwa sababu alishindwa kwa sababu ya hiyo corruption case. Na hiyo pesa ndio hii sasa nani Gachagua ameenda ameshikwa nao akasema arudishie state. Na yeye ndio huyu sasa anataka kwenda kuwa governor. What kind of nonsense is that? Ati anatoka sasa ati wanaenda anajinini. You know, these people are used to stealing mpaka they don't have shame. You know?
Because ndio maana Ruto alikuwa kilia leo cause anajua ako kwa shida. Hebu acha nikuulize Demba. Acha niulize swali. How do you have mtu kwanza kona kesi ya mauaji running for a seat in your party? Really does not make any sense.
Sasa hiyo clean up ndio tunataka ya kwamba baba hata kama hataacha legacy nyingine ni kwamba wazibe mianya ya kuiba pesa. Wazibe tu mianya yani yote. Maana Kenya is rich. Can you imagine naamka hivi kesho nasikia ati mtu aliiba sijui bilioni ngapi. Kesho naamka bilioni 5 ilienda. Sijui kesho naamka ati Jasta Cleaner alipatikana ati yako na sijui bilioni ngapi kwa account yake. The other day mtu ameenda sijui huko Kamiti. Ule jamaa alienda ati akasupply sijui nini Kamiti. Na sijui account ngapi. Akapewa sijui bilioni ngapi. Surely
Then babu ongea story ya gunslings. Nanu gun umekiwa bila slings.
Sini huyu demu wa RUTO madia hiyo masianda.
Na huyu mwingine anataka kupea
bila gunslings. I mean, being a military person.
Now watu wote wanataka kufanya biashara na government. You want to do biashara na government. Why?
Because there's a free money there. Corruption proceeding.
Yeah, I think I like if there's no, we don't want any other legacy for Mama, Martha, and Raila.
Just clean up
all the loopholes and deal with the corrupt individual once and for all. Any mtu akishikwa tu yani corruption tu bibi. Watu wanaogopa akisikia tu corruption staki Kenya.
And by the way, I like what are they called? The guys that make the salaries for the MPs. They changed that in it.
SRC, yeah.
SRC. They changed it that wakasema they are changing the laws before the next one ingia, so that wakiingia they are not bound by the old rules. Listen, me personally, I honestly, I know it's a dream, but I hope one day it comes true before I go 6 foot under. That if you're going for that seat, we are not fighting venye unaona kina Simbarati wakipigania pale because kila mtu anataka kupigania. I want it to go to be the least paid job in Kenya because it's called a public servant. Least paid.
Even
Matopigania kitu hatutaki kupigania.
I'm asking a question like this.
Kwenda kusaidia watu.
Nauliza swali labda Stone PK Ndeto na nani. Why should an MP have an office in parliament ndani? Ako na office Continental sijui house, kuna hiyo nini office nyingine sijui iko hapo sijui ni Continental building sijui haya wanatengeneza. Ako na office hapo. Now this MP ana represent the constituency. Ako na constituency office. All these places they are hiring people to take care of this single guy. Kwa hiyo ofisi ako hii ya Nairobi ya Continental sijui where ako na workers sijui 4 sijui 5. Haya, hii yake hapa parliament kwa nini? Kwa sababu pia parliament ako na nini? Ako na workers pia wako hapo. Nyumbani pia kwa ile sijui constituency office ako na watu wake ameajiri hapo. One person kuwa na personal assistant watu 10. wana nini? What for?
Ndio maana wanauana.
You need to have parliament pale wako na ofisi, alafu na ofisi ya constituency kule chini kule anafanya kwisha.
Ndio maana wanauana hiyo pesa yote na hizo vitu zote, and then the contracts.
The office in ile office wako nayo kwa the premises of National Assembly, hiyo ndio inafaa to live. Lakini ile ya Continental, at least watu wakikuja, because these people live in Nairobi so long.
No. Where were you elected?
Ulielektiwa Nairobi ama ulielektiwa?
Ulielektiwa Nairobi ama nini?
Ushago, whatever.
Ka ushago bwana, enda
ushago huko hudumia watu.
But you know they have to legislate in Nairobi. The
legislation is in parliament.
Yes.
Stona tukuski.
So what I'm saying, Themba, Monday to Thursday, lazima kuwe Nairobi.
Yeah.
So within those 4 days when he's in Nairobi, if you need him, you can go to his
No. Why should you need him and you're in Nairobi?
Lord Adam, this is how an MP should operate. You know, I vowed in 2013, and my strongest point, which my people bought, and it was Wiper. That time I was with Wiper before I defected. I said, for me, I'll only be in Nairobi the days I'm supposed to be in Parliament. And the only thing, mahali ya kulala, I don't have to have a house in Nairobi.
Stone, na wasikiza tuendeleeni na wasikiza.
The 5 days I'm in Nairobi debating, nitapewa accommodation allowance, I'll take an average hotel, nilale hapo. My people, my constituents don't have to meet me in Nairobi if they are in Mbere. Why should somebody take a fare, basi unalipa kuja Nairobi kuona mheshimiwa? That is ukugandamiza. It is over 2,000 shillings kuja kuniona Nairobi arudi. If you are my constituent, you are in Mbere, that Mbere North, Mbere South. I have a big office there. I have even an accommodation if you come from very far away. I have few beds, 2, 3, 4, where you can sleep. Ukuje tuongee na wewe. If you kama umekuta watu wengi, the queue was too long, then you go back home. This idea of a TMP, ako na office. You are from Nyakach. You have a base in Nairobi. To do what? What are you doing?
No, but you know that
even Stone PK,
constituency wako.
Stone PK even tell Lord Adams. Now, let me ask you. This guy is looking for votes right now. Ako nyumbani. Mbona tafuti hiyo kura Nairobi?
Yes.
Mbona tafuti hiyo kura Nairobi? Atafuta kura wapi sasa?
Wrongly, and we have wasted money.
Sasa ile akishapata kura, sasa hana time ya kuwa na nyumbani, ako na time ya kuwa Nairobi, ukuje mtafute Nairobi.
In fact, acha nikwambie kitu kingine. I understand. These people are crafty. But do you know another one again? PK.
Yeah.
In my village, like in Nairobi, village where I come from, kuna mpaka MCA, right? Member of County Assembly.
Yeah.
This guy, si anatafuta kura yake hapo kwa ward.
Yes.
But we are under Homa Bay County, okay?
Yes.
So the moment this guy amewin, akiwin tu kura tu pap, he moves from the village anaenda kurent Homa Bay. He lives in Homa Bay town. He goes away from the people.
Look at that.
Hebu niwaulize kama who's the deputy governor of is it Lonyangapuo, the one that has been living in the US the entire time?
Yes. And he justified it. And he justified and na watu wana accept. That's garbage.
No, that's BS. I can't buy it. I will never buy it, and I will not buy it. You see, he has a house in Runda. He has a house in Uko Kwao and everything. He's been paid everything while living in the US and doing everything for the entire term of his tenure.
One guy will want him to refund that money.
He needs
to RUTO.
Hiyo mchezo tuache bwana.
Deputy governor
an MP uko na legislation, representation na oversight.
Oversight, yes.
Haya, legislation, representation unafanya kwa
Stone hiyo kitu unakunywa sio jua.
Hii ni juice.
Sasa an MP ile siku anakuja kufanya oversight na representation, anakuja huku kwa parliament, anafaa tu kublock, ajue ni siku fulani. Hizi siku zingine anaambia mpaka they are supposed to even be telling the constituents when they can be having him in the office. In fact, anatafuta kura saizi usiku na mchana. He should be in the village usiku na mchana akiserve out the constituents, akisema kwamba okay, parliament, niko parliament on this day and this day. Now from this day and this day, niko kwa village, you can come to my office. Aya, in the constituency, ako na hizo sub counties. Ako na inaitwa nini, not sub county, because the constituency is sub county. So kuna hizo na ile mali MCAs wana represent. You can actually plan yourself so that today uko kwa this particular area, na huyo MC wa huko una plan na yeye, unasema okay, hii siku tuna meet watu wa hii area, the next time tuna meet watu wa hii, so that unawapunguzia kazi ya kutravel.
Okay, Temba, I want to cut you short.
You need to make kazi ya constituent as easy as possible. Uende kumsafu, mwambie okay, kazi ya nini. Usifanye sasa tena akuja akutafute, akukose, umwambie tena tiongea na PA wangu.
Let me tell you something, Mr. PK, you should know this. Let me tell you, our country, Temba, people are so poor and people wako na njaa. Kuna watu who vote for you thinking with the mentality that ukikuwa mbunge, you will sort all the problems, okay? Mandatory. So when mbunge keeps on going to the people every day or 3 days a week, it is a very expensive affair.
No. Is it expensive right now? Is it expensive right now? I cannot have the vote.
No, wait. I'm saying after. These people will want you to give
why
them
is it
money.
expensive after?
Yes, after. They will need you to give them money. If you don't give them money,
for what?
and they
For what?
see you, all
For
the
what?
funerals. Wait,
Thank you,
Temba,
Themba.
all
I
the
agree with
funerals.
you, Themba. Thank you for standing on what you're saying right now.
All the
Now
funerals.
giving the money for what?
Huh?
For what?
Yeah.
The money.
Yeah.
Ile wanakuitisha.
Yeah.
They just want to eat.
Adam,
Some of them
you
give
have
money
been
for
elected. Adam, you are elected MP today.
funerals.
You set the precedent.
Funeral for what? You didn't elect me to come to your
Set
funeral.
the precedent.
Hospitali. Sijui nani ni
Hapana.
mgonjwa. Sijui. Oh my
Adam.
God.
No, those are now your issues. Now,
That's a personal issue.
Adams were saying one thing. Kitu moja ambayo sasa wewe unasema, hizo ni shida za community yangu. Now, as the MP, as the MP, how do I have a sustainable solution to the problem of my constituents?
Correct.
Start with them.
Sasa anza na yeye, unasema okay fine, shida zetu hapa ni hizi na hizi. What do we want to come about? Why don't we come together as a people? Hiyo ni kazi yako ya MP. As a people, we join
Ukipata na mazishi, hiyo ni mazishi yako.
Welfare community ambayo tunawekanga pesa fulani kila mwezi. Mtu akilemewa, si mambo ya kutafuta MP. Hii pesa yako umeweka hapa, inakuja inakusaidia. That is now your work as an MP.
To organize your people.
Organize your people.
Last respect.
But don't run away from them. Ati yo sijui nitaenda kuitishwa pesa. Ni kwa sababu umekataa kufanya kazi yako ile ambayo walikuvotia ufanye.
Thank you, but
ukinifanyia kazi, ukinipatia kazi mzuri, niko hapa naenda kazi, niko na kila kitu, sitakuita kukuja hapa kunipatia pesa sijui ya mazishi. Mazishi
kama ni economic issues, inaonyesha kwamba those people have issues of socio-economic problem. Address their social economic issues. You don't run away ati watanitisha pesa. Enda pale, organize them. Give them, put them into circles, put them into welfare community society.
Me as an MP usinitishe pesa yoyote, my friend. And kama unanitisha pesa sijakufanyia kazi, because you need to have a job. At that point, unafaa kuwa able to get your things.
Mato, there was a regulation one day, some few years back, walikuwa nasema kwamba they will try to regulate the amount of money these politicians spend during campaigns, because they end up spending so much money such that after winning elections, they run away to Nairobi to try to recover this money. By the time they are finishing recovering this money, 3 years are gone. They go
But you
back
see,
to
what you just said is, and Adam, I'm so
I'm
sorry.
telling you, it's
I
a
respect
crazy
you.
world.
Adams, I respect you, but I want to apologize before I even say what I'm about to say. I feel that's the dumbest part that you even said. Why? Because I feel it's so dumb of all of us to actually know these things and actually do nothing about it. Because sometimes, oh yes, wanatukulaga, oh yes, wanatuleteaga hii. But then we can't say anything. Yes, we are the employees. I mean, we're the employers of them. They're our employees. Here's the thing. This is where, and I want to go back to that guy, what's his name? Mwangi, Boniface Mwangi. What he used to say. Listen, we're the most stupid people in the world, including myself. If you guys don't feel like you are, I'll put myself in that and I'll say I'm stupid as I can be. Why? Because we know these things, we talk about them, but we want to neutralize them and make them as something that is just bound to happen and we are supposed to accept it. And by the way, we have no hata tuna aibu ya kuisema every day. Oh, unajua wanafanya hivi, oh, wanaenda wanachukua hii na wanafanya nini, and we act like there's nothing. You know, one time Boniface Mwangi, even hata kwa book yake alisema, I'm so tired of fighting, you know, for Kenya, because every time you go out there to fight for this justice and whatever constitutional rights that we do, I go out there, nashikwa peke yangu, nobody wants to come and get me because Kenyans are stupid and just wamejifunga tu kwa hivyo, and they will still vote these guys. You know, Willy Mutunga, our CJ, the last CJ, called our country a bandit economy. You know, alisema system ya majambazi. Because everybody wants to be just okay, unajua. Now, by the way,
Mato,
nitampatia so tatu tumalizane.
Mato, in Africa, hold on. In Africa, if you check all the countries in Africa, the majority, like 65% of Africans heads of states, you will find that these are people who went to school overseas, okay, including our own. These are people who received their education overseas, so they are much exposed. They know how things work in the West, clean. But then, after getting this education and exposure and everything, when they get back home, these people just do worst, crazy stuff. They don't really bring that change that they have experienced, that they've learned. They just get into the mess. So I think it boils down maybe with the corruption. Corruption is like, I don't know, when you find a system which is corrupt and you come in as a clean man, I think in a way it's like a paint. Corruption is like a paint. You also get just painted and you get tainted and you just maybe get part of it. So you struggle so much to get out of it. Because all these leaders, most of these leaders came from here. They studied here. They see things, but they don't do what is supposed to be done.
Adam,
Yes.
the fact that they come and study here does not mean anything. It depends on self. You know, that's why integrity is a high test. You know, integrity is you doing, when you are alone and nobody is seeing, what is it that you can do? Okay, you don't do what you do because people are seeing or they are around you. So the truth of the matter is you can study wherever you want to study, but truly speaking, do you really want to put things straight? I'll give you an example of Botswana today. Botswana today is the easiest place where you don't need to spend so much to campaign for a position of an MP or anything. Yeah, and they started from somewhere. They started by this, and this is what I think Themba and I are trying to push and Deto, that you are as an MP, don't go in there thinking you are going to solve individualistic issues. Oh, sijui bibi yangu ni anazaa leo. You look for what can be a community solution, and that's why you hear things like Baba Care. You can have your small micro Baba Care pale kwa kijiji hiyo ya nyumba 10. What Baba Care do you have there? What ambulance do you have to rush a person? Kwa hiyo kijiji namba 10 hapo, kijiji 10, you must have a bicycle that has a bed that can carry a woman to the next health center, which is should be 0.25 kilometers. Not, a health facility in our country should not be more than 1 kilometer away from the village. And it is, by the way, it is standard. That is how it is in most of the areas. That is the master plan of this country. So what we need to do is to restock those health facilities. So what are you talking about? Hii community yenyu ya nyumba 10, mnaweza jiorganize na sisi tujaribu hii CDF yangu nikuje niwapatie shilingi 30,000. Mnaweza kuimprovise, mtengeneze motorized bicycle with a bed that can carry mama akiwa anataka kujifungua to the health center, afikie ambulance or whatever facility. Those are the brains of the MPs that we want. We don't want that you going there na tumbo kubwa ati leo Stone PK amekufa, nimeleta 2,000, nimeleta 1,000. That's garbage. And by the way, this Mutembei, what we will advocate when Baba enter, we will try to show him things that he's supposed to do, things that are sustainable, and kupeana pesa, zinaitwaje hizi handouts. They are not sustainable.
It's nothing. It's stupid.
Ati umenichotea. Unanichotea. What do you mean umenichotea? Umenichotea 1,000 saa hii alafu
sasa mimi nanichotea. Niende nichotea Themba 2,000 alafu what next?
Can you chotea your entire constituency? You cannot. You be lying to yourself. So for me, anybody who contests and believes, I'll be chotearing people, that's why I hate Sonko with all the might at the Sonko rescue. Garbage. What are you rescuing? In a population, ati umetoa tanka moja imeenda Kibira. That's nonsense.
Hiyo ni kuweka watu chini, wanafaa kwa kijichotea wenyewe.
Ati una hasi 2 ya kupeleka maiti Nyanza, kupeleka maiti. Kwanza hii is an insult. Ati you have 2 hasi. Nilipatia watu wakaenda kuzika watu huko Nyanza, nilipatia watu wakaenda kuzika. Hiyo ni nonsense. And I hate when I see Kenyans falling into that garbage. How atazika watu ngapi? In one weekend, how many houses can you release? Watu wamekufa karibu 300.
Adams, nikuulize, umechotewa mara ngapi ukiwa hapa hivi? I mean, you live in New Jersey. Umechotewa mara ngapi?
Kuchotewa nini? For us, Adams, what we should Adams and my brothers. What we are supposed to advocate is we want the change of paradigm. We want now where people look at the reality. The constituency fund, which I have done a lot of calculation with it, it's a lot of money if you know how to put it into use. Themba amesema vizuri. Enda kwa hiyo nyumba 10 waulize hapa vijana youth kuna mahali wanaweza browse. Ati hakuna. These are university graduates wamemaliza shule. Mtu ana bundles. Why don't you put a public network pale?
Center.
YMCA.
Internet.
Yes. Exactly. Unaitengeneza na 1 million and then you be sustaining it with yani it is so easy. But ati unangojea ati huyo sasa jamaa wa university analipa shilingi 200 kwenda the nearest center ndio akadownload applications arudi kwa village. My friend, we are retrogressing.
Themba,
I agree with you people.
Umechotewa mara ngapi wewe?
What you are saying here is this, Adams. This behavior ati kura ikiisha, saizi MP amecamp kwa village anatafuta kura. kura ikiisha, mwananchi anatafuta MP. Mwananchi anatafuta pesa ati akuje kuona MP in Nairobi. Hakumchagulia Nairobi. Saizi everybody is going back to confirm center yake mahali anavote in the village. That is why we have a devolved government. That is why you have MPs. That is why you are even having those representation. Our kuje ku represent, you know. So when you are telling us that ati MP anaogopa kukuja kwa village kwa sababu ataitishwa pesa. Now that is, yes, they have created that situation so that you are dependent on them. But the ideal is that when an MP gets into parliament, first of all, they need to make your work easy. They don't need to complicate your work. They need to be available for you. They need to be in the village. They need to look at the social economic activity of that village. What are the things that I can do to empower my community? Can I bring them together? Kwa sababu Wakenya wanapenda chama. Wakenya, every Kenyan ukimuuliza anasema niko kwa chama fulani natoanga pesa fulani kila mwezi. Why don't you do that within the village? So that they are able to come up with some activities. And then I also realized that in Kenya, there are many organizations that I think welfare or something that even do cover. Kama vitu za vifo, kama vitu za nini, organize those people. They bring their money, you take a cover for the villagers. So that if anybody dies, ako assured of 200,000 ya kuzika huyo mtu. Hakuna kitu ati mtu atafuta MP. They already have that cover coming to the village. Now, badala ya kushinda wakikutafuta, create in every village, know the people around you. Unajua leo niko kwa hii location, kesho niko kwa hii location, munaniona. Na unajua kesho MP wetu atakuja hapa, atakuja Monday kutoka saa 2 mpaka saa 6. Tunakuja kumuona. But if you have your people, hawala na kukampainia these people, kwa sababu saizi wako na campaigners mpaka kwa kila village. You use the same people. Make them organize these people, organize them socio-economic activities, social welfare activities, and then of course you make them more self-reliant. Wakiwa self-reliant and economically empowered, you don't have to every time ati wamekuja na waambia nisaidie na kitu fulani. But you see now the MPs ambao uko nao hao unasema yeye anakuja akishapata votes ametoroka. Sasa MP ako na simu 3. Kuna moja sijui lazima kama ujui PA wake mpaka sasa unakuwa mnoma ambako unasema ati Adams unajua Ndeto, tafadhali ni connect na Ndeto. Na ni MP alikuja kutafuta nini yako?
And by the way, Themba, do you know that the PA of the MPs are employees of Parliamentary Selective Service Commission? They are paid by the PSC.
Kwanzia by the way, after 9th, after 9th Mutembei TV tabaki hapa, and one of the things we'll be doing is scrutinizing those people. Tutakuwa tuna scrutinize one after another.
And hammering them properly.
And hammering them properly. Saizi si wako kwa village kila, in fact MP ndiye anakutafuta. Yule ambaye ataanza kumdecampaign from the word to go. Yule ambaye ataenda ati hao sijui ametoweka, sijui ameenda wapi, sijui anatafutwa. I have no ambition of being an MP, but I have an ambition of holding those MPs and leaders into account. And that is what we are going to do.
Remember, wacheni niwaulize nyi wote. Wacheni niwaulize swali. Nyi wote.
We need to sleep.
Ngoja niulize Themba kabla uende.
Who is your village MP?
Wait. Kabla niulize.
My village MP is Kano, the former AD camp of Mwai Kibaki. He's a useless guy.
Namato wewe.
Jeff Kinyangi.
Wacheni nataka kuwauliza swali tu. Nilikuwa nataka
village MP wako ni nani?
Nani?
Mimi nimekuambia ni nani? Jeff.
Nauliza Mato. Village MP wako ni nani?
Wa wapi?
Village.
Kwani kwako ni wapi Matola?
Nyumbani.
Village.
Unajua MCA wako Mato kwa village?
Huyu ni wa wapi bwana? Ujui village MP wako?
No, kwa village najua ni Kingsley, best yangu tuligrone. No, nataka kuuliza. Nataka kuuliza hapa.
My village MP. My village MP is the national chairman wa ODM. Useless kabisa. There's nothing ametuletea with the village.
Si wetu mnawajua wote.
Amewaletea jina.
Wacheni waulize kitu.
Amewaletea jina.
Uliza ndio watu waelewe. Wenye tuko hapa hivi. Nataka muniambie cause sasa tumebaki watu wanne hapa hivi. Nataka and I will ask one by one.
Amato bana wewe hiyo wakuuliza
No,
one by one.
let me ask you a question. Wacha nianze na wewe. Wacha
wewe, we need to sleep. Wewe hiyo swali tuweka hiyo utatuuliza kesho. Wacha hiyo utatuuliza.
Jibu bro. Jibu.
Utatuuliza kesho.
No, jibu tu ni sawa kujibu. Moja tu na pita tu. Themba, tell me, who's your governor?
My governor. Mimi unajua mimi ni Nairobian.
No,
I'm talking about here.
Nairobi si Masai.
Hapa.
Gavana wako ushauri nani Themba?
Wewe najua wako, Themba najua yake ni Hot Wheels, ule mwenye ako kwa wheelchair. Lakini ushaipatana naye?
Ngani huyo sasa?
Si ule nani anaitwaje mwenye ako kwa wheelchair? Hot Wheels.
Wewe unasema gavana kwa hapa?
Wa Texas. Huo ni
wa Texas ni Abbott.
Unde huyo. Ushaipatana naye?
Maneno za US.
No, nataka kuna kitu tu nataka nimalize haraka.
Fanya haraka basi. Tulale.
Fanya haraka, nataka kulala.
Ni yangu sijui, wewe yako Adams unajua?
Si ndio?
Kuna haja ya kumjua.
Phil Murphy, anaitwa Phil Murphy maana.
Ushaipatana naye?
Ashakuja mtaani. Mimi hata nishamsalimia. Kuna nishapiga naye picha hata.
Okay. Stone?
No, me, I don't care.
Okay. Basically what I'm trying to say, watu ni civil servants na tunaweza wafuta anytime. The moment utafika Kenya tuko hiyo time yenye sometimes you don't even know who your governor is, hata mjuani nini inafanyika tu, unajua tu hiyo ndio inafaa kuwa. The moment we get to be civil, they become civil servants, is the day Kenya will go forward. Unless we get there, we will never go forward. We will always be stuck to a third world country. And we have to move on to that.
Good people.
Lakini before useme good Themba, ushago kwenyu governor ni nani? Hata mbunge nimekuuliza umekataa kusema. Wachana stories za Nairobi. Everybody ni wa Nairobi lakini we have a village home. Saa hizi ukikufa hauendi kuzikwa Lang'ata. Unapelekwa to ancestral land. So
mimi nitakuwa cremated.
Themba. Ni sawa tu hilo.
Mungu hatuwezi cremate Themba hata akiandika hiyo will tutaitupa kwa.
Do you know why Themba PK? Themba didn't want to say because I think maybe he's ashamed of that guy. Those guys.
Oh, there is the governor, the MP. Yes. The more reason why.
Unajua shida ya Themba kuna gavana wawili, akona wa kwetu na akona wa ile pande ingine. Themba is my neighbor.
Themba wewe gavana Themba ni Rasanga. Unajua Rasanga, the useless guy from here.
Oh my good God.
That Rasanga thing, huyo ndio gavana wake.
Na akona mtu wa hii pande ingine.
Na akona nani Nairobi. Akona Kananu pia Nairobi.
Na Kananu ako katikati ya watatu.
Three governors.
Unajua Kananu, you know what Kananu means?
Wewe wachana na nini story Stone PK. Tunataka kulala sasa. Asanteni sana. Mtapiga hapa umbea mpaka asubuhi na wajua sana nyinyi watu. So tunashukuru sana. At least naona watu bado 145. Watu wa hii group wanapendanga umbea sana. Kwanza hii open session inakuwa na wengi hata kuliko. Leo at least tumekuwa na open session tofauti, si kama ile ya kawaida. Wale wa kuoga na nini wameenda kuoga. Wale wa
kuoga na protect.
Lakini wacha tumalize na wimbo wa taifa. So Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. Adams, stanza 2.
Stanza 2.
Amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye sote bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu. Nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda.
Stone PK stanza 3.
Na tujenge taifa letu, ndio wajibu wetu. Kenya istahili heshima, tuungane mikono pamoja kazini, kila siku tuwe na shukrani.
Jamani, si kesho pia ni siku tuendelee kupiga ngumzo, manake lazima tuendelee kujenga wa Kenya siku zikiendelea kuioma. God bless you, see you all tomorrow.
Bye man.
Alamsiki.